Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description.
Gura doesn't know what to do. It's so strange, it's completely different from the previous one. Terumi Mei's beautiful eyes were suspicious, and at the same time there was a hint of puzzlement. The previous Yagura was not so good, at least he didn't mess around, and he also took care of Kurigakure in an orderly manner. He was considered a more savvy Mizukage. Master Yuenshi's death has been detected. Qing glanced at the surroundings, and after making sure that there was no one, he whispered, "Die by a blunt weapon 24 pierced through the head." Blunt weapon. Terumi Mei raised his brow. Yagura's weapon was not just a weapon with a hook. It could also be used as a blunt weapon. Master Yuenshi will. When Qing said this, he stopped, and the meaning was self-evident. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Terumi Mei said uncertainly, Master Mizukage won't do that kind of thing. With that said, Terumi Mei is actually skeptical. Yagura has been so abnormal recently, and maybe he has done something that hurts the truth. What shall we do next? Qing asked. What else can we do? We have declared war on Konoha. Let's try our best to go to the front. Terumi Mei sighed. I hope the village can defeat Konoha in one fell swoop. It's okay if you win, but if you lose, Kurigakure loses blood. Danzo turned a blind eye, and the Kurigakure army ravaged the territory of the Land of Fire. Kill Konoha directly. Advertisement. Thousands of ninjas sounded huge, but they weren't really a threat. Konoha can handle it even if Lin Shan doesn't move. Because the wars with Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi have all come to an end for the time being, Konoha has enough troops to deal with the enemy. Hokage office. Boom. Fourth Hokage Uchiha Fugaku, very annoyed, slapped a slap on the table. The enemy invaded again, and his Hokage was uncomfortable. First is Sunagakure, then Cloud Shinobi village, and then Iwagakure. Special, now even Kurigakure is here. What the hell Danzo did, he actually put Mist Shinobi in. Uchiha Fugaku yelled. Arrest him immediately, I want to pro-autonomy. That guy is still in the coastal area. I heard that the weather there is good, so I guess he is basking in the sun with Yagura. Lin Shan said quietly. When Uchiha Fugaku heard the words, his head was full of veins. I knew he should be executed directly. It's no big deal. If he comes this way, he can be arrested and executed as soon as he returns to the village. Lin Shan said nonchalantly. With the current strength of the village, it is not difficult to block Kurigakure. Lin Shan, take someone to prepare immediately. Uchiha Fugaku solemnly preached. Kurigakure's ninja swordsmen cannot be underestimated. They are all difficult opponents. 7 ninja swords. Lin Shan is fairly familiar with these people. In the original history, because they encountered Might Dai when they invaded, under normal circumstances, Might Dai is definitely not an opponent. After being forced into a desperate situation, Might Dai opened the dead door and defeated the 7 ninja swords in one fell swoop. 4 of them died in battle, and the other 3 escaped. Leave it to me, Konoha is their burial place, no one wants to leave alive. Lin Shan promised proudly. Thanks to you, Lin Shan.
Uchiha Fugaku came up and patted Lin Shan on the shoulder, spitting out, I can't get out of my body at home recently. Hearing this, Lin Shan's pupils flickered. I heard that madam is pregnant again? Uchiha Fugaku nodded. I want to accompany Makoto more. You have to work harder with the village affairs recently. And the kid Itachi, Tendon pestered me to teach him Sharingan's pupil skills. Advertisement, as a father, this is what it should be. Lin Shan's words fell, his pupils narrowed. Because the nuclear power Mangekyo built by the nuclear power system is exactly the same as Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo, and according to the system, it is a copy. Because the two people have similar eyes, the Mangekyo of Itachi, Lin Shan can upgrade the nuclear power Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Lin Shan is a selfish person with only himself in his eyes. He looks at Uchiha Fugaku and can only say sorry. Once the ferret turns on Mangekyo, Lin Shan will snatch it. Itachi's friend participated in the war and died, so he turned on Shanguyu. Perhaps because his friend died in the battle, he became more and more eager for strength. Tendon pestered me to teach him Sharingan's illusion. Uchiha Fugaku said helplessly, but his face was full of smiles. His son is so easy to learn, he is very satisfied. In addition, the speed at which Itachi learns all kinds of ninjutsu is outrageous. Often just a few days of work, a powerful ninjutsu is enough. A few days ago, Uchiha died in the apocalypse battle. Itachi opened his eyes under the stimulation of great pain. Lin Shan thought to himself. His friend's name is Uchiha Apocalypse, and he is actually a cannon fodder. But every time Lin Shan teaches Itachi ninjutsu, he will call Uchiha Apocalypse, so the two are regarded as brothers. In fact, this speed is 367 ridiculously fast. I heard that Itachi has a little girlfriend, who seems to be called Uchiha Spring. Lin Shan decided to beat 1 or 2 appropriately to make Itachi another wave of pain and turn on the 2 Go Jade Sharingan in advance. This is so, Lin Shan also feels slow, he is not interested in waiting 6 or 7 years. Too precocious. Lin Shan's face is weird, young, and 2 5 or 6-year-old kids are starting to talk about life. Can this work? As we all know, Uchiha Itachi in the original history has few friends at all because of his withdrawn character and mature heart. It's now a few years in advance. This kid, Itachi, still has too little pain. The speed of opening his eyes is really slow. I have to train him more friends and die more. Itachi opened his eyes for the first time in the original history. He was 8 years old. Lin Shan didn't say a word, but he was quite dissatisfied. But now it's different. Lin Shan has already cast the net in advance. 4NP Chapter 146 Growing Leaks, Patriarch, the Uchiha clan is in a dangerous situation. Lin Shan said suddenly. Huh? No way. Uchiha Fugaku is unknown, so now the Uchiha clan should be a genius in the day. After all, Uchiha Madara did not become Hokage in the past. It is his turn. The Uchiha family can be regarded as a dream come true. Master Patriarch, have you thought about the future? Lin Shan looked worried, and said in a calm tone. We will finally get old. The family needs young people to carry it. Then who can take on this important task? Now it's early. Uchiha Fugaku touched his cheek. He was at the peak of his life, not to mention that he could live for another 10 or 20 years. Even if he was old, there was Lin Shan at that time. This kid was only 15 years old. There are Shisui and Itachi and others. The current Uchiha clan can be called a multitude of people, and there has been no case of being out of touch. Under normal circumstances, the heyday of the family can last at least 40 to 50 years. This is something I never dreamed of before. The Uchiha clan today is indeed the first family in the village. After a long time, young people will inevitably be arrogant. This is not a good sign. I think we should organize a team of children to let them fully understand the cruelty and ruthlessness of war and expand their horizons in advance. Lin Shan smiled and said, the Uchiha clan wants to remain first forever, not only for us, but also for our descendants to win at the starting line. You think it's a little far away? After thinking a little bit, Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly, but there is some truth in it. In the past, a 5 or 6-year-old kid is about to be sent to the battlefield. Uchiha Fugaku also agreed with this wave of chicken soup. If you want to maintain the number 1 forever, the family must maintain a competitive edge far surpassing other families. I suggest forming a small team, with 5 to 10-year-old children in the family participating, and going to the battlefield to hone, Lin Shan suggested. Itachi's little confidant, Uchiha Spring, is currently at this age. This matter, I allow it, Uchiha Fugaku agreed. Half a day later, Uchiha Fugaku's order was passed down, and the children of the Uchiha clan formed a small team of 13. Itachi and Spring are among them. Cough cough, advertisement. Lin Shan cleared his throat and looked at these little kids and said solemnly, you are the best young generation in the family. Among your peers, few are better than you. But I haven't experienced the devastation and training of war, and it is always the flower in the greenhouse. It is not worth mentioning. In the last few days, the village will go to full-scale war with Kirigakure. I hope everyone will work hard and stay alive. Lin Shan swept around, and finally his eyes fell on Uchiha Spring. This kid is okay, he will definitely be a beautiful woman when he grows up. Lin Shan nodded secretly, not knowing how the Itachi in the original history could start. Itachi, this team will take care of you, don't let me down. Lin Shan looked at Weasel, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Leek's long eyebrows were clear and beautiful, his body became stronger and stronger. Quan looked at Itachi with a smile, and the child's lips also raised a 3-point smile. Lin Shan was secretly happy when he saw it. He was so flirting at such a young age. If Quan showed up for something or other things, he might have reached her Goyu again. The growth of Leeks is gratifying. I will work hard, master. Itachi called respectfully. Okay, go and prepare. Everyone must pay attention to safety. Lin Shan waved his hand, and Itachi immediately led the group down. A lot of Mist Shinobi has gradually approached Konoha. This time, unlike before, Konoha Shinobi's mentality is much more relaxed. First of all, they are not weaker than the enemy in number. Secondly, it also occupies the advantage of geographical location. In addition, there is the invincible Lin Shan. He didn't need to do anything. He summoned the tail beast and Jinchurikika, and when he swung it, the whole battle was one-sided. Kirigakure was no opponent at all. In the middle of the night, Mist Shinobi was already approaching Konoha, and the two armies began to confront each other. The two sides did not start the fight at the first time, because Nanyan village was not sure about it either. How should this battle be fought? Everyone. In Kirigakure's command tent, the person in charge of this plan is the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. He is the first user of Samahata Broadsword, and a member of the Akatsuki organization. Hoshigaki Kisame is currently his subordinate. He is a salted fish who will only call boss 666 for the time being. The enemy is very strong, much stronger than us. Advertisement. The user of Thunder Knife Tooth. Black Hole looked depressed. You said, is Mizukage-sama's head broken by the door? I have to smash Konoha to the end. Seeing that 4th Mizukage is not here, they can speak without hesitation. HMPH, if a group of cowards don't dare to attack, I'll come. The man with a humiliated face is carrying a big knife. He is called Loquat Juzo, the first user of the decapitated big knife. It is worth mentioning that Loquat Juzo will still be a member of Akatsuki in the future, and has also cooperated with Uchiha Itachi. Everyone, stay calm. A pleasing voice came from outside, and the 7 ninja swords looked up, and a beautiful shadow entered. It is Terumi Mei. What are you doing here? The watermelon pufferfish ghost said uncomfortably. The command is in my body, it is not your turn to interrupt here, Terumi Mei. I'm not coming, you probably don't know how you died, Terumi Mei sneered. You look down on me? The watermelon pufferfish ghost flew into a rage and directly picked up the Samahata knife. You are so strong, let's use it on Konoha Shinobi. Terumi Mei took out the scroll and threw it on the table. This is Konoha's force distribution map. Everyone's eyes brightened when they heard the words. In this way, they can figure out where the defense is the weakest, and the offense is relatively easy and simple. Where did you get it? Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost asked in surprise. Good Wang Zhao. Sent from Shimura Danzo. Terumi Mei said lightly. He hates the Uchiha clan deeply. There should be no mistakes in this force distribution map. Ha 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 ha, Konoha's senior management has begun to betray the country, and they will definitely lose this time. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost grinned, and after reading the scroll carefully, he said excitedly, Tonight, we will attack together with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Terumi Mei, you will be in charge of directing when I am away. The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost handed over the command to Terumi Mei. Even if he is very upset with this woman, he must admit that Terumi Mei is very capable and has many means. Even though she was still a young girl, the actual strength should not be underestimated, and she was still a rare double blood succession boundary, not weaker than them, and might even be stronger. Chapter 147 Forbidden Technique is equivalent to Flata. The night is exceptionally quiet. By the middle of the night, everything in the world was covered with a layer of silver frost. Numerous Mist Shinobi, taking advantage of the cover of the moonlight, sneaked around to the southeast side of Konoha. The strange rocks here are densely covered with miasma, which is not suitable for large troops to deploy. However, if there is a detailed map, it is another matter. This is the reason why the Watermelon Puffer Fish Ghost is excited. No matter what, as long as Konoha is broken into, even if it is pushed out again, it is a great victory. Hundreds of elite cats walked forward. They moved adeptly and almost made no sound when they acted. At the forefront is the 7 ninja swords taking the lead. After groping for half an hour in the boulders and miasma, everyone at Mist Shinobi finally came to an open area. The village ahead is clearly visible, and sharp-eyed people can even see buildings. Finally reached. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost and others burst into tears, and Konoha at this moment is like an undressed beauty. Everyone, listen to the order. The Watermelon Pufferfish raised the barbed dumpling muscle knife and was about to give orders. A ghostly voice suddenly sounded. Listen to the order, you can do 370 if you are ready to be beaten. The abrupt sound came suddenly, not very loud, but hundreds of Mist Shinobi could hear it clearly. What? A black shadow landed from a high altitude and fell in front of everyone clearly. You are. The eyes of the Watermelon Puffer Ghost and others opened wide. Uchiha Lin boom boom boom. With a roar resounding through the sky, an extra-large energy ball sprang out from behind Lin Shan without warning. What is that? Everyone trembled, and everyone felt the breath of death. It's tailed beast bomb. Some well-informed ninjas spread out like frightened birds. Boom boom boom. The extra-large tailed beast bomb exploded, and the aftermath set-off can be felt from a few kilometers away. Lin Shan started Susanoo, and Yasaka Guyu began to launch. Advertisement whoosh whoosh. Under the night sky, a series of Yasaka Guyu flew out. There are a lot of them, and Lin Shan hasn't counted them. Anyway, wave after wave, lasting 2 hours will do. Nuclear energy Mangekyo plus nuclear energy chakra. Lin Shan can squander Hitomi and chakra endlessly. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. The earth continued to explode, and fireballs rose one after another. The power of Yasaka Guyu was infinite, and each explosion caused a lot of movement. The nearby Mist Shinobi will be shattered by the aftermath. Damn Terumi Mei, isn't it that the defense is the most relaxed here? Someone yelled. The ground attack was crazy, the blasting ceased, Mist Shinobi who simply accompanied him, and the ninja who was good at using earth style. The 7 ninja swordsmen, as well as some ninjas, had to hide underground. It's over, it's all over. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost had a cold heart. It was a bitterly cold night, but he sweated. Even if they are hiding underground, they can still feel the strong movement. In addition, there is continuous soil peeling in the cave. The defense is not slack at all. The Loquat Shizong said solemnly. Although he is only Uchiha Lin Shan, he is better than thousands of elite soldiers. The 7 ninja swords are all unruly existences, but at this moment they unexpectedly agree with his statement. Yes, the defense is the weakest here, which is not a problem. But because of Lin Shan's existence, it is definitely the most difficult bone to chew. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The earth was still shaking, and the ground was blasted out of dense pits, and there were countless cracks. The many Mist Shinobi under the ground are terrified. No, 10 minutes have passed, why hasn't the guy stopped? Black Ho Lei Ya asked incredulously. It looks as powerful as forbidden techniques, CA, big move. Under normal circumstances, the side effects are not great. Perhaps the so-called forbidden technique is an ordinary attack to Uchiha Lin Shan. The man wearing the blindfold said that he was named Wuli Jinba, and he was the first user of Boom Knife Drop. The 7 ninja swords are all very powerful, probably around the shadow of the shadow, but at this moment they feel extremely small, and they dare not risk their heads. Wait, he will always run out of chakra. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost calmly said, Uchiha Lin Shan is tough, it's not that easy to kill us. Advertisement. Do you have an idea? Everyone looked expectantly. No wonder Mizukage gave him the command. Sure enough, this guy's belly is still something. Cough cough cough. Being watched by so many people, a group of watermelon pufferfish ghosts were embarrassed and said weakly. The movement above is too big, or let the ninja who are good at earth style continue to dig and keep the hole deeper, I'm afraid not safe. Everyone was speechless, and they still looked up at this guy. His head and stomach are filled with mud. Boom 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 boom. The carpet bombing of Yusaka Goyu continues. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. Hour has passed. The bombing of Yusaka Goyu finally stopped, and Mist Shinobi, who had been hiding 20 to 30 meters below the ground, also breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like it's over here, hiding in such a deep underground, listening to the explosion outside, it is too depressing. Another point is that it is safe to hide deeply, but severely hypoxia. Some people have died of suffocation due to lack of oxygen. Uchiha Lin Shan probably got down on the ground tired, now rushing up, I want to torture him to death. The watermelon puffer fish ghost rolled up his sleeves and was extremely violent. But boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Before stopping for 30 seconds, a new round of bombing began again. The massive Kaguya was like a shuriken, all thrown out by Lin Shan. The watermelon puffer ghost and others wanted to cry without tears, so they had to hide in the turtle shell again. They also want to go up and breathe. My god, it's been so long, his chakra hasn't been exhausted yet? It's been an hour, even if it's a shuriken, even an hour should be lost, right? We might as well surrender. Mist Shinobi, who is shrinking underground, can't hold it anymore. If they persist like this, they may not die in battle, but suffocated alive. Surrender, this is definitely a shameful topic. Since Lin Shan pioneered it, more and more people have implemented it. Chapter 148 Don't be Mist Shinobi in your next life. Surrender if you can't beat it, life is the most important thing. There is nothing wrong with this. How bad is the fight? Everyone sits down for a cup of hot tea and chats. Besides, if you continue to fight, it seems that there is no chance of winning. There can be tail beasts on the opposite side, as well as thousands of troops, Lin Shan. What? The penetrating yin wind suddenly blew, and the plump watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost disappeared. He moved extremely fast, in sharp contrast to his huge body. Not suitable for fast movement? You have never seen a flexible fat man? In an instant, he rushed in front of the ninja who threatened to surrender. Huh. The blood mixed with broken bones spurted out wildly, and under a heavy knife, the bones of the human were split into two halves. Who dared to say surrender? The cold eyes swept around, and everyone closed their mouths in fear. Is the watermelon pufferfish ghost afraid of death? I must be afraid, everyone is afraid of death. But anyone can surrender, but he can't. I really want to surrender, everything is the commander's pot. The rest may be severely punished, and he will definitely be put to death. Boom boom boom. Yasaka Goryu's bombing continued for a while, and the infinite attack finally ceased. The land within 1 kilometer nearby seemed to have been burned by flames. It was pitch black and filled with a smell of burnt. The attack stopped, and the watermelon mountain blowfish ghost and others crawled out of the ground. Before they could catch their breath, the flames spread across the sky. Fire style extinguished the fire. A sea of blazing fire rushed over, and when they got closer, everyone felt the flames burning. Obviously it is a fire style, how does it seem to be a forbidden technique? The watermelon mountain blowfish ghost yelled at Lin Shan pervert, while not forgetting to say, water style ninja is ready to fight back. About 7 or 8 Mist Shinobi stepped forward, spitting out large-scale water currents, and they barely offset each other. Down or down. Lin Shan put his hands in kabuto, with a cigarette in his mouth, looking at the bright aftermath. The moonlight is so good today, don't force me to kill. The corners of the watermelon pufferfish ghost's mouth twitched. He glanced at his men, and they all added up to less than 30 people. How do you still want to kill? Before the attack, they had hundreds of people. Don't think I'm too fragile, Uchiha Lin Shan, we won't continue to suffer from the same trick. Watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost complexion hunted. If you provoke my uncle, the big deal will belong to. Lin Shan pointed his thumb to the sky, and the watermelon pufferfish ghost looked up subconsciously. There was a figure floating in the air. Under the night sky, his purple Rinnegan is particularly eye-catching, which is the way of heaven developed by Lin Shan. Shen Luo Tianzheng. The tyrannical repulsive force came out, engulfing everyone in Mist Shinobi in an instant. Boom boom boom. One by one, they seemed to have been punched hard, and the wolf fox flew out unbearably. Advertisement, universal pull. Heavenly Tao grabbed the earth and gravity erupted. The big fat watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost was caught up in the sky, his eyes were ferocious, and the dumpling muscle knife he held in his hand slashed towards the heaven. Lin Shan's eyes were full of teasing. Under his control, Heavenly Tao moved again. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Boom. The repulsion broke out again, blasting the watermelon mountain puffer fish back to the ground. Ah! He vomited blood in pain and his eyes were bitter. Universal pull. Tiandao releases gravity again, and the watermelon mountain blowfish ghost swings the Samahata knife again. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Boom. Not yet close to the way of heaven, another repulsive force blasted off the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. Damn it. He suffered a lot from the same trick one after another. The sadder is still to come. Before he has time to rest, Lin Shan has done the same again. Universal pull. The watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost was dragged into the sky again. Shen Luo Tianzheng. It was the same trick, and it flew again. Universal pull. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Universal pull. Shen Luo Tianzheng. After going over and over again, lasting about a dozen times, the whole body of the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost has become bloody. He was sucked into the sky one after another, and then constantly bombarded by the bombardment. His body was repeatedly smashed into the ground, and his ribs had been broken. Who said it just now? You won't suffer from the same trick. How many times have you eaten this? Lin Shan looked at the watermelon mountain blowfish ghost like a dead dog. His eyes were full of disdain. You seem to have forgotten us. A gloomy voice came from behind. Loquat Shizong was like a ghost, rushing behind Lin Shan without knowing it. Good job, Shizo. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost was ecstatic, and his whole body was shaking with excitement. This flash almost killed him, and he almost fainted due to the pain. The bones all over his body were shattered by the attack just now. Even Dandan was not spared, seeking flowers 0. The watermelon mountain blowfish ghost hates Lin Shan, twisting his face and shouting, "Kill him." Advertisement pouch. The blade slashed, the throat burst, and blood spurted out wildly. Puff. Lin Shan also fell underground. Before he died, his eyes were wide open. A look of indecency. Hurry up and help me over. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost has a deep voice, and smiles. Do you think it's over if you die? Lousy wants to smash your eggs? When these words fell, Mist Shinobi looked at him strangely. Is this guy so miserable? The watermelon mountain blowfish ghost looks like life, and it is now. The happiness of the second half of life is gone. It's no wonder that the body that is struggling hard is going to have a wave of corpses. The other people didn't stop him either. After all, the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost was a commander appointed by 4th Mizukage, and among the 7 ninja members, they were also quite experienced. 0 boom. 1 foot fell on Lin Shan. The blood mist exploded, and the watermelon mountain puffer ghost suddenly smiled sickly. Oh, it's terrible to be Mist Shinobi. Lin Shan's voice came from other directions.
Everyone was startled. What the hell? Loquat Shizong looked to the east. Lin Shan was sitting on a branch and smoking.
The cigarette has its butt left. Apparently it has been sitting for a while. You're not dead. Then who is this? Loquat Shizong looked at Lin Shan's corpse, and suddenly felt something bad in his heart. Lin Shan's dry lips opened slightly. Illusion solution. All Mist Shinobi present were refreshed, feeling clearer in their minds. Damn it. Loquat Juzo's beheading knife fell to the ground, and he knelt down dull. The corpse has turned into a black Ho Thundertooth. This is the companion of the 7 ninja swords.
He had his eyes open until he died, and he was very puzzled. Why did his companion kill him?
This is how you die. Lin Shan threw away his cigarette butt. First he was cut his throat by his partner, and then he was given to.
Lin Shan glanced at the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost and sighed. Don't be Mist Shinobi in your next life, you are a bit more cruel than your enemies.
The black Ho Thundertooth died too miserably. As for the watermelon mountain puffer ghost, Lin Shan said that he did not target him.
After repeating Shenluo Tianzheng a dozen times, he became like that.
The parts that can be broken all over the body are broken. Chapter 149 Capture Danzo alive, chop up and feed the dog. Can this be called a fight? The remaining Mist Shinobi is dumbfounded. The so-called battle, isn't it a fierce mutual onion? Even if it is unilaterally crushed, it should not be so thorough. What is it called now? Yes, this is called a monkey play.
Seeing the tragic death of Thunder Fang, everyone can feel his shame.
Was injured by a teammate by mistake, and even fight to the point of broken eggs.
It is Kurigakure's biggest tragedy. Who else wants to try? Lin Shan smiled and looked around. If you want to fight me, you must first resist my illusion, otherwise similar tragedies may be staged.
Everyone in Mist Shinobi shivered when they heard the words. We, want, or surrender, right? Some Mist Shinobi couldn't stop it and said tremblingly.
After finishing speaking, the San Chi Ling family still looked at the watermelon puffer fish with scruples.
Someone clamored for surrender before, but was dismembered by the angry Watermelon Mountain Blowfish ghost. But looking at the look in front of him, he couldn't stand still, and he didn't have the ability to kill his teammates, right? Midong. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Kisame Muscle Broadsword, the first one was thrown underground. We surrendered. In view of the tragedy of Black Hole Ya, the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish ghost does not want to happen to him. In addition, looking at the bloody crotch, you might be able to save a wave. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish ghost. Yes, it can't be delayed. Send the best doctor to treat me quickly. On Terumi Mei's side, she was also walking around in the tent, and she was not sleepy at all. No way, the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish ghost took away a lot of Mist Shinobi's elite. If it is successful, if it is defeated, the consequences will be disastrous. Ms. Terumi Mei, there is an emergency military situation. Suddenly the voice of a ninja came from outside. Terumi Mei immediately went out after hearing the words, looked at the other's scarred body, and immediately shook her heart.
2 words came to her mind. Finished. Say. Terumi Mei's face turned pale, her fists were clenched and sweaty.
Our army was ambushed by Uchiha Lin Shan, almost all the army was killed. Advertisement. The ninja who sent the message tremblingly said. He also escaped from the dead, and a living person like him would not save 1 in 100. It can be imagined how tragic this battle was. No, it's not fierce, the Mist Shinobi were beaten all the way, and Lin Shan was performing alone. Puff. Terumi Mei's strength was pumped out instantly, and she fell to the ground weakly. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost, that big idiot. After a while, Terumi Mei bit her silver teeth and cursed. It is definitely the first sinner in the village to cause such a heavy loss to Kirigakure. However, after thinking about it, Terumi Mei smiled bitterly again. Do you have the right to talk about him? Speaking of it, the action of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish ghost was not because of the force distribution map she sent. Terumi Mei himself also has part of the responsibility. Of course, the main thing is Danzo. If it weren't for the drawings provided by this old guy, Kirigakure would have lost so much. She even suspected that what Danzo provided was completely false information in order to cheat Kirigakure. In a fit of anger, Terumi Mei struggled to write a book, wrote a few words, and then ordered someone to give it to 4th Mizukage. The information is wrong. Capture Danzo alive, chop up and feed the dog. Yes, it is these 12 simple and clear characters that can tell Terumi Mei's anger. No way, the mission failed, and someone must be back. Immediately organize the second echelon ninja force to attack the Konoha shinobi in front of us. After Terumi Mei recovered, he immediately counterattacked. If you don't get a little back, Kirigakure is embarrassed. Hundreds of people were killed by one person, almost everyone. But speaking of it, not only Kirigakure, but other villages, such as Iwagakure, Sanagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, have suffered similar shame. Half an hour later, Mist Shinobi Ninja launched an attack. The fighting sounded through the night, and the Konoha shinobi reacted quickly. Immediately organized a large number of ninjas to respond. The fighting between the two sides was extremely fierce, and countless ninjutsu collided in the middle of the night, sparking brilliant sparks. Konoha's ninja army also has a small group of very special boy scouts. It is not uncommon to participate in war at the age of 12 or 13. For example, Uchiha Obito and others have been on the battlefield at this age. But little ghosts between 5 and 10 years old are still a group of children, so this is relatively rare. It was the Uchiha family team led by Itachi. To be honest, in the family, they are all talented people. Advertisement, but on the battlefield, each of them paled with fright. The heartbreaking screams of the ninjas, as well as the stumps and broken arms that can be seen everywhere, scared the group of chicks to weaken their legs. Even Uchiha Spring was pale. Only Uchiha Itachi, who is more adaptable, can barely handle it. Jihaha, there are also a group of little ghosts here. Several Mist Shinobi suddenly surrounded them, with the red light of killing in their eyes. See, the clothes they are wearing look like the uniforms of the Uchiha family. That kid seems to be Uchiha Fugaku's son, brothers. Catching him is a great achievement. The Kirigakures were so excited, all their eyes fell on Itachi. I didn't expect to meet such a big fish. Retreat quickly, I'm blocking here. Itachi knew that all of them would be wiped out, so he ordered the rest to retreat. And you also go, Quan. Jonin of Kirigakure hurried to meet, but Itachi was too fast, he didn't even take it out, only heard the sound of Paila. He decided to make Itachi another wave of pain, and the time had come for him to drive Ergoyu. Itachi pushed the spring away. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Quan did not hesitate, and left immediately. Their stay here would only be a drag on Itachi. You guys catch up, leave this stinky kid to me. An opening was cut in the clothes instantly. Kirigakure's Jonin ordered the others to catch up. I also saw some blood ulcers. Upon seeing it, Itachi wanted to intercept, but the Jonin suddenly blocked his way. My kid, your opponent is my uncle. 0.4. It's Itachi, you have not taught you for so many days, and you have made rapid progress. Get away. In fact, Lin Shan is hiding in the dark, and he didn't help. Isn't this what he wants to see? P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. Itachi's eyes flushed anxiously. His best friend had just died in battle. If there is another accident in Quan today's, Itachi was extremely violent and rushed directly on it. What? Chapter 150. Itachi cries bitterly on the other side. a group of teenagers from the Uchiha family were chased. These so-called geniuses, where can they survive the battle-tested Mist Shinobi? Others are killing machines crawling out of the dead, they're just flowers in the greenhouse. In contrast, the genius teenagers of the Uchiha clan are not worth mentioning. Kill all, don't keep one. Many Mist Shinobi surrounded them, one by one with raging killing intent. On Itachi's side, he continued to fight Mist Shinobi Jonin, who was fighting before, and the two couldn't fight. Ninjutsu has fought for several rounds, and there is still no winner or loser. Why is this kid so powerful? Mist Shinobi Jonin became more and more frightened as he fought. He was just a big kid, but his fighting power was comparable to Jonin. Even he seems to be at a disadvantage. This is too nonsense. While he was distracted and surprised, Itachi came close to kill. Mist Shinobi Jonin punched out, and the little guy volleyed into the air, avoiding the punch. The calf swept a dangerous arc. Boom! Mist Shinobi Jonin was kicked and flew out. The strength of a small body is surprisingly terrifying. This foot fell, and several broken teeth flew out of the mouth. Damn B************************** D. You angered me 24. Mist Shinobi Jonin was furious. He was also Jonin anyway, and he was hit by a stinky kid. If this spreads out, what is the face? Itachi flicked his hand, and a dense row of suffering came oncoming. Do you think lousy is a trash fish? The Mist Shinobi Jonin shouted sharply, his body retreated, and the snakeskin walked away easily. Itachi seemed to see through his retreat route and was already in place in advance. Fire style. The fire is lost. A huge fireball gushed out from Itachi's mouth. FK. Lin Shan, who was observing in the dark, exclaimed directly. This technique was taught to Itachi. This kid can already be released? The destruction of the fire is a B-level ninjutsu, perhaps because chakra is not enough, and the range of the fireball is not large. But at his age, most people don't even learn great fireball. A genius is a genius. Lin Shan sighed, and then his gaze caught up with mockery. What about genius? He hasn't played with him. It's just an accessory that turns on nuclear energy. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Advertisement boom. The fireball engulfed it as Mist Shinobi Jonin, and his whole body was swallowed by flames. Hysterical screams and wailing came from the mouth of Mist Shinobi. Itachi didn't delay much, and quickly went after other Mist Shinobi. Quan, you may be fine. Ferret was anxious and quickly disappeared under the night sky. Lin Shan followed. On the other side, the teenagers of the Uchiha family, someone has fallen in a pool of blood. There were 3 bodies on the ground, and one person was seriously injured. One of them is Quan's body. Driven to a desperate situation, this little kid also went out and blew the horn of counterattack to the enemy. Unfortunately, she does not have the strength of Itachi, nor does she have a teacher like Lin Shan to teach. The first person to hit the street is the spring. He was killed directly by Mist Shinobi, and kunai pierced his heart. Before dying, she still thought of Itachi in her eyes. Quan ah! Itachi finally arrived in a hurry, looking at the spring in the pool of blood, clutching his head and howling in pain. Why? Why did this happen to him one after another? Unprecedented pain, breeding in his mind, his pupils are undergoing astonishing changes. How did it happen? Why did this kid run over? Where's the boss? Should I be killed by this kid? Fart. The boss is an experienced Jonin, how could it be solved by a kid? Several Mist Shinobi ninjas whispered, they looked at Itachi. Joined to kill him, everyone approached, but before they approached, Lin Shan fell from the sky. Wind-style tornado dance. The spiral storm swallowed a few people and looked like a tornado. Puff, 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 puff. The howling gale is no different from the blade of a knife, and the Mist Shinobi are torn apart. Itachi, are you okay? Lin Shan lifted Itachi up with a worried look, but stared at him. Sure enough, it was 2 red Go Jade that came into view. Advertisement. Lin Shan smiled inwardly, still caring. Cheer up, Itachi. Quan, she is dead. Itachi's voice was dead silent, revealing despair. His emotionless voice feels like a machine. Quan is dead? The actor Lin Shan was possessed. Tears were squeezed out of the corner of his eyes. She is a rare genius in the clan. This is a huge loss for the Uchiha clan. Ming. Itachi also started crying, and his emotions broke down completely. Lin Shan was crying on the surface, but he was quite speechless in his heart. Is this still the cold ferret god in the future? Fallen? Don't worry, Itachi, have you forgotten my abilities? Lin Shan patted Itachi on the shoulder and comforted. I can bring the dead back to life. It's not that Lin Shan made a good will and resurrected the spring, which is convenient for second use. After all, Itachi has to count on her to open Sanguyu. Really, master? Itachi grabbed Lin Shan's arm excitedly. In fact, he had heard about Nawaki's resurrection. But the price is too great. Isn't that kind of technique costing the master's 20-year lifespan of 370? It's extremely difficult for Itachi. Even if she feels distressed about Quan's death, she can't make fun of Lin Shan. For you, master, I don't care if I spend 30 years of life. Lin Shan looked at Itachi with satisfaction. You are my hope for the future, and even the hope of the Uchiha clan. Well, this sentence doesn't have any moisture. Itachi God is really Lin Shan's hope in the future. Open the hope of nuclear energy. Eternal Mangekyo. Wow, God Weasel is crying again. Even worse than before, tears rained down, lying in Lin Shan's arms weeping bitterly, crying, and wailing.
Master, I am sorry for you.
It's okay, stupid boy, I love you as a teacher. Lin Shan rubbed Itachi's hair while looking into the distance, silent. I'm so sorry. I'll just give Mangekyo Sharingan to me obediently in the future, but don't give it to your stupid brother Sasuke. Lin Shan muttered inwardly, bring everyone back. In addition, take Quan's body back, and wait for me to sell the war, and then return to the village to resurrect her. About the resurrection spring, don't preach to outsiders. Lin Shan warned. Itachi nodded vigorously after hearing the words, this is the secret of him and the master, and he will never tell anyone. Chapter 151 Iching, keep on talking. Kirigakure's command tent. Almost all the ninjas that could be fought were sent out. Even so, no news of victory was received. Instead, a series of casualties continued to come from the front. Terumi Mei was deeply hit. Also, if you can fight, can there be ninja swords 7 people can fight? A few of them have not been swept away by Lin Shan. Master Terumi Mei, unable to break through the enemy's defenses, this battle is a failure. Ching said anxiously. This is near Konoha. Their wounded can be rescued as soon as possible, but we. Before dawn, if you can't tell the outcome, just retreat. Terumi Mei calmed down. But Master Mizukage let us fight until the last one, Ching said embarrassedly. His order, don't worry about it, Terumi Mei said blankly. That's Mizukage. Ching choked out a sigh of relief and aided Shangshin Leopard's courage, and didn't dare to challenge Mizukage. If it's okay before, Kirigakure also has an elder master, his power is no less than Mizukage. After his inexplicable death, all the power of Kirigakure fell into the hands of 4th generation. In the past few days, I have thought about the affairs of Lord Mizukage. He is not right, Terumi Mei's eyes were shining brightly. It's not right again. Green brows frowned slightly. He had heard Terumi Mei say it several times. What exactly does this so-called, something wrong, refer to? I speculate that Lord Mizukage may be controlled by someone. Terumi Mei speaks surprisingly. In fact, in the original history, 4th Mizukage Yagura was indeed controlled. In the end, Terumi Mei saw it too, but that's all for the future. Huh? Probably not. Ching said in disbelief. That's Master Mizukage, one of Kirigakure's strongest people. If someone does it, how strong should they be? If even the shadow of a village can be controlled casually, what kind of monster is the real murderer behind the scenes? My green scalp was numb, and I didn't dare to think about it. If Terumi Mei guessed correctly, it would be terrible. What kind of existence dominates Kirigakure? If you think about it carefully, what the former Mizukage-sama looked like, and what it is now, compare them, and you will find that they are 2 completely different people. I don't dare to talk nonsense about the other orders to go to war with Konoha. This alone can't explain it. Master Mizukage once said that the 4 major powers have fought fiercely and suffered heavy losses. Kirigakure can develop with peace of mind for more than 10 or 2 decades and can surpass other major countries in one fell swoop. He said this to me personally, and as a result, it's not yet at war with Konoha. Terumi Mei analyzes it in the face of danger. As the saying goes, there must be a demon if something goes wrong. Advertisement, she should have seen it long ago. I seem to have heard a very interesting topic. A voice came from outside the tent. Bold, Ching was furious and rushed out for the first time. But boom! A dull voice sounded, and Ching half dead flew in again. Being unbiased and falling right in front of Terumi Mei. Who? Terumi Mei suddenly squeezed Kunai tightly. It's so surprising, I didn't expect to see you in such a place. Lin Shan came in lazily. Hello, Miss Terumi Mei. Uchiha Lin Shan. Terumi Mei recognized Lin Shan at a glance, and a layer of sweat penetrated her pretty face. Don't be nervous, I'm very interested in what you just said, Ching, keep talking. Lin Shan sat down casually, picked up the apple on the table and nodded. This is Kirigakure's base camp. Are you going deep alone and looking for death? Terumi Mei's beautiful eyes are accompanied by cold light, which is too rampant. Dare to break in alone, and still sit in front of her unscrupulously? I still love Ching, love your sister, love, not your courtier. Kirigakure's base camp. Lin Shan grinned. It turns out that this is Kirigakure's base camp. The defense is so lax. If you don't say it, I almost didn't see it. Come on, Terumi Mei shouted outside. Lin Shan was fearless, still lying lazily on the chair gnawing apples. Speak louder. Staring at Terumi Mei's demon-burning figure, Lin Shan narrowed his eyes. The lordosis is raised and the back is curled, and the water snake-like waist is fully gripped. The girl's figure is very plump. A pair of long, snow-white legs are exposed, which is particularly eye-catching. With such beautiful long legs, it's a pity not to kick 3 rounds. Lin Shan teased. Terumi Mei's face is pale. What is the situation? Why is no one coming in? She looked out, and all the ninjas stationed there fell underground. They are controlled by my illusion, girl. Lin Shan said lightly. Continue with your analysis just now. I'm not yours. Advertisement, Terumi Mei said coldly. Yes, you are indeed not my subordinate, but you are my captive. Lin Shan unfolded the nuclear energy Mangekyo in an instant, and his violent pupil power rushed into his mind. Terumi Mei suddenly felt his head extremely heavy, and the world he saw in front of him was also dim. Illusory. She shook her head, trying to make herself more awake. The violent dizziness spread all over the body, as if being shocked, and indescribable numbness permeated. Puff. Terumi Mei fell softly, she bit her tongue resolutely. The hot sting made her clear a lot. This is Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power. Just one stare at each other will make the opponent lose the power to resist. Terumi Mei looked at Lin Shan in a panic. Before, she thought that the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost was useless. She led the 7 ninja knives and brought hundreds of elites. She was defeated by one person. It was a waste of money. But looking at it now, isn't she useless? She doesn't have the strength to resist at all. Order your men to surrender. Lin Shan has a cigarette in his mouth. Kirigakure, fight to the last person, never surrender. Terumi Mei gritted her silver teeth. You sure? Sure. I admire the warrior who is not afraid of death, so let's start with him. Good Zhao's execution. Lin Shan walked to the green face. This guy was kicked and fainted just now. He pulled out kunai and approached Qing's neck. You. Terumi Mei's beautiful eyes are full of anger, but Qing is her most loyal dogleg. Don't you want to fight to the last person? Let's finish him, won't you? Lin Shan smiled evilly. I can agree to your request, but it is difficult to surrender. Terumi Mei still persuaded. It wouldn't be better for this long ago. Lin Shan looked at Terumi Mei contemptuously. Those words before were just farts, right? For the time being, tell me about Kirigakure's situation. He has been thinking about where Black Zetsu has gone. That guy has controlled Obito's body. Shouldn't he go to Kirigakure? Even, he suspected that Black Zetsu used Obito to control 4th Mizukage. Chapter 152 Terumi Mei, you are a pole dancing genius. Terumi Mei's small face was completely reluctant, and both cheeks bulged up and looked angrily. Faced with this situation, she can't help it. The man is the sword sister and I am the fish. Go ahead. Lin Shan smiled and looked at her, and by the way, he took a stick from the table. When we were young, when we were in school, if we didn't answer the teacher's question well, it would be slapped on the A** drum. Miss Terumi Mei, don't you want to experience it? Lin Shan shook the stick, his eyes full of threats. You don't talk nonsense there. Do you really think I haven't gone to school? Terumi Mei grinned furiously. Do you think I read less? In the ninja school, how can there be such a strange way of punishment? At the same time, she couldn't help her brain opening, and she was lying there on her stomach. Lin Shan slammed the stick hard, and the picture was simply terrific. Oh, won't let you succeed, Terumi Mei said. It's nothing. 4th Mizukage's recent actions are a bit abnormal. How suspicious. What is the basis? Lin Shan continued to ask. He did some very outrageous things, many things. Terumi Mei thought for a while, and recalled. First of all, her temperament changed drastically. It started to become 370 indifferent and ruthless. He didn't take human life seriously. He was not so cold-blooded before. For example, this attack on Konoha, which does not count casualties, clearly knows. There is not much chance of winning, but Mist Shinobi's life is not taken seriously. Lin Shan listened quietly, and to be honest, he didn't know what was going on with Kirigakure. But when Terumi Mei said so, Lin Shan felt that it might be necessary to rush over and take a look. In addition, if I remember correctly, Kirigakure has 2 Jinchuriki. People are not 3 tails and 6 tails, don't do it for nothing. 3 tails is still in the wild, and 6 tails is a kid called Yu Gao. Terumi Mei, you are very promising, Lin Shan suddenly praised. She looked at Lin Shan puzzled. What do you want to say? It's easy to deal with smart people. I can tell you frankly that 4th Mizukage is controlled by someone. Lin Shan said surely. Do you have evidence? Terumi Mei's eyes lit up. Advertisement. No. Lin Shan shook his head. Then what the hell are you talking about here? Terumi Mei is anxious, wanting my mother? Evidence or something is actually not important at all, CA. I said he was controlled, even if not, I said yes, he was. Lin Shan is extremely domineering, his bright eyes glow and sharp as a knife. Terumi Mei subconsciously choked and spit. What are your plans? 4th Mizukage wages a war against Konoha, he is damned. Lin Shan decided the fate of Yagura in one sentence. No matter if he is controlled or not, I will kill him. HMPH, don't look down on our village too much, Kirigakure is also one of the 5 big countries anyway. Terumi Mei was rather unconvinced, it's not that fragile. Ha ha ha, what about the 5 big countries, are they amazing? A group of ants, manly arms as a car, overwhelming. Lin Shan's conversation turned. Cloud Shinobi Village and Sanagakure, aren't they one of the 5 big countries? I won't kill 3rd Raikage and 4th Kazekage, and kill another Mizukage. How difficult can it be? Even if Yagura's strength is not bad, it cannot be better than 3rd Raikage. I told you for a long time, you don't seem to understand what it means. Lin Shan didn't hide it. After 4th generation died, 5th Mizukage must have come on stage. Kirigakure has no outstanding young generation. According to my estimation, you will be the next generation of Mizukage. Terumi Mei was stunned when he heard the words, and then smiled bitterly. You can count on me. In the hands of Lin Shan, life and death are unpredictable, and what else to talk about Mizukage or Mizukage? As long as you obey my orders obediently, Mizukage will definitely be yours. Lin Shan said with confidence. Originally, the 7 ninja swordsmen were your competitors, but unfortunately they were all captured alive by me. How about it? Do you want to give it a go? A chance for a bicycle to become a motorcycle. Lin Shan seduced. Terumi Mei moved when he heard the words, and this war shouldn't have happened. Pies that have not fallen from the sky, what do you want? Terumi Mei asked eagerly. The two head and tail beasts of the water country are mine. Lin Shan said indifferently, and what's next is. And also, advertisement. Terumi Mei interrupted Lin Shan directly. Just two beasts with two heads and tails are enough to hurt. Still the lion speaks? Don't you want to make a face? You should know that the tail beast is equivalent to the heritage of a village. Terumi Mei emphasized loudly. It is unrealistic to give you the tail beast. It's okay if you don't give it. Lin Shan was unexpectedly easy to talk. Before Terumi Mei could breathe a sigh of relief, she started to beat her again. Then I will sigh myself, no one can stop it anyway. Terumi Mei was full of black lines, and she was unreasonable with the robber. What do you want? Terumi Mei asked haggardly. The place where Kirigakure farts is bigger, really can't withstand Lin Shan's wild asking price. Is Danzo working with you? Just grab the old thing and give it to me, and I will abolish him personally. The skin is white and beautiful, with a thin waist and long legs with a raised lordosis. Forgive me, Kirigakure is no better than Sanagakure. Terumi Mei has a bitter expression on her face, and then cautiously asked, then our war is over, right? Terumi Mei refused without hesitation, joking. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. You order the retreat, and I will also let the Konoha shinobi stop attacking. That's it. Lin Shan joked. You seem surprised, do you want to pay tribute to other things? But it's okay to say. Lin Shan is so refreshing, Terumi Mei's opinion of him also has a subtle change. Why is this B******** D so embarrassed to say it? Lin Shan touched his chin and said with a weird smile. With all due respect, you are simply a genius for pole dancing, so you can dance one for me. Lin Shan smiled and said, I'm not embarrassed Kirigakure, how about you personally promise me a condition? Stop, that's it? Terumi Mei looked at Lin Shan unexpectedly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Bingen's killing intent flashed across Lin Shan's eyes. Let her this future Mizukage go pole dancing. However, Mist Shinobi caused such a big riot, shouldn't Konoha be compensated? It is an explanation for those who died in the war. Chapter 153 As long as I am not embarrassed, it is you who are embarrassed. I don't know how to dedicate myself to art. Today's young people lack the spirit of self-sacrificing for others. Lin Shan blamed. I just simply appreciate art, you think too much. Ha ha. Terumi Mei sneered. If it weren't for your many lovers, my old lady might believe your nonsense. After half an hour, the two sides had a tacit truce. As for the 7 ninja swords captured alive, Lin Shan simply killed them all. Anyway, it won't be put back anymore, like the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, who made a lot of criticism to Terumi Mei. Once I heard that she was a Mizukage, I would definitely have to jump to the sky to oppose it, and maybe even make a mutiny. In the original history, why Terumi Mei became 5th Mizukage, in addition to her personal ability, there is another reason. The controlled Yagura carried out a large-scale purge, it was a bloody years, a large number of Mist Shinobi elite were eliminated. After waiting for an hour, Mist Shinobi began to retreat across the board. Terumi Mei gave an order, and the ninja army returned to the land of water. This unprepared war is simply ridiculous. Mist Shinobi didn't get any benefit except for paying nearly 8,000 casualties. On the contrary, it seems that the 7 ninja swordsmen have been wiped out, and even the 2 tail beasts have to be compensated, the blood number of this battle. After returning to the village, Lin Shan gave his godson's little girlfriend Iquan, using the wheel revolving heaven to be resurrected. Am I dead? Quan looked at Itachi and Lin Shan in confusion. It's the master, oh no, Godfather resurrected you. Itachi suppressed his excitement and said, Godfather? Quan stared at Lin Shan subconsciously, except for him, there was no one else present. Puff through. Lin Shan also fell to the ground weak, looking at the sky and sighing. I could live 60 years old, and resurrect Nawaki and you one after another, losing 40 years of life. From now on, I can only live to be 20 years old. The actor Lin Shan is possessed again, and his speech is lonely and bleak, revealing a distressing desolation. Wow. Hearing the words, Quan flew directly and hugged Lin Shan with tears in his eyes. She did not expect Lin Shan to be so great. In order to resurrect her, she was willing to let herself lose another 20 years of life. After the resurrection, even the little boyfriend Itachi was left alone. When Itachi saw this scene, his expression became slightly stiff, and he was relieved immediately. Godfather resurrected Quan. What's wrong with a warm hug?
You guys work harder, don't waste my effort. Understand? Lin Shan patted Quan's head and looked at them expectantly. Advertisement. I will never disappoint Master Lin Shan. Quan clenched his small fist. I swear. Then I will be content. Lin Shan left contentedly. He hunched over and his figure was extremely long. Quan and Itachi were extremely complicated in their hearts. Especially Quan was so moved. She and Lin Shan are completely strangers, and they have never met. Take a look, what is called a great man, this is a great man. In the future, in Quan's inner world, besides Itachi, there is another person Lin Shan. Uchiha Fugaku's house. You want to leave. Uchiha Fugaku heard that Lin Shan was planning to go to Kirigakure, and solemnly said, as for the Black Zetsu you said, Lin Shan, you must be careful. Since the other party can live for thousands of years, there must be a lot of means. There are indeed many means. Lin Shan did not deny that Black Zetsu may not have much fighting power, but he inherited the will of Otsutsuki Kaguya. He has a series of life-saving methods that even Lin Shan can't match. Once used Amaterasu to burn Black Zetsu, this guy used some weird means to escape. According to Lin Shan's estimation, it is probably the yin and yang. Yin and yang escape can invalidate all ninjutsu. If fourth Mizukage is really controlled, this war is a misunderstanding. You can truce with them on my behalf. Uchiha Fugaku takes the heavy responsibility. I will. Lin Shan nodded, and then he went home. After spending the night with Tsunade and the rest, Lin Shan left at dawn. In the jungle south of Konoha village, a figure slashed across the treetops, and a lot of green leaves fell along with it. Lin Shan looked into the distance and could vaguely see Mist Shinobi's ninja army. He quickly pursued it. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Shan had wind on the soles of his feet and moved extremely fast. After a few minutes, he chased Kurigakure's rear troops. It was Konoha's chasers who came. My god, it seems that Uchiha Lin Shan is still that. It's not like, it's him. 7 ninjamen heard that they were defeated by him. For flowers 0, is my big Mist Shinobi going to finish? After seeing Lin Shan catching up, the Kurigakure ninja wailed. Terumi Mei in the crowd gritted his teeth. These idiots, even if the enemy is strong, you shouldn't be scared like this, right? Advertisement. Some people even collapsed to the ground. Terumi Mei might have forgotten, she was just like this before. Don't be nervous, the other party is not attacking us. Terumi Mei soothed loudly. After breaking into the enemy camp, Lin Shan did not do anything. He walked straight to Terumi Mei. Ahem, Uchiha Lin Shan. After all, in front of so many people, Terumi Mei wants to protect her face anyway. In any case, it is also the future 5th Mizukage. 0. But, Lin Shan didn't know that he took out a cane and swished it out. What kind of wolf with a big tail? Snapped. An extremely accurate whip fell directly on Terumi Mei's fart drum. Wow. Terumi Mei yelled in pain, her pretty face flushed immediately. The rest of Mist Shinobi looked at each other. Gee, what did they see? Under the eyes of everyone, this guy dares to smoke Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei's beautiful eyes breathed fire, and as soon as she was about to run away, Lin Shan put out her thoughts of revenge with a word. You are still alive and panting, all relying on my uncle's kindness, and now you still want to use me to stand up. Lin Shan's eyes are compelling, like a falcon. Thinking of Lin Shan's terrifying strength, Terumi Mei rubbed her drum, and said bitterly, the mountains will not turn, the water will turn, sooner or later there will be the day you regret it, let's see. Come with me, Terumi Mei said blankly. She looked upright and her eyes were extremely calm, as if someone else had been drawn just now. Yes, Terumi Mei's idea is very simple. As long as I am not embarrassed, it is you who are embarrassed. The two went straight away and walked directly to Terumi Mei's tent. Lin Shan deliberately showed a wretched smile. This makes a lot of Mist Shinobi's eyes warm and open. Could it be that in the future, Kurigakure, they need one more Uncle Konoha with Sharingan? P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. Chapter 154 Danzo. When did I become the father-in-law? After entering the tent, Lin Shan just found a place to sit down. He seemed to have arrived at his home, put his legs on the table, looked at the water glass on the table, and took a big sip. Terumi Mei straightened her face when she saw it. What's wrong? Your face is so ugly. After putting down the water glass, Lin Shan glanced at Terumi Mei strangely. Is this your glass? It's okay, I don't dislike you. Lin Shan waved his hand generously. His family, what do you care about such trivial things? Terumi Mei is full of black lines, don't you despise me? But I despise you. Hoo. Terumi Mei took a breath and forced herself to calm down and calm down. After all, Lin Shan is the boss's father. Do you have any plans? Terumi Mei asked patiently. Plan? Lin Shan said nonchalantly. Just a mere danzo, plus a black zetsu. What plan is needed for 370? Just run over. There are still many elite soldiers under danzo. Terumi Mei's bright eyes glowed. Do you want Mist Shinobi as a helper? If you want to help, you can. Lin Shan pointed to the 2 legs. Chasing you like a dog, your legs are tired and broken. First help me rub them. You. Terumi Mei was furious. Are you sure you are looking for a partner, not a nanny? Is it possible to share a common understanding between the partner and the nanny? No. Terumi Mei refused sternly. What a beautiful embryo, why do you keep your face cold? Lin Shan asked patiently. Speaking of which, what I told you before, should you think about it? So I like pole dancing, you can do it yourself. Terumi Mei responded in an angry tone. This. Lin Shan thought for a while, and then whispered softly, or we should be together. Terumi Mei. She was convinced, this guy must have something wrong with his head. In the coastal area of the country of fire, ninjas in 2 villages are facing each other. Mist Shinobi is the aggressor, the 2 sides should have been fighting, but at this moment, there is a strange phenomenon. The 2 sides are like friends, together in harmony. To the east is Kurigakure's position, and to the west is the root of Danzo's leadership. Advertisement. Since the decision to cooperate with Mizukage, the 2 sides have never fought at all. From time to time, I would like to express my cordial condolences. In Danzo's tent, there is news from the village, Mist Shinobi seems to have failed. Even, Orochimaru picked up the wanted warrant in his hand, somewhat inconceivable. Shimura Danzo, an S-rank rebel. S-class rebel Orochimaru. Mother, they haven't decided to defect yet. Has this wanted order spread all over the ninja world? For Konoha, are they useless? Lin Shan. Don't do it 6. Take a look at the old man. Danzo snatched the wanted warrant and took a closer look. His face suddenly turned into pig liver color. This wanted order must be made by the little b asterisk 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 d Uchiha Lin Shan. Danzo yelled. His old face was as wicked as a ghost. Why are you so angry? Orochimaru glanced at Danzo in surprise, and couldn't help but look up. Under the original portrait, there is a line of words. Name. Shimura Danzo. Nickname. Duke Duke. In addition, there are some fine prints under the nickname. Strong warning. Both men and women should stay away from the father-in-law, because they become eunuchs and their mentality is distorted. Seeing beautiful things will destroy them. Orochimaru finally understood Danzo. He quickly checked his reward order. Fortunately, there was no special introduction. It's just this portrait, it looks a bit like a woman. However, Orochimaru doesn't care about this kind of thing either. Are you ready, Orochimaru? I heard that Uchiha Lin Shan has also arrived. Give him a big surprise. Danzo said coldly. That kid will definitely be taken aback. I am looking forward too. Orochimaru preached mysteriously. One day later, Mist Shinobi, which Lin Shan and Terumi Mei were carrying, finally rushed back to the base camp station. However, what made Terumi Mei annoyed was that she was caught by a group of people as soon as she came back. What are you doing? Terumi Mei was furious. Advertisement. What? Yagura walked out of the crowd with cold eyes, looking at Terumi Mei's eyes as if looking at a dead person without emotion. What is my order for you? Repeat it. Yagura said coldly. Fight until the last soldier. Terumi Mei replied pale. So, Yagura looked at the large crowds behind and asked coldly, what's the matter with this group of defeated soldiers? The subtext of this is, why didn't they die on the battlefield? Terumi Mei's heart is chilled. Sure enough, this guy is definitely not the original arrow. You are not Mizukage-sama. Terumi Mei had a direct showdown. Her jewel-like eyes were extremely deep. He is not as cold as you. Joke. I'm not a watercolor, are you? Yagura sneered, but there was a wave of light in the depths of his pupils. Exposed. Black Zetsu, who was hiding somewhere, whispered. He was still attached to Obito, unable to drive him away. With Obito, Black Zetsu can also control Obito to activate most pupil spells. Even the release of Kamui is no problem. As for exposure or not, Black Zetsu didn't think much about it. He controlled Kurigakure to fight, just wanting to avenge him. Last time I had such a big loss in Rain Shinobi village, I had to get some interest back. The life of Mist Shinobi, Black Zetsu really did not care. At this moment, Black Zetsu suddenly raised his head, a little surprise in his eyes. He clearly felt that a majestic mental power poured into Yagura's mind. Far more powerful than Obito, like the gap between the sea and the lake. This familiar mental power can't be wrong. Uchiha Lin Shan is here, and it's fine now. Black Zetsu didn't worry. Instead, the corners of his lips showed a slight curve of 0.4 triumphantly. He has given the things to Orochimaru, Uchiha Madara's body. A few months ago, the elderly Uchiha Madara was blown up by Lin Shan, and the body was broken into scum. Black Zetsu spent a lot of time collecting Madara's body again. And it was given to Orochimaru. In order to restore Madara to its peak state, Orochimaru spent several days and nights transforming Uchiha Madara. If Uchiha Madara Impure World Reincarnation is taken, it is the peak state of the youth. In addition, Orochimaru also has the bodies of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. With such equipment, why can't it do Lin Shan? Black Zetsu said that like Uchiha Lin Shan, it's okay to do 10. Chapter 155 I am a serious man. Here, where is this? Yagura looked at the sky blankly and said something inexplicable. Master Mizukage. The others were also stunned. What the hell, amnesia? I remember. Yagura lowered her head, and what happened a few days ago came to mind again. I vaguely remember that Anbu reported a mysterious invasion. Yagura thought it was a spy from another village, so he rushed to investigate. He encountered a strange man. It was covered with a layer of pitch-black slime, and Yagura didn't know what the other party was called. All in all, he has Sharingan from the Uchiha family. And defeated him with overwhelming pupil power. With that exaggerated pupil power, just glanced at him lightly, and Yagura was completely lost. Master Mizukage, have you recovered? Terumi Mei asked sluggishly, and then, joy appeared on her pretty face. Terumi Mei, how did you get caught? Yagura glanced at Terumi Mei strangely. As for the Mist Shinobi who grabbed Terumi Mei, they were speechless. Boy, this head is broken by the door. 24. Didn't you just order it? Let her go, Yagura said aggressively, and several Kurigakure were secretly depressed, and immediately untied again. This time you have been successful in fighting the rebellion, I decided. Yagura looked at Terumi Mei with satisfaction. I decided to marry you to Uchiha Madara Lin Shan as a concubine. Hearing that, Terumi Mei's brain was messed up. This is called Ping Rebellion Yugong. Are you sure it's not cheating her? Saved you and sold me instead. In addition, even if you marry Lin Shan, why is it a concubine? I, Terumi Mei, have no cards like this. Not right. Suddenly realizing something, Terumi Mei locked onto Yagura. Why did Yagura get out of control? Her eyes spread out subconsciously. Although she did not see Lin Shan, there is no doubt that he must have done it. Only he and Black Zetsu can snatch Yagura's mating rights. Yagura got rid of that guy's control, but now, he is dominated by Uchiha Lin Shan again. Terumi Mei suddenly realized that the remarks just now were probably made by Lin Shan under the control of Yagura. Advertisement. HMPH, marrying you as a concubine, you are so beautiful. Terumi Mei is like a proud white goose, raising her white neck. To say that Yagura is pitiful enough, he just got rid of the control of Black Zetsu, and turned his head to be controlled by Lin Shan again. Sadly, everyone, all follow the order. Yagura waved his hand and pointed at the distant camp. Danzo is gone. Many Mist Shinobi looked at each other. Before, they were good brothers in the top 5. Turn your face when you say turn your face. What are you doing in a daze? Charge me. Yagura shouted again. Attack Danzo immediately. The attack command was passed down layer by layer, and within a few minutes, Yagura's attack command was transmitted to every Mist Shinobi's ear. On Danzo's side, the old guy was hiding in the tent alone. Since the young Danzo was cut, peeing has been a problem. In desperation, Danzo could only find a tube to dredge himself. Whenever I think of this, Danzo's face is filled with endless hatred. Wait for me, Uchiha Lin Shan, the old man will not spare you. When you fall into my hands, all the pain I have tasted these days will all be returned to you. Danzo roared, eyes flushed. Too awkward. What? At this moment, a figure rushed in, and Danzo, who was P***********G off the pipe, was immediately seen clearly. His face is green, special. However, after seeing Orochimaru, his face eased a little. For the rest, just shoot to death. Only Orochimaru doesn't believe it, he still has something to use for Orochimaru, and Orochimaru also controls the coffin of impure world reincarnation. Danzo will never break with Orochimaru unless forced to do so. Even if Orochimaru saw this thing right now, Danzo still tried his best to keep calm. But Orochimaru looked and looked again. After a long time, O said with emotion, it turns out that it was solved in this way. I have learned a lot. I don't know how Master Danzo learned about it. Orochimaru asked with interest. The eunuch in the Daming Palace said it. Danzo said blankly, Orochimaru, it's better to give me a reasonable explanation. Mist Shinobi attacked and we were surrounded. Orochimaru said directly. Advertisement. Yagura turned her face. Danzo's face suddenly sank. Mist Shinobi's forces were dozens of times more powerful than his men. There is no comparison at all. It wasn't Yagura who turned his face. The person who controlled Yagura behind the scenes failed. He lost to Uchiha Lin Shan. Orochimaru explained the reason. How do you know? Danzo narrowed his eyes. You have a relationship with them. Speaking of which, Uchiha Madara's body seems to be given by the other party. Orochimaru's forehead, he has already decided that Danzo can't get along anymore, so he will follow the guy who controls Obito. There is no way. In that case, Orochimaru, let's show off all the fine products you have collected over the years. Danzo's voice was gloomy. I think so. Orochimaru hissed. His voice was like Lion Majesty's vomiting, chilling. It didn't take long for Gen's ninja and Mist Shinobi to fight each other. The situation is one-sided, the ninja of the Root organization is completely submerged in the torrent of Mist Shinobi's numbers. Even if the Roots are brave and good at fighting, they can't hold them with one enemy and 10. There are not many people under Danzo at all. 370. Lin Shan and Terumi Mei hid in the back, watching leisurely. Waiting for the Root fish to be solved, I will kill Danzo. You, just give me a local lover. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Lin Shan patted his forehead and replied, let you marry me as a concubine, right? I can't accept this condition. You think so too? Lin Shan stood on the top of a hill, looking far away. What's it like to engage in a group of concubines? What age is it? He will only marry Shirahong Mingzong in the future. What Yagura said just now, did you manipulate him to say it? Terumi Mei paused, her pretty face flushed, and she couldn't say anything so hard to say. I, Uchiha Lin Shan, is a serious man. I only love red one person, and in my bones, I highly respect monogamy. He said, my concubine or something, I must not ask for it. But, as for the rest, yes, they are underground lovers. Oh, I remember. Terumi Mei hurriedly nodded in agreement. The two of them finally agreed. I don't understand what you are talking about. Chapter 156 First Generation Second Generation Resurrected, Elementary School Student Danzo who complained to the teacher. Terumi Mei was panting, and her career line kept fluctuating. She still stopped talking, she was not Lin Shan's opponent at all. Not even qualified to ever move. Boom 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 boom. The earth trembled violently, like an earthquake, tearing crisscross cracks. Immediately afterwards, endless woods were drilled out of the soil. Mist Shinobi suffered a devastating blow. Isn't this the long-lost wood style? Terumi Mei wiped his eyes. Impossible, this technique belongs to Senju Hashirama, how could anyone else use it? There are actually a lot of people who know wood style, even Danzo himself. There are only 2 people who can play wood style to this level. It's either Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara. Lin Shan calmly analyzed and said that he stood with his hands in his hands without panic. Although Uchiha Madara is a latecomer, it is commonplace, such as Arrow of the Tree Realm and Arrow of the Flower Tree Realm, as well as other techniques, and it is no weaker than Senju Hashirama. What Uchiha Madara lacks is wood-style sage art. Speaking of which, can Orochimaru live in Hall? Lin Shan is full of doubts. Whether it is Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama, they can play such a wide range of wood style. After the resurrection of impure world reincarnation, their strength can be said to have 8 to 9 levels in their lifetime. This also verifies a problem on the side. Orochimaru did not control the will of the deceased. Otherwise, it would not have such a strong combat effectiveness. For details, please refer to the log leaf collapse plan. During Konoha Chunan's exam, Orochimaru and 3rd Hokage fought decisively, and the summoned 1st generation and 2nd generation were simply chickens. Was hung and beaten by an old Sarutobi Hiruzen and was easily sealed. It was so weak because Orochimaru controlled the will of the 2 Hokages. They lost their previous fighting skills and were as dull and awkward as a machine. And now they can do whatever they want. It might even be possible to kill Orochimaru, the operator, in seconds. The core battlefield where Mist Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi fight. 2 men appeared and attracted the attention of countless people. Unexpectedly, we will see the day again. You said so, Tobarama. The man who spoke looked at the brilliant sky and deeply missed his eyes. Advertisement. This man seems to be Theogod of Ninja, Senju Hashirama. Many people recognized Senju Hashirama. Although I haven't seen Senju Hashirama's deity, Konoha's Hokage Rock and the standing statue in the Valley of End still exist today. Compared with the man in front of me, it is like carved out of a mold. Yes, brother. The silver-haired man next to him slightly his forehead, touched his broken body, and hummed uncomfortably, which guy is playing with the technique I developed? Tobarama, you like messing things up like this. Senju Hashirama scolded unhappy, and then the two looked behind him together. You were the caster, right? Senju Hashirama looked at Orochimaru and asked, taking a closer look, and was surprised. You seem to have a lot of my cells in your body. Orochimaru, who was being stared at, froze slightly, FK, and he just glanced at his family and revealed it. You are. Senju Tobarama looked at Danzo uncertainly. Shimura Danzo. Danzo is his former student. Even if he grows old, he can still see a trace of his youth. It's me, Lord Tobarama. Danzo said excitedly. This guy's body is all my cells. Senju Hashirama took a deep look at Danzo. 2 adults, I'm sorry for the undead who disturbed you. The village is facing an unprecedented crisis at the moment, and I hope the 2 adults will solve it. Orochimaru said sincerely and gave up the seal to prevent a sneak attack. The main reason is that it can't be prevented. Senju Hashirama's words may be able to destroy him in an instant. Do you mean these Mist Shinobi? Senju Tobarama turned his head and glanced at the film of Mist Shinobi, his eyes sharp and calm. I didn't take Mist Shinobi to heart at all. If this is the reason, I can forgive you. Senju Hashirama laughed boldly. Senju Tobarama also added. At the beginning I developed impure world reincarnation, and had a similar idea. If it is just to deal with the enemy and revive us, you can be regarded as using it on the right way. But when he looked at Orochimaru and Danzo, he didn't look like a decent person. The 2 adults misunderstood. Shimura Danzo's eyes are full of hatred. Mist Shinobi is at best a particle on the beach. Not to worry, the real enemy to deal with is Rumble. A body fell from the sky, smashed into the ground, and the smoke dissipated. Advertisement. The one who really has to deal with is me. Lin Shan pointed to his head and said. His appearance attracted everyone's attention, including Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Golden Sharingan. The Uchiha family also has this kind of Sharingan. Senju Tobarama's squinted eyes opened a little, and he recognized it as Sharingan at a glance, but the Golden Sharingan had never heard of it. It's him. Danzo is jealous and complains bitterly. His name is Uchiha Lin Shan, and he has turned the village upside down, and Sarutobi is so mad at him. The 4th Hokage of the village now is Uchiha Fugaku of the Uchiha clan. After the capture of Hokage, the Uchiha clan carried out a bloody cleansing of the village. They used their rights to insult others unscrupulously. Ms. Tobarama, apart from what I thought, your other students, Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, plus Sarutobi all died because of Uchiha Lin Shan. Danzo is like an elementary school student, complaining to the teacher. From 2nd Hokage, he felt a powerful and unmatched force, then. Senju Tobarama's eyes shot a dangerous light, as what Danzo said true. 2 people. Feeling the oncoming chakra storm, Orochimaru was surprised. Senju Tobarama, Senju Hashirama, Guang. The 2nd Hokage burst out like a tailed beast, and the ground under its feet shattered instantly. Boom. Lin Shan smiled. Are you going to do something with your grandson-in-law? We are originally a family. Lin Shan spread his hands. The Uchiha clan just did what they often do. Is this the strength of 2nd generation's purpose? Big, good Jiaohao, person who rebels against the law. Facing the impact of 2nd generation chakra, Lin Shan put his hands in kabuto, taking it easy. The 2 looked at each other, and both were dumbfounded. Chapter 157 We Are True Love. Danzo and Orochimaru also knew about Lin Shan and Tsunade. But can that also be an excuse? After Lin Shan's words fell, most of the anger in Senju Tobarama's eyes was cut off in an instant. The two brothers glanced at each other. In other words, Lin Shan is a clanman, right? But having said that, Uchiha and Senju can still get married. Oh my god. Rao is a god-tier sutra like Senju Hashirama, and his forehead is also dizzy. In the old days, these two families existed like mortal enemies. Who from the Senju clan are you married? Senju Tobarama asked in particular. Tsunade. Lin Shan confessed. Shao Tsunade. Senju Hashirama's mouth opened suddenly, and he didn't close it for a long time. It's Tsunade. Senju Tobarama's face was also slightly stagnant, and his eyes looked at Senju Hashirama with bitterness. Tsunade is good but I haven't learned it, but Senju Hashirama's bad habits are all learned. For example, gambling. This is also one of the reasons for Senju Tobarama's dissatisfaction. That's not right. Senju Tobarama soon realized that something was wrong. His eyes were like precision machines. From top to bottom, he took a close look at Lin Shan. You look like you are a 17,373-8-year-old child, eldest brother, how can you say that Tsunade is 40? Senju Tobarama looked at Senju Hashirama and asked. Probably. Senju Hashirama will also be suspicious. He looked at Danzo and Orochimaru and said, but these two guys did not deny it, indicating that this matter is probably true. Senju Tobarama's face turned black. Tsunade actually found one. This is no longer a veteran eating tender meat. Lin Shan is so special that he can be Tsunade's son. Two adults, age doesn't matter at all. I and Tsunade are totally in love. Advertisement. Lin Shan said loudly. So the two seniors, shouldn't they do anything to their grandson-in-law? Lin Shan said with a smile. Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama looked at each other, and said that, they are really hard to get started. Two adults, don't listen to his nonsense, he and the Uchiha clan messed up Konoha. Shimura Danzo continued the complaint and quickly said, the entire village is currently living in the shadow of Uchiha. If you don't kill him, the village will perish in the future. Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama frowned again, quite tangled. They are also very embarrassed between the village and their relatives. You are just farting. Lin Shan pointed at Danzo and cursed. The two Hokage adults don't know yet. Danzo blatantly flirted with Kurigakure in order to defeat the Uchiha clan, causing countless deaths and injuries. He is a traitor and a traitor. Danzo, you did it. Senju Tobarama's dignified tone with Danzo. The struggle within the village, he can understand, people are such creatures, where there are people, there are struggles, which is too normal. However, there must be a bottom line in the struggle. In order to deal with political opponents and join forces with outsiders, there is no forgiveness. Me. Shimura Danzo can't argue with 100 words, he wants to deny it, but the blockbuster Mist Shinobi is here, everyone is alive evidence. Looking at him like this is probably true, Tobarama. Senju Hashirama blamed. Look at what students you teach. To shut up, Senju Tobarama yelled, and Senju Hashirama was humbled in silence. Yes, sometimes, Senju Hashirama is very afraid of Senju Tobarama, and there is no chance of turning back. Ms. Tobarama, I am also out of helplessness. Danzo bit the bullet and explained. This guy does whatever he wants with his great strength, and relying on my strength is not enough to move to him. That's why I was forced to join forces with Mist Shinobi. Danzo said weakly. In front of outsiders, he is a group of reckless people. Senju Tobarama approached, like a kid who did something wrong, and didn't dare to breathe. You are too confused. It was right not to hand over the village to you. Senju Tobarama secretly rejoiced in his decision. If Danzo is Hokage, maybe Konoha has been destroyed. But Mitokado Homura and Sarutobi and Udatane Kaharu were killed. It is also true that Uchiha Lin Shan was behind the scenes. Danzo retorted. Advertisement. The reason. Senju Tobarama looked at Lin Shan. Is this important? I said it before. I just used their methods against Uchiha. In these years, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's high-level leaders has not been well governed. If it weren't for the Third Ninja War, they would have been at war with each other. If the Uchiha clan was defeated, the two would not see it today. It's my grandson-in-law. Lin Shan said slowly. He is not as persuasive as Danzo, neither humble nor overbearing. First of all, he has a Tsunade relationship. Secondly, Lin Shan's own strength is his greatest confidence. The humble-licking dog like Danzo shrank up like an ostrich. The old guy used to be bluffing during meetings in Hokage's office. Forget it, Tobarama, we can't take care of things now. They're all dead, so what are we worrying about? One is Tsunade, and the other is your student. The palms and backs of the hands are all meat. Senju Hashirama decided to say, let's not help each other. Senju Tobarama thought for a while, and finally nodded. I didn't expect it, Danzo. In this case, he is really not easy to take action. Even if Lin Shan is killed, the Uchiha clan will rule Konoha. Senju Tobarama. Senju Hashirama was very Buddhist, and recalled, besides the Uchiha clan as Hokage, I have always warmly welcomed him. Do you think there are only first generation and second generation in the whole cards? It doesn't matter which family is Hokage, as long as the village is still there, everyone can live happily. Lin Shan approached Danzo and said with a grin, this time, you will die soon. In addition, how does Tsunade explain it? He looked at Orochimaru, who shook his head. His stupid brother had always supported Uchiha Madara as Hokage. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. Orochimaru naturally understands Danzo's meaning, and if he controls the two Senju Tobirama forcibly, Orochimaru still has a little confidence, but facing Senju Hashirama, Orochimaru has no confidence at all. Orochimaru slapped the ground fiercely, and more than a dozen coffins rose from the ground. Summoning, Impure World Reincarnation Technique. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. 2 adults, you guys. After all, this resurrection is infinitely close to the strength of his life. Danzo's face is green, and his feelings have taken so much effort to call you out, but they are not helping each other, chatting with Uchiha Lin Shan. Chapter 158 Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan doesn't have it, but I have Rinnegan. Orochimaru is a collection addiction, the taste is heavy. The corpse or something is his favorite taste. The lid of the coffin split one after another, and several figures walked out one after another. Well, I want to thank Orochimaru. Lin Shan learned for the first time that what is called a coffin, the lid can't hold it down. Among those who have come out of the past generations, Lin Shan is familiar with many people. 3rd Raikage, 4th Kazekage, Hanzo of the Salamander killed by him. There are many strong players, such as Sunagakure 2nd Kazekage, 2nd Tsuchikage, 2nd Mizukage. Even 1st Mizukage and 1st Kazekage were summoned by Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you are really a local player. Lin Shan felt that the 4th War of Ninja in the original history, Yakushi Kabuto also summoned the Impure World Reincarnation Army. However, compared with the current members, both the scale and the lineup are much worse, and there are too many miscellaneous fish. Orochimaru's Impure World Reincarnation Army, all cage level. Typical player. Orochimaru was slightly lost and proudly said, "It sounds like he is complimenting me, but Lin Shan-kun, this is just the beginning, it's time to serve the main course." Orochimaru seals again, and another coffin breaks out. However, the two big men, 1st generation and 2nd Hokage, were indifferent throughout. They patronized and admired the great rivers and mountains. "Brother, have you seen it? This is the country I laid for Konoha after you died, isn't it pretty?" "Tobirama, don't talk nonsense. When these territories were built, Konoha was the only one. Brother, you've been dead for too many years, and you don't even have a bit of humor. It's so pitiful. Shut up to me, Gugn, you are useless at all, you were actually solved by a group of people." The brothers began to laugh at each other, not caring about other shadows or anything. Not at all concerned. The brothers suddenly raised their brows and couldn't help but look back. A familiar chakra came oncoming. No way, is this chakra? Senju Hashirama stared at the last coffin without moving. Senju Tobirama also opened his eyes wide. It's really him. Advertisement. Lin Shan also revealed a few surprises in his words, didn't he blew himself up? Bang. Good guy, others just couldn't cover the coffin board, and the last man who walked out of the coffin directly exploded the whole coffin. A man wearing armor and long black hair appeared. When he played, he seemed to bring his own BGM, and the sound of the wind had frozen at this moment, and there was a dead silence between the world and the earth. It actually made me resurrected in this way, those two bad guys. The man glanced at his broken body and was very dissatisfied. You two are also resurrected. Seeing Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, he was also very surprised. After discovering Lin Shan, a brutal color suddenly appeared in his pupils. Boy, Uchiha Madara released a terrifying murderous aura, his body was condensed with thick chakra, and the dark blue chakra giant rose from the ground. Susanoo finished in one go, throwing out the blue go jade in his hand. Lin Shan is too familiar with this trick Yasaka Guyu. Yasaka Guyu is a low-profile version at first glance. If it were me, I would have thrown out 10 or 8. Lin Shan dismissed it, his eyes widened. Amaterasu. Ming Yan immediately swallowed the go jade, and a lot of cracks were burned on the surface of the go jade under the burning of flames. Bang. In the end, before I met Lin Shan, it broke into dregs. Madara, I haven't seen each other for so long, and I haven't renewed the old, are you going to do something to my grandson-in-law? Senju Hashirama, the original husband, is upset. Our friendship, have you forgotten? Scum girl. Uchiha Madara. When did I become a scum? Very powerful pupil power. But Senju Tobirama was surprised to see Lin Shan, Uchiha in the history of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara as the most outstanding one. But from Lin Shan, he also felt the overwhelming pupil power. Hashirama, now I have no time to take care of you, this kid, I can't forgive the big loss I suffered before, I want to get it back now. The strong don't hold grudges. Fart. Uchiha Madara said that Lousy remembered the most revenge. He remembered how Lin Shan was crushed by Lin Shan during his old age. Until the end, because he could not bear Lin Shan's humiliation, he chose to blew himself up and exploded into countless pieces. Advertisement. Speaking of which, are you the one who performed the spell? For Flowers 0, Uchiha Madara turned to look at Orochimaru, who immediately aroused a cold sweat. It's a legendary man. Just looking at me makes me feel like sitting on pins and needles. Orochimaru's expression was stiff, whether it was Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, even in the face of the two dead. He feels very strenuous, and the others are okay. These two people are simply beyond the control of Impure World Reincarnation. I'm going to kill this kid. Uchiha Madara stared at Lin Shan brutally. It was his nature to revenge if he had grievances. Shoot my grandson-in-law, ask me anyhow, Madara. Senju Hashirama flashed forward to Lin Shan, his eyes full of scorching warfare. Senju Tobirama didn't say anything about it. In the Uchiha clan, the person he hates most is Uchiha Madara. In contrast, Senju Tobirama looked at Lin Shan again. Well, the grandson-in-law is much cute. Uchiha Madara was furious when he saw this, and the scumbag Hashirama really cheated. Actually, he can't beat me. Lin Shan behind Senju Hashirama said nonchalantly, which surprised everyone. Including Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama are incredible. What I'm saying is true. Last time this hanging hair was blown out by me. It is so old and miserable, it has exploded into countless numbers. Lin Shan was full of pity, and didn't care about Uchiha Madara, whose face was as ugly as pig liver. Little devil, it's just taking advantage of my old age to take advantage of the void, and you will die this time. Uchiha Madara was furious, and directly summoned Susanoo, the towering chakra giant to eat between the heaven and the earth. Remember that sentence you said before. Uchiha Madara sneered and said, next time we meet, you won't be Mangekyo Sharingan anymore. Have you opened the eternal Mangekyo now? Not really. Lin Shan scratched his head awkwardly. Good fellow, if he is not careful, he is a bit big. Huh, I really am an arrogant man. Uchiha Madara pouted her lips in disdain. But eternal Mangekyo doesn't have it, Rinnegan I have it anyway. Chapter 159 Is it not good to respect your ancestors a little? Hearing that, the war spirit deep in Uchiha Madara's pupils disappeared again. Before, he thought that Lin Shan might be a good opponent, even if it is not as good as Senju Hashirama, he can have fun. At least it's okay to warm up. Now it seems that this is a bragging kid who is not reliable at all. Does anyone know Rinnegan better than him? Rinnegan evolved from eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If there is no eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, where is Rinnegan? You do not believe. Lin Shan smiled weirdly. In fact, I have to thank you for this. Without your sponsor, where would I go to engage in Rinnegan? Uchiha Madara glared suddenly. Could it be? A figure sprang out from the crowd. He was wearing a black trench coat, a hat on his head, and black iron rods all over his body. The Chi Machine, 373, without a bit of life on the body is like a machine. When he looked up, a pair of purple eyes appeared. Is this really Rinnegan? Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama also seem to see that the legend of Rinnegan has been in the ninja world since ancient times, but no one has actually seen it. Uchiha Madara was stunned on the spot, his eyes are a bit familiar. Ha ha ha, does it feel familiar? Lin Shan proudly said. Yes, this is your Rinnegan. You transplanted to Nagato's Rinnegan, now it's mine. To say that the most surprising, apart from Madara, are Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. I never heard that you had Rinnegan, Madara, during the Battle of End Valley. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara suspiciously. Rinnegan was the eye above the eternal Mangekyo, and his pupil power became stronger. If Madara had Rinnegan back then, it would be hard to say what the outcome would be. In the Valley of the End, he didn't open his eyes. Besides, Uchiha Madara was guilty of death. In the war, he took the opportunity to take the meat from you and transplanted it into his own wound. When he was about to die of old age, he turned on Rinnegan and summoned the Gedo statue by the way to cultivate your cells. Lin Shan seems to have experienced it personally. Uchiha Madara's face is uglier than a black pot. Where is this kid sacred? He knows all secrets. Madara wasn't dead that year. Both Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama were shocked. He implanted Izanaki in his eye pupils in advance, and later he was resurrected at the cost of an eye. Quote. Advertisement. Lin Shan explained. Then the corpse I studied back then, what is that? A clone. Senju Tobirama's head was sweating cold, and Senju Hashirama died shortly after the Battle of the End Valley. If Uchiha Madara attacked Konoha at that time, no one could hold it. Even he can't. Only Senju Hashirama can block Uchiha Madara. I heard that my overall plan had collapsed. Even Rinnegan was snatched away by Lin Shan. Uchiha Madara had already tried to thwart Lin Shan. Especially Rinnegan and Madara of Heavenly Pain looked particularly dazzling. Get my eyes back. Uchiha Madara's eyes switched to Rinnegan, and he grabbed the Heavenly Dao with one hand, and the force of gravity swept away. Tiandao flew over immediately. Lin Shan saw the seal and waited to get close to Madara, and then started maneuvering. Shen Luo Tianjiang. Boom. Tiandao exploded with a repulsive force, and Madara's body was suddenly shattered. The powerful repulsion even beat him out of Susanoo. Dang Mao, how does it feel to be beaten in my own eyes? Lin Shan asked, adding fuel to the fire. Madara heard the words, the killing intent in her pupils became purer. All rushed to me, Orochimaru yelled, and the Impure World Reincarnation Corps immediately rushed to Lin Shan. Senju Hashirama hurriedly Jain. Wood-style Mu-Long technique. The thick wood dragon, like a tree demon, drilled out of the soil, opened its mouth and bit towards the army of Impure World Reincarnation. Puff, 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 puff. The wood dragon's fierce mouth pointed towards Pimo, and successively crushed the bodies of several Impure World Reincarnation ninjas. Even if it is as strong as third Raikage, even if the whole body is covered with lightning-style armor, the overbearing bite force of the wooden dragon can be called invincible, and the lightning-style armor was torn on the spot. However, because of Impure World Reincarnation, their bodies quickly repaired. Senju Tobarama is also adept at Jeian, water-style breakwater clash. The water like a king yang spouted from the mouth of second Hokage, instantly engulfing the Impure World Reincarnation Legion. Bang bang bang. There were several explosions in the water, and Impure World Reincarnation Tsuchikage, Raikage, Mizukage and others were blown to pieces. Look carefully, in the massive water flow, there is still a mixture of detonation talisman. Orochimaru, forcibly control first generation and second generation. Shimura Danzo coldly ordered. Advertisement. Orochimaru made a seal with one hand and tried to control the two Hokages. Senju Tobarama, who was about to attack, immediately felt restrained and couldn't move his body. He looked at Orochimaru annoyed. You are pretty good boy. The mouth is complimenting Orochimaru, but the chill of the eyes is going to materialize. In order to facilitate the control of the Impure World Reincarnation Core, Orochimaru's body is also integrated into the cells of first generation. Wood style, laughing Buddha Jutsu. Senju Hashirama was not affected at all, Orochimaru's feet trembled violently, and the huge wooden hand slammed hard. Hurry up! Shimura Danzo screamed and hurriedly retreated. Boom! There was a huge fist mark on the ground. Simply, Orochimaru also avoided in advance. It's so dangerous. If I didn't avoid it in advance, I would be dead. Orochimaru looked at first Hokage incredulously. Impure World Reincarnation didn't respond to him. Idiot, I invented these techniques. Big brother knows better than you. Second Hokage contemptuously said. Senju Hashirama quickly completed the seal, and after a few handprints, he shouted, reincarnated in Jitu, solve. Before, Orochimaru could feel the connection with Senju Hashirama somewhat. Now the fart connection is gone. I can't be used over there. Lin Shan watched 0.4 miles away, walking slowly towards Uchiha Madara. You are going to hang me, right? Lin Shan pointed at Uchiha Madara. You kneel down on me now. Uchiha Madara exploded when he heard the words. He was really offended by this kid. No one has ever dared to speak to him like this. Damn it, everyone is from the Uchiha clan anyway. Isn't it good to have a little respect for your ancestors? Don't you kneel. Lin Shan didn't get angry either, and hooked at heaven, and he walked over immediately. Believe it or not, lousy stabs you Rinnegan. Lin Shan pointed to Tien Dao's eyes and pierced. Stop. Uchiha Madara panicked, but Rinnegan is his hope of resurrection. Chapter 160. It's okay to lick my feet. Kneel or not. The distance between the finger and the heavenly Rinnegan was about 1 centimeter. Guru. Uchiha Madara's throat choked. He didn't dare to bet, it was incomparable at the moment. If Lin Shan ruined Rinnegan, he would have no hope of rising in his life. You can change other conditions. Madara had an idea. Except for this, I can promise you everything else. You sure? Lin Shan was obviously tempted. But it doesn't matter. Uchiha Madara is smiling, but crying in her heart. My eldest Madara, when have you been so wronged? Well, we are not the kind of unreasonable person. Lin Shan decided to take a step back. Uchiha Madara was right. Just respect the elders in the family. Give a hand to the first person in Uchiha family history. You don't need to kneel anymore. Lin Shan moved his right foot forward a little bit. You can lick my feet. The words fell. Everyone was messed up in the wind 24. My grandson-in-law seems to be very good at doing it. Senju Hashirama couldn't laugh or cry. Not very good, but Grandmaster, good at doing death. Senju Tobarama also admired it very much. Let Uchiha Madara lick his feet. Those who dare to say such things either have 100 lives or are immortal. Lin Shan. Well, I am indeed immortal, and I can limitlessly Izanaki. You are teasing me. Uchiha Madara's cheeks were instantly twisted, and he roared. This kind of outrageous condition is impossible for anyone to agree to. What about it? Lin Shan sneered. Is it possible to respect someone who wants to kill him? Lick or not? Lin Shan asked impatiently. Old stuff, I have treated you well enough, don't be shameless. Uchiha Madara's face is a bit darker than a black pot, which is also called preferential treatment. Would you like to say thank you? Cough 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 Lin Shan. Senju Hashirama couldn't stand it anymore, and persuaded. Madara is also a strong man of my age at any rate, and is considered my friend. Give him a little bit of face. Advertisement. My fart friend, give me the face of a hammer. Brother, haven't you seen the problem? After your decisive battle, Madara deliberately hid it. He must have some conspiracy. Senju Tobarama is much smarter. His impression of Madara is cunning, insidious, and scheming. Master second generation has a vision. Lin Shan gave a thumbs up, and immediately turned his words. But, since Master first generation said it, I'll take the second place. The finger slowly lifted and pointed in a certain direction. What are you doing? The expression of Orochimaru who was pointed at changed drastically. I am the operator. Kill him to me, I won't let you lick your feet. Lin Shan promised. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara's sharp eyes looked at Orochimaru. Uncle Snake suddenly panicked, and his nerve reflex retreated several feet. Do it to me, you are done too. Orochimaru warned, and then tried to force Uchiha Madara, ordering him to attack Lin Shan. Sadly, Uchiha Madara is like a stone, standing motionless. Remember, if you don't have enough capacity, don't play with forbidden technique. Uchiha Madara quickly sealed the seal, and after a few handprints, he shouted violently, Impure World Reincarnation Solution. The connection between Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru was completely cut off. Uncle Snake wants to cry without tears, are the big guys like this? What? Immediately afterwards, the toolman Uchiha Madara was dispatched and came to Orochimaru to kill. Orochimaru quickly controls other Impure World Reincarnation ninjas to stop Uchiha Madara. He unfolded Susanoo in an instant, the undefeated god of war was devastated, and all the ninjas approaching were defeated. To say that Orochimaru can also be left in history. He is the only man who was besieged by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru. Lin Shan, thank you so much. The situation is out of control. Shimura Danzo, who was watching from afar, felt a dead silence in her heart. He originally thought that by summoning first generation and second generation, Lin Shan could be settled. As a result, they are all relatives. The most outrageous thing is that first Hokage actually broke away from the control of Impure World Reincarnation. Well, there are no two Hokages, there are other Impure World Reincarnation ninjas and Uchiha Madara. However, the cheating is that even Uchiha Madara of Impure World Reincarnation is currently being coerced. You don't have to look down to know that Orochimaru will definitely not be able to hold it, even if there are some Impure World Reincarnation shadows, facing Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, it is nothing. It is not a joke that the two of them will destroy the Four Kingdoms. Danzo didn't think he had any chance of winning anymore, so he decided to retreat with the remnant defeated. Advertisement. After taking a sneaky glance, Danzo turned around and drove away after making sure that no one was going to pick him up. Where is the father-in-law of Tuan going? Lin Shan appeared unconsciously. Daddy Tuan. Danzo's eyes spit fire, and he thought of the wanted order. His nickname is Prince King. It's a pity that you can't go anywhere today. The grudge between you and Uchiha will come to an end today. Lin Shan announced Danzo's death sentence. Danzo has bloodshot eyes. Wind-style vacuum wave. A slash-like gust of wind came head-on. Lin Shan blinked, swept all over Susanoo. Mirror protected his body. Pouch. Wind-style cuts the shield, setting off a dazzling spark. After holding on for a few seconds, it collapsed on its own. Wind-style vacuum waves. After several identical wind blades raged in succession, Lin Shan didn't bother to move 373. Speaking of which, the old guy is pitiful enough. The Uchiha family in the original history has disappeared, and he has accumulated a lot of Sharingan. Now Danzo doesn't even have a fart Sharingan, there is no trick at all. Puff, 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 puff. The blade of wind hits Mirror one after another, no effect. You are only capable of this. Lin Shan looked at Danzo. Amaterasu. Not everyone can avoid Amaterasu, at least not without Izanaki's Danzo, who was devoured by flames. Boom boom boom. The black flames burned open, and the skin melted in an instant. The old guy's sore cheeks twitched wildly. Under normal circumstances, people would instinctively put out the fire first. Danzo was different. He rushed towards Lin Shan with all his strength, his eyes revealing the madness of seeing death at home. He unbuttoned his shirt, and a pattern similar to 8 trigrams appeared on his stomach. Go to death with me, Uchiha Lin Shan. Danzo laughed loudly, his skin cracked, and the black blood surged. Even Susanoo was infected with some parts. Lin Shan suddenly felt an invisible force devouring Susanoo. Seal of Li Sixiong. Lin Shan's eyes flashed, the dog basket is going to seal lousy. What a swell. Chapter 161. What technique can cover Susanoo? Susanoo melted slowly like a liquid. Danzo's body compressed into a black ball. Stronger than Susanoo, but also swallowed up. Lin Shan drew a distance, blinked his eyes, and Susanoo appeared again. Several Yasaka Guyu throws jung out. Bang bang bang. The black ball exploded to pieces, and the ground was covered with sand-like particles. A generation of heroes died tragically. Orochimaru also suffered a devastating blow. It is a man and woman, how can it withstand the flogging of 2 hunks? Die. Uchiha Madara let out a loud scream, and he took the knife and dropped it completely. The unmatched blade wind tore the ground, and everywhere it went, the sun and all things were cracked. Pouch. Orochimaru's body was chopped up on the spot. If someone else's body explodes, it's all bleeding. Orochimaru's body exploded, splitting into countless little snakes. Following the gap in the ground, he hurriedly dived into the ground. Useless waste. Uchiha Madara snorted disdainfully. Orochimaru was actually quite miserable. All the grievances Madara received from Lin Shan vented to Orochimaru. Uncle Snake expressed his grievances. I resurrected you, are you ruining me like this? How can you bear it? After Orochimaru's body shattered, the ninjas of Impure World Reincarnation gradually collapsed, and their souls ascended to heaven. Brother, I'm going one step ahead. Senju Tobarama's body also began to decompose. Before leaving, he took a deep look at Lin Shan. Boy, don't bully Tsunade. Why? Tsunade is so cooperative at night, who would be willing to bully her? Lin Shan muttered to himself. Danzo died tragically, Orochimaru was defeated, and the ninja of Impure World Reincarnation also mutilated himself. Only Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are left, plus Lin Shan. Madara, are you going to heaven by yourself, or should I help you? Senju Hashirama asked with a grin. When Uchiha Madara heard the words, his face suddenly became unhappy. Hashirama, I'm so overwhelmed there. In the Valley of the End, you really thought I lost. On the face of it, Senju Hashirama indeed won. Advertisement. The person who actually laughed last was Uchiha Madara. The fierce battle between the two caused the terrain to be changed. Senju Hashirama also suffered severe wear and tear and was seriously injured. He died in the next few years. Uchiha Madara is different, he only lost one eye and survived. Compared to Senju Hashirama, it still makes a lot of money. It's not simple for us to crush you together. Lin Shan appeared next to Senju Hashirama, sympathetic, and said, speaking of which, you are pitiful. You are dead, and you have to be beaten by someone summoning. Don't be too arrogant, kid. Uchiha Madara was furious, and Susa slashed with a big sword. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. At the foot of Senju Hashirama, a giant wooden figure broke through the ground, attacking with both hands at the same time. Clang. The two thick palms were put together, easily gripping the falling blade. Hashirama, come and be nosy, today. I am going to kill this kid. Uchiha Madara was anxious and frustrated, and his pupils opened as far as possible. The embarrassing thing is that after taking out the strength of the two tigers, it is still unable to withdraw the clamped sword. Senju Hashirama joked, Madara, you Rinnegan is fake, right? Uchiha Madara's face turned dark, and he threw a condensed chakra ball in his hand, and folded his hands. Planetary devastation. The black ball projected a huge density of gravity, the earth tore, and the rocks under the ground were all sucked into the sky. Even wooden golem floated. Even wooden golem sucks up. Seeing wooden golem's floating body, Senju Hashirama looked cautious. Yasaka Guyu. At this moment, Lin Shan shot, Susanoo projected several fiery red go jade. Boom. The chakra ball was hit, a large expanse of fireworks broke out, and the gravitational force dissipated. Smelly boy. Uchiha Madara yelled. Wood-style the tree world is coming. The mountains and plains of wood have been swept out of the ground one after another, and the range is as large as Senju Hashirama. This fellow Madara even learned my wood style. Senju Hashirama's face is serious, wood style's tricky, he knows better than anyone. But, Amaterasu. The range of wood style is as large as the range of Amaterasu. The fire is like wood, not to mention Amaterasu. The wood in the ground ignited a huge fire. This kid is just a Mangekyo, so squandering his pupil power, how come there are no side effects? This is what Uchiha Madara has always been puzzled by. Amaterasu, which is several kilometers in size, is normal. Advertisement. The chakra needed is also astronomical. Lin Shan was fine. Is there any bad tricks to use all? Lord, follow them all. Lin Shan hooked his finger provocatively. Arrogant. Uchiha Madara was furious. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Wood-style Mu-long technique. Wooden golem and wooden dragon appeared one after another, and Senju Hashirama was also impressed by the sheer size of the body. Madara guy. Senju Hashirama's face is not so good looking, he has always thought that Madara is a genius ninja. Until now, the same is true, the brain is amazing. The wooden golem is covered with a layer of Susanoo, and even the wooden dragon is covered with Susanoo. How about Hashirama? Uchiha Madara was secretly proud. After covering the entire body, his wooden golem was more than half of Senju Hashirama's. There is no doubt that the power is naturally stronger. As for Lin Shan, Mu-long, who was completely covered in his body, caught sight. After speaking, Uchiha Madara made a strange mudra. Once it hits the ground, the entire Mist Shinobi station will be smashed into rubble and scared. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. I thought it turned out to be Tengai Shinsei. The extra-large meteorite descended slowly from high altitude, covering the boundary within a few kilometers. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Lin Shan vomited. Do you think this is over? Lin Shan didn't take it seriously either. At this moment, the sky suddenly dimmed. I learned that, no matter how enchanting you are, good Zhao Zhao will be beaten. Uchiha Madara's firepower is full. It's also 1-on-2 at any rate, I'm going to take it seriously. Terumi Mei smiled bitterly at the meteorite in the sky, it was too big. Mind moved slightly, Susanoo's two arms seemed to be electric, and in just a few tens of seconds, he threw hundreds of Yasaka Guyu jade. Mist Shinobi in the distance was stunned. FK, you just hit it. Why did you even take care of them? Lin Shan didn't understand. Anyway, Uchiha Madara's tricks are either surprisingly destructive or harmful. This is a fight between gods and mortals, right? Can everything cover Susanoo? Lin Shan said. Don't call it Tengai Shinsei, just call it a Xiao Yi dedicated. Frighten anyone. Chapter 162 The Beaten Uchiha Madara. Boom boom boom. The meteorite falling in the void trembles constantly, and a large number of cracks appear on the surface. The fragments began to detach on a large scale. Why are you so hard? I went up with Ashin Su Senju, and there was nothing left. Senju Hashirama found it too troublesome. Lin Shan is speechless. Well, you are the only one. But I have to admit that what Senju Hashirama said is true. It's too early to be happy, there is one more. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. Leave it to me. On both sides of Senju Hashirama's eyes, red eyeshadow poured out, and tattoo-like patterns were imprinted on his forehead. Immediately afterwards, a vast chakra burst out of him. Lin Shan is slightly lost, everyone else is chakra, and Senju Hashirama chakra can be called Chakra. In addition, this chakra is different from the ordinary chakra. It is more powerful, just like the tailed beast chakra is stronger than humans. Sage art. Lin Shan's eyes flashed. Sage art. Senju Hashirama looked at the remaining meteorite in the void, Myoshin Gate. Over the distant sky, red logs poured down like a rainstorm. Bang 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 bang. The indiscriminate bombing of the Mingshan Gate, the only remaining meteorite also decomposed and opened. Kill. 2 meteorites were destroyed one after another. Uchi Wave 377 Madara controlled wooden golem to kill Senju Hashirama. As for Lin Shan, his opponent is a wooden dragon in armor. Just try that. Lin Shan held his breath. He has a nuclear body, an immortal body, the strongest body in the world. No one is more suitable to practice 8 inner gates than him. Shocked door open. Boom boom boom. The blue steam broke out, and the air wave blew a lot of sand and gravel. Lin Shan opened the 7th gate as soon as he came up. It feels really good. Lin Shan clenched his fists, feeling great. Woohoo. The roar sounded head on, the earth began to shake, and the wooden dragon covering Suzu bite. Lin Shan jumped up, avoiding the wood dragon's bite. With his hands close together, his thumb stretched straight, like a muzzle aimed at a wooden dragon, and silver light gradually condensed around him, like a tiger. Advertisement. Day Tiger. Lin Shan yelled, and the tiger-shaped phantom on his body roared out. Boom boom. Suffering a strong impact, Mulong flew out on the spot. Susanoo's armor shattered, exploding countless gaps. The next one is gone. Uchiha Madara, who was between the Senju column, CI, sank in his heart. Not to mention defeating Lin Shan, at least for a while, right? The seconds went off as soon as it came up. Uchiha Madara's heart swept by an army of 100,000 grass and mud horses. You seem to be in trouble, Madara. Senju Hashirama stared at him gleefully. Kill you first. Uchiha Madara wears the wooden golem, which is completely surrogate, and obviously has the advantage, both in size and strength. A heavy fist hit Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama controlled wooden golem to strike back with a fist. Boom. The 2 punches collided and Senju Hashirama's wooden golem was smashed to the arm. Uchiha Madara pursued the victory. Wooden golem waved a long knife with his other hand and slashed. Day Tiger. Boom. The tiger fell from the sky, and Uchiha Madara cursed inwardly. The armor that the wooden golem was wearing was sounding, and it might shatter at any time. Nosy guy. Uchiha Madara glared at Lin Shan. Fire-style Long Yan Fangdi technique. Several fire dragons descended from the sky one after another with amazing power. Fire-style Long Yan Song technique. Lin Shan released the exact same technique. Boom 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 boom. Several sparks burst into the sky, the fire dragon collided one after another, and the smoke disappeared. Madara, it seems that this junior is no worse than you. No 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 no. Senju Hashirama shook his head suddenly. He is much stronger than you. When you were his age, you were still a kid in open pants. Stop farting there. Uchiha Madara unceremoniously went back. Lin Shan is almost 16 years old, who is 16 still wearing open crotch pants. But it is undeniable that Lin Shan's strength is really amazing to Uchiha Madara. At Lin Shan's age, Madara asked herself to be far from his current level. Advertisement. It looks like you have to solve it first. Uchiha Madara's gaze fell on Lin Shan, a majestic pupil rushing straight into Lin Shan's mind. The mighty mental power is like a dragon going out to sea, unstoppable, overwhelming in Lin Shan's spiritual world. Uchiha Madara's illusion skills are not bad. It is better than Nine Tails, he just stopped eating with one look. In addition, Rinnegan's pupil power far exceeds that of Mangekyo. It is not difficult for illusion to control Lin Shan. Well, at least Uchiha Madara thinks so. Sharingan's class is clear. How could Mangekyo be able to beat Rinnegan? Even though he is currently incomplete, Rinnegan can't be used at all, and it is not comparable to Mangekyo. Oh, it's Madara's illusion. Senju Hashirama looked at Lin Shan worriedly. In order to prevent Lin Shan from being controlled, he hurried up to reinforce him, but... Pouch. Wooden golem Suzu's big sword fell from the sky, splitting the ground, and smashing Senju Hashirama's body to pieces. But because of impure world reincarnation, he was resurrected again. When he looked at Lin Shan again, his eyes had changed to Rinnegan, and his expression was dull. It's over. Senju Hashirama screamed badly, this way he was manipulated. Ha ha ha, a stinky kid, you are too far behind me. The light of the mere fireflies also wants to compete with Haoyu, and is not capable of it. Uchiha Madara laughed loudly, her voice very happy. Dasha, what are you laughing at here? However, Hashirama, this kid is your grandson-in-law, will you kill him? With a big punch, Uchiha Madara's head was directly blown. Boom. Now go and kill Hashirama for me. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. Uchiha Madara asked with nasty fun. Senju Hashirama was furious, facing Lin Shan who was rushing forward, he backed away. How did you get in? How did you avoid his illusion? He was stunned. What the hell is this FK? Uchiha Madara's eyes dropped. Lin Shan, like a walking dead, rushed towards Senju Hashirama. Go and kill yourself. Moaning like a devil, resounding behind him, Uchiha Madara suddenly turned back, and Lin Shan hit his face with a heavy fist. Madara, you be asterisk 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 D. The remnant also fell out of Susanoo. Madara sneered. He looked at the way of heaven in the distance, and Rinnegan was bound to take it back. Chapter 163 Beat Uchiha Madara. Bang! Uchiha Madara hit the ground and fell to pieces. Fortunately, Impure World Reincarnation has repaired itself again. His two eyeballs opened to the maximum, filled with puzzlement and anger. How did Lin Shan do it? Uchiha Madara's anger is naturally because, on a little devil who has never looked down upon, he is losing weight one after another. Madara is very hot, the very hot one. I saw through your illusion, and controlled you with my illusion, giving you the illusion that I was being beaten, and the person who actually hid behind and watched the joke was me, not you. Lin Shan explained in a simple and clear way. You are like a silly dog, laughing there. I really can't stand it anymore, so I jumped out and beat you. Madara was stunned, and then sneered presumptuously. You see through my illusion. Only with you, a Mangekyo Sharingan, can see through my illusion. The most funny thing is, your illusion, control me who owns Rinnegan. Madara was amused. Is this ridiculous thing possible? He is a Rinnegan, will he be controlled by Mangekyo? Rinnegan, but he is immune to all illusions. Lin Shan, this dog, where's the self-confidence? He insulted Laozi's IQ again. Lin Shan, should not be underestimated. Senju Hashirama solemnly said. Madara, in order to avoid suffering, I advise you to hurry back to heaven. Then try it out. Uchiha Madara showed a sullen face, and the huge black chakra ball in his hand threw it high into the air. Planetary devastation. Madara yelled, gravity covering several kilometers of surrounding land. The mountains and rivers were torn apart, the earth shattered, and a rock weighing hundreds of thousands of tons floated to the sky. Even Lin Shan and Senju Hashirama are sucked into the sky. Impure World Reincarnation's fake Rinnegan, can he still display this level of pupil power? Lin Shan was very surprised, this planetary devastation was much stronger than before. However, at this moment, Senju Hashirama also quickly opened up. Ignoring the existence of gravity, he forcibly fell to the ground, and his hands were sealed. Wood-style sage art Shinsu Senju. Suddenly, the Senju Buddha statue, which was condensed from massive amounts of wood, appeared majestic and too big. The area is so big that, to put it bluntly, it is like a moving continent. It looks like a mountain like 9 tails. In front of the Senju Buddha statue, they are all younger brothers. On top of the Buddha. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama sealed the seal again, and suddenly, countless shadows of fists rushed into the sky. The entire sky is covered by fists. Bang 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 yan. The debris of the mountain that was sucked up, as well as all kinds of huge rocks, shattered one after another, and there was no fist, and every attack could shatter objects. Even Uchiha Madara was broken several times. The high-altitude chakra ball is also hard to escape. At this moment, Senju Hashirama turned into a rough and rash man, pressing the pure little girl Uchiha Madara to the ground, giving a violent output. Bang bang click. Uchiha Madara doesn't know how many times he has been hammered by Senju Hashirama. The body has just been repaired, it shattered again, repaired it shattered again. It goes over and over again, probably lasting a dozen times. Uchiha Madara is too strong, he must fight his arrogance, and I can't hide it. Uchiha Madara who was being beaten. Listen, is this talking human? Lin Shan's eyes condensed, and the blue steam on his body gradually began to change. A layer of fiery red light permeated. Dead door, open. Boom boom boom. The blue steam completely turned into flaming steam, and the shock wave was obviously stronger than before. After waiting for the shadow of the Buddha statue to die, Uchiha Madara finally stood up and took a breath. What is that? Above that sky, a figure appeared. Madara took a closer look, her pupils shrank. Lin Shan. It is actually red steam, is he B asterisk 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 G. White fists poured down, the space was wailing, Madara's body was shattered again. Shenxiang, Shenxiang, Shenxiang. Lin Shan swung his fist indefinitely, and with a nuclear body, he could completely ignore the side effects of death. Under normal circumstances, after the dead door is opened, the heart will burn completely. But for Lin Shan, who has a nuclear body, burning. It's just a matter of instant repair. Therefore, he can continue the deadlock. Boom boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Advertisement. Seeking flowers 0. Uchiha Madara was devastated by Shishong. Every time he was hit, his body and the ground would shatter, and a lot of smoke would be splashed. Lin Shan, this is a typical prince's tactics, there is smoke without injury. No way, who made Uchiha Madara come out of Impure World reincarnation? If he is really alive, at this moment, it is estimated that he has died 100 or 10 times. It doesn't matter Madara. Senju Hashirama secretly wiped his sweat. After Lin Shan opened the dead door, he ran at an exaggerated speed that even he couldn't see clearly. No wonder this kid is so confident. Senju Hashirama gave a wry smile. No wonder Lin Shan was so arrogant before that he actually let Uchiha Madara kneel and even lick his feet. This incredible power, let alone Uchiha Madara, is enough to make him kneel and lick his feet. I fight with you. Uchiha Madara, who was hard to repair, roared in anger. In these few minutes, he was probably shattered hundreds of times, which was too humiliating. Complete body Susanoo appeared again, and the big knife slashed towards Lin Shan. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. Uchiha Madara looked up to the sky and roared, this battle was really sloppy. Boom. He was resurrected, as if he was beaten up. All her limbs and some acupoints were sealed. After recovering again, Uchiha Madara found that he was tied to a cross and could not move. This time, Lin Shan didn't play with him anymore, throwing a lot of black sticks between his waves. Susanoo is invincible, it is as soft as tofu, and it breaks at the touch of a touch. A-hole, I can't spare you. Was shackled and beaten by these two beasts the whole time. His head was kicked on the spot, but his body began to heal again. Before the knife hit Lin Shan, it was shattered by the dragon-shaped phantom covering the body. Night Guy. The dragon-shaped phantom pierced through Susanoo's head. Uchiha Madara looked helplessly, and could only helplessly watch the smelly feet greet his face. Lin Shan also opened up directly, use this trick to end this war. Boom. Chapter 164 The old Sao looks better than you. Are you convinced? Lin Shan landed, lifted the 8 inner gates, and asked while standing beside Uchiha Madara. If it's the heyday, I will abuse you like playing. Uchiha Madara has a hard duck mouth. Ha ha ha. Lin Shan grinned and raised a finger. If I want to kill you, you in the heyday, I guess you can last a minute. The technique of Wheel Tomb Side Prison is indeed heaven-defying, but no matter how invincible it is, Lin Shan who encounters the immortal body is useless. Besides, is the dead door not enough pervert? Don't be happy too early. Uchiha Madara glared at Lin Shan. The death gate of the 8 inner gates is a physical technique that kills 1,000 enemies and destroys 800. Your body is also repaired with your heart. Uchiha Madara's face changed drastically, and he could see Lin Shan's body clearly by relying on Rinnegan. At the moment when the door of death was opened, the heart began to burn. According to Uchiha Madara's estimation, the deadlock will last only a few minutes. But now that Lin Shan's body is inspected again, the heart has been reborn. The broken bones were also restored. It is hard to imagine what happened in Lin Shan's body. Farewell, Uchiha Madara, I will take you back to make a specimen. Lin Shan grabbed a black iron rod from his palm and pierced it towards his head. Puff, 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 puff. After a few steps, he was pierced into a hedgehog. In other locations, Black Zetsu, who controls Obito, also found that Uchiha Madara was defeated. The look was extremely ugly. Even Madara lost. Black Zetsu's voice is hoarse, unwilling, and angry. Lin Shan's strength is beyond imagination. Playing Uchiha Madara is as easy as playing. Facing the dead door Lin Shan, Uchiha Madara had no backhand and was beaten in all directions. It feels that the two sides are not at the same level, as outrageous as a giant beating a child. Bang! The ground cracked, and many small white phosphorus snakes came out. They merged together, and Orochimaru quickly reorganized. Unexpectedly your life is so hard, a little harder than Madara. Advertisement. Black Zetsu glanced at Orochimaru calmly. It failed. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama are relatives of Lin Shan. Uchiha Madara chopped me to pieces. Your plan is just a shit. Orochimaru's face is full of resentment. Black Zetsu, a cheating thing, is simply killing people. Speaking of which, Danzo also died tragically. I didn't expect things to develop to this point. I underestimated Uchiha Lin Shan's methods. Black Zetsu looked into the distant outer space, where the moon was. But believe me, we still have a chance to make a comeback. Kamui. Black Zetsu manipulated Obito to activate the pupil technique and swallowed him and Orochimaru together. The next moment, Lin Shan and Senju Hashirama arrived. It can't be wrong, I felt 2 breaths just now, but... Senju Hashirama swept around, how about people? Obito was controlled by Black Zetsu, probably mobilizing Kamui to swallow him. Lin Shan sighed. Kamui is so fit to save his life. It won't hurt you to escape. With your current strength, it's hard for anyone in the ninja world to hurt you, right? Senju Hashirama witnessed Lin Shan's heaven-defying, and couldn't help feeling full of emotions. The new generation will change the old, and the future world will ultimately belong to you young people. Lin Shan, treat Tsunade well. Senju Hashirama patted Lin Shan on the shoulder. If you have trouble in the future, you can still summon me and Tobarama with Impure World reincarnation. Whether it comes from the interests of the village or the care for Tsunade, Senju Hashirama unconditionally supports Lin Shan. After speaking, his body was dismembered, Senju Hashirama untie impure world reincarnation by himself, and his soul ascended to heaven. Don't you go to the village. Tsunade wants to see you too. Lin Shan said that he still has a good impression of Senju Hashirama. Let Tsunade see me disappear again. She will only be more painful and uncomfortable. The way impure world reincarnation exists in this world is a mistake. Farewell, say hello to Tsunade for me. Senju Hashirama's soul disappeared, and he rushed to that world again. Lin Shan's expression was a little melancholy. Although he could release the outer chakra revolving heaven to resurrect anyone, just think about it and forget it. Both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama are resurrected, which will bring too many changes to the village and the Uchiha clan. It's a good ending like this. Cough, Master Lin Shan. Terumi Mei trot over, her beautiful eyes showing a little more respectfulness. All the enemies are wiped out. Advertisement. As you can see, Lin Shan nodded. The man who was blown up by you just now is Uchiha Madara, right? Terumi Mei asked uncertainly. It's not that he can have anyone else. Unfortunately, it's meaningless to torture people to death. It would be fine if he lived. Lin Shan started blowing again. You have to put his head in the toilet. Terumi Mei is full of black lines, that's Uchiha Madara. Danzo is also dead, and the root organization is almost gone. The war is over. Terumi Mei breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help stretching. Her body suddenly outlined a graceful arc. Lin Shan's eyes were dumbfounded. I said, your damn thing is the best pole dancing. Master Lin Shan really likes to watch pole dancing, or should I go back, let me try. Terumi Mei suddenly changed his words. Hearing this, Lin Shan excitedly held Terumi Mei's small hand, really? And you, Terumi Mei, you are so ugly, the old sow is much more beautiful than you. This guy didn't even watch the dance, and thought she was ugly, even the old sow looked better than her. Terumi Mei regrets it. As for, she just doesn't want to give the only two-headed beast to Lin Shan. Lin Shan squeezed Terumi Mei's butt drum hard, her pretty face flushed. Konoha, that is definitely an existence that can't be offended, and can only flatter. The chick was caught off guard and fell on all fours. Very well, I like women who obey me. But it doesn't matter. Lin Shan took Terumi Mei in his arms, 0.4 in a good mood. Lin Shan gave a cold snort and shook himself and left. Pole dancing or something, I have no interest at all. What about the tail beast? That's okay. Everyone has obeyed Lin Shan, did you agree to a condition? Terumi Mei looked at Lin Shan blankly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. Is the charm of the tail beast that great? You can't lie to anyone, your strength is so strong, Kurigakure will hold your thigh tightly in the future. Terumi Mei smiled brilliantly, this is her true thoughts. Lin Shan turned his face faster than a book, and instantly pushed out Terumi Mei in his arms. Chapter 165 Brother-in-law finally found you. Lin Shan's idea is very simple. There are only a few tail beasts in the world. As for the beauties, this is too much. The three-legged toad is hard to find, and the two-legged soft girl is not full of streets. The value of both parties is not at the same point. After the war is over, the root organization will be left with a few remnants of defeated generals. Lin Shan incidentally included it. But, this is your new girlfriend? Lin Shan asked strangely. Namikaze Minato was sent to the front line by Lin Shan because he had offended him before. At his level, it is a bit difficult to cheat him. Namikaze Minato, this guy is in a hurry. It is worth mentioning that he also met a beautiful girl. Well, it's also red-haired, fair-skinned, and looks like Uzumaki Kushina 1 or 2 layers. From the Uzumaki clan, Lin Shan asked in surprise. Speaking of it, after the collapse of the Uzumaki kingdom, the members of the Uzumaki clan were scattered all over the world, and the number was very rare. Namikaze Minato didn't know where to get the slippery fish. 24 inches no comment. Namikaze Minato said blankly, protecting the red-haired beautiful girl. How can there be no comment? Lin Shan said dissatisfied. Maybe it is Kushina's long-lost sister. My brother-in-law has the responsibility and obligation to take the sister-in-law back. Lin Shan stared straight at the red-haired beauty. Half of my sister-in-law's A is from my brother-in-law. Namikaze Minato has never heard of this sentence. Humph, short-sighted people. Don't talk nonsense here, I'm tired of listening. Namikaze Minato said impatiently. Hurry up and leave you. Minato, is this the scum you are talking about? At this time, the red-haired beauty behind Namikaze Minato spoke, with a sweet, crisp voice. Advertisement. The two big eyes gleamed like pearls. You are bad enough to speak badly behind your back. Lin Shan stared at Namikaze Minato displeased. If you lose it again, will you lose it? Namikaze Minato sneered, I didn't learn this from you. My uncle is not as knowledgeable as you. Lin Shan was too lazy to pay attention to Namikaze Minato, and continued to say nonsense. Hello Uzumaki Jushinue, I am your brother-in-law. What? Namikaze Minato is sorry, this FK is really going to strike up a conversation. The name is not ambiguous at all. My name is Uzumaki Kaide. The girl pouted. What? Lin Shan pretended to be happy and said, it really is you, Feng. Your sister Kuzumaki Kuyuki told me that she has a younger sister named Uzumaki Kaide. Uzumaki Kushina. Good guy, I don't know when a sister jumped out. Brother-in-law finally found you, let's have a warm hug. Lin Shan opened his arms. You. Namikaze Minato shivered in anger. He had never seen a shameless man like Lin Shan. Don't you feel embarrassed? Maple, let's go, don't talk nonsense with this guy. Namikaze Minato dragged Zan Huoxu and Maple and left. Maple, I am your brother-in-law Uchiha Lin Shan. I went to Konoha. You are always welcome to come to my house as a guest. Your sister misses you very much. Lin Shan hurriedly yelled. A day later, Lin Shan and his party also returned to Konoha. It stands to reason that after a big victory, the village should have a lively celebration. But the streets were deserted and there were not even a few people. In addition, after returning, Lin Shan went to Uchiha Fugaku several times, but this guy was not there. Lin Shan, are you here? At Uchiha Fugaku's house, Lin Shan came as a guest, and the person who entertained him was Makoto. It is worth mentioning that I still haven't seen Uchiha Fugaku himself. Uchiha Makoto gave Lin Shan lake tea with a big belly, and looked strenuously walking. Advertisement. Madam, you should sit down and rest. Lin Shan hurried up to change Makoto. If he was frightened, or bumped into the second pillar, Lin Shan couldn't afford it. Thank you. Uchiha Makoto looked at Lin Shan gratefully and said softly, thanks to you, I don't know what Fugaku is doing recently. I haven't come back for a long time. I am also a little puzzled. Lin Shan touched her chin and glanced at Uchiha Makoto. There were tears that had not dried up in the corner of her eyes. Husband, seems to have just cried. Oh, it's okay, when I was cooking, I accidentally choked on the smoke. Uchiha Makoto explained quickly. Lin Shan certainly doesn't believe this statement, but Uchiha Makoto doesn't want to say more, and he doesn't ask too much. After all, this is someone else's family affair. Lin Shan, tell me the truth. Uchiha Makoto suddenly said, Fugaku is outside, are there other women? What? Lin Shan was embarrassed by this question. Madam may have misunderstood something. As far as I know, the patriarch is a very infatuated man, let alone you were pregnant. No, I can feel it. In the few days since you left, Fugaku has changed, like a different person. After a while, Lin Shan left. He breathed heavily. Uchiha Makoto was like a deep-seated woman who was wronged. In the darkness, it seemed that there were a few pairs of eyes staring at him secretly, very uncomfortable. Nothing can be said about the specifics. In short, everything becomes very subtle. Lin Shan left thoughtfully. In fact, since returning to the village, he has also felt a strange atmosphere. There is a certain chance that the child will become deformed, and even die directly. Sorry to bother you. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. Lin Shan's mouth twitched and said silently, Madam, don't worry. When I see the patriarch, I must persuade him to care about you. If pregnant women are emotionally unstable, the fetus may also be affected. There may be other things. Is it really like Uchiha Makoto said, Uchiha Fugaku floats? Lin Shan is not good at handling this kind of things. He explained far-fetched. Madam, don't worry. As far as I know, the patriarch has always loved you deeply. There is no doubt about this. Uchiha Makoto couldn't hold back the tears anymore. I don't want to answer me, I don't want to look at me more, and I don't want to say a word to me. Fugaku has become Hokage, and he just drifted away. That was before. Uchiha Makoto said quietly, Fugaku has changed since becoming Hokage. It doesn't have the previous specialism. Isn't it the same for men? Power and power will gradually deteriorate. Uchiha Makoto said gratefully. Chapter 166 Amaterasu skewers are delicious. The moonlight is like a disc, and the night is sultry. Lin Shan's small courtyard was crowded. After coming back, he had a barbecue party. Apart from Lin Shan, there are no other male compatriots participating. In the past 2 days, he planned to tear down the western wall and expand it a little bit. It is unpleasant to build a swimming pool. When there is nothing to do in the summer, we have a pool party. A group of beauties in bikinis dangled in front of their eyes. Thinking about it a little bit, Lin Shan was especially excited. The people participating tonight are Tsunade, Samui, Yu Wooden Golem, Uzumaki Kushina, Konan. On the eve of the night, it was red, and even Nohara Lin was tied up. Brother 2 was controlled by Black Zetsu. For Lin Shan's safety, Lin Shan could only take care of his brother in tears. The prepared meat skewers are grilled one after another, and the appearance is brown and oily, and looks beautiful in color and fragrance. Sprinkle with a layer of special barbecue ingredients, the taste is simply amazing. However, Mangekyo's pupil power can still do this, I've learned a lot. Uzumaki Kushina on the side took the skewers and couldn't help shaking his head. That's right, the flame used to grill the skewers is pitch black. What else but Amaterasu? Don't worry, it's absolutely undead. I can't harm you anyone. Lin Shan assured him, patting his chest. Uzumaki Kushina tried to chew, crisp on the outside, tender on the inside, fat but not greasy, and the taste was quite good. The others also ate a lot. Eating from Wooden Golem's mouth was greasy, but I was actually quite speechless. The thought that Amaterasu, which caused her pain in the past, is now used to grill skewers, she is heartbroken. I ate dozens of skewers at once. Master Lin Shan, you resurrected Nawaki before, really costing 20 years of life. Tsunade came up and asked with shame, the whole village spread. And Nagato, too. Conan also sat beside Lin Shan anxiously. I knew this, just. Conan looked dim and lowered her head. She was very guilty. Nagato is her best friend, but she can't deplete Lin Shan's vitality for Nagato. Advertisement. A lie, these two silly girls actually believed. Lin Shan had a cunning look in his eyes, and Tsunade had already won it. It's Conan. Lin Shan squeezed Conan's face, and the actor instantly became possessed. Conan, Nagato is your best friend, your childhood companion, let alone a mere 20 years, even if 40 years, I, Uchiha Lin Shan, have no eyes blink. Wow. Hearing this, Conan was so moved that he threw himself into Lin Shan's arms and started crying. Lin Shan was so refreshed when he saw this. The little girl's film is currently young and has too little experience. What a lie. Conan is pregnant alone with Kushina. To be honest, I'm not reconciled. Can you help? Lin Shan looked at her blankly. What? Conan's tears stagnated, and if it was for other things, she wouldn't care even if she sacrificed her life. Because Lin Shan helped them too much. Not only did Hanzo kill Hanzo, he even gave Rain Shinobi village to Yahiko, and resurrected Nagato. All kinds of kindnesses will last a lifetime, and I am afraid it will be difficult to repay them. Conan clenched his silver teeth. Lin Shan paid so much for them, how about helping others to have a baby? When Conan was about to agree, someone came out to tear down the stage. No, do you really believe it? Uzumaki Kushina couldn't stand it anymore, and unceremoniously opened up. With this guy's shrewdness, even if he really loses 20 years of life, he can still make up for it. There are so many beautiful girls in the world, how can he be willing to go? It's dead. Uzumaki Kushina said something to wake up the dreamer, and Conan suddenly looked at Lin Shan suspiciously. This stinky woman is owed. Lin Shan's face turned dark, and Conan tweeted that he was about to agree. Kushina, I forgot to tell you something. Lin Shan stretched his voice. That guy Namikaze Minato has found a girlfriend who is more beautiful than you, better figure than you, higher value than you, and gentler than you. The main thing is, why would you be a girlfriend than the beauty you cook? Lin Shan added that Uzumaki Kushina's forehead is full of veins. Is he so unbearable? I am pregnant with your child now, so you are not afraid to get angry with me. Scumbag. Uzumaki Kushina said, and the beautiful eyes flashed a faint sadness. Is that girl really that good? It looks pretty good. Lin Shan thought for a moment, and recalled. Hairstyle and face are similar to yours. The name looks like Uzumaki Maple. Would you like to ask another day? I feel like your sister. Advertisement. Can you stop talking nonsense? Uzumaki Kushina turned by Akugan. I'm the only child, you idiot. It's not necessarily true. What if your mother has an old king with arms? Lin Shan murmured. Maybe it's your half-sister or half-sister. Uzumaki Kushina's pretty face turned black. Why did he even scold him with his parents? Speaking of which, when will you be content? Uzumaki Kushina's gaze swept across everyone, and Lin Shan has always been like an emperor. You will be motivated if you don't know enough. If you are content casually, what is the difference between a person and a salted fish? I want it. It hurts. Ta Raihong suddenly grabbed her ears from behind and turned vigorously. Lin Shan almost wanted to curse in pain. Excessive. Lin Shan. Ta Raihong pursed her lips and her eyes were red. You actually did so much. You are so crazy, Lin Shan. With her silver teeth clenched, Shi Raihong's eyes are red, which is simply outrageous. Ta Raihong was almost dizzy and could make up enough mahjong for 2 tables. Good money, Lin Shan smiled, and immediately afterwards, he said the classic scumbag quotations. Although I know that Lin Shan is very unscrupulous, but sometimes, he can't help thinking about him and worrying about him. Yes, the women are very impressed by this, they are all obtained by Lin Shan using various methods. Only Shi Raihong is more patient, and gradually deepens. Although I am more philanthropic, the person I love the most is still you, Red. HMPH, I won't listen, don't listen. Lin Shan is back, she is happier than anyone, even if the other party is bad. In fact, she knew these things a long time ago, after all, they were spread all over the village. Lin Shan said sternly. They are all my subordinates, and they are my important fighting power. Whether Conan or Kushina, they all have special skills. Well, do I occasionally expand my business, mainly because they want to have a baby, so I can only passively help. Red, it seems that you have misunderstood something. This kind of longing can't be controlled at all. Ta Raihong glanced at Uzumaki Kushina's swollen belly, helping the pregnant man. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Ta Raihong rolled her head, her beautiful eyes were aggrieved and helpless. Ta Raihong did not expect that she would fall so deeply before she knew it. Chapter 167 Distinguished Heavenly Gods. The night passed very quickly, and the sun was red in the first half of the night. As for the second half of the night, it is Lin Shan's happy time. Until daybreak, he was still energized, and he would not feel tired if he didn't sleep for a year. A shrew as strong as Tsunade was eventually defeated. Woke up early in the morning, Lin Shan went to find Uchiha Fugaku again. This time I finally ran into him. However, FK me away. Me. Uchiha Fugaku's thunderous sound came from the house. Lin Shan stopped and quarreled. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Fugaku walked out with a vicious look, and when he saw Lin Shan, he asked, "Wait for me to come back." In addition, Shisui followed behind him, with one eye bandaged, as if he was injured. No extra nonsense, Fugaku passed Lin Shan. This attitude. No wonder Makoto said he was floating, it seems a little bit. Lin Shan also agreed. Compared with the previous days, Uchiha Fugaku does seem to be a different person. Lin Shan also thought about going back to 380, suddenly there was a choke in the room. Sounds like Uchiha Makoto. Lin Shan hurried in and took a look. Uchiha Makoto was lying on the ground with a big belly. She was whimpering with tears, and even on her cheek, there was a flushed palm print. Patriarch, he hit you? Lin Shan asked incredulously. He asked himself to be Konoha's first scumbag. But even pregnant women are beaten, are they still human? When did Uchiha Fugaku become like this? Lin Shan quickly helped Uchiha Makoto up, and she lay down on the table crying in despair. Upon seeing this, Lin Shan was helpless. If Tsunade or Wooden Golem cried, Lin Shan usually beat him up. Advertisement. Or use an illusion to let them sleep. Treating Uchiha Makoto, especially if you are pregnant, is definitely not enough. Cough cough. Lin Shan can only bite the bullet and forcefully explain, the patriarch is indeed a bit weird lately. Hearing that, Uchiha Makoto looked up, his eyes were already swollen from crying. And the slap print on the face is distressing. Itachi was also locked up by him. That was his biological son. I even heard that some people in the family were also secretly executed. Uchiha Makoto said in pain, everyone is terrified of him now. Everyone in the family was put to death. Hearing this, Lin Shan raised his brows and suddenly felt strange. Well, even if you are tired of Uchiha Makoto, it is a broken relationship, but for other strong people in the family, this is intriguing. Isn't this self-destructing the Great Wall? After all, Uchiha Fugaku's current status is supported by Lin Shan and other family members. Without the Uchiha family, he is nothing. He and Shisui are very close now, almost inseparable. Makoto asked worriedly. Lin Shan, you said Fugaku will it? What's wrong? Lin Shan looked at Makoto expectantly, hoping she could provide some useful information. Will the orientation change? Uchiha Makoto grabbed Lin Shan's arm and asked. He was sluggish for half a minute, and after making sure that Uchiha Makoto was not joking, he said slowly. Mrs. Makoto, you have been thinking a little bit lately, don't think about it, it is not good for the growth of the fetus, maybe it is possible. Lin Shan thought of a certain possibility and secretly said, that be asterisk 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 D Shisui, wouldn't he use a distinguished heavenly gods, on Uchiha Fugaku? Quote. Distinguished heavenly gods, can quietly change a person's will, known as the strongest illusion. To put it simply, once a person is caught in an illusion, the six relatives do not recognize it and become a slave to the operator. The strangeness of Uchiha Fugaku now makes Lin Shan a little suspicious. But he was not sure, it was also Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku could not be defeated so easily. Unless, in the village, Uchiha Shisui's helper is still hidden. It seems that in the past few days I went out, undercurrents have been surging in the village. Advertisement. Lin Shan looked into the distance, was silent for a moment, then turned his head to stare at Uchiha Makoto. Madam, what is unusual about the patriarch these days, please tell me in detail. Good. Uchiha Makoto thought about the events of the past few days and said, one night 5 days ago, Fugaku went out. Shisui said that Kurigakure's intruder was found. Please come and take a look, after that. Uchiha's beautiful eyes are dull and dull. After coming back, Fugaku has changed. The fart intruder, Kurigakure has fallen into Terumi Mei's hands. That woman is my dog, how dare I send someone here? Lin Shan cautioned. In the past few days, I guess there will be a bloody storm in the village, madam take care. Lin Shan got up and was about to leave. He had already guessed that Uchiha Fugaku was probably hit by distinguished heavenly gods. In the original history, Uchiha Shisui intended to use distinguished heavenly gods against Uchiha Fugaku in order to prevent family rebellion. Unfortunately, he failed in the end and was also taken away by Danzo as a Sharingan. It seems to have happened right now, and Lin Shan can't figure out why Shisui has any reason to do this. After all, the village is already peaceful, and Hokage is also Uchiha Fugaku. What is the intention to do all those messy things? He may be controlled by Shisui's illusion. Lin Shan said bluntly. Why did Shisui do this? Uchiha Makoto's beautiful eyes widened. Uchiha Makoto looked at Lin Shan eagerly, and begged, Lin Shan, you are the person Fugaku once trusted the most. Please, please, please take me in for the time being. Uchiha Makoto was desperate. Tell me what happened to Fugaku. Lin Shan opened his mouth wide and flung it back and forth, and finally flung it on himself again. I beg you, does he want to be Hokage? There is no other way, and Uchiha Makoto can't think of anyone to help. I'm a pregnant woman who struggles to walk. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. Uchiha Makoto's eyes were tearful, and he almost knocked his head. When he first returned to the village, he realized something was wrong. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. If you have to find someone who has absolute power to protect her and her fetus, that is Lin Shan. This is not important anymore, it has already happened anyway, madam better be prepared. Lin Shan also intends to leave, he feels that this FK is for him. Take care. How to take care? How can I take care of myself as a pregnant woman? Chapter 168 The strongest dog licking in history, Uchiha Shisui. Looking at the pleading eyes, Lin Shan stopped. The current situation in the village is weird, and he can't tell who is friend or foe. Madam, just go to my place, but don't run around. Well, the heart of Lin Shan broke out. This is the wife of good brother Uchiha Fugaku. If he is in trouble, take care of his orphans and widows by himself. Isn't it human nature? Lin Shan decided to fulfill this obligation and take care of his brother's wife temporarily. Besides, Uchiha Fugaku did help him a lot. Very good. Uchiha Makoto beamed his eyebrows and quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Lin Shan, don't call my wife anymore. It's strange, you just call me Makoto. Oh, Lin Shan was not too hypocritical, and said softly, then Makoto, hurry up and pack your clothes. Hearing that, Uchiha Makoto gave a wry smile, and she touched her swollen belly. Do you think I have the ability to clean up like this? What? Lin Shan was startled. You, come and help me find it. Uchiha Makoto said embarrassingly. Lin Shan hesitated a little when he heard the words, and nodded in agreement. Just in the closet in the bedroom, you can take a few maternity clothes and inner and underwear. Makoto pretended to say calmly, but his lips twitched slightly. At this time, others can't take care of it. What's more, a teenager who is about to 16 years old is still a good friend of her husband, and there is nothing bad about it. Well, be open. In the closet, Lin Shan is overwhelmed, and Uchiha Makoto's clothes are neatly arranged. It is not difficult to find them. Just pick up a few of them. Half an hour later, Uchiha Makoto arrived at Lin Shan's house. Everyone looked at someone with a belly bigger than Uzumaki Kushina, and they were all dumbfounded. Could this guy Lin Shan have any special hobbies? Don't look at me with strange eyes. Lin Shan is anxious. I am upright and honest, and I never disdain to do things like bullying my friends' wives. It's okay not to say this. After saying this, everyone's eyes are even more weird. Everyone, I'm afraid I will trouble you for a few days. Lin Shan said that Fugaku may be controlled by Shisui's illusion, so I came to hide. Advertisement. Uchiha Makoto bowed slightly to Tsunade and others. These days, I have to work hard for you. Since Master Lin Shan agreed, we can only do so. Tsunade shrugged, not caring about it. What's the matter with the slap print on Makoto's face? Uzumaki Kushina asked angrily, both pregnant women, she can understand each other's difficulties. It was the patriarch who fought, but that's not to blame him. After being manipulated, his whole personality has changed, he is indifferent and ruthless, especially when he treats the Uchiha clan, he feels like an enemy. Lin Shan explained that he didn't know what Shisui modified Uchiha Fugaku's will. Anyway, being able to act on Makoto and execute the members of the Uchiha clan, it can be seen that they are very unfriendly to the Uchiha clan. Speaking of which, Shisui, the Byakugan wolf, has not changed at all. Such a wonderful work should be broken into pieces. He and his ancestor, Uchiha Kagami, are both in the same way. What are you going to do next? Uzumaki Kushina asked. Don't go out. Lin Shan mused. I don't know what to say, I feel that all these conspiracies are against me. After all, the strongest person in the Uchiha clan is me. Therefore, you may also be targeted. Don't go out and walk around. Lin Shan's eyes were cold. By Wooden Golem, Samyi, Tsunade, and Konan, once someone approaches, there is no need to interrogate and kill it. The women nodded one after another and strictly followed Lin Shan's orders. In addition, Lin Shan also summoned 8 Tails Jinchuriki, 4 Tails and 5 Tails Jinchuriki as bodyguards. With so many strong people protecting it, it is barely safe. Next, I'm going to pick someone up. Lin Shan looked into the distance. Red may also be their target. Ta Raihong's house was surrounded by Anbu ninjas. What are you doing? Ta Raihong's little face was completely puzzled. What did he commit? Don't ask extra nonsense, come with us. The ninja wearing an animal mask said, this is Master Hokage's order. Hokage's instructions. Ta Raihong is very strange. Isn't Hokage Uchiha Fugaku? Based on her relationship with Lin Shan, let alone that Yurihong did not commit any crimes, even if he did something unfavorable to the village, Uchiha Fugaku would not be considered. Advertisement. For Flowers 0. The Uchiha regime was defeated by Lin Shan. Take away. The Anbu ninja gave an impatient command, and suddenly several ninjas came up and surrounded. You guys, you are making trouble out of nowhere. Tari's blushing little face was flushed, and she didn't even have a reason. She could not accept that she came up directly to arrest someone. Go away lousy. An explosive shout containing a strong murderous intent came from outside the room, followed by a bang, and the east wall was directly pierced through. Lin Shan broke in, he looked at the ninja besieging Shi Raihong, Mangekyo Sharingan burst out the light of killing. Amaterasu. The ruthless black flame swept out, and these little guys couldn't bear it. 0. In the blink of an eye, he was swallowed by Amaterasu. Uchiha Lin Shan, this is Master Hokage's order, do you want to rebel? The headed Anbu ninja scolded angrily. HMPH, are you a hairy man? Lin Shan sneered and spit out very roughly. Listen to the voice, isn't this the stinky idiot of Shisui? You. The ninja, wearing a black robe and a rabbit mask, trembled, and then slowly took off the mask. A green and slightly tender cheek emerged. That's right, it was Uchiha Shisui, one of his eyes was still wrapped in bandages. Uchiha Lin Shan, this is the order of the patriarch, arrest Shiraihong, don't get in the way. Shisui drew the sword from his waist and said with cold eyes, otherwise, I will execute you as a traitor. Ha 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 ha, execute me, it's up to you. Lin Shan smiled with a stomachache, and said without hesitation, Uchiha Shisui, look at your dog, you are born with a slave appearance, and the high-level Konoha has perished. You are still facing them, even at the mercy of launching distinguished heavenly gods. You are simply the shame of the Uchiha clan, the strongest licking dog in history. Lin Shan directly yelled. You shouldn't be a human being. You like to lick others so much. Let's reborn as a dog in the next life. After some ridicule, Uchiha Shisui flushed and his anger soared. Chapter 169. A representative figure who recognizes a thief as a father. Shisui unwrapped the bandage on his right eye, and a bloodshot eye emerged, with bloodshot eyes crisscrossing like a spider web. If the art of releasing Mangekyo is injured, it should be recovered after so long. At present, the eyes are still like this, and only distinguished heavenly gods consume so much. The cold light in Lin Shan's eyes became more intense. Distinguished heavenly gods, it can be called an insoluble technique. Once you are recruited, it is almost impossible to recover. Shisui can also be a killer, and Uchiha Fugaku is not bad to him. Do you even know my technique? Shisui changed slightly. Distinguished heavenly gods, he had hardly used it. Mainly because this technique consumes too much. Without Senju Hashirama's chakra, using distinguished heavenly gods once requires a cooling period of more than 10 years. I used the distinguished heavenly gods on the patriarch to make him always loyal to someone. Now, Uchiha, 380, Shisui does not intend to conceal it anymore, and said in a condensed voice, correct him from the wrong standpoint. You stupid dog. Lin Shan laughed furiously. Let him be someone else's slave, let him kill people of the same race, is this your goal? Shisui lowered his head. Hokage was originally from the Uchiha clan. It was taken by force, so don't worry. Bang 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 bang. Lin Shan couldn't help applauding. It was so G damn that he didn't see it. This Uchiha Shisui actually has the foundation to be a saint. Speaking of which, who did you make him loyal? The Hokage family, and even their families, the Sarutobi family and the Shimura family, were almost killed by me, which will benefit the old, the weak and the sick. Lin Shan was quite surprised. Is it loyal to Jiraiya or Namikaze Minato? What? At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and stood beside Uchiha Shisui. The man was old, with a pipe in his mouth and a hat symbolizing Hokage on his head. Third generation. Lin Shan was taken aback. Old guy, are you not dead? Miscalculated. Lin Shan. Third generation's old face flashed a trace of pride. I asked Shisui to release the distinguished heavenly god's technique to Uchiha Fugaku. That night, Fugaku resisted quite stubbornly, and a few of us subdued him. Several people. Lin Shan frowned. Apparently, besides Shisui and third generation, there were others who also participated. Immediately afterwards, Jiraiya also appeared. There is no doubt that he is also a participant. Advertisement. Lin Shan looked at Jiraiya disdainfully. You are just my dog-licking dog, and you are eligible to appear here. Don't you go. Death is imminent, with sharp teeth and mouth. Jiraiya said bitterly. Today is your death date. After that, a large wave of Anbu ninjas also came to support one after another. Among them is Uchiha Fugaku. Bold Lin Shan, I have seen Master Hokage, don't hesitate to kneel down. Uchiha Fugaku yelled, and he who was hit by distinguished heavenly gods already seemed to have changed. I blame you for the dog food. Lin Shan glared at Uchiha Shisui, pointed to third generation and asked, this old immortal is your father, right? Ha ha ha, let's tell you that, the old man has accepted Shisui as a godson a few days ago. Third generation smiled and looked at Shisui gently. My father. Shisui was kneeling on one knee with a respectful face. Lin Shan looked at this scene of father's kindness and filial piety, and he recognized the thief as the father. Uchiha Shisui definitely counted as one. Lin Shan didn't know what ecstasy was being poured into him by third generation. Shisui, a stupid dog, was so faithful. Konoha is already in the Uchiha family. He still thinks about taking refuge in third generation at Izshin. In addition, Shisui is afraid that this silly lack has not been seen. Once third generation regains power, it is estimated that the Uchiha family will be slaughtered soon. Speaking of which, Shisui, Tenten, and Itachi are mingling together, shouldn't it also brainwash Itachi? The child of Itachi also called Lin Shan like a godfather. In the future, he won't suffer from Itachi's filial knife, will he? In order to defeat you, we have prepared enough cards. Jiraiya shouted loudly. Today, it's time to settle the grievances. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Fugaku, third Hokage, and Jiraiya looked at each other, and they spread out and surrounded Lin Shan from different directions. A group of trash fish. Lin Shan didn't care at all, and provocatively said, come on together, trash. Go to hell. Jiraiya couldn't wait to launch an attack, his hair stretched suddenly, and when it hardened, it stabbed like a steel needle. Lin Shan's methodical release of Susanoo. Clang clang clang. Sparks flew, and Susanoo's hard shell easily blocked it. Lin Shan threw more than a dozen Yasaka Guyu backhands. Hurry up, Jiraiya. Third generation shouted anxiously, and at the same time hurriedly activated the shadow clone technique. The 4 clones also quickly dispersed. Advertisement. Bang bang. Thick smoke rose, the earth swayed continuously, and several potholes were blasted out. Even though Jiraiya was the first tortoise and retreated early, he was still blown off by the aftermath. Lin Shan's eyes widened. Amaterasu. Boom boom boom. The shadow clone of the 3rd generation caught fire on the spot and burned down in an instant. Fire style how fire dragon technique. Shisui also made a move, and several fire dragons fell from the sky. Lin Shan repeats the old trick. Amaterasu. Boom boom boom. The fire dragon was also swallowed by Amaterasu and burned completely. Fire style is extinguished. A fierce sea of fire spouted from Uchiha Fugaku's mouth. Lin Shan is slightly lost. This technique Uchiha Fugaku will also. But when I thought about it, I was relieved. The scroll of the fierce fire extinguishing technique was not given to him by Uchiha Fugaku, it would work normally. Just can't crush it. It is impossible to kill Uchiha Fugaku, but in this way Lin Shan can't move and be beaten by 0.4 move. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. Jiraiya suddenly urged Uchiha Shisui. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Boom. He looked at Uchiha Fugaku, his eyes hesitating. Hurry up yet. Lin Shan's eyes moved, and Susanoo's shield, Yata Mirror, greeted him from the front. Apart from this, Lin Shan can't think of anything else. The flame came. Even with Susanoo protection, Lin Shan could feel the hot temperature. The power of Shanshu is extraordinary, and the powerful force shook the Yata Mirror. The clown who doesn't know what to do. A trace of determination flashed across Lin Shan's eyes. The only technique that could restore Uchiha Fugaku to normal was probably Izanami. I can only try that technique. Sage Art Super Big Ball Rasengan. Jiraiya jumped up, holding a huge chakra sphere, and smashed towards Susanoo. Rumble. Chapter 170 Kneel down and call me father. The green light shines, and the materialized green chakra gradually condenses into the appearance of a giant. Wearing a Tengu helmet, full of armor for defense, holding a spiral sword. This is Susanoo of Uchiha Shisui. Under Shisui's control, the spiral great sword stabs back with full force. Pouch. Susanoo's backside was immediately opened with a big gap in his head. It's not over yet, Uchiha Shisui shouted, and the spiral sword turned at full speed like a head. Puff, 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 puff. The gap is getting bigger and bigger, and one half of the spiral sword penetrates into Susanoo. Our chance is here. Third Hokage was overjoyed and summoned several shadow clones again. Sweep to different locations respectively. One of them spit out the fire attribute chakra. Another chakra spit out the thunder attribute. There is also a shadow clone spit out the wind attribute chakra. The last shadow clone in the body spit out the chakra and water chakra. 5 escapes Dalian playing technique. Boom boom boom. The 5 attributes of chakra, after hitting Susanoo, exploded like a powerful explosive. The sound of kaka can be heard inside 24, which can be heard continuously, and it may burst at any time. Susanoo. On the other side, Uchiha Fugaku also unfolds Susanoo. The appearance is bright red with a blood-like luster. With a strong swipe of his sturdy arm, 3 Guyu tied together flew up. It is Yasaka Guyu. Boom. Susanoo's head was hit tragically, and the Tengu helmet he wore on his head was suddenly cracked. Susanoo was already broken after 4 consecutive attacks. It's a pity that the distance is still close to being broken. Lin Shan pursed his lips and smiled. Don't you forget me. Just above Susanoo, a familiar voice came, and the golden figure flashed out of thin air, holding a huge Rasengan mending knife. Lin Shan took a closer look, and it was Namikaze Minato. On this occasion, I would be surprised if your kid doesn't come. Lin Shan was not surprised. Boom. Another extra-large Rasengan exploded, and Suzuo's head was opened. After being besieged by several people one after another, the huge body was finally unable to maintain. Advertisement. Eventually, they broke apart one by one. Next, showtime is about to begin, idiots. Lin Shan smiled grimly. Dead door open. Boom boom boom. The blood-red steam erupted, and several people who were caught off guard flew out one after another. The power is comparable to shock waves. Dead door. Jiraiya was shocked. 8 inner gates technique, he also heard about it. The dead door is the last door. After opening, the operator will undoubtedly die. But this is not important. Without an iron body, it is absolutely impossible to open the dead door. Lin Shan has thin arms and thin legs, how can he do it? Just start with Byakugan Wolf. Lin Shan Yu Guangjing slowly clenched his fists towards Shisui. Uchiha Shisui suddenly hit a spirit, Susuo's chest opened, and a series of green arrows shot out. Susanoo 99. Small bugs. Lin Shan curled his lips, and was too lazy to defend. The flaming red steam burned all over, as hot as a flame. Before the arrow hit Lin Shan, it burned into slag. Shishong. With a heavy fist, a white light capable of annihilating everything rushed towards Shisui. Bang. Susanoo was like paper, shattered into dregs in an instant. The atmosphere is full of flying chakra scum. Guru. When the cold wind hit, Shisui shuddered. Isn't it? Susanoo is gone with one punch. You seem surprised. The devil's whispers resounded behind him, and Shisui turned his head back abruptly. Hongmao Lin Shan has already appeared. Shisui subconsciously threw his fist out, but the result was the same. Before his fist touched Lin Shan, he was burned by the steam. That punch just now could have killed you, but your eyes are somewhat useful. Lin Shan pulled his big hand to Shisui's eyes. Godfather, save me. Shisui asked for help from third generation, but it was a pity that the old man had no intention of doing anything. Lin Shan, the dead door, really shocked everyone. Puff, puff. Lin Shan's hand was blood red, and he successfully closed Shisui's eyes. Uchiha Shisui screamed while clutching his eyes, his entire cheeks were stained with blood, and he was extremely painful. Stop calling, I'll get you on the road. Lin Shan smiled evilly, he gave up to beat Shisui. Killing this B-Chiz thing directly is not too cheap for him. Advertisement. Amaterasu. The black flame spread from the front door, and spread all over the body in the blink of an eye. Shisui lay on the ground and rolled over and over. Ah 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 ah. His desperate moan made the faces of third generation and Jiraiya sink. Shisui, is this gone? I take a look, who is next? Lin Shan swept back and forth at several people, and smiled on the side of her V**********. Don't think about it, you bastards, Lousy wants you all to taste the pain and die. The next one is you. Lin Shan is approaching third generation, and the old guy is in danger, summoning Ape Demon. Boom. After a burst of heavy smoke, the monkey demon came out. After seeing the opponent clearly, Tsurumo cursed. Sarutobi, why is the enemy this guy again? He hasn't forgotten what he had been trampled on before. FK Wave, come again. Stop complaining. Third generation said solemnly. Either we died today, or Lin Shan died. Ape Demon, hurry up and puff. The monkey demon suddenly moved his hand, and his sharp claws swept towards third Hokage. Wow. Third generation screamed. 383 of the right eye was also clawed and completely abolished. This is. Namikaze Minato smiled happily at the corner of his mouth. Even if he died in the battle, he would have no regrets. Both Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato were in a daze. When they looked at the Saruman, their eyes were already golden Sharingan. Namikaze Minato, what about your little girlfriend, Uzumaki Kaide? Namikaze Minato's teeth are about to be crushed. Call Lin Shan's father. Lin Shan's words made Namikaze Minato's pupils widen. Namikaze Minato threw the ground all over the ground, each of which was tied to the flying thunder god Warlock. Ms. Jiraiya, let's go. Lin Shan suddenly asked unkindly. Do it to me, don't you worry about her safety. Is it pregnant and sent to the country of grass? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Ha ha ha, this is not important, this self-righteous idiot, your little girlfriend, Lousy has been thinking about it all the time. Feng has been secretly sent away by me, and she has been. This guy is right. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. Why do you know, what did you do to Maple? Namikaze Minato roared with a sullen face. Jiraiya couldn't help feeling outrageous. Summoning beast can be controlled. Lin Shan yelled. If you don't want her to have a problem, immediately kneel down for Lousy and call her father. Chapter 171 The grief-stricken Namikaze Minato. Is it possible? Who would call him a dad who can't wait to shatter his body? But, Namikaze Minato hesitated, if Lin Shan didn't fool him, wouldn't Feng say? If he refuses to cooperate, his child who has not yet seen the sun may be dead. Minato, don't be fooled. You don't know the nature of Lin Shan, it must be nonsense. Jiraiya came up to comfort him. Hearing that, Namikaze Minato's eyes flickered, nonsense. He thought about it too. However, the key issue is that Uzumaki Kaide is indeed pregnant and he was sent to the country of grass. This is the truth. She has fallen into my hands. Lin Shan explained leisurely. The country of rain borders the country of grass. Nagato and Yahiko who rule Rain Shinobi Village are my good brothers. After the civil strife in Rain Shinobi Village ended, their power began to spread out. Quote. The country of grass is the first country to be infiltrated by them. Your unmarried and first pregnant girlfriend fell into their hands. I heard that they met in a remote village in the south of the country of grass. No way. Who made her a member of the Uzumaki clan, talent? Lin Shan spread his hands. Namikaze Minato was cold. By now, he can be sure that Uzumaki Feng has indeed fallen into Lin Shan's hands. Call or not, Lin Shan threatened. Do you really want to kill 2 lives? Minato. Jiraiya yelled and reminded. Even if it is true, it is useless to shout in the hands of a villain like Uchiha Lin Shan, it is better to give it a go. Jiraiya, where does your dog stuff come from so many words? Lin Shan sprayed directly. It's because you watched Tsunade not pregnant yet, are you so arrogant? When you kill you, Tsunade will return to normal. Jiraiya's teeth are bleeding. I will give you 3 seconds to think about it. Lin Shan thumbs up. 3. Dad. Finally, Namikaze Minato screamed aggrievedly. After screaming, he was ashamed to commit suicide, and immediately turned into a flash of light and disappeared. Advertisement. Ha ha ha, remember, I remember it all. From now on, I, Uchiha Lin Shan, will have a son named Namikaze Minato, even though he is a bad boy who doesn't love me very much. Lin Shan thinks it's funny. Namikaze Minato broke the defense. However, Namikaze Minato is indeed miserable. First, Uzumaki Kushina was lost, and secondly, the newly found girlfriend Uzumaki Kaide was also unfortunately arrested. Why did God treat him so unfairly? This is bad. Jiraiya seems to have eaten 10 tons of flies. Uchiha Shisui is gone. Namikaze Minato guessed where he went to draw a circle and curse Lin Shan. Third generation's eye was abolished again, and it was also a great loss of combat power. Only he and Uchiha Fugaku are normal. Encircle him for me. Uchiha Fugaku pointed at Lin Shan and ordered. Groups of Anbu ninjas immediately attacked. Lin Shan focused his gaze on Uchiha Fugaku's body, his eyes flashed with golden luster, and his majestic pupils rushed straight into his mind. No, he is going to activate pupil surgery. Jiraiya immediately felt bad when he saw this, and quickly reminded, be careful what he wants. Puff. Before he finished speaking, Uchiha Fugaku fell to the ground. Izanami, this is the technique corresponding to Izanaki. If Izanaki is the destiny-changing technique, then Izanami is the destiny-determining technique. Only by recognizing myself can I completely escape from the pupil technique. If you don't recognize it, you will probably lie down in this life, infinitely looping in pupil surgery. Lin Shan doesn't know if it works or not. In short, I can only try it. It all depends on Uchiha Fugaku's own good fortune. Damn, another one fell. Jiraiya yelled. The 5 giants insisted that they all stopped cooking in less than 10 minutes. What a shame. Zilai. Third generation said hoarsely, you can run away, leave it to me here. Old man, what are you? Jiraiya asked in a panic. Behind third Hokage, a hideous phantom appeared. Advertisement. Wearing a white robe, the exposed body part is very thin, just a layer of skin on the bones. This monster has a blue face and teeth, a sharp knife in his mouth, and special horns on his head. Its narrow eyes are staring at Lin Shan, filled with weird light. Jiraiya turned pale and said palely, well, is this Shinigami? He thought of a terrible technique, the ghoul seal. Shinigami can be summoned to seal the enemy's soul, a very evil trick. Although it is powerful, it is also a gamble on the life of the surgeon. Old man, are you crazy? Jiraiya whimpered with tears. How can this be said to be crazy? Why are you crying, Jiraiya? Lin Shan smiled calmly. Master third generation thinks that both of his sons are dead, and he is boring to live by himself, so he can just die together. No, all 3 sons are dead. After all, I have a godson Shisui. Lin Shan glanced at Shisui's body, very disgusted. He even wanted to resurrect the Byakugan wolf and kill it again. Drink. Lin Shan tried to touch it with his hands, as if the 2 sides did not exist in the same dimension, they couldn't touch it at all. The other hand of Tian Dao was also drooping on Lin Shan's body, and the power of human Dao was also activated. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. Yes, that is the soul of the old guy. A figure suddenly rushed out, with iron rods all over his body, just good money is good, is the way of heaven. Lin Shan said indifferently. Chakra that can swallow everything, even if you don't want to extract the soul of lousy. What? The swallowing power surged, and the Shinigami phantom on third generation was instantly swallowed. Third Hokage was dumbfounded, this FK is Shinigami. Shinigami successfully grabbed Lin Shan and pulled his soul out a little bit. Third generation seemed to be working hard, the forehead was full of blue veins, Shinigami stretched out his hands suddenly. How can it be? Another group of chaotic light also flew out of third generation's body. One arm fell on Lin Shan's back, and that big hand looked like a hand of God, directly swallowing Shinigami's hand in Lin Shan's body. Sacrifice your soul first, third generation. Eat. This is the ability of the hungry Keto. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Lin Shan is still plain, staring at Shinigami's posture. Simply Shinigami, don't hesitate to disappear for me. Chapter 172 Master and Apprentice lived happily and happily. At the moment, the old man of third generation, his head is messy. The script shouldn't be like this. After he summoned Shinigami, he should suppress Lin Shan with absolute power, collect his soul, and then dedicate his soul to Shinigami. The 2 were killed together in Shinigami's belly forever. This is a normal script. Farewell, old man. As the last soul of third generation flew out, his whole body quickly dried up. Falling down like a mummy. Ms. Sarutobi. Jiraiya was heartbroken, and there was no need for a fellow villager to see a fellow villager. His eyes were already in tears. A lunge rushed in front of third generation, holding his corpse firmly. Lin Shan didn't bother when he saw this. After all, his relatives and friends were either robbed or killed. Jiraiya blamed the poor, let him slow down and kill again later. Lin Shan took out a cigarette, stared, and Amaterasu lit it. However, swallowing the clouds and driving the fog, which had not yet come, pierced through a pair of cold eyes. Your self-healing speed is a bit fast, how slow, I haven't had time to smoke yet. Lin Shan vomited speechlessly. It seems that the old man has a fairly ordinary status in your heart. Jiraiya didn't say a word, staring at him deathly. 383. Really, Jiraiya, why are you so angry? You will die when you die. Be happy. Lin Shan looked at Jiraiya's hateful gaze and flicked. Would you like to take refuge in me? The patriarch is here too. No one in the village is Hokage anymore. Take refuge in me. You are the next Hokage. Lin Shan glanced at Uchiha Fugaku. Can you wake up in the year of the monkey? I will kill you. Jiraiya clenched his fist tightly. Then give you a chance. You are the best at Sage Mode. I know a batch of your dishes. It takes time to prepare to turn on Sage Mode. You start. I'll wait for you in silence. Lin Shan said in a big voice. I like to challenge the strong. If you can't kill the strongest you, even if you kill you, I will be upset. Show all you can stand for. Let's see. Jiraiya took a deep breath, and he began to calm down, concentrate, and prepare for Sage Mode with all his strength. But as soon as it calmed down, the shadows approached. What? Lin Shan suddenly rushed towards Jiraiya with a grim look, and slammed his fist directly into Jiraiya's face. Advertisement. CI. Bang. A crisp sound fell, and Jiraiya flew out immediately. The bridge of his nose was broken with a punch, and the blood was flowing out like a stream. Jiraiya fell underground, clutching his nose in pain, and cursing hysterically, you shameless villain. Too mean, too insidious, too dirty. Jiraiya was depressed and vomited blood, and actually believed his nonsense, wishing to give herself a big mouth. Why are you so stupid? Can you believe the words of a devil? Look at you being stupid. Lin Shan unceremoniously scorned. Shameless. Jiraiya, why can't you fight me? Third generation, Danzo, Namikaze Minato, and you. Why do so many people die in my hands one after another? That's because I am more ruthless than you. An idiot like you who listens easily to the words of others, it is a wonder in the world to live to the finale. Lin Shan was sarcastic, and Jiraiya's face was red, panting like a cow. Let lousy be scammed. Why did I come up and slap the corpse and stomped on both feet? I really think I'm a bully, Jiraiya. Earth-style earth mud. The ground under Lin Shan's feet suddenly became like a soft swamp. Most of the body fell into it. Ninfa needle Jizo. The hardened hair thorns head on again, and the roots are like steel thorns. Lin Shan unfolded, calmly covering the whole body. Clang clang clang. A spark flashed, and Shuzuo was safe and sound, leaving no trace. Super Big Ball Rasengan can't destroy Susanoo, let alone some hair. It's useless. Lin Shan charged his feet and jumped out of the mud easily. I will give you a special way of death. The golden Sharingan widened, his pupils glowed with golden luster again, and the overwhelming pupil power invaded Jiraiya's mind. He can resist one or two ordinary illusions. But if the opponent is Lin Shan. Pouch. Jiraiya squirted a big mouthful of blood, and fell down extremely weakly. Advertisement. In a strange world. The sun was shining bright, he leaned leisurely under the tree to enjoy the cool, the breeze blew, his long hair danced with the wind. Funger has never been gentle before, just like the legendary Dream Country. In a daze, Jiraiya opened his eyes. Where is this? He issued a confused question, and then, the mind of the previous battle with Lin Shan reappeared, and he came back to his senses, illusory. Jiraiya got up quickly, and he found that all his chakra and skills had disappeared. What a great illusion, but, Ms. Jiraiya. At this moment, Namikaze Minato didn't know where he rushed out, with a gentle smile on his face, looking at Jiraiya affectionately. What the hell? Jiraiya suddenly got goosebumps. Minato was not right, and the look in Uzumaki Kushina's eyes was not so direct. I can't wait to swallow him. Ms. Jiraiya, what you said before, I think it over, let's both stay and fly in the future. Namikaze Minato said softly, her eyes like flames being extremely hot. Jiraiya's face is like a black pot, double staying and flying. Are you and he kidding me? Minato, hurry up and wake me up. Jiraiya said solemnly. When these words fell, Namikaze Minato's face suddenly collapsed. When you confessed, it was not like this, saying that good happiness will be a happy life. After speaking, Namikaze Minato directly activated Flying Thunder God and instantly appeared in front of Jiraiya. FK. Jiraiya cursed, why can Minato still use ninjutsu? This is not fair. In this way, in the world of Lin Shan Tsukuyomi, the two masters and apprentices finished their lives happily, living a good life of only envying Mandarin ducks but not immortals. In the real world, Lin Shan saw Jiraiya who fell on the ground, and he never regained consciousness. Breathing and heartbeat stopped, and the body temperature quickly cooled down. What the hell is this? Lin Shan watched Uchiha Fugaku die of sorrow and Hokage is gone, what should I do in the future? There is also Uchiha Makoto. In addition, even the little girlfriend of Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Maple, has now fallen into the hands of Lin Shan. The ninjas from Rain Shinobi village are sending them to Konoha. Chapter 173 Itachi God glows green, the strongest traitor in history Terumi May. It took less than half an hour before and after, and under the awe of Lin Shan's powerful strength, the riots ended hastily after all. 3 of the 5 giants abolished, one is currently vegetative and unconscious. The other one is Namikaze Minato, and I don't know where to use Flying Thunder God to get sad. However, Lin Shan didn't panic at all, his pregnant girlfriend Uzumaki Kaide was sent to Konoha, still worried about not catching Namikaze Minato. It will be delivered sooner or later. After this battle was over, there was no doubt that Konoha's strength was severely injured again. Had it not been for Lin Shan to support the noodles in the village, it would have fallen out of the 5 great ninja villages. 3 days later, Lin Shan passed his 16th birthday. Also on this day, he officially became the new patriarch of the Uchiha clan. As for Hokage's candidate, to be honest, Lin Shan just raises his arms, he is completely what everyone wants, no one can stop him. But he is really not interested. When Hokage is too boring, there are a lot of documents to be reviewed every day. Lin Shan hates this kind of life. If it weren't for anyone, he wouldn't even bother to be Uchiha's patriarch. Not to mention Hokage, I pushed it, just find someone to deal with it. At Lin Shan's house, everyone gathered together. Tsunade, 5th Hokage in the future, it's still up to you. Lin Shan finally looked at Tsunade. Tsunade's head shook like a rattle. I have never been interested in Hokage, so let's let it go. This is an order. Lin Shan's face was stern, and he didn't worry about giving it to others. Tsunade still has the ability. In the original history, after becoming the 5th generation item, Konoha was also organized in an orderly manner. Since Master Lin Shan can trust me, I will give it a try. Tsunade looked at Lin Shan a little angry, and quickly agreed. Lin Shan, Fugaku, when can he wake up? Uchiha Makoto's eyes were red. After learning what happened, she hated Uchiha Shisui to death. What a beautiful and happy family was originally, it was because of this naive teenager that collapsed. Advertisement. Only God knows, I am not sure. Lin Shan comforted. Anyway, it's certain that the patriarch will wake up sooner or later. This is just for the better, and for the worse, if you can't recognize yourself, Uchiha Fugaku will circulate in Izanami for the rest of your life. A vegetative person in the second half of his life. Well, it sounds like, why did it seem to have harmed Uchiha Fugaku? Speaking of, how is the child Itachi? Why haven't I seen him these days? Lin Shan asked calmly. Shisui is his best friend and Fugaku is his father. After learning about this, Itachi was also extremely sad, even. Uchiha Makoto's big eyes were sad. Because of this incident, Itachi was also deeply hit, and even turned on 3 Tomo Sharingan. 3 Guyu. Lin Shan's tone was raised several times, his expression unchanged. But in his heart, a happy group. In the last 1 or 2 months, God Mustela has been a bad luck reminder. He has experienced too many painful events before and after. Sharingan has never been opened, and now Sangoyu has experienced 3 blows, and within a short period of time, he is strong without emotional breakdown. Itachi, you have to work harder, and quickly turn on Mangekyo Sharingan. Uncle's eternal Mangekyo is counting on you. Lin Shan felt crooked, still calm on the surface, and suggested, Quan child and Itachi are close, let her comfort Itachi. Quan is also very busy. Uchiha Makoto smiled bitterly. Since you saved Izumi last time, the child has been working hard. She said that she will chase your footsteps in the future. Next time, she will definitely not become a burden to you. Lin Shan scratched his head when he heard the words, how could he inadvertently become Quan's idol? How can this be good? The other party is still a child. It should be understood that in order to chase stars and get the favor of male gods, some brain fans do not hesitate to sacrifice their bodies. What should I do if Yiquan does this? Uchiha Itachi. I use you as an uncle as a teacher, but you are actually thinking about Quan. The god of Itachi wants to cry without tears. Although he is relatively cold and mature in his heart, when facing the spring, he occasionally licks the corner of the dog as a cameo. Licking and licking, it's almost gone. Advertisement. The next day, 5th Hokage Tsunade was crowned, not only Konoha, but also the huge ninja world. Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and these 3 villages have all been deeply injured by Konoha. If they had been fighting long ago, and now they have suffered heavy losses, how can they still have the strength to attack Konoha? Seeking Flowers 0. The loss of the tail beast, the death of the shadow, the 3 major ninja villages' combat power was greatly damaged. As for Kurigakure Yagura has stepped down, after Lin Shan controlled him, he just found an excuse to kill. Next is 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei on stage. Kurigakure group of dragons have no heads. Terumi Mei's family is also regarded as Kurigakure's wealthy family, and finally it is regarded as popular. People pin their hope of revival on Terumi Mei. Embarrassingly, the first thing she did after becoming Mizukage made her be criticized. Wasn't the loss greater at that time? Terumi Mei said that she can't help it, is it useful to refuse? The tail beast, but Mist Shinobi's last Omura face, was also tributed to Konoha by Terumi Mei. Konoha Mist Shinobi Security Treaty. Once Mist Shinobi is attacked, Konoha will join the war as an ally. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. After Lin Shan saw the 2 heads and tails, he was also happy to jump around. He was not stingy, and generously signed a certain agreement with Kurigakure. It was this decision that gave Terumi Mei a nickname, Fog Raider. Everyone kindly called Terumi Mei the strongest trader in history. As for the other losses, it's nothing more, just treat it as a business and lose it. This is the signing of this agreement, so that Terumi Mei finally no longer has to be scolded by her backbone. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Take Kurigakure's tail beast 6 tails Jinchuriki Yugao, he is still a child now, Terumi Mei gave it to Lin Shan. 2 evils are taken lightly, Terumi Mei just made a better choice for Kurigakure. The ignorant group of people is really superficial, and they call her a traitor, a scumbag, and a bunch of idiots. 4. Of course she refused at the beginning, but what's the use? Lin Shan's answer is simple, he will rob him if he refuses, and even if he is angry, he may still trouble Kurigakure. And the wild three tails were also delivered to Konoha. Many people even want to take a look at Terumi Mei's head, Uchiha Lin Shan. Is it your father? May I ask, what is the difference between this and surrendering your head? Lin Shan. Yes, I am. Chapter 174. The Otsutsuki family appeared. When Three Tails and Six Tails Jinchuriki arrived at Konoha, they also proved one thing. Of all the tail beasts, Lin Shan still lacks a 7 tails. The only embarrassing thing is the Gedo statue, which is the shell of 10 tails, which was sold to the system unscrupulously by Lin Shan. Did the Gedo statue disappear in the future? This is not the case. According to the meaning of the nuclear power system, the Gedo statue will still appear somewhere in the world. This is similar to the tail beast's death, and after a certain period of time, it will resurrect to nature. 7 tails seems to be still in Takian village. Lin Shan thought about it, and the idea of taking all the tail beasts as his own had already sprouted in his mind. After all, this is the end. Somewhere in the Kingdom of Wind. From a distance, wherever I can see, there is an endless, 383, desert. The squally wind hits, and the sand will rise and fly into the distance. Sandstorms are raging, and it takes only a few minutes to pile up hill-like gravel in one place. I don't know how long it took, 2 people suddenly appeared in the desert. Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito controlled by Black Zetsu. To say that Brother 2 is pitiful enough, these days, Black Zetsu is like a shadow, sticking to him. Black Zetsu. Mainly I think, Kamui, is easy to use. The two of them walked together, walking in the desert for half an hour, and arrived at a barren area. Compared to other places, the sandstorm here is much smaller, and you can even see ancient buildings buried in sand. Probably this is the ruins of the ancient country of Lulan. Orochimaru looked around, the narrow snake pupils flickering slightly. It is said that there is a dragon vein hidden underground here. If you release it, the huge power may destroy the entire world. Orochimaru said something, but his face was slightly frivolous and disapproving. It is undeniable that the power contained in the dragon veins is still amazing, but Orochimaru does not think it can be done to destroy the world. It's a legend after all. There is a huge chakra hidden in the dragon veins, which is infinite. Black Zetsu's voice is always so hoarse and gloomy. As long as this product opens its mouth, it doesn't feel like a good thing. Aren't you going to detonate the dragon veins to destroy Uchiha Lin Shan? Advertisement. Orochimaru sighed. To be honest, I don't think it can be done. You who are scheming and calculating, actually choose to use this method. Orochimaru felt that he had missed it and overestimated Black Zetsu's IQ. You can't kill him. Black Zetsu also firmly said. Even Madara can't do it. In addition, Lin Shan seems to be able to release Izanaki, without any restrictions. Ordinary skills can't deal with him. It's like detonating dragon veins, let alone destroying Lin Shan. NS. Then why are you here? Orochimaru became a curious baby. Jia. Black Zetsu smiled on the side and said, I plan to play a big one. If you do that, the situation may be completely out of control. However, although the risks are high, I really can't think of other ways. Black Zetsu said something inexplicable, and Orochimaru was confused. What does it mean? Detecting a large-scale chakra riot, those guys will definitely come right away. Black Zetsu looked at the distant sky thoughtfully. His plan is quite simple, detonating the huge power contained in the dragon veins and blasting it into outer space in the form of a beam of light. Let chakra spread in the universe. In this way, the group of monsters who feel the existence of chakra, the Otsutsuki clan, will inevitably descend into this world. At that time, Lin Shan, who owns the 8-headed beast, will inevitably become the target of the Otsutsuki clan, and both sides will definitely fight to death. The Otsutsuki clan are actually Kaguya's enemies. At present, the tail beasts have all fallen into Lin Shan's hands. Black Zetsu can only think of a chain and take the risk. They have lost both, isn't there chance here? Regardless of whether the Otsutsuki clan is destroyed or Lin Shan is destroyed, it will do no harm to Black Zetsu. Let's start. Black Zetsu glanced at Orochimaru, who twitched at the corner of his mouth. FK wave, how come my Uncle Snake is now a tool man? Unhappy and unhappy, but as long as he can defeat Lin Shan, Orochimaru still doesn't mind trying. He wants to take everything from Lin Shan, which is the reason for cooperating with Black Zetsu. His hand slapped the ground heavily, and a massive amount of chakra penetrated the ground. Bang! As if the earthquake came suddenly, the desert on which the two of them stepped on, a large area collapsed. A huge and incomparable space emerged. Advertisement. Black Zetsu and Orochimaru went all the way, passing through many tunnels, and they arrived at a sealed room full of spells. Sure enough, Minato stayed, this sealing warlock, huh? Under Orochimaru's gaze, Black Zetsu walked straight away, saying, I am Kaguya's son, I am her will, what is this? Black Zetsu wandered away rebelliously. Orochimaru curled his lips, the way he was rubbed by Lin Shan before, forgot so soon. Black Zetsu is like an invisible flame, wherever it goes, the black spells on the ground are burnt to slag. Longmai, release your stalwart power. Black Zetsu pulled out kunai from the ground, and the whole site began to shake. Boom 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 boom. A strong purple light erupted from the depths of the earth, rushing to the depths of the sky mightily. What an amazing chakra, Orochimaru exclaimed, looking at the empty chakra beam, almost unable to see the end. Wei Kaka. It's a very strong power, Master Taoshi. These three people have the same clothes, zero point 0.4 and still exactly the same Byakugan. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. Looking at the blue planet below, Arashiki's eyes were full of intense interest. Release as much as you want, the more the better. Otsutsuki reverent preaching in golden style. The leading man is called Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Did you feel the power fluctuation just now? In any case, it's worth exploring. Otsutsuki Momoshiki spoke first. Black Zetsu smiled strangely. There is also a man with a frivolous face and a mean and gloomy appearance. His name is Otsutsuki Arashiki. Yishi and Kaguya, shouldn't they be here? Anyway, they have been out of touch for a long time. The big guy behind him is called Otsutsuki Gold Style. It didn't take long for the universe to split open on its own, and three bodies emerged from it. In the dead and cold universe, a dazzling purple light burst out of the planet and spread in the darkness. Chapter 175 Female CK Silk Otsutsuki Kaguya. The dragon veins were suddenly detonated, and the people far away in Konoha also had a clear perception. Lin Shan's first thought was that the enemy was coming. He was not so magical, and it was impossible for him to find out that the dragon veins burst immediately. However, after half a day, when he noticed that Konoha was nothing unusual, Lin Shan gave up the investigation. What do you think about all day long? When it's okay, bubble girl, point to the soft girl in the village, isn't it fragrant? Anyway, Konoha has Tsunade, and he doesn't need to participate. Tsunade selected some ninjas who were more loyal to Lin Shan, and handed them Konoha's various forbidden techniques. It is a pity that precious scrolls such as forbidden technique are locked in the hut all day long. It's better to find a group of capable men and provide them with research. When they grow up in the future, they will still have good combat power. In addition, Lin Shan also let Tsunade learn Impure World Reincarnation. He plans to hand the Impure World Reincarnation army to Tsunade. Konoha's lack of combat power can be made up for with Impure World Reincarnation Ninja. Uchiha Station, Lin Shan's home. Yo, you are welcome. Looking at the red-haired girl sent by Anbu, Lin Shan smiled brightly. The lips are red and the teeth are white, and the skin is white and beautiful. It is Uzumaki Kaide, the little girlfriend of Namikaze Minato 24. Uzumaki Maple's face paled for a while, but Minato said, Lin Shan is a big pervert and a demon. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Lin Shan saw the girl. Oh no, it was the young woman's concern, and comforted. I am a person, so friendly to beautiful women. Naturally, Uzumaki Kaide would not believe such nonsense. Are you trying to use me to threaten Minato? Uzumaki Kaide is also smart. Ahaha, I was discovered by you, so rest assured, I won't hurt you. Lin Shan admitted frankly.
Shameless. Uzumaki Fang's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Shan. No teeth? Lin Shan grinned and showed a row of white fang. This is called toothless? Your eyes are not so good. Humph. Advertisement Uzumaki Fang turned his head altogether. People like Lin Shan, it's useless to say anything, she can't say it. All in all, you just stay here for me. Rest assured that you have a baby, don't do anything stupid, otherwise I can make you better than death at any time. Lin Shan's expression was slightly pushy. The ruins of the ancient Lulan country, above the sky, cracked a square gap. Several figures emerged from it one after another. It can't be wrong, that's it. Otsutsuki Momosaki looked at the burnt land around, Byakugan scanned it accurately, and found nothing suspicious. Ah, Lily, it's all here, it won't be nothing. Otsutsuki Arashiki complained, that would be a shame. Master Taoshi, one thing is certain now, this is the planet that Yishi and Kaguya visited. Otsutsuki said respectfully. The perception of the Otsutsuki clan is extremely amazing. They can perceive distant directions, and there are several huge chakras. Southeast side. Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked into the distance, his eyes gradually brightened. This is a nice planet. No matter what the reason, Kaguya and the two idiots, their breath has disappeared, shouldn't they die? Useless waste. Otsutsuki's peach-like expression was arrogant and greedy. The scattered huge chakras, I will harvest them instead. The Otsutsuki clan is born with powerful strength. They don't need to practice like mortals. They just need to find a suitable planet and plant the sacred tree to swallow the whole world. They rely on the chakra fruit grown from the sacred tree to become strong and immortal, and even evolve into a god. This way of becoming stronger is much faster than human beings. It is worth mentioning that when the Otsutsuki family is looking for a planet of life to plant a sacred tree, they usually work in pairs. It is probably a configuration of one master and one servant. Thousands of years ago, Kaguya, the goddess of Mao, who was feared by the world, was actually a servant, and the master was Otsutsuki. The Otsutsuki golden style is the peach style servant. And Otsutsuki Arashiki, his identity is actually the identity of the owner. The reason why Kaguya was able to counterattack the female CK Silk was to take the opportunity to sneak attack. After severely inflicted on it, Kaguya swallowed the chakra fruit, and her strength was earth-shaking transformation. Come over and take a look. The three of them flew into the distance, and their destination was Konoha. Lin Shan still doesn't know that he has been spotted by the Otsutsuki family. Advertisement these days, Lin Shan's life is very moist. The happiness of the rich, the strong, can also be experienced. He flattened the original wall, enlarged the small yard, and built a quite large swimming pool. It happened that these tendon were hotter. Samui, Conan, Yu Wooden Golem and others all wore interesting bikinis for swimming. Lin Shan feasted his eyes. It is worth mentioning that after the riots were settled, Lin Shan originally thought Uchiha Makoto would leave. The ghost knew that she was living in Lin Shan's house directly, and the reason was very simple. Now that she is in danger and she is pregnant, if there is any trouble, the consequences will be disastrous. Lin Shan was also quite helpless about this. Okay, just accommodating. After all, it is the brother's wife, and the friend's wife must take care of it. The play on his face suddenly stopped. Lin Shan suddenly looked to the northeast and muttered, "Someone invaded? Since you don't swim and don't wear bikinis, come and put on sunscreen lotion." Lin Shan smiled while holding a bottle. At this moment, Lin Shan moved his eyes and glanced at the red-haired beauty with a slightly raised belly, Uzumaki Maple. Feng looked at him suspiciously. "You. FK, or huh?" Lin Shan was not angry, and threatened. "Then you want me to put sunscreen on you?" Uzumaki was so angry that she had never seen such a shameless man. "Are you not doing it? The defensive barrier he set up was attacked? P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful." My eyes were narrowed into a line, and there was a strange laughter from my mouth. How could I listen to it badly? 387 Uzumaki Maple was extremely angry. Lin Shan asked her to apply sunscreen to a pregnant woman? Has her head got water? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I reject. But Otsutsuki Momoshiki is a proud man, the great Otsutsuki family, facing the indigenous people. How can they take a detour, and the front hard steel will do? Yes, it was the Otsutsuki clan who came to kill. In fact, they can completely bypass it. Chapter 176 Speak the most ruthless words, get the most venomous beating? Who is the enemy? To be honest, Lin Shan is also quite dazed here. Seeing his ability to smash the sky, what kind of B********* D is there to die? The big brother of the Expendables is here. Hide everyone, the enemy has invaded. Lin Shan looked at the girls and said, "Fortunately, I came to you in advance, otherwise I might make a mistake. I'm so sorry Fugaku." Uchiha Makoto rubbed his stomach and rejoiced and said, "If there is a problem with the child in the stomach, it will be a problem." Lin Shan. Do you think that living here is worthy of Uchiha Fugaku? He now feels that Uchiha Makoto has any special hobbies and he sent it to the door on purpose? An enemy invaded? By Wooden Golem, Samui and others, the beautiful eyes are full of sharp colors. Don't intervene. I have a hunch that this time the enemy is very strong, and you can't solve it. Lin Shan looked into the distance, and he felt 3 very depressed chakras. The strength may even surpass the dirty soil Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Lin Shan was also very surprised. There is still a character of this number on this planet? After thinking about it, he couldn't think of where the sacred kill came. When Lin Shan was meditating, the space above his head was rippling wave after wave like waves. A powerful force surged, and the space cracked a square gap. The space in front of the eyes was dark, and only 3 pairs of white eyes could be seen. Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? Samai and others exclaimed. At first glance, this way of playing is space ninjutsu. When did the Hyuga clan start to do nothing? Aren't they good at gentle fist? No wonder the strength is so strong. It turns out that it is you. The doubt in Lin Shan's eyes dissipated, and he calmly explained. They are not the Hyuga clan, or that these guys are the source of the Hyuga clan bloodline, the Otsutsuki clan. Gee. 3 figures in succession stepped out of the different space. They hovered in the sky, looking down at Konoha like a divine residence. It was Otsutsuki Momoshiki and other 3 people. Inferior creatures, you know a lot, advertisement. The peach-style demeanor was arrogant and domineering preached. Even though we still know our existence, it seems that there are a few exceptions in the miscellaneous. A few distinguished guests came from afar. Lin Shan asked politely. I don't know if you have any family members. I will kill you later so I can take care of them. The scene was suddenly suppressed, and Otsutsuki's eyes flickered with cold. It's so bold, native. Otsutsuki Urashiki joked. If you provoke peach-style seniors, the consequences are terrible, and you will all be killed. Coincidentally, this uncle thinks so too. Lin Shan chuckled and said, Your name is Pushi, isn't it? We still have a good mind. I still lack a hut, do you want to come? Golden style, go and blow the head of this arrogant human. Dao Shi coldly ordered. The big, silent man behind him was like a machine. When the master spoke, he was dispatched immediately. Even though he was bloated and obese, he moved extremely exaggeratedly. What? Jin Shi approached Lin Shan in an instant, and his 5 fingers circled the flames, clenched into a fist and smashed out. Lin Shan started Susanoo for the first time. Boom. The punch was so powerful that he penetrated Susanoo's defense on the spot, and his open hand grabbed Lin Shan's head. Unprepared, the whole head was held in the hand by the golden style. Ha 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 ha. The low-level creatures are the low-level creatures. They are indeed a group of sharp-toothed guys. Apart from the skill of being a bit of a mouthful, the real combat effectiveness is negligible. Otsutsuki Momoko smiled happily. His eyes were full of sarcasm. Lin Shan, this guy is so weak. He couldn't even beat the gold style, and he didn't have the qualifications to let him do it at all. It turned out to be a vase. Otsutsuki Urashiki was also disappointed. Before, he thought Lin Shan had some tricks. As a result, say the most ruthless words and get the most vicious beating? Master Lin Shan. The rest of the women are also worried about looking at Lin Shan. Isn't Lin Shan in the impression that he airs every second? How come you met these guys, so completely vulnerable? Where are they sacred? Regarding the Otsutsuki family, their legends and history have never appeared in the ninja world. Go to hell. Advertisement. The Otsutsuki gold style threw Lin Shan severely. Bang. The earth was suddenly shattered, and Lin Shan was buried alive in large tracts of ruins. These women can't let it go. Otsutsuki Momoshiki squinted his eyes, and glanced over Yu Wooden Golem and Uzumaki Kushina. They all carry massive amounts of chakra, especially the red-haired woman. Momoko looked at Uzumaki Kushina greedily, who was pale. If even Lin Shan can't hold it, then they don't resist, just behave obediently and get tortured. But boom! Fiery red steam erupted under the ruins, and tons of stones were blown into the sky. Lin Shan crawled out intact. He rubbed his sore neck. That's it? Both Otsutsuki Urashi and Otsutsuki Peach both looked at Lin Shan dumbfounded. This guy is not dead. Otsutsuki Jinshi felt that his dignity and strength were being provoked. He took out his great axe and said coldly, "Next, I must watch it." Surprise to surprise, he still used all his strength to chop down the great axe. The Otsutsuki gold style is a strong body archetype. The power is almost overwhelming, very powerful, not to mention the mortal. Even if the Pu style and the Dao style take a punch to him, it will hurt for a while. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Lin Shan rushed over to the island in an instant. Forget it if you haven't died, and after the Otsutsuki Peach style opened by Kugan, it was shocking. Otsutsuki Urashiki looked carefully and looked again, and said in disbelief, "I haven't gotten hurt yet. Did Jinshi hit a fake punch?" Shishang. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. Speaking of this terrapin or that terrapin, you are the terrapin, right? You don't even know the dead end of 8 inner gates. Huh, a mere lowly creature. Horrible. Lin Shan was full of contempt, and immediately stared at the Otsutsuki golden style. Little fat guy, are you ready to be beaten? What's the matter with this red steam? He has more chakra in his body than the red-haired woman. If the 9 tails chakra in Uzumaki Kushina's body can be said to be an infinitely big, good money Jiao, C, then the chakra in Lin Shan's body is equivalent to the stacking of hundreds of C's. Lin Shan hit him with a heavy punch. Otsutsuki stayed for a while. He didn't see Lin Shan's trajectory at all, it was too fast. Chapter 177. Will the next member of the Otsutsuki family appear and get beaten? Bang! Under the violent impact, the giant axe split into 2. Otsutsuki Jinshi was not surprised, because the remaining aftermath had hit him. Pouch! Jinshi was repulsed dozens of feet away, and a blood spurted from his mouth. One punch has such power. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face was extremely ugly, and such a terrifying combat power was enough to contend with them. No, not just that. Otsutsuki Urashiki preached cautiously. It's still because the weapon resists most of the shockwaves, otherwise this punch is probably. Pushi didn't have much to say. With such a strong physical technique, Jinshi would just fist a few fists to death. But there is no need to panic. Otsutsuki Urashiki quickly recovered his calmness. Through Baikugan's observation, he found that Lin Shan's body was burning frantically. The blood and the organs of the body are burning like fuel. He won't last long, he will perish as soon as the time is up. We still have a chance to win. Otsutsuki Urashiki said calmly. Huh, a trivial group of lowly 387 natives have come up with so many fancy tricks. Otsutsuki Momoshi's complexion is still ugly. Anyway, Jinshi is his subordinate, and it feels uncomfortable to see his younger brother being hammered. It depends on the owner to beat the dog. You be *****D. Simply Jinshi was not beaten down on the ground, and the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth were wiped away, and his eyes were filled with the fury of burning heaven. Was injured by a despised creature, and even almost knocked out a shame. An unprecedented shame. He has never experienced such a shame in his entire life. Unforgivable. Otsutsuki gave a grumpy roar, and chakra went wild. Bang. The ground around him collapsed and his feet fell into the mud. Howl, howl, it makes lousy look like you are scumbag. Lin Shan drew his ears. If you want to hit, just speed up, don't delay the time, or else. Lin Shan looked at the 2 Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Urashiki. I have asked the next master of the Otsutsuki family to appear and be beaten. Advertisement Otsutsuki Urashi. Otsutsuki Peach style. In other words, the 2 have seen countless people. After all, they are both characters in the Kaguya period, and they have lived for thousands of years, or even longer years. For the unscrupulous natives like Lin Shan, they really met for the first time. God chasing. Otsutsuki screamed in gold style. Surrounded by purple thunder, he flew out in one step, and the whole person turned into a bolt of lightning. The speed was faster than before, and he rushed in front of Lin Shan in the blink of an eye. His fist covered the red flame and slammed out. Lin Shan didn't hesitate to fight him when he saw it. Boom. There was another violent explosion, and a terrifying airwave spread away. Pouch. Lin Shan was not repelled, and the strength of each other's punches did not cancel each other out as expected. Otsutsuki opened with a scream in gold style, and his whole arm could not bear the domineering force of the dead door, and it was fried into mash. Golden style. Otsutsuki Urashi and Otsutsuki Peach are in unison. In particular, Momoshiki was the most excited. This guy directly turned into a cheerleader. Hold on to me. His trick is to burn his life. For the glory of the Otsutsuki clan, give me forward. Lin Shan glanced at the Peach style, the FK wave. What happened? You seem to be more excited than the gold style. Shall I change you? Otsutsuki Jinshi forcibly endured the heart-piercing pain, ignoring the broken arm, and with the other hand, he swung the bucket big fist and slammed it again. Lin Shan's eyes were cold, and he struck out, Shishang. Boom. The other arm also burst open. Ground meat and bone residue splashed all over the floor. In an instant, the two arms of the gold style were interrupted. Lin Shan didn't stop his hand, facing his belly, another violent fist blasted out, Shishang. Boom. Boom. Otsutsuki golden style vomits blood, mixed with minced meat and bone residue. Advertisement with this punch, he broke all his ribs. Even the internal organs were blown up. Puff. The Otsutsuki gold style fell to the ground. Normal people would have died long ago, and 10 lives would not be enough to die. However, Lin Shan could still detect this guy's faint breathing. As expected of the Otsutsuki clan, not only is it strong in attack, but it is also strong in contact and vitality. Lin Shan is envious. The Otsutsuki family has too much advantage for ordinary people. Next. Whose turn is it? Lin Shan looked back and forth at the other two people. Are you coming one by one, or are you going together? Don't get too smug, you damn human. Looking at the bloody little brother, Otsutsuki Momoki was furious. If I was going to lose to other people, the angry Momoki might execute Jinshi directly. But it is not a shame to lose to Lin Shan. This lowly human does have something. Arrogant. Lin Shan narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Rinnegan, who is rare in the ninja world, is a street hawk in the hands of these guys. Invincible is really lonely as snow. Not only on the eyes and on the head, but even the palm of the hand can be fitted with a Rinnegan. The white shock that was enough to destroy everything, swooped out again. Under the control of the Peach style, a huge energy ball quickly formed. He tossed hard, and the energy ball smashed like a meteorite. Gao Huang Chan Ling Zun. Wherever I went, the space trembled constantly. Lin Shan shrugged, pointed at the fat man who looked like a dead dog underground, and said, I can guarantee that you will be worse than him in the future. Dao Shi got up and flew in front of Lin Shan, and said bitterly, Human, you will die miserably. Pouch. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. Otsutsuki gave a peach-like roar, his palms spread out, and it was a blood-colored Rinnegan. Lin Shan sighed when he saw this. The distinguished guest from the Otsutsuki family from afar, can't you let me take it seriously? Golden Style was bragging like you just now. The energy ball was directly pierced, and a full diameter of more than 1 meter could fill a person. Lin Shan still raised his fist easily. Shishang, Chapter 178. I can only renew another wave of plugins. Indigenous people, you and this dirty village will be wiped out together. The Otsutsuki Peach style slapped the ground, shaking the mountain suddenly. Dog feeding is healthy. Bang! The land burst, and a monster with a dragon head and a snake body rose from the ground. The figure is extremely thick and long, and the whole body is covered with scales like an ancient monster. This is a monster created by the Otsutsuki Peach style using the earth attribute chakra, which is extremely powerful. Bang bang bang, the ground cracked one after another, and there were a few clean-faced monsters, all sticking out their heads, like big snakes. Superior. Otsutsuki Peach style waved his big hand, and the monsters rushed out in fear. Lin Shan blasted his fists one after another. Ta elephant. Shenxiang. Shenxiang. Bang 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 bang. The dust was flying all over the sky. This group of monsters were vulnerable, and 8 hideous heads shattered one after another. Think it's over? Otsutsuki Peach style mouth made a mean sneer. Give me condensed. Part of the collapsed head was condensed and continued to bite towards Lin Shan. Super Shen Luo Tianzheng. Boom 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 boom. In the distant sky, an overbearing repulsive force descended, destroying the dry, and several snake bodies turned into dust together. Otsutsuki Urashiki looked to the sky, and the sky with iron rods all over his body flew in the sky. The ideas of this group of human beings are quite novel. Haha, can we still use the pupil power of my clan like this? Pu Shi grinned strangely, still not paying attention. This pupil power is far worse than him, and Dao Shi is also much stronger than Tiandao's pupil power. It's useless. Otsutsuki burst into a peach style, hit the ground with one hand. The monster's shattered body resurrected, and merged into the fire-attributed chakra. Several heads in succession smashed down the earth from the sky. Rumble. At the moment of landing, the monster like a big snake exploded on its own, like a concentrated super explosive. Lin Shan was hit tragically and his body was instantly dismembered into nothingness. Let me just say, how can a mere human being contend with the power of my clan, a superficial low-level creature? Otsutsuki is smug and feels that Lin Shan has been killed. Advertisement, but there was a strong movement in the sky, and the entire sky was penetrated. Shishang. Boom. The shockwave engulfed Dao Shi's body, and his head was severely hit, and he spouted a mouthful of old blood on the spot. The world he saw with his eyes was dark, and his consciousness almost fainted on the spot. Shishong. Not waiting for a sigh of relief, Lin Shan continued to strike out with heavy punches, and the air cannon came again. Don't underestimate me. At the very moment, Dao Shi desperately condenses a black defensive barrier, similar to truth-seeking ball. Boom. The barrier was difficult to withstand the crit of Shishong. Although it was not broken, it was also blown out. Otsutsuki's peach-like body was again exposed to Lin Shan's attack. Shenxiang. A terrifying white light swept across, and Dao Shi's heart was cold. Could this trick be used indefinitely? Bang! During the dementia, Shishang's punch swallowed Dao Shi, and his head was hit again. His head clicked, as if he had been blown up. There was blood spilling from the head, eyes, nostrils, and mouth. Puff! Otsutsuki Momoshiki finally fell, two eyes staring at the sky blankly. What the Otsutsuki clan, it's only at this level. Lin Shan fell to the ground again, his face full of disdain. Just now you were obviously killed. Otsutsuki Urashiki's gaze is gloomy. Why is it resurrected again? This? Lin Shan estimated the time a little bit. Speaking of which, I have 19 years and 10 months left for Izanaki. The extra 28 days will not count. Lin Shan's eyes are full of sympathy. How long will it take to kill himself? You be asterisk 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 D. After a while, Otsutsuki Momoshiki shuddered again. There was a gap of nearly 10 centimeters in his head, and the situation in his skull could be seen. Dog things are really hard. Lin Shan was surprised. You are done. Otsutsuki Peach-style Baikugan glanced at Lin Shan's body. The chakra in the heart was about to go out, and the red steam on the body's surface was minimal. In this way, it means that Lin Shan will also fall. Not to mention, Lin Shan's deadlock was automatically lifted as soon as the words fell. Advertisement, ha 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 ha. Otsutsuki laughed wildly. Human, what should you do this time? Ah Lili, the situation seems to be bad for you, there are 2 people left on our side. Seeking flowers 0. Otsutsuki Urashiki stood beside Momoshiki and threw a few red pellets casually. Momoshiki caught it with one hand and swallowed quickly. Immediately afterwards, his physical strength, injuries, and strength all recovered a lot. You burned out, and I recovered, what should you do next, human? Otsutsuki stared at Lin Shan cruelly. Don't worry, I won't let you die. Damn it, Dao Shi said that this uncle has never been so miserable. Today, he was beaten up by Lin Shan, and his head was so special. The mere lowly creatures don't frustrate Lin Shan, his hatred is hard to dissolve. Yeah, you 2 hit 1, and my dead end is over again, so I can only do it. Boom boom boom. Crimson steam erupted again. Lin Shan's hair and eyebrows turned red again. So, I can only renew another wave of external hangers to hit you. 2 of you, are you ready? I'm going to get bigger. How can this be? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Why did you open the dead door again? This time it is Pushi. A heart-piercing sonic boom sounded, and a white light engulfed the Otsutsuki Peach-style. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. No matter what the 2 of them are thinking, he grabs his fist and does it. Shishong. The heart, which was almost burnt before, is working to its maximum. Lin Shan. What about now? Dumbfounded, the lousy has been unblocked again. Otsutsuki Urashiki said incredibly that through Baikugan's observation, the burned internal organs were restored to life, and a new round of burning began. Even the internal organs were burned out. The one-on-one heads-up is not exciting, and Lin Shan gave it out again. There is also the chakra in the heart, fiercely flaming like a flame. The biggest flaw is that it's long used, and it needs to be titled. His physical function. Recovered again. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was stunned. Through Baikugan's observation, the chakra in the heart was about to disappear. The 2 of them were dumbfounded. Before, they felt that the dead door was just a few minutes of plug-in. Although they possessed overwhelming power, they were not durable. Chapter 179 Grab the chakra fruit, the body changes. Shishang's attack speed is too fast, and most people don't have time to evade. Boom. Boom. Both of them were stunned, vomiting blood and arrows, and their bodies were mercilessly blasted away. Guru, Samai, Tsunade and others who were watching from afar, swallowed their saliva and were extremely shocked. Is this overwhelming power the true power of Lin Shan? It seems unnecessary. Tsunade gave a wry smile. Originally, he thought that if Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama Impure World Reincarnation should be released, Lin Shan could share his opponents. In recent days, she has achieved little success in Impure World Reincarnation technique. Looking at it now, it's superfluous, Lin Shan alone is enough. This B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* other. The Pooh style, who has always been hungry, has that face as ugly as a black pot. He just held the attitude of watching the show and didn't mean to intervene. But Lin Shan is okay, even he has taken care of him, so thank you so much. Dare to hurt me again and again, again and again. Dao Shi's face was severely distorted, and he touched the hollow abdomen. The marks on his fist seemed to be hot with a soldering iron. He was about to explode, and he didn't succeed in slinging the natives. Instead, he was hanged and beaten by the natives. Where is your face? It was later spread out, How could his Otsutsuki Momoshiki still be mixed on the road? Golden Style, you guy is not dead yet, prepare it for me. Peach Style coldly looked at the dying Gold Style. Peach, Master Peach. Jinshi looked up strenuously and said tremblingly, I have been waiting for this moment, please absorb me immediately. The Peach Style big hand grabbed the opportunity, and the Gold Style flew over. His body condensed violently and became smaller. Eventually it condenses into a red chakra fruit. Jihahaha, holding the peach-like fruit with big hands, as if the winner was in hand, the peach-like mouth made a weird smile. Wait for me. As a traveler, Lin Shan knows that the chakra fruit in the peach-style hand is a perfect tonic. Advertisement in the original history, after swallowing the chakra fruit, the strength of the peach style has been further improved, and even a two-stage transformation has come. From the rabbit monster to the horn monster, the strength has been abrupt, and the body hardness has also increased. Said King Kong is not bad, such a good thing, lousy wants it. Lin Shan flew out with a stride, and the moment Dao Shi was about to swallow the chakra fruit, he slammed a punch. Bang! The peach style that was caught off guard flew out on the spot, and the bridge of his nose snapped. The entire face was bloody, and the chakra fruit flew out and was caught by Lin Shan. Squirt, I eat it, what will happen? Lin Shan squinted his eyes, looking forward to it. Huh, chakra fruit is the exclusive power of our Otsutsuki clan. Pushi sneered and said, if you eat it, you will be blown up instantly. Lin Shan didn't say a word. To some extent, the Uchiha clan is also a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan, even if the blood is very weak. In addition, Lin Shan, who has a nuclear body, is completely immortal, so he can do it hard, no matter what the consequences are, he can't die anyway. You lowly human, really think you were a member of the Otsutsuki family? Momoji stood up, and when he said a word, he burst into tears in pain. To tell you, I really want to try it. Lin Shan put the chakra fruit to his mouth. Puff 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 puff. He gnawed frantically, and after a few big mouthfuls, he gnawed clean. Regardless of whether there will be any changes, first of all, the taste of this chakra fruit is not bad, sweet and delicious, full and juicy. Really ate it? Momoshi and Urashi looked at each other. This kind of example has happened before. Other creatures swallowed the chakra fruit, and because they could not withstand the power of the Otsutsuki clan, their bodies exploded directly. Most of them ended in tragic deaths, this feeling. Within the body, a fierce force spread out. Lin Shan couldn't help frowning, and constantly impacting his internal organs, blood vessels, tendons, and veins burst one after another. But because of the nuclear energy body, the damaged body tissues healed again. Immediately afterwards, Lin Shan still felt itching in his eyes, as if something was about to grow out. He was overjoyed. Is this going to drive Rinnegan? Senior Taoshi, this guy won't really succeed, right? Pu Shi looked at Lin Shan and couldn't help but ask nervously. Lin Shan is already strong enough. If this continues to grow stronger, this wicked native, wouldn't he give them a living? Huh, stop talking nonsense there. Advertisement. Momoshiki said coldly. The physical strength of the Otsutsuki clan is not comparable to that of humans, he can't. It's not a peach-like bluff, their physical strength is indeed not comparable to human beings. He has suffered several nights, and if a human punched it, 10 lives would not be enough. Boom boom boom. Lin Shan's body exploded abruptly, and several holes were torn out of his body, full of flesh and blood. Puff, he fell to the ground, completely breathless. Look, I know this is the result, tiny human beings. Momoshiki couldn't help but smile triumphantly. In fact, he was panicked just now. If Lin Shan succeeds, the two of them can run away. To be honest, the despised natives have fired up, so don't mix with the Otsutsuki family in the future. What a shame. It's a pity that Jinshi guy. Urashiki couldn't help but feel sorry. In fact, the Otsutsuki family has many ways to save their lives. You can refer to Otsutsuki. Even if you die, you can find a container to survive. But if you operate like a gold style, condensing yourself into chakra fruit, it will be completely useless. As for Lin Shan, he is still lying underground. Peach looks away. Her eyes are full of strong possessiveness. Pushi greedily looked at Yu Wooden Golem, Uzumaki Kushina and others. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. Superior. With a loud shout, Dao Shi took the lead and flew over, followed by Pushi. Huh, it's cheaper, this guy is 0.4, he died too fast. The most cheating thing is that the peach style has not yet eaten the mouth. He did not become anxious, and the evolution of his eyes did not stop. A majestic pupil power is brewing in the eyes. This desolate village is really a good place. If you look closely, you will be surprised to find that his wound has been repaired. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Lin Shan's consciousness also recovered, and he even noticed that the two were attacking Uzumaki Kushina and others. There are all 8-headed beasts here. Hunt Chakra, Senior Peach. Lin Shan was born with a crazy idea. Wait, he wants to eat Pooh style and Peach style too. Chapter 180 Night Guy, Overwhelming Strength. Oops. Upon seeing this, Tsunade and others felt bad. Lin Shan is here to die. He is dead. That thing is disgusting when you look at it. Is it so charming? Is it so delicious? The tailed beast bomb is unfolded by wooden golem, and the mouth is a tailed beast bomb. Stupid inferior creatures. The peach-style big hand grabbed forward, and the violent-tailed beast bomb, like a docile cat, stopped in front of him still. Why didn't it explode? Asked at a loss by wooden golem, it was the first time he encountered this situation. The native dog who has never seen the world, opened his eyes and saw clearly. Dao Shi is very despised. Rinnegan on the palm of the palm, easily absorbed the tailed beast bomb. Raising the other hand, Dingxing looked at it, and there was also a Rinnegan on it. Back to you. Tailed beast bomb swept out of Rinnegan and flew towards wooden golem. Compared to before, tailed beast bomb has a larger area and stronger destructive power. This is a peach-like ability. One Rinnegan is responsible for absorption, and the other can double the enemy's tricks. It's over. Despair flashed through wooden golem's heart. What? A black shadow descended from the sky, grabbing to Rinnegan with a big hand. His palm was like a black hole, swallowing the sky and the earth. The huge tail 24 beast jade was completely absorbed in a flash. This is, everyone stayed for one, and the one who shot was the way of heaven. That guy is dead. Why can the puppet move? Pu Shi looked sluggish, could it be said that? He looked back abruptly, and as expected, Lin Shan had already stood up. And, Byakugan, Lin Shan's eyes are no longer Mangekyo Sharingan, but the same Byakugan as the Otsutsuki clan. How could this happen? Dao Shi is also unbelievable. Not only did Lin Shan fail to die, he also gained the power of their clan. So it wasn't Rinnegan. Lin Shan rubbed his eye sockets. However, it's better than nothing, and thanks to you, I feel that my body is stronger, even. Lin Shan's thoughts moved, and several black spheres swept behind him, which was the truth-seeking ball. He moved his slap a little, and felt more powerful. Pu Shi. Joined forces to kill him. Advertisement Dao Shi didn't dare to pretend to be a one-on-one. After devouring the golden style, there is no doubt that Lin Shan's strength was stronger than before. The most important thing is that his cheat is not there yet. Jin Shi was eaten by Lin Shan. Dao Shi was unable to exert all his strength. Therefore, we can only choose to join hands with Pu Shi, which is the safest way. Since Momoshiki has spoken, I'm not welcome anymore. Pu Shi's eyes were chilling. You're welcome. You are worthy too. What right do you have to say this as a trash? Lin Shan laughed. He stepped out and took Pu style straight. Huh, I guessed it a long time ago. Pu Shi seemed to have predicted it in advance and threw a heavy fist. Boom. The hard fist was extremely accurate, hitting Lin Shan's head frontally, and the scattered shockwaves caused the surrounding ground to tear. Only this level? Lin Shan didn't respond. His tone was calm and his breathing was steady. Pu Shi was shocked. Even if he became stronger, he wouldn't be so outrageous, right? The space behind him split open, showing darkness. This trick is called Wangshen Bilangzaka. Want to escape? Shixiang? With a vigorous fist, the white light rolled over. Pu Shan immediately felt that his whole body was swallowed, and there was only one thought in his heart: it's over. Boom. He was punched again, and his whole body seemed to be crushed by a road roller, and his bones were all cracked to pieces. His mouth spit out blood again. Lin Shan strode forward, and when he was about to make up his knife, there was a sudden movement under the ground. The ground on which the foot was stepping suddenly turned into a fiery red, like magma, with astonishing heat. Ha ha ha, do it, you have to follow along with it. Pu Shishi smiled and said, damn humans. Lin Shan's eyes were full of cold light, and a blazing red light surged all over his body, and he flew out. Yi Gai. You lunatic. Pu Shi was panicked when he saw this. Dingxing saw that Lin Shan was already burned, but he didn't care at all, turning into a red raptor and rushing forward. Damn it, this damn human is going to kill me. Pu Shi yelled at him. What is this Yi Gai's trick is far better than that of Yi Shang. When Lin Shan sprinted, even the space was distorted. Such a killer move, even if you don't die, it must be a crippled body. He hastily gathered several truth-seeking ball defensive barriers. But, bang! Advertisement Lin Shan is like an unsheathed peerless divine sword, piercing the 5 barriers one by one, rushing to Pu Shi's brain one by one. Be merciful, Dad. Looking at Lin Shan flying over, Pu Shi's eyes were full of fear. Pouch. The blood soared to the sky. Lin Shan penetrated Pu-style body and roughly divided it into 2. At this moment, Wan Lai was completely silent. Even Dao Shi was shuddering. In the Otsutsuki clan, his identity and status, including strength, are equal to Pu Shi. If the other party can kill Pu Shi in a second, in other words, the trick called Yi Gai can also kill him in one kick. Guru. Peach-style swallowed hard and spit, and a feeling of fear that had never been seen before, breathes in his mind. An indifferent gaze swept over, and Dao Shi took a step back unconvincingly. Scared? Lin Shan asked with a joking expression. Isn't it very stylish just now? Fart. Momoshiki straightened his waist. The mere trifles of human beings, how can the Otsutsuki clan be afraid? It's just that. 390 I happen to have something today, I will fight with you another day. Snapped. Momoji snapped his fingers and hurriedly interrogated into the mysterious space. Want to run? He has never been so embarrassed as he is today. Keep up, don't give him any chance. In a mysterious space, the sky is rippling with waves, gently swaying like ripples. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. The emblem of the Otsutsuki family can be seen vaguely. Run. Where else do you want to go? Cough cough cough. B asterisk 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 D. Do you really want to die? This native was too much, he beat him away, and he chased him so hard. He forcibly manipulated his last strength and flew towards crowded places. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Lin Shan's voice came behind him, and Dao Shi looked back and roared angrily. Lin Shan took advantage of the victory, and the moment the space crack closed, he also rushed in. Next, he will also look for his own container, waiting for his resurrection in the future, and find Lin Shan to settle the account. Pu Shi didn't die immediately. He looked at the split lower body, his eyes were cracking. Soon after, Momoshiki appeared, and he quickly fell to the ground and walked hurriedly towards the tall building not far away. Tsunade and others hurriedly chased after him. The trio has won the lottery, and they have to kill them all, right? Chapter 181 Swallowing Otsutsuki Peach Style, the pupil power has evolved again. You are a team. What is the most important thing for your companions? Cooperation is paramount. The other two have stopped working and successfully reached a cooperation. If you are still alive, this is not a cooperation failure. Lin Shan's voice was like a knife, and his peach-like voice was filled with sadness and anger. Is it really going to die here today? No, he is a great Otsutsuki clan. Even if he dies, he will drag Lin Shan this B asterisk 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 D to die together. Speaking of which, since you can't kill him, you can only adopt other strategies. The first thing that Momos thinks of is the sealing technique. Although he is not a master in this area, he knows a little bit. Speaking of it, he does have a good seal technique, which can drag the enemy into a sealed space. Compared with the outside world, the passage of time in that space is extremely slow. 1 day is equivalent to 1 year outside. The core purpose of this trick is to let the trapped suffer loneliness or endless loneliness until it drives them crazy. Imagine that if you seal a person in a certain space, there is nothing, just a quiet person. What is the difference between this and prison? And it's still a prison for one person. Just wait for the fish to die and the net to break. The hesitation in Dao Shi's eyes finally turned into determination. Up to now, I can only go all out. Drink? The peach-like forehead floated with blue veins, the eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and the nostrils were bleeding. This is going to be desperate. Lin Shan was calm and breezy, smiling slightly. If there is assassin copper, give you a chance. You will regret this. Momoshiki's aggrieved response. Speaking of it, didn't he just deal with others like this before? Give Kaiji enough performance time, let him open up, and then kill him with overwhelming strength. But when the protagonist becomes himself, it feels uncomfortable. He made a few strange gestures and repeated them several times. Lin Shan was surprised. The Otsutsuki clan will also seal the seal? A miracle? Is this a fake? The Otsutsuki clan never relies on Kiin to fight. No matter what tricks they use, they're almost always at hand. It seems to be a very extraordinary trick. Lin Shan's eyes narrowed, he looked at the peach style with the fake gate wide open, and his body was full of flaws. Advertisement, Shisham. Suddenly, Lin Shan launched an attack shamelessly. The white light of Pima towards him engulfed peach style in an instant. Before being hit, his brain was blank. Muddy Gobi. At this time, don't the big guys usually release the water and let the opponents do whatever they want? What kind of stuff is Lin Shan? He doesn't play the cards according to the routine. Bang. Peach-style abdomen was firmly punched with a fatal blow, and the old blood spurted out again and again. His abdomen was sunken, and his stomach, kidneys and other tissues were all blown up in an instant. Puff. Dao Shishin fell unwillingly and was dying. Lin Shan stepped forward and stepped on Peach-style face. When he was about to compress this guy into chakra fruit, he was worried about the Peach-style with his eyes closed, and a sudden burst of light broke out in his pupils. Otsushen. Buzzing, the surrounding space is distorted and collapsed on a large scale. Immediately afterwards, a gap that was as dark as a black hole emerged, as if connected to the depths of hell, revealing an incomparably mysterious atmosphere. Lin Shan backed away instinctively, but Otsutsuki Momoshiki was taken in. How can you give up now? I didn't care about the others, and Lin Shan rushed in. If you give up at this time, not only the chakra fruit is gone, even the peach style may be revived again. The gain is not worth the loss. In the extremely dark mysterious space, all around it is pitch black, and you can't see your fingers. What the hell is this? In the darkness, a voice broke the dead silence. Lin Shan frowned, casually released a fire style, and the world in front of him suddenly became much brighter. This space is about 100 meters. Peach style lay on the spot on the southeast side. Ha ha ha, you have come in after all, you have come in, so don't even think about going out in this life. With only half a breath remaining, Dao style smiled sullenly. Let's bear the washing of the years. Can I go out? You just can't see it anyway. Lin Shan didn't want to have any accidents, and walked quickly to Dao Shi, holding his head with big hands. Advertisement, wow. Peach's body began to compress, and his limbs disappeared quickly. In 5 or 6 seconds, the peach style is condensed into a chakra fruit. However, this chakra fruit is extra large, much larger than the previous golden one. The effect is also stronger, this wave is not a loss. Lin Shan looked at the blood-red fruit, and started gnawing at it. After a few minutes, the chakra fruit in Lin Shan's hands disappeared. The abundant and huge power began to run away in the body again, rampage, and the devil-like power unscrupulously destroyed everything. However, because there are examples of devouring the golden formula. This time, Lin Shan was much more relaxed, successfully harnessing the power of Otsutsuki's peach style, and his body organs were not burst. At the same time, the familiar feeling came again between the two eyes, and the two eyes kept itching. It's the same feeling as when you opened Byakugan before. This time, it should be Rinnegan, right? You can give Tenseigin without Rinnegan. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Lin Shan lost his voice and said, Rinnegan is almost 360 degrees without blind spots, but his vision range is still 180 degrees. FK. Isn't lousy worthy. Although it is a pity that Rinnegan has not been activated, there is no doubt that Tenseigin also possesses world-destroying power. Lin Shan is ecstatic. Is there such a good thing? The transformation and evolution of pupil power lasted about half an hour. This is the eye that goes hand in hand with Rinnegan, who also has the ability to destroy and create the world. His expression couldn't help but be blank, and the eyes that came into view were blue. It doesn't seem to be Rinnegan. When Lin Shan opened his eyes again, he felt that the world in front of him was extremely clear and not as dark as before. Isn't this Tenseigin? In the original history, the Otsutsuki Sharingan used Tenseigin to fight Uzumaki Naruto to split the entire moon with a golden wheel reincarnation explosion. Lin Shan felt happy, his gaze spread around, and the next step was how to leave this damn space. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. Lin Shan couldn't help rubbing his eyes, and closed his eyes expectantly. This is, disappointed Lin Shan released a water style. With the vague reflection, he finally saw his eyes clearly. Chapter 182 Kirigakure, the country of water, 11 years in a blink of an eye. Shenxiang. Shixiang. Shixiang. Yigai. 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 In the deadly space, the man's rude shouts continued to sound. After getting Tenseigin, Lin Shan thought about how to leave. What makes him want to cry without tears is that this space is really confined, and he can't leave. In a hurry, Lin Shan opened the 8 inner gates and bombed wildly. However, it's still not useful. How can this be good? Is it possible that you really stay here for the rest of your life? Lin Shan is anxious. He hasn't enjoyed enough of the colorful world outside. There are so many beauties waiting for him. Impulsiveness is useless. Calm down and think of a way to be better than anything else. Lin Shan sat down cross-legged and forced himself to calm down. If you want to leave this ghost place, it seems that I have to develop a space ninjutsu. Thinking about it, Lin Shan feels that the development of space ninjutsu is the only way to play. Although Sharingan is still Mangekyo, after obtaining Tenseigin, Lin Shan can also use space-based techniques. Tenseigin's abilities are very comprehensive. It can create a space tunnel between 2 planets. The effect is similar to Uchiha Sasuke Rinnegan's space portal. Nuclear power Mangekyo switched to Tenseigin, and Lin Shan immediately started experimenting. 390 glows of emerald light appeared on his body. This was Tenseigin's chakra mode. Behind him, there were 9 fist-sized light green spheres. This is actually the truth-seeking ball unique to Tenseigin. In this mode, you can also use the yin and yang escape technique that creates all things. Lin Shan's surrounding space was surging, and it didn't take long for him to crack a circular gap. Huh, that idiot Taoshi, he didn't expect me to turn on Tenseigin either. Lin Shan sneered, and immediately stepped into the space tunnel. After walking in the dark for a few minutes, the world in front of him suddenly lit up, and he came to a fireball. What is this? Before the words fell, Lin Shan gasified on the spot. Yes, he died, however, because of the unlimited battery life of the nuclear body. Lin Shan immediately regenerated. This time, he finally saw the original appearance of the fireball. Mrs. Sun. Lin Shan's 100,000 horses flew past. He just wanted to run away, but he was gone again. Advertisement yes, he hung up again and gasified again. But the next moment, Lin Shan was reborn. He quickly opened the space tunnel and returned to the space created by the Otsutsuki peach style. I'm going. What the hell? Lin Shan panting like a cow. How did he get Xie Yang up? Fortunately he is immortal, otherwise from now on, Lin Shan didn't know how he died. Come again. After taking a few deep breaths, Lin Shan started a new round of experiments. A brand new space tunnel was successfully built. Lin Shan gritted his teeth and rushed in again. Whoosh whoosh. The biting cold wind swept the earth. On a strange and mysterious planet, Lin Shan ate the sky. Looking at it, it was a dead planet without even the most basic grasses and trees. The sky is full of yellow sand and the wind is howling, which is a true portrayal of this world. It looks like it failed again. Lin Shan turned his head back to the space tunnel. 10 minutes later, Lin Shan opened the space tunnel again. What I rushed to this time was a planet full of gold. Even the earth is made of gold. Lin Shan knows that the universe is all-encompassing, and there are all kinds of planets. If it were the previous life, facing the gold of the whole planet, he would have had a nosebleed with excitement. But nowadays, there is nothing but money and things outside of the body. Without much nostalgia, Lin Shan returned to the space tunnel. 10 minutes later, the space tunnel opened again, leading to the new world. The planet that arrived this time had some life, but it was all a group of weird creatures, probably aliens. The long one looks like a deformed child. The overall height is less than 1 meter, sharp teeth, sharp mouth, long nose and short ears, making it nondescript. Lin Shan didn't have any interest and turned around and ran off again. The space tunnel opened again, then it failed again. Continue to open. Continue to fail. After repeating this cycle, Lin Shan didn't know how many times he repeated it. Anyway, he was a nuclear chakra, a nuclear physical strength, a nuclear body, and a nuclear Mangekyo Sharingan. Until the day of returning to the ninja world. Kirigakure, the land of water. The graceful figure of Love stayed at the beach, and her beautiful eyes looked at the undulating sea, stunned, and didn't know what she was thinking about. Advertisement: this person is 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. Unlike the youthful girls of the past, Terumi Mei is now mature. The devil-like figure is concave and convex, and the angel-like face is bright and moving. After so many years, there is still no news. That guy, isn't it really dead, right?
Terumi Mei stared at the sea blankly. Now, it is Lin Shan's 11th year since Lin Shan left the ninja world. After Lin Shan disappeared, the situation in ninja world changed drastically.
Sunagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, and the 3 villages joined forces to conquer Konoha. Without Lin Shan's protection, the 3 ninja villages felt that annihilating Konoha was simple. It's a pity that Lin Shan's family is too strong.
Jinchuriki, Tail Beasts, and the Ninja Legion of Impure World Reincarnation.
Even Senju Hashirama was released by summoning. The coalition forces of the 3 ninja villages were beaten violently. Even without Lin Shan, they also failed, the one that lost terribly.
In the later period, Kirigakure also participated in the battle, and teamed up with Konoha, and no longer knew the parents who beat the 3 ninja villages. Forcing them to sign a large number of unequal treaties, the war came to an end. Master Mizukage, Konoha's Chunin exam is about to begin. 5th Hokage has sent a message asking if the village will participate. A white-haired young man asked. His name is Changjuro, a close friend of Terumi Mei. Of course we have to participate. As Konoha's allies, we naturally have to stand in a trench. In addition, I also want to see how far that enchanting kid has grown. Terumi Mei's beautiful face smiled, her beautiful eyes gleaming with anticipation. 9 months after Lin Shan disappeared, Uzumaki Masina gave birth to a lovely girl. The name is Uzumaki Month. Lin Shan. FK, why isn't it called Uchiha? Laozi is not dead yet. Even if he is dead, he can't be called Uzumaki. He has amazing talent since he was a child. It is said that when he opened his eyes, he was 3 Tomo Sharingan. Others have experienced countless tortures, and they just opened their eyes. They are born with them. Uzumaki Yu also inherited the abilities of his father Lin Shan, who is also Golden Sharingan. In other words, it is nuclear energy Sharingan. Ming 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 ming. At this moment, a cry of sorrow resounded throughout the world. Maihu Hansen is finally back. The sky on the northeast side of Kirigakure shattered and opened. Lin Shan, with a stubble face, walked out, tears streaming down his face.
Chapter 183: A completely messy world. Who? Terumi Mei flashed over for the first time, staring at Lin Shan with nervous eyes. To be able to use space ninjutsu must be a master among masters. Terumi Ming. Although it is different from what I saw, it is more mature and charming. Lin Shan recognized Terumi Mei at a glance. Unreasonable, even your master. I don't even know my uncle Lin Shan.
Lin Shan questioned with his hands on his hips. Lin Shan. Looking at the scruffy man in front of him, his face was full of beard, indeed there were so few threads of similarity. Terumi Mei still has hesitation on her face, not sure, after all it has been gone for so long. It is not uncommon to pretend to be Lin Shan scammers. Fine. Lin Shan's eyes switched to gold. Mangekyo. Now, do you know each other? Borrowing from the great ninja world, only Lin Shan is the abnormal nuclear Mangekyo, and the golden Mangekyo Sharingan has almost become his logo. Really, Master Lin Shan? Terumi Mei's eyes lit up for an instant, but it didn't look right. More than 10 years have passed, how could he still be the same boy? Not a trace of change. Where have you been in the past 10 years? Terumi Mei asked.
This is a long story. I blame the peach style B*******. D. He gave me to wait. Lin Shan's brain suddenly stopped and looked at Terumi Mei and asked in surprise. 10 years have passed. What are you kidding me? According to Lin Shan's estimation, the time he left would last for a month. More than 10 years? Isn't this bullshit? Are you kidding me to look like this? Terumi Mei gave Lin Shan angrily. Hearing this, he couldn't help but look closely at Terumi Mei a few times. Well, the career line is stronger than before, and the A** drum is even more uplifted than before. The face is rounder than before, and the temperament is more mature than before. It's a hell, so many years have passed? Lin Shan asked blankly. By the way, you are all 3 years old, right? Terumi Mei's pretty face turned black. Can you tell me his age? Your daughter is over 11 years old. She couldn't laugh or cry. Advertisement, my daughter. Lin Shan was even more startled when he heard the words, and immediately asked in surprise. Kushina is born. Isn't it cute, isn't it like me? Lovely is cute, but Terumi Mei glanced at Lin Shan. I really don't see where I look like you. The facial features and appearance are similar to Uzumaki Kushina, and his hair is red. If it's like yours, there is only Sharingan who is also golden. Terumi Mei slowly explained. Hearing this, the corners of Lin Shan's mouth twitched. In short, Uzumaki Kushina's genes are stronger than him. However, can Sharingan of nuclear energy be passed on to the next generation? This was something he didn't expect. Tell me about Konoha's situation over the years. Lin Shan sighed, more than 10 years have passed, and now it's just a matter of fact. During the time you left, the situation in the ninja world has undergone earth-shaking changes. Although the war has ended, the fighting between the two camps has never stopped. Terumi Mei spoke freely. Two camps. Lin Shan frowned slightly. When he left, ninja didn't have this concept. One is the Konoha Mist Shinobi Alliance, and the other is the Sand Shinobi Cloud Shinobi Rock Shinobi Alliance. Terumi Mei said faintly, all the villages that have been injured by Konoha have all joined forces. Terumi Mei, thank you for standing with Konoha for so many years. Lin Shan stepped forward and patted Terumi Mei's scented shoulder. Just about to wipe her oil, she stepped away and drove away. Terumi Mei, this is your fault. Where is the trust between people? Lin Shan was very unhappy. With that said, he hasn't touched a woman in more than 10 years, can't he realize his dream? Now I can be sure that you are 100% Master Lin Shan, or your old temperament. Terumi Mei said silently, the little color skin has not changed at all. No, it's an old sapphire now. Cough cough cough. Lin Shan coughed awkwardly, and said solemnly, you misunderstood, I am not as mean as you think. Listen to me first. Terumi Mei smiled softly at Lin Shan, and the latter suddenly lost his mind. IFK this is there. Seen? These years have passed, and there is another organization that has emerged between the two camps. Terumi Mei said, an organization named Akatsuki. You mean Yahiko and Nagato? Lin Shan asked in surprise, isn't Rain Shinobi Village also Konoha's ally? It's not. Terumi Mei shook his head and explained, the ruler is still the Black Zetsu you used to say. He has controlled Uchiha Obito's body for more than 10 years. For Flowers Zero, over the years, he has won over a large number of masters. Advertisement, for example, Konoha S-Class Rebel Orochimaru, Kirigakure's Rebel Hoshigaki Kisame, and Iwagakure's Rebel Deidara and others. There is even Namikaze Minato. Wait, Namikaze Minato? Lin Shan was surprised, that guy hasn't died yet? According to the original historical development, Namikaze Minato has been dead for 10 to 2 years. That kid actually lived to the present? Unbelievable. Unexpectedly, Namikaze Minato joined Akatsuki. Lin Shan was surprised. There are more things you didn't expect. Terumi Mei smiled and said, your apprentice still has an impression? Uchiha Itachi. Itachi? Of course I remember. Zero Lin Shan lifted up his spirits and quickly asked, did he wipe out the Uchiha clan? How did you know that he intended to destroy the Uchiha clan? Terumi Mei looked at Lin Shan weirdly, and then said, Uchiha Itachi did massacre the Uchiha clan. It was the 5th or 6th year you left. It's a pity that someone stopped it. Who? Lin Shan asked, is it Tsunade, or my wives? Neither. Terumi Mei chuckled lightly. A character that no one can think of, Uchiha Spring. Buzzing, Lin Shan's head roared, and the world was completely messed up. No matter what, it has been out of history. In the original history, Namikaze Minato has long since died. Nagato and Yahiko have already taken refuge in themselves, and Black Zetsu has successfully established Akatsuki. There is Itachi, and eventually joined Akatsuki. The most outrageous thing is that the person who prevented Itachi from extinction was actually Uchiha Spring. Isn't this Itachi's real girlfriend? Speaking of it, now she is also a slim and beautiful girl, right? Correct. Lin Shan asked with his eyes dizzy, has Mangekyo Sharingan turned on? Opened. Terumi Mei nodded, and Lin Shan's face was happy when he heard that, as long as he snatched Itachi's eyes and his pupils merge, he could upgrade the nuclear eternal Mangekyo. Chapter 184 The Big Three of the Young Generation. In addition, there is Makoto's son Sasuke. Including Namikaze Minato's wife Uzumaki Kaide's son, Uzumaki Naruto. And your daughter Uzumaki Tasuki, all three of them are super geniuses in Konoha. Terumi Mei sighed again and again. In the next few decades, Konoha is estimated to be the only one. Looking at the entire ninja world, no village is stronger than Konoha. Whether now or in the future, my daughter should be called Uchiha Yu. Lin Shan hummed uncomfortably and said, the stinky woman Uzumaki Kushina, even when I was away, even the child's surname changed. When I go back, not only will the child's last name be changed back, but her last name will also be changed to Uchiha Kushina. Lin Shan hated it. It's up to you. Terumi Mei didn't care at all. She confided, 390, with a little fragrant tongue, and leaned to Lin Shan's side. Come and sit at my house. Her delicate body is close to Lin Shan's body, and she can smell the elegant body fragrance. Of course there is no problem, let's lead the way. These years have passed, and I still have a lot to ask you. Lin Shan gladly accepted. After a while, the two went to Terumi Mei's house together. That night, Lin Shan did not leave and talked with Terumi Mei. The next day, the warm sun rose from the east, and the large Kirigakure was shrouded in the sun. Lin Shan also woke up from his sleep. He moved a little, and Terumi Mei in his arms opened his eyes. It's daybreak? Terumi Mei looked out the window with a daze. Last night. Yes, it's dawn. Lin Shan stretched. Your people, when will you go to Konoha? Let's go together. Don't you have anything else you want to say? Terumi Mei's voice was bitter. Advertisement. She tied herself to Lin Shan. Okay, this life will definitely be good for you. Lin Shan rubbed Terumi Mei's small face and asked strangely, why did you figure it out all of a sudden? You were right. I am not young anymore, since I can't meet the right one, then choose a strong man. Terumi Mei said bitterly. Speaking of it, in the original history, Terumi Mei was really lonely and died. She was still single at the age of 46. In addition, you may not know that your strong blood has attracted countless people, including me. Terumi Mei's eyes glowed with strange light. Living with Lin Shan, this also occupies a large part of the reason. Lin Shan's daughter, Uzumaki Moon, was born as the golden Sharingan of the three-goat jade, and those who were held by her will die strangely in a short time. This is actually nuclear radiation. Lin Shan has such a strong pedigree that has attracted the attention of many women in the ninja world. That is to say, the beauties are thinking about me. Lin Shan smiled into a flower. Nuclear energy means fearlessness, so many people are not my opponents. I agree with this. Terumi Mei agreed with a bitter expression on her face. By the way, my current pedigree is much stronger than before, Lin Shan said happily. Today, he has more pure Daijinmu family blood in his body. You get ready, let's rush to Konoha together, Lin Shan asked. Terumi Mei nodded after hearing this. Konoha is definitely the most powerful village in the ninja world. Even if they lose Lin Shan, there are still 8 beasts in the village. There are also strong players such as Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina, and Wooden Golem. It can be called the most invincible village in the ninja world, and its combat power is the sum of the other villages. The younger generation, headed by Uzumaki Moon, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke, are all famous geniuses in the village. There are also outstanding young people like Hyuga Neji, Hyuga Hinata, and Haruno Sakura. The most worth mentioning is Uzumaki Naruto. Although there is no Nine Tails anymore, Naruto also got rid of the nickname of Crane Tail. Why is Naruto in the original book called a Crane Tail? It's not that Naruto is not talented, but the 9 tails in him deliberately messed up, making many people think that Naruto is a useless crane tail. Advertisement. In fact, the mother Uzumaki Fung is pregnant with the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and Naruto also inherits the huge chakra and vitality of the Uzumaki clan. Not to mention my father Namikaze Minato is also a ninja with amazing talents. Under the combination of the two, how can Naruto be a waste? After the trouble with 9 tails, Naruto seems to be on the hook, and his strength has improved rapidly, especially in the aspect of wind style. Among the 3 giants of Konoha's younger generation, only Lin Shan's daughter Uzumaki Yu can overpower him. Both pillars can barely contend with Naruto. In fact, the future of these two people is not bad. One is the owner of Ashura reincarnated chakra, and the other is the owner of Indra reincarnated chakra, destined to break into the sky in the future. The ambitions of these guys have rekindled, huh? Hokage office, Tsunade has been like a day for 10 years. The years did not leave a mark on her face. In this Chunin exam, the 3 villages of Sunagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Iwagakure were not invited at all. Standing beside her was a lovely girl with pink jade and red hair tied into a ponytail, wearing the uniform of the Uchiha family. Sunagakure is the most direct, and simply dispatched the agent Fukuge Chiyo mother-in-law. But they took the initiative to participate, and they sent ninjas to Konoha to take the exam. The red-haired beautiful woman whispered, "The war is about to come again. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running." Samai said worriedly. Although the 2 alliances have ceased the war, the private struggle has never stopped. Are they planning to start a new round of war? And Nawaki, who was resurrected by Lin Shan, has the blood of the Senju clan, so he can be alone. After years of cultivation, the 3 ninja villages have also been restored. Tsunade even wanted to take the initiative to provoke a war and wiped out the 3 ninja villages in one fell swoop. 0.4 Tsunade said confidently. After Master Lin Shan disappeared, they took the opportunity to sneak attack and were not defeated by the village. Now the village has recovered after years of recuperation. Master Tsunade, this time the Chunin exam, the other 3 ninja villages should also join in? P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. From now on, Konoha will rule the entire ninja world. She is Uzumaki Kushina. Come here, how can the village be afraid of them? The younger generation, there are excellent ninjas like Might Guy and Kakashi. It is Lin Shan's daughter Uzumaki Yu. Tsunade is light and breezy. Today Konoha is almost as powerful as Ultimate. After years of hard work, even Uzumaki Kushina has transformed into the perfect 9 tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 185 Sasuke, call Daddy what? In the office, a figure flashed. All in black, wearing animal masks. Master Hokage, Master 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure has arrived in the village. Anbu Ninja report came here. Terumi Mei is here? A soft smile fluttered across Tsunade's face. In recent years, Mist Shinobi has helped Konoha a lot. Be sure to receive it solemnly and tell Master Mizukage that I will be there soon. Tsunade raised his voice. Konoha is the residence of the Uchiha family. Lin Shan wanted to go home first and have a look, but he just stepped into the residence of the Uchiha family, and a bronze statue came into view. With a cigarette in his mouth, he combed his head with a big back, and the expression on his face was particularly rampant. Isn't this me? Did you make a mistake? Actually making the smoking look like a statue will make the next generation crooked. Lin Shan vomited and looked carefully. There was a paragraph of text under the statue. Konoha's meritorious service, Uchiha's savior, Uchiha Lin Shan. Speaking of it, in the years after Lin Shan disappeared, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan changed again. 24 The patriarch today has become Uchiha Makoto. The statue was built by Uchiha Makoto to commemorate Lin Shan's dedication to the Uchiha clan. Every member of the Uchiha family must firmly remember Lin Shan in the future. Without him, perhaps the family would have died long ago. Really, it's hard to keep a low profile. Lin Shan hurried home. His yard has been left unattended for many years. After all, people have disappeared. It stands to reason that it should have been covered with dust a long time ago. In fact, this is not the case. The courtyard is still clean and tidy. There is not even a single leaf. Even if Lin Shan is gone, some people come to clean it every day. 10 years are like a day, no matter whether it rains or the month, there is no day to stay. In the small courtyard, the graceful Qianying took a broom in her hand and cleaned the small courtyard very carefully, not letting go of every corner. Lin Shan looked up, his eyes lost. The woman worked very hard, and her pretty face was tired and sweaty. Red, Lin Shan spoke softly, and Shi Rihong, who was cleaning, raised his head slightly. The moment she saw Lin Shan, her eyes froze instantly, and she muttered to herself in dementia, "Lin Shan? Am I dreaming?" Lin Shan has disappeared on the surface, but many people think he is dead. Advertisement after all, it hasn't appeared in more than 10 years. Snapped. This silly woman gave herself a slap, and suddenly a red slap print was on her cheek. It hurts. Ta Rihong covered her right face. Are you an idiot? Lin Shan came and hugged Ta Rihong. Really, Lin Shan? Sniffing the familiar smell on Lin Shan, Shi Ri blushed and was intoxicated. It smells very good, right? Lin Shan stroked the red eye sockets, and glittering tears appeared on both sides of the corners of his eyes. Don't be stinky. The body odor is still there. Ta Rihong suddenly burst into laughter, hugged Lin Shan tightly, and asked with a choke, "Where have you been these years? Do you know how difficult it is for everyone?" "I'm sorry, I wronged you." Lin Shan stroked the wrinkles at the corners of his red eyes, feeling a little ashamed. 11 years. How many 11 years are there in a person's life? They have been waiting. You haven't changed, but I'm old. Looking at the young man in front of him, while Shi Rihong was happy, there was still a trace of tension. Lin Shan is famous for loving beautiful women. Will he dislike them when they are old? Do not worry. Lin Shan hugged Ta Rihong's plump waist tightly and quietly said something in her ear. You hate it. Ta Rihongqiao blushed slightly and said softly, "It's the same as before. I didn't lie to you. I like mature women, who are often more intellectual. Young kids know what they know." Lin Shan said very honestly, "Besides, I have a way to restore your youth." Are you Lin Shan? Outside the small courtyard, there was a sudden excitement, and Lin Shan looked slantingly. It was Uchiha Makoto with a dull expression. Makoto? Lin Shan showed a friendly smile on his face. Yang started to say hello. Long time no see. What? Makoto stepped forward in front of Lin Shan, and after taking a fixed look, he hugged Lin Shan with his arms and took him into his arms. Really you? She has tears in her eyes, and she has been thinking about Lin Shan all these years. Without Lin Shan, she would have died long ago. Advertisement. Makoto, you. Lin Shan was also taken aback by this sudden move. But on second thought, Uchiha Makoto has been empty and indifferent for more than 10 years, lacking comfort and sense of security. In those years, he has been a ray of light in Uchiha Makoto's heart. It would not be appropriate to push her away. Besides, Uchiha Fugaku is still Lin Shan's good brother. Let's comfort Makoto for a good brother. Lin Shan also hugged Uchiha Makoto. I am very happy to see you again. A-hole, what are you doing? Let go of my mother. At this moment, a clear and thunderous sound came from behind. Sasuke? Makoto just remembered that Sasuke had followed, and quickly pushed Lin Shan away. A faint blush also appeared on his face. Gang Oh was excited, saw a man who had been thinking about it for more than 10 years, and forgot about his son. Sin. It's so ruthless, Makoto. Lin Shan pulled his face in dissatisfaction, and the latter gave a wry smile. His gaze fell on Sasuke. The 390 young man is very handsome, not much different from the appearance in the original book. He has a cold face and has kabuto with his hands. This young master looks very cool. Lin Shan slowly said, Your brother Itachi used to call me godfather. You are his younger brother, so naturally I treat him equally. Sasuke is not stupid, he has an extra dad for no reason, teasing him? That Uchiha Lin Shan. He is you Uncle Lin Shan. Uchiha Makoto also explained, your father's good brother in the past. Sasuke, you will be my godson from now on. It's okay to call my father. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. Lin Shan smiled kindly. Uncle call. Moreover, his name is Uncle. Seeing him at this young age, he seems to be a few years older than himself. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But hasn't he been missing for more than 10 years? Hey, Sasuke, call him dad. Makoto also urged. You are Sasuke, right? I reject. Sasuke glanced suspiciously at Uchiha Makoto. Who knows that Sasuke is very stubborn, and he just said, calling him father is equivalent to admitting that he is mother's husband. I firmly oppose it. Sasuke looked at Lin Shan suspiciously, and it was indeed similar to the statue erected by the Uchiha family. Sure, it's uncle. Chapter 186 Dad Lin Shan knelt down and apologized to you. Lin Shan looked at the cold Sasuke. Sure enough, this guy had a look of rebellion. Makoto, don't talk about this for now, I have something for you. Lin Shan took out a few red pills and threw them to Makoto and Shirihong. What is this? The two men looked at Lin Shan at the same time. The pill the size of a fingernail, with a deep red color, looks very strange, like a compressed blood. The two looked at each other, and they were not afraid of being afraid. There is no doubt about Lin Shan's character. Jiraiya and others who were killed by Lin Shan. No doubt. After I swallowed the peach style, I obtained the perfect Otsutsuki clan lineage. All members of the Otsutsuki clan have a special ability to compress chakra into a pill called Dan. This is it. Shirihong picked up the pill and asked. Exactly. Lin Shan explained. Dan can recover injuries, chakra, physical strength, and even eat it to live forever and gain tremendous strength. Really? The two women held their breath, but they didn't care when their strength improved. They are fascinated by the fact that they are immortal. Dan is very comprehensive, but also extremely violent. There are no outsiders of the Otsutsuki clan in his body. After eating, most of them burst their bodies and die. Lin Shan explained again. Then what are you doing for us and teasing us? Shirihong turned Byakugan angrily. The Dan I condensed with chakra is a bit different from the Otsutsuki clan. Lin Shan said faintly. The medicinal properties are not that strong. You shouldn't have any side effects if you take it, but the effect is not so obvious. You can only maintain your youth. It is a low-profile version, anyway, yours. Grumbling. Without waiting for Lin Shan to finish, the two women swallowed it directly. The others don't care, they can stay young and live forever, which is far better than anything else. After Dan swallowed his belly, a wonderful force spread immediately. Both women felt the warmth flowing throughout their bodies, and the originally sagging skin suddenly became much tighter. This is particularly clear to Uchiha Makoto, because she is already in her 40s. Body functions are beginning to decline, especially on the face. Even though I usually pay attention to maintenance, wrinkles are still unavoidable. However, the wrinkles on her face disappeared the moment she ate Dan. The same is true for Shirihong. Thank you so much, Lin Shan. Makoto and Shirihong pounced on Lin Shan, both of them hugging him tightly. Advertisement, how is this so embarrassing? Lin Shan's large hands also fell on the A** of the two of them. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes are about to split. UB*******D. Sasuke jumped into thunder, and bloodshot eyes appeared in his eyes. This guy softened a few times. Gee, a continual burst of karma stabbed Lin Shan. Lin Shan blinked, and the materialized chakra condensed into a giant. Clang 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 clang, Kumu was easily intercepted. Sasuke. Uchiha Makoto is completely angry, this rebellious son, dared to do something to Lin Shan? I don't know if this is the man your old lady likes. It would be so good for you to be a widow, isn't it? Also, does he know what happened in the past? After Uchiha Fugaku was manipulated by Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods, he treated her with extreme cruelty and disgust. Had it not been for Lin Shan's shelter, she would have been killed long ago. After all, many elites of the Uchiha clan were executed at that time. At that stage, Makoto was still pregnant with Sasuke. Now this kid actually does something to Lin Shan? Kneel me down. Makoto turned into a Yan mother with an unquestionable command in his tone. What? Sasuke stared at Lin Shan blankly. Should I kneel down for him? This wretched-looking guy had obviously taken advantage of his mother just now. Don't ask him to apologize, forget it, but ask him to kneel down instead? Sasuke shivered in anger, how could there be such a thing? I won't kneel, I will never kneel. Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, my father has only one, Uchiha Fugaku. HMPH, since you know that your father is Uchiha Fugaku, you should understand that if it weren't for Lin Shan, he would have died long ago, and even planned to kill our mother and son. Uchiha Makoto scolded. No matter what the reason is, you have to apologize to Lin Shan's father on his knees. Hearing that, Lin Shan looked at Sasuke playfully. This bloated brat really needs to be educated. The rebellious period comes a bit early, so you have to take care of it, Makoto. Lin Shan looked at Sasuke with a faint smile. Advertisement. You. Sasuke's face was flushed with anger, and his small face became a bit sullen. I won't apologize to this guy anyway, he is not a good person at first sight. Others are qualified to say that Lin Shan is not a good person, we mother and son, no, because our family's life, and even the Uchiha clan were all saved by Lin Shan. Uchiha Makoto said coldly. These remarks are not an exaggeration. In retrospect, if Lin Shan hadn't stood by the Uchiha family, he would have been ruined by Konoha's senior management. Asterisk. If you really can't kneel down. Makoto also made concessions. She didn't want to force Sasuke too much. Slap yourself a few times and admit the mistake just now. Is this a concession? This is absolutely impossible. Sasuke almost died instantly. In front of Lin Shan, his mother was completely reduced to a vassal, including his son. It seemed that he could not be compared with Lin Shan. This is not a good sign. Daddy, why would you call such a guy a brother? He only needs to greet him, and my mother will be gone. Oh no, you don't need to say hello. My mother has already offered it to the door twice just now. Uchiha Sasuke's heart was so gloomy, he suddenly felt that someone like Lin Shan should never show up. It looks like I was too kind to you before. Not only did he kneel down, he even kowtowed Lin Shan. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. There is no dutiful son in front of the bed for a long time, and no good wife in the poor family for a long time. She was tired of staying alone for so long. Makoto suddenly flashed to Sasuke's side, a hand on his shoulder. Be gentle, my dam is not an iron head. Immediately afterwards, Makoto held Sasuke's brain, good promise, bag and pressed it down hard. He slammed his legs heavily on the ground, and he knelt in front of Lin Shan. Fake, this must be fake, this is a fake mother. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The appearance of Lin Shan injected vitality and hope into her bleak and silent world. Lin Shan, who was so important in Uchiha Makoto's heart, even surpassed his father. How can there be such a mother who cheats her son, forcing her son to kneel to outsiders, or even kowtow? Sasuke suddenly felt a huge force coming, and his knees instantly softened. Uchiha Sasuke screamed madly in his heart, bang, bang. In fact, Makoto alone took care of Uchiha Fugaku's corpse all these years. Sasuke's forehead slammed into the ground, and his entire head was suddenly stunned. Boom. Chapter 187. Sasuke finished kneeling, Naruto went on to kneel. Urzuzi was heartbroken. Uchiha Makoto was also heartbroken. Urzuzi's heartbreak is because of Makoto's change and different attitudes towards him and Lin Shan. Is his own son actually inferior to outsiders? In order to gain Lin Shan's favor and understanding, even if he let his own son kneel down. Urzuzi was deeply hit, and his mother was actually a licking dog. He said he hadn't seen it before. Makoto is also heartbroken. Sasuke's heart is too bad, I don't know how to be grateful. Okay, get up, Sasuke. You, go back and rest. Lin Shan personally helped him up, just like the big brother next door. Uchiha Makoto. Look at the heart of Lin Shan, and then look at my stupid son. Hey, it's just a comparison to compare it. No, it can't be compared. One is a myth, the other is a joke. What, you make Sasuke grateful? Fart. Sasuke would not be grateful, so he knelt down and knocked his head. Could it be that he finally thanked Lin Shan? Stop talking nonsense, okay? Don't say thank you. Uchiha Makoto looked bad with hands on hips. Uchiha Sasuke's head was covered with black lines, and if his eyes could kill people, Lin Shan would already be one by one. I thank you for Otsutsuki smiled and thanked 393. He didn't dare to provoke Uchiha Makoto, facing Lin Shan, his mother had no bottom line. How do you call Lin Shan? Makoto is still dissatisfied, quite a bit of a bone-chilling posture. Need me to help you think again? I have taught you before, to be a polite child, Sasuke. Dad Lin Shan. Sasuke screamed in shame, and his head fell instantly. At this moment, I can't wait to find a crack in the ground and get in to hide. What a shame. I'm doing this for your own good. Uchiha Makoto said meaningfully, thank you then, Mom. Sasuke squeezed out a smile more ugly than crying. You go back, I have something to do, so I need to stay a little longer. Makoto turned his head and didn't look at him anymore, focusing all his attention on Lin Shan. Sasuke could naturally hear the disgust, he couldn't help but look at Uchiha Makoto with a look of scrutiny. His face was smiling like a spring breeze, like the warm sun in March, and Lin Shan eyebrows and secretly sent Chiubo.
I thought Lousy didn't see it, did he? Advertisement. Suddenly, Sasuke felt that the mother in front of her was so strange, because she had never been so happy before, as if a female fan met her own male god. Sasuke left without a word, his father, there may be something more on his head in the future. Sorry, Lin Shan. After Lin Shan left, Makoto apologized rather embarrassedly. Sasuke has followed me all these years and overspoiled him. Don't explain it. Lin Shan hugged Uchiha Makoto's slender waist and climbed up Ta Raihong's waist with the other hand. Two people, how do you feel? You mean the Dan just now? Ta Raihong shook her arms and kicked again. The body has indeed regained the vitality of the young period, and the strength seems to have been strengthened. Does this kind of good thing still exist? Uchiha Makoto's eyes were full of longing. Yes, Lin Shan joked, just see if you cooperate with Makoto. What does this cooperation mean? Uchiha Makoto asked curiously. Lin Shan leaned to her ear when he saw it, and said something lightly. She flushed slightly, but finally nodded. In a short while, the news of Lin Shan's return spread throughout Konoha's entire high-level circle. Tsunade and others arrived without stopping. The small courtyard of Lin Shan's house has resumed its former liveliness. Samui, by Wooden Golem, Konan, Uzumaki Kushina, Tsunade. There are also people like Makoto and Yurihong. Of course, there is also Nohara Lin, and now she has grown into Oni-san. It's a pity that brother 2 can't see it anymore. There is even an unexpected character, one Uzumaki Kaide. That is, the wife of Namikaze Minato, followed by the blonde kid. It is Uzumaki Naruto. Because it's no longer Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he doesn't have any beards on his face, and he looks much more cute. The mother and son are very ambitious, their identities are different from the others, but Namikaze Minato is a wanted S-class traitor. Master Lin Shan, Uzumaki Kaide took the initiative to say hello. Our mother and son have cut off from Minato and have not been in contact with Namikaze Minato for many years. I hope you will raise your hand and let us go. In Konoha village, no one can provoke Lin Shan. Even the whole ninja world is like this. Even if he disappeared for more than 10 years, your uncle is still your uncle, and his strength has not declined. Compared with the past, he is even stronger. Naruto, I just came to kneel down for Master Lin Shan. Uzumaki Kaide urged that he was sincere only when he was kneeling. Advertisement. Of course, Uzumaki Kaide also knelt down. What? Lin Shan and Naruto were both startled. Naruto's face was full of upset. We didn't do anything wrong, why should we kneel? I'm a great genius, can I just kneel to others casually? It's spread out, not making people laugh. Lin Shan couldn't help but laugh. Sasuke finished kneeling, Naruto continued to kneel. It's really good for the brothers. Called the best friend in the ninja world, he maintained a high degree of tacit understanding even when he kneeled. Speaking of the original history, Sasuke, Naruto, Haruno Sakura are assigned to a class, and the teacher is still Kakashi. The relationship between the three is also messy. Haruno Sakura is Uchiha Sasuke's licking dog. And Uzumaki Naruto is Haruno Sakura's licking dog. Sasuke hates Haruno Sakura, and Haruno Sakura hates Naruto. The relationship is messy. Your father has always wanted to kill me. I let you live in Konoha regardless of previous complaints. Shouldn't your kid be thankful? Lin Shan asked slowly. Don't call yourself so great, the village is not yours alone. Naruto looked at Tsunade. What qualifications do you have to decide? It depends on Master Hokage's decision. Yes. Lin Shan glanced at Tsunade, and the woman immediately understood. Puff. Tsunade knelt on the spot, and Naruto felt a burning pain in his face. Is this speed of face slap fast? Boy, now you know who Konoha said, forget it. Lin Shan asked the old god. Naruto, do as Master Lin Shan said. Uzumaki Maple hurriedly urged. Annoyed Lin Shan, he slapped him to death when he came up directly. Puff. In the end, Uzumaki Naruto also knelt down aggrieved. Is it all right, Master Lin Shan? Uzumaki Feng asked weakly. Okay, take your son down. After some time, I will arrange a task for Naruto. Lin Shan figured it out. Wouldn't it be nice to let Uzumaki Naruto hunt Namikaze Minato? Chapter 188 Who Can Kill Me? Damn Uchiha Lin Shan. After Sasuke and Naruto returned home, they both expressed great resentment towards Lin Shan. Geniuses are all arrogant, and now they are so arrogant, they are all forced to kneel down. From Konoha genius to Konoha laugh, talk. Naruto was okay, at best he would kneel down, not to mention that he himself was the son of a sinner, kneeling down and begging for forgiveness it was barely an excuse. Good guy, Sasuke is miserable. Not only did he kneel, but he also thanked Lin Shan. He even called dad a few times. Even his mother. Forget it, if you talk too much, it's all tears. Naruto. Cheesy, don't be angry, let's work hard together. After being humiliated, neither of them wasted time and practiced their strengths pathologically. Both of them have honey self-confidence and are convinced that one day in the future, they can surpass Lin Shan. The current situation in the ninja world is probably like this. Tsunade spent half an hour introducing Konoha's opponents and surrounding allies. Those are the main enemies. Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and the rising Akatsuki. The allies are still Mist Shinobi and Rain Shinobi. There are also a few small countries. Once a war breaks out, the forces that can be supported are also limited and can be ignored. What are you going to do, Tsunade? Lin Shan asked. Having a stalemate is not a long-term thing. I plan a big battle to defeat the 3 ninja villages and bring the entire ninja world into Konoha's territory. Tsunade is ambitious and speaks very loudly. The appearance of Lin Shan gave her the greatest confidence. I don't have any comments, you can just let it go and do it. The sky is falling, brother Kabuto. Lin Shan Tsunade patted his chest. Speaking of which, what about my daughter? Lin Shan looked at Uzumaki Kushina and asked. Kushina complained. You likes to do things as much as you do. I guess I will go to clean up the people in other villages. In the village, she is the most troublemaking. Everyone calls her a man-in-law in private and makes me sad. Ha 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 ha, there is nothing wrong with this. Girls who are not brave will be bullied. Lin Shan felt that there was nothing inappropriate. We are not brave enough, so we were bullied by you. Shi Raihong grumbled. Hey, tonight, everyone gather together, you can all be brave. Advertisement. Lin Shan swept over everyone's delicate bodies. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud noise, followed by a violent wave of air, and Lin Shan's hut was shaking. It's like Eight Tails chakra. Lin Shan muttered. Who controlled Killer Bee? The tail beast has always been Lin Shan's plaything. Who else? Your baby girl. Tsunade said with a headache. I guess there is some riot. That's interesting, let's take a look. Seeing everyone so embarrassed, Lin Shan became more and more curious. His daughter, is she the Demon King? In a certain direction of Konoha village. Because of this Chunin exam, Sunagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Iwagakure are all uninvited. In particular, Sunagakure was the most exaggerated, and the agent Hokage Chiyoung-in-law was dispatched in person. For Cloud Shinobi Village, there are also big-time figures. Fourth Raikage personally came from Thunder Country. You stinky girl, can't forgive, absolutely can't forgive. Fourth Raikage turned on lightning-style chakra mode, his muscles bulged and his blonde hair stood upright. A few days ago, Fourth Raikage heard about something. The daughter of Uchiha Lin Shan and Uzumaki Kushina, the witch named Uzumaki Moon, relies on Sharingan's pupil power to control the tail beast to perform tasks. Eight Tails is one of them. Fourth Raikage realized that there was an opportunity, and even if he couldn't do it with Lin Shan. Her daughter, a scum of, 3 Tomo Sharingan, is not simple to clean up. Killer Bee has been controlled by Konoha for more than 10 years. Fourth Raikage thought about it day and night. As soon as he saw Uzumaki Moon, he couldn't help but grab someone. And Uzumaki Yu also understood that this muscular monster was very powerful and tricky. Few people in the ninja world were opponents. Therefore, she was very good and returned Killer Bee to Fourth Raikage. Sounds like an obedient and sensible child. But the real situation. Uncle Blame, you are too much. People are returning the big guy Killer Bee to you, why are you still holding on to them? Uzumaki's head tilted, and his crying voice sounded terribly wronged. Compare. Fourth Raikage shed tears and hugged Killer Bee tightly. Seeking flowers 0. His heartbeat and breathing have stopped. Advertisement. In other words, Killer Bee is dead. You are as bad as your father Lin Shan, today I want to kill the people and kill you. Fourth Raikage's voice was thunderous and deafening. Master Raikage, this is Konoha. It's not good for us to fight. The mother-in-law Chiandai reminded worriedly. Beijing is dead, I don't care about anything, Laozi is going to kill people, kill many, many people. Fourth Raikage roared like a thunder, and rushed directly to Uzumaki Moon. The little girl's golden 3-go jade blinked, and at this moment, a figure suddenly swept out from behind. Boom. The space exploded, and the shock wave spread out, forcing everyone back. Where did Fourth Raikage come from? Where did you go back? Falling down like a dead dog in front of the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations. Master Raikage, the mother-in-law of 1,000 generations has stopped breathing, who is so awesome and abolished Fourth Raikage with a punch. All eyes were focused on the man in front of Uzumaki Moon. You are. Beautiful eyes lifted lightly, looking at the young man in front of her, a piece of scattered hair dancing with the wind. The back is thin, slender, not very strong, but really strong and strong. Uzumaki stared blankly, a resonance from the bloodline and the depths of the soul made her uncontrollably stepped forward and touched it. Hey, this is me. After recovering, Uzumaki Yu was also unbelievable. Her body was completely out of control. Her hand had already grasped Lin Shan's sleeve. Lin Shan turned his head, revealing the golden nuclear Mangekyo. I am your father. What? Uzumaki's first reaction was that this guy was scolding himself. But seeing Lin Shan's golden Mangekyo, she understood that this man is her father who has disappeared for many years. Uchiha Lin Shan, the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations and Fourth Raikage both looked terrified. You are not dead. Who do you think can kill me? Lin Shan's tone was light, but the rest of the people were full of excitement and refreshed. Yes, who can defeat this man who is like a god and a devil? In the Third Ninja War many years ago, Uchiha Lin Shan beat the whole world with his own power. Who can kill him?
5 NP Chapter 189 If there is a father, there must be a daughter. Sure enough, there is a father, and there must be a daughter. Fourth Raikage said bitterly, you killed my father and took away Bai. Now, your daughter is bullying me again. As he talked, Fourth Raikage's big teardrops fell out. He is a well-known tough guy in the ninja world. He can force others to cry, and he is also considered a world wonder. Shao Nizi, why did you bully Raikage? See how pitiful others are. Lin Shan rubbed Uzumaki Yu's hair. It sounded like a rebuke, but there was a half-point to blame for his watery eyes. This is slander. Slander, I didn't bully Uncle Wei, but I can cooperate with him. Uzumaki muttered his lips and explained. He said he wanted his younger brother Killer Bee, and I will give him back. You little bee asterisk 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 he still dared to say. Fourth Raikage angrily rushed. I asked you to return the ratio to me, 397. But what did you do? First take out 8 tails, and then return the ratio to me. Yeah, Dad, you heard that too, I did return the man to him. Uzumaki Yu looked at Lin Shan innocently. Lin Shan. As everyone knows, Jinchuriki left the tail beast, and it is bound to die. Looking back on Uzumaki Kushina's expression, Lin Shan understood a little bit. This daughter is indeed not a fuel-efficient lamp. Old man, I'm so kind, and you will avenge me and anger me. I want my father to beat you to death. Uzumaki Yu hid behind Lin Shan and waved a small pink fist. Uchiha Lin Shan, I remind you that the armistice agreement was signed between the two alliances 5 years ago. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations raised her voice and said, this time, we are here to take the Chunin exam, not to make trouble. Before, when Lin Shan was absent, they were all hanged by Konoha and Mist Shinobi. Now Lin Shan came back, and the 1,000 generation mother-in-law's desire to find fault disappeared. If you want to go to war, and if you want to stop, go to war. Who gives you the right? Also, if I didn't show up just now, maybe something went wrong with my baby girl. Lin Shan locked onto Fourth Raikage with a pressing gaze, and then looked at Killer Bee's corpse. Killer Bee has been a cow and horse for Konoha for so many years, this time, I will not be embarrassed by Cloud Shinobi Village. As long as you decide yourself, this matter will end here. Lin Shan preached generously. Originally he was planning to destroy Cloud Shinobi Village. Ha ha ha, Fourth Raikage smirked. Does Laozi still want to thank you for your great kindness? It really is a virtue for the father and daughter to step on horses. Advertisement one to play like that, another to play like this, the show operation is breathtaking. Your daughter is okay. Why is Lord Rakage deciding herself? The grandmother Chiandai asked angrily. This is already a preferential treatment. Lin Shan's eyes suddenly sank. Fortunately, my daughter is fine. Otherwise, everyone here will sacrifice your head. Stop talking nonsense. Fourth Rakage took a big step forward with a loud voice like a muffled thunder. Uchiha Lin Shan, don't think that these years have passed, and my strength is still standing still. In order to defeat Lin Shan, Fourth Rakage also practiced himself day and night. He is now much stronger than in the original book. The muscles entwined with the arms are like several dragons clinging to them, and the breath is extremely thick. This body hides breathtaking power. Unexpectedly, this old guy still has room for improvement. Lin Shan was also quite surprised. It seems that during the time he left, he was not the only one who improved. Those enemies who were oppressed by Lin Shan in the past are working hard to exercise their strengths. They are like Sasuke and Naruto today, who have been humiliated by Lin Shan in the past. Dad, come on, you are so powerful, you must blow this muscle monster in minutes. Uzumaki Yu booed and jumped and said, with you, I don't have to be afraid of anything in the future, ah ha ha. Lin Shan glanced at this cheating daughter when he heard the words. How did he feel like a bodyguard? What? Fourth Rakage is dispatched. He is like a space jump, and he comes in an instant. His raised elbow contains destructive power, and the power is strong enough to crush a mountain. Heavy current violence. Boom. Lin Shan did not move like a mountain, and his thumb was as strong as one, just like the strongest enchantment in the world, easily blocking the elbow of steel. His hiss hiss. The sound of everyone's air conditioning sounded. Are you making a mistake? This is Fourth Rakage, or Fourth Rakage that is going crazy. Is it appropriate for you to block someone's full blow with one finger? It is inappropriate. On this level, Lin Shan asked boringly, as always weak and small, I. With a flick of his finger, Chakra's condensed light flew out. Advertisement huh. The sturdy lightning-style armor was instantly pierced, including his body. Fourth Rakage screamed, blood leaking from his mouth. Master Rakage. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations stepped forward, held Fourth Rakage in a hand, and said quickly, Fit, Lin Shan, this guy is even more terrifying than before. If it had been before, Fourth Rakage might still resist. But now Lin Shan's strength is FK. After years of hard work, I felt that there was still a glimmer of hope, but the result was that one finger blocked it. Fourth Rakage's confidence collapsed in an instant. He was like a defeated rooster, with his head drooping, without a word, his eyes gloomy. Uchiha Lin Shan, it was a misunderstanding before. If the fight continues, the two alliances will definitely go to war again, and the people will not live out. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations said slowly, we are willing to pay a certain price to terminate this negotiation. I've already said that this guy will just apologize. Lin Shan stared at Fourth Rakage badly, don't bully people too much. Fourth Rakage wants to cry without tears. How can he be so excessive that he has to commit suicide? Cloud Shinobi Village is prevalent in fighting and suicide as an act of 0.4 for the weak. Fourth Rakage is unacceptable. If you don't want to, I'll help you. Lin Shan said indifferently. Cloud Shinobi, who brought you here by the way, was completely killed. You really want to smash to the end? Chiandai mother-in-law asked with a cold voice. She had never seen such an excessive person. All said that he was willing to pay a certain price, and this guy was still biting, which was too much. Old lady, dare to force it, I will kill you together. I thought I didn't know why you came to Konoha? Lin Shan sneered. In fact, he came to hit the ground from the beginning. The Chunin exam this time was just to find a reasonable way to get rid of Konoha's outstanding and promising young generation. Chapter 190 Changed History, Bombarding Fourth Rakage. The mother-in-law of 1,000 generations can't hold her face anymore. As soon as she gets older, Lin Shan can't respect her a little bit? You are a master at using pineapple medicine, where's your stage here? Hurry up and cool off. Lin Shan urged. I will give you 3 seconds to think about it. 3.2. 1. All Sand Shinobi ninjas, prepare to defend. Seeing Lin Shan was going to run away, there was a mature and steady voice in Sand Shinobi's crowd. Lin Shan looked at her, the beautiful woman with light hair was reflected in her eyes. Of course, Lin Shan is not mainly looking at her. There were 3 people standing behind this woman. Tamari, Kankuro and Gaara. The moment Lin Shan saw Gaara, his eyes shone, which was very unexpected. No, from the time Luosha was killed by me, Gaara should be impossible to be born. Lin Shan is quite strange. If according to the time period in the original history, Gaara would never have a chance to be born, because Luo Sha during the 3 World Wars was killed by Lin Shan. I love 24 Luo was born after the end of the 3 wars. Forget it, this world is completely messed up. Lin Shan is not entangled anymore, are there few things changed by him? Yahiko did not die, Nohara Lin did not die, instead, Jiraiya died. Danzo is also dead, and 3rd Hokage is also dead. There are other people waiting. For example, Killer Bee, who made 4th Rakage heartbroken, was just released by her daughter from the Tail Beast. Namikaze Minato, who should have become 4th Hokage, is now Konoha's S-rank rebel. Everything has changed, and all things combined, this is no longer the Hokage world that Lin Shan is familiar with. There is also this beautiful woman standing in front of Gaara and others, behind Chidai mother-in-law. From the looks of it, it looks a little bit like Damari, and the hair color is almost the same. It's probably their mother, Jaruluo. Lin Shan paid more attention to it, and the length is pretty good. The skin is fair, the appearance is outstanding, and the height is not very tall, but the big bright eyes give people a warm and moist affinity, which belongs to the kind of Xiaojiabiyu type. Luo Sha, the ability to pick a wife is not bad. It's a pity that he died too early and he has no blessing to enjoy. Lin Shan wondered, do you want to continue this blessing for him? Advertisement. It is worth mentioning that the former history of Kara died because of a dystocia. Still alive today. Actually, I think it's okay to talk. Lin Shan suddenly changed his words, with a gentleman's handsome smile on his face. The 1000-generation mother-in-law is right. It's not good to fight and kill. Our big villages should build a harmonious and stable world of forbearance. HMPH, I thought I didn't see it, even after more than 10 years, it still hasn't changed at all. Mother-in-law could see clearly, and Lin Shan's gaze stayed on Tamari and Kei and Luo. I guess you fell in love with them, right? What about the muscular man? Uzumaki's ruddy mouth curled up. Dad, that fourth rakeage is dangerous. Lin Shan heard the words and looked at Cloud Shinobi behind fourth rakeage. He glanced roughly. They were all men and no beauties. This is all right, you can kill a wave unscrupulously. Sand Shinobi keeps it for now, Cloud Shinobi kills it directly. Lin Shan said plainly, as if to narrate a sparse and common little thing. Sanagakure will definitely be in the same boat with us, right? Fourth rakeage asked the eager 1000-generation mother-in-law. The 1000-generation mother-in-law was embarrassed, and the two sides had a covenant. One party is attacked, and the other party wants unconditional assistance. But she looked at Lin Shan, and the fear of being dominated in the past revolved around her heart again. Chio, fourth rakeage angrily rebuked, are you going to abandon Cloud Shinobi village? If you don't even abide by the covenant, Sand Shinobi won't want to gain a foothold in the Shinobi world in the future. Civil unrest started? Uzumaki Yu watched with interest. Because Sanagakure is afraid of me, I snatched Morozaru, and I killed fourth Kazekage. They know my power better than anyone. Lin Shan chuckled. 1000-generation mother-in-law, even though I can't wait to break my body into pieces, she won't take Sanagakure's future at any risk. I will naturally abide by the covenant, but the mother-in-law of the 1000 generations calmly dealt with it. I am not Feng Ying, this matter still needs Master Feng Ying to decide. Right, Lord 5th Kazekage. The mother-in-law of the 1000 generations suddenly looked at Kara. Advertisement, are you serious? Kalara looked at Chio in disbelief. Did this put her in the position of Feng Ying? Chio nodded. The covenant was signed by her agent Feng Ying. Shin Feng Ying took office, and it is understandable to overthrow it. Are you playing this set with me? Fourth rakeage was so angry that he had gone violently at Blacken, and went directly to the 1000-generation mother-in-law. But Lin Shan grabbed it with a big hand, like a hand of heaven. Gravity swallowed everything, and fourth rakeage flew over immediately. Bang! Lin Shan backhanded with a heavy punch, and fourth rakeage's cheek was sunken, even a few broken teeth flew out of his mouth. Wow! Ah! Fourth rakeage yelled in pain, and roared up to the sky angrily. All Cloud Shinobi obey orders, kill all the people you see. He tapped to the sky, and the truth-seeking ball flew out. Lin Shan swept a green sphere from behind, the size of his fist, which is the unique truth-seeking ball in Tensagen mode. You all have to die. Truth-seeking ball began to bombard continuously, like a precise positioning missile, automatically tracking Cloud Shinobi. Once it enters the attack range, it automatically detonates, and its power is unmatched. After a series of blows, fourth rakeage has become a crazy 397 dog. Lin Shan was speechless when he saw this. Guru. Even fourth rakeage himself was blown to pieces mercilessly. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. However, the moment the fist hits, the truth-seeking ball exploded, and the terrifying force blasted the earth out of a deep pit. No soul was left, and he walked peacefully and thoroughly. In less than a minute, Cloud Shinobi who was present was completely killed, without even leaving a complete body. Boom. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. Looking at the tragic scene, the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations was very fortunate. If he wants to continue to execute the covenant, it is estimated that he, like Fourth Raikage, will not even keep the remains of the corpse. Fourth Raikage, the naive critic, grabbed his fist and did it. Good job. Chapter 191 Mother-in-law, your little ode. In Hokage's office, Then I will confirm again, is Tsunagakure really willing to leave the alliance and embrace Konoha? Tsunade asked with a serious look. Jiren Luo glanced at Lin Shan by the window, and was playing with his daughter comfortably. The hatred in her beautiful eyes can only be tolerated. This guy killed her husband. At the moment, not only cannot revenge, but also keep trying to please the enemy and flattery. I have to say that this feeling is too disgusting. Jarila is even a little nauseous. I do. Gorao summoned up the courage and said. If you don't cooperate, it will be the Cloud Shinobi package. With the 128 people brought by 4th Raikage, none of them survived. Even Konoha has formed a part of the expeditionary army, intending to crusade against the Land of Thunder. The leader is Wooden Golem and Samui. The goal of the two is simple, to defeat the remaining diehards. Establish an unprecedented military alliance Sand Shinobi Konoha Mist Shinobi Cloud Shinobi, a super organization spanning 4 major countries. Oh Nogi. I am Big Rock Shinobi, and I have to bear everything alone again, right? I have prepared an agreement here, sign it, Master 5th Kazekage. Tsunade pushed the alliance agreement to Kara, which was a provisional draft of the agreement. Gora looked at it symbolically and signed his name on it. Oh, Miss Kara, I will be my own from now on. Lin Shan took the initiative to say hello. I feel a little sick, sorry, Master Hokage. Karura glanced at Tsunade apologetically. As for Lin Shan, isn't that air? Please. Tsunade smiled gracefully, and looked at Lin Shan with an unusually speechless gaze. Isn't it, you killed someone else's husband, and you want to soak someone else? Big brother, this operation is too much. Seeing Jarong Luo so indifferent, Lin Shan was not angry. Advertisement to be honest, Lin Shan is also a little numb when he comes up and kneels and licks. It's time to increase the difficulty. Tsunade, I have something to discuss with you, Lin Shan asked. Speaking of which, the teacher in class 7 seems to be Kakashi. I removed him and replaced him with me. Oh? Tsunade asked in surprise. You have to practice Sasuke, Naruto, Haruno Sakura yourself. Lin Shan nodded. But the word, exercise, needs to be separated. Practice is only for Naruto and Sasuke. As for this exercise, Tsunade is also drunk, and Lin Shan is also straightforward. No problem, right? Lin Shan asked lazily. I just need to negotiate with Kakashi. This kind of trivial matter is naturally fine, but Sasuke and Naruto will be dangerous in the future. As for Haruno Sakura, please be happy. On Konoha's street, Karura appeared alone. Even if she is the newly appointed Fungying, the Konoha shinobi around her still cast disgusting eyes from time to time. After fighting for so many years, Konoha naturally suffered casualties, and it is normal to have resentment towards Sand Shinobi. It's like she hates Lin Shan. How should I explain to Gaara and the others? Jarong Luo lowered his head, his face a little embarrassed. The enemy who killed her husband is close at hand, not only can't take revenge, but even cooperate. Thinking about it, it's tears. I hope they can see it a little bit. Jiruluo prayed secretly. Unlike in the original book, Gaara and Uzumaki Naruto are robbed of the tail beast, and he does not need to be Jinchuriki. Gaara in this life, unlike the grumpy kid who first appeared on the scene, is very polite and caring about his companions. The only regret is that the strength is not as good as before. After all, without Shuhei, it is a big killer. After returning to the temporary residence arranged by Konoha, Gora saw an unexpected character. Yo! Lin Shan is like a dogskin green medicine, sticking again. You are not welcome here. Ja Luluo looked unhappy, and his face instantly turned cold. After all, Lin Shan has a vengeance for killing her husband. I'm not welcome. This is Konoha, do you count it? Lin Shan laughed and said, why are you so hostile to me? Is it because of Luo Sha? That kid is too bad, and I am very helpless. Sand Shinobi is actually looking for such a trash thing as a wind shadow. Your village is really miserable. Advertisement. You. Ja Luluo was trembling with anger. Why is this guy so arrogant? Killed her husband, and even ran to her and said, saying that your husband is too food, isn't the subtext of this saying that he deserves to die? Please leave immediately. Konoha and Sand Shinobi have signed a peace agreement. You don't want to just sign it. I will tear up the agreement, right? Jarong Luo threatened. Ahaha, you won't? Lin Shan smiled calmly and said, even if I let you kneel now, you will not tear up the peace agreement because you can't get out of the village. Asterisk. You? Jarila clenched her small fist tightly, and Lin Shan's thoughts were eaten to death by Lin Shan. It's true that, no matter what, Kara will not tear up the agreement. This is Konoha. How about we make a deal, mother-in-law? Lin Shan speaks surprisingly. Stop talking nonsense here. Gorero was shocked in a cold sweat. She has only one daughter to marry. This be asterisk 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 D. Is it Damari? Pay attention to your words, and, you're not in the same age, Jiren Luo reminded. This reason is too pale. Now is the era of freedom of love. Age is not important. It's mainly my uncle likes it. Lin Shan shook his head. Besides, don't you want to listen to my terms, Master Wen Muniang? I'm not interested. Jiren Luo said coldly, please leave immediately. Hearing this, Lin Shan frowned. I'll be honest, my mother-in-law, you are a little bit awkward. Gorero's pretty face flushed. This is how this guy talked to his mother-in-law. As long as you marry Tamari to me, I can help you resurrect Luo Sha, how about? Lin Shan tempted, and when these words fell, Juren Luo's heart trembled fiercely. She wanted to refuse, it was like a bone stuck in her throat, she couldn't speak at all. Over the years, she has been thinking about Luosha day and night, even a few children zoo. You should know that I have that ability, Tsunade's brother Nawaki, I was resurrected. Lin Shan looked at Jarong Luo who didn't say a word, feeling a little proud. Tamari can't do. She's still a child. The hostility in Karuora's eyes was cut by more than half, and he hesitated. What do you think of me? She could feel that the look in Lin Shan's eyes was not simple. Lin Shan was overjoyed when he heard this. There is still a benefit of buying one get one free? Chapter 192 Concentration Practice. Looking at Lin Shan's eager eyes, Jia Yanluo also understood that this guy had misunderstood. I mean I marry you. As for Tamari, let's forget it. Jia Luluo looked at Lin Shan eagerly, with desire in his eyes. You are teasing me? Lin Shan's face collapsed, and he said unhappily, no fools can do this kind of business. I only want original products. As for you, you can only be a free benefit, Lin Shan said with contempt at Karu Luo. This woman didn't even have a bit of forcing. I'm getting older, but I'm here to join in the fun. In the past life, besides Shi Rihong, the person I like most is Tamari. As for Gairara, there is no sense of existence, you are too tight. Jia Luluo glared at Lin Shan, pointed to the door and said, get out now, you are not welcome here. Even if she hopes Luosha will be resurrected, she can't live with Tamari. The palm of the hand is meat, why is the back of the hand? Then I will leave. Lin Shan forgot the time. Next, it's time to meet the three little ghosts. Speaking of which, it seems to be a wrong thing to talk to you. Taking a deep look at Juren Luo, Lin Shan left in a hurry. He should go to Tamari directly. Compared to the rational 397, Tamari is obviously more immature and easier to fool. Looking at Lin Shan's disappearing back, Kaira sat down in despair. Next, what should I do? On a wide playground, a girl with short pink hair was sitting on the stone steps with her white legs close together and her chin hanging on her hands, staring blankly into the distance. Really, Naruto and Sasuke are two guys, why haven't they come yet? And Mrs. Kakashi is also late. The girl's name is Haruno Sakura, she is white and beautiful, and her figure has been bulging and warped at a young age. It is also a good potential stock. What? At this moment, a sound of breaking through the air came. Haruno Sakura suddenly smiled. Is that you, Mr. Lin Shan? The man who appeared suddenly was Lin Shan. Why sit on a rock, little Sakura? Lin Shan kindly sat next to Haruno Ying and straightened his legs. It's a bit cold in the ground, come on, sit on uncle's lap. What? Haruno Sakura blushed, and quickly said, isn't this inappropriate? It seems that only close boy and girl friends would do that. Advertisement, our relationship is also very close. Lin Shan seriously, said, from now on, I will be the teacher of class 7. Real or fake? Haruno Sakura opened her thin lips and asked in a daze, how did it change? Before Tsunade called a few of them over and asked them to wait in the playground, saying that there was something important to announce. Could it be this? Tsunade didn't notify you in advance. Lin Shan said gently. In the future, if you have any trouble, just ask me. Thanks. Haruno Sakura lowered her head, her little hand gripping the corner of her clothes nervously. Beautiful pearl-like eyes, with a faintly worried look, she has heard that Naruto and Sasuke both have big opinions on Lin Shan. Putting it together, will there be any major problems? However, while Haruno Sakura was thinking, Lin Shan took the initiative and dragged Haruno Sakura to his lap to sit. She struggled out of instinct. Don't move, this is practice, Lin Shan said solemnly. How can there be such a practice? Haruno Sakura is so embarrassed, she can feel the weird gazes from the people around her. I don't understand. This is concentration cultivation. Look at your face now. If the enemy is killed, you will be dead like this. Remember, whenever you are a ninja, you must remain calm enough and never be overwhelmed with joy. Lin Shan patiently flicked. I have seen countless similar examples on the battlefield, because the concentration is not enough to maintain a calm heart, and the enemy has taken the opportunity to kill too many zero eggs. Is it true? Haruno Sakura was skeptical. She looked back. Does she need to put her hand on her asterisk drum? This is how concentration is practiced. No matter what you face, you must remain indifferent. Your father is Haruno Dongri, right? Lin Shan changed the subject and said faintly. During the Third Ninja World War, he had been in the ninja troop under my leadership. He should have a good understanding of my teaching methods. Little Sakura. At this moment, a grumpy voice came. What are you doing? Uzumaki Naruto came, and saw Haruno Sakura on Lin Shan's lap, and couldn't help but stun him. Goddess, why are you? Uzumaki Naruto's breathing thickened, and his face flushed abnormally, and he was so angry. Naruto, Master Lin Shan is helping me in my practice, Haruno Sakura said embarrassedly. Shit practice, I have never heard of such practice. Naruto was angry. This is intentional. Have you never heard of it? That's because you are too weak, and the unique cultivation of the big brother level is beyond your understanding. Lin Shan attacked unceremoniously. Naruto, I heard that your mother Uzumaki Fung is also cage level. Advertisement, isn't that taken for granted? Naruto raised his head proudly. In the huge Konoha, there are not many people who can surpass my mother. That might be something you don't know. Lin Shan Yin and Yang said strangely. In the past, I also exercised your old mother's concentration, so she is so strong. Pouch. Haruno Sakura laughed on the spot. Naruto was furious, and needed an energy ball with one hand, slamming it towards Lin Shan. Rasengan? Lin Shan was surprised. Jiraiya was dead long ago, no one taught him, and this kid seems to have rubbed it out with one hand? It really is a genius. Without the trouble of 9 tails, Naruto's amazing learning talent and control of chakra were immediately exposed. But, boom! Lin Shan grabbed it with one hand, and Rasengan hit the palm of the palm directly. Before Naruto could be happy, the spinning Rasengan disappeared automatically. Lin Shan jokingly said, Uzumaki Feng, who has practiced concentration, understands why. You can go home and consult her. Naruto is dumbfounded. You are not allowed to slander my mother. So strong. I can't forgive you if you are fooling around. Lin Shan released a terrifying killing intent, and Naruto's face suddenly turned pale. Lin Shan smiled and said, Your mother, Makoto, of course has also received my concentration training. You can't understand, right? Naruto was so furious, 2 energy balls appeared in succession in both hands. P.S. The big guys support me a lot, I am grateful. Sasuke is here too. How similar you two are. Naruto looked at Lin Shan in horror. Could it be that the so-called concentration practice really has any special effects? Huh, don't be brainwashed, idiot. This murderous aura almost materialized, and even the air breathed into the lungs was filled with a strong smell of blood. What about Rasengan? Tensagen can also absorb chakra. A cold voice suddenly came, and Dingxing saw that it was Sasuke with my hands in kabuto, with my most handsome expression in the audience. Chapter 193 Owner of Haruno Sakura. Sasuke couldn't maintain his calmness, and the corners of his mouth twitched vigorously. Based on the relationship between Makoto and Lin Shan, let alone concentration training, there may be other deeper trainings. After all, the last time he saw with his own eyes, Makoto took the initiative to give him a hug, regardless of his son being present. Actually, that's the reason why I haven't seen each other in more than 10 years. Makoto feels like he is dreaming and everything is so unreal. I have already practiced. Seeing the male god coming, Haruno Sakura hurriedly got up, looking at Sasuke like a nympho. Lin Shan touched his cheek and looked at Sasuke again. There is no doubt that he is not bad. Where is the difference? Speaking of Haruno Sakura as Sasuke's licking dog, and Naruto seems to have a Hyuga Hinata worship. A few little kids, what kind of love you were in, you are still young, I want to pinch all of your marriage, broken. Lin Shan is secretly unhappy, young people should learn more, what about puppies? It is not good for physical development, and it is especially easy to affect intelligence. There is no extra nonsense. All in all, one thing, from tonight, I will be your teacher. Understand? Lin Shan glanced over the 3 of them. I object. Sasuke looked at Lin Shan coldly, I also object. Naruto followed closely behind. Do you object to it? Lin Shan looked at Haruno Ying, and the girls smiled awkwardly. Kakashi is our teacher. Sasuke said blankly, looking at Lin Shan more, maybe his lungs will burst. It is okay to object, but I declare the objection invalid. Lin Shan did not give a few people a chance at all. You may not know that the highest ruler on the surface of Konoha is Hokage. The person who really takes over the power is actually me. Your blessings are envious of others to death. HMPH, I'm afraid some people will make things difficult on purpose. Sasuke snorted coldly. Naruto also nodded, and this kid was about to become Sasuke's head-shaking fighter. You have no choice. Lin Shan warned. From now on, just follow my orders obediently. The Chunin exam is coming soon. I will strengthen training for you in these 2 days. I have selected a few more difficult ill-level tasks. Let's do your best. Lin Shan threw the task list to Sasuke and Naruto. The general content is to escort some goods to the country of grass, and there may be some dangers along the way. Advertisement, why are we 2? What about Lil Sakura? Naruto looked at the goddess eagerly. It's not like Sakura, the province is in the way. Sasuke glanced at Haruno Sakura, he didn't have a slight affection for this licking dog. Seeing Otsutsuki so indifferent, Haruno Sakura's face was lonely and sad. Little Sakura has other tasks. Lin Shan said indifferently, remember, don't be ashamed of being a teacher. Sasuke stared at Lin Shan deeply when he heard the words, why didn't he believe these words? Lin Shan, are you wishing them shame? After half an hour, the 2 set off. Haruno Sakura is quite worried. Master Lin Shan, A-level missions are carried out with the power of Naruto and Sasuke, isn't it a bit difficult? Difficulty? How could it be, it's simple for them. Lin Shan lay on the soft lawn. One has the blood of the Uchiha family, the other has the blood of the Uzumaki family, one has learned Chidori, and the other has learned Rasengan. As long as the 2 of them cooperate with each other, they will surely be able to overcome the danger. Okay, continue the massage. Lin Shan rolled over and exposed the A** drum to Haruno Sakura. Press all for me. Her face was slightly red, and she glanced suspiciously at the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one, she breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, Master Lin Shan, shouldn't my task be to give you a massage? Haruno Sakura said aggrieved. It's the little Sakura, you guessed it. Lin Shan gave a thumbs up, and the little girl immediately cried out in tears. I want to become stronger too. Sasuke and Naruto are both geniuses. If I don't work hard, I will be thrown away by them. Do you want to become stronger? Lin Shan's eyes rolled. Isn't this just a breakthrough? Uh-huh. Haruno Sakura nodded quickly. This is simple, you are suitable for cultivating strange power. Lin Shan said directly, Haruno Sakura in the later period is no less inferior to Tsunade in terms of strange power. Weird power. The physical attack that Tsunade-sama is good at? Haruno Sakura first showed expectation, then his eyes were dull, but no one taught me. I can. Lin Shan patted his chest. I am also more grandmaster in strange power, although not as good as Tsunade. You also understand the relationship between me and Tsunade. I can let her teach you. Seeking Flowers 0. Really? Haruno Sakura frowned. Advertisement. Lin Shan licked his lips, smiling but not smiling, and said, it depends on your performance, little Sakura. Why? How to behave? Little Sakura asked nervously, even though she had already guessed something. It's simple. Lin Shan hooked his finger at Haruno Sakura, and the child came over. In the future, you can just listen to me, and strictly enforce everything. I can make you stronger quickly. Lin Shan promised. Haruno Sakura didn't know what to do. She knew that Lin Shan's conditions were not that simple. Sasuke, that boy waiter is proud. You have seen the attitude towards you just now, right? He looks down on people who are weaker than him. If this goes on, you won't want to catch up with him for the rest of your life. 00 Lin Shan took the opportunity to make up for the knife, that is to say, this kind of rhetoric, to defeat Haruno Sakura's psychological defense. She gritted her teeth and agreed, Master Lin Shan, I will listen to you. That's good. Lin Shan rubbed Haruno Ying's head and whispered, next to my house, I need a big sword. What? Haruno Sakura panicked. Seeing Lin Shan's weird smile, she regretted a little. Upon seeing this, Lin Shan took out the red pill, threw it to Haruno Sakura, and said, this is the good thing that can make you stronger. The Dan, refined by Lin Shan, is not as overbearing as the Dan of the Otsutsuki clan. Outsiders will die if they eat it, and Lin Shan, a cut-down outsider, can also eat it. Makoto and Yurihong ate them, and the effect was good. They continued to regain their youth, and even chakra and strength were slightly strengthened. Of course, this pill has to be eaten continuously, otherwise, it will return to the old state. After a little hesitation, Haruno Sakura swallowed Dan, and she immediately felt a warm current wandering through her body. My body is so hot. Haruno Sakura's face was red, like a soldering iron. Nevertheless, her face was very pleasantly surprised. She clenched her fist and could clearly feel her strength becoming stronger. Lin Shan smiled and said nothing. In this way, Haruno Sakura could not do without himself. From now on, she will be the owner of Haruno Sakura. Chapter 194. Naruto is not worthy. I don't know how long it has been before Sakura Jr. left the Uchiha station. She was holding her cheeks, mouth, and cheeks, as if she had been supported by a large object for a long time, and could no longer close her face. The facial muscles were very painful, and she felt cramped. Ah, little Sakura. The sound of surprise came from the front. She looked up and saw that a young girl with a delicate appearance ran over. So it's Wei Tian. A panic flashed across Haruno Sakura's face, thinking that his affairs had been exposed. Little Sakura, where did Naruto go? I haven't seen him after looking for him for a long time. Hinata looked around, still carrying a piece of cake in her hand. Cake? Is it Naruto's birthday today? A different color flashed in Haruno Sakura's eyes, and he teased. Hinata, is Naruto so attractive? It's worthy of you. 40 cares about paying attention, and even remembers his birthdays so clearly. What? Hyuga Hinata's pupils flashed blush, and he said nervously, I just want to give Naruto something to eat. I didn't like him. Don't think about it, little Sakura. Haha, I didn't like him. Are you not confessing, Hinata? Haruno Sakura looked at Hyuga Hinata amused, and couldn't help shaking his head. Is this kid so naive? I don't have one. Hinata lowered her head, her face and neck flushed. Haruno Sakura smiled, and suddenly fell silent. Isn't she similar to Hyuga Hinata? She also struggled to please Sasuke, but she didn't care at all, and she even kept saying, go away. You are so weak, little Sakura, you are a burden and a burden. Haruno Sakura said that if she hadn't had a heart of steel, she would have been tortured to death by Sasuke. But unfortunately, Hinata, you are late, and both Naruto and Sasuke are out of the village to perform tasks. Haruno Sakura explained. Only the two of them? Aren't you a small team? Hyuga Hinata's beautiful eyes were full of doubts. He looked at the large building behind him, speaking of which, this seems to be the residence of the Uchiha family. Duh. Haruno Sakura panicked and quickly started to change the subject. Hinata, I'm leaving first. Remember, you must not tell Naruto about seeing me. I know Naruto's big mouth too well. He will definitely tell Sasuke. After speaking, Haruno Sakura left with a guilty conscience. Little Sakura is so fast, she is getting stronger and stronger. Advertisement. Looking at Haruno Sakura, who disappeared in no time, Hinata's small face was full of admiration. Yes, Haruno Sakura has become stronger, and it is still an improvement in all aspects. In addition, there is also the principle of strange power. Lin Shan also clearly wants her to understand it. The so-called strange force is to concentrate chakra on the whole body, so that the whole body covers chakra, and then a powerful impact erupts, which can easily penetrate walls and even mountains. The most stringent requirements for strange power are nothing more than two. One of them is enough chakra. The second is the subtle control of chakra. Lin Shan promised to hand over all Tsunade's 100 healings mark and Baihao technique to Haruno Sakura. This is also the reason why she works so hard, her mouth is sour. That Dan is amazing. Haruno Sakura flies around lightly like a migratory bird with a very flexible body. However, the price is a bit expensive, and every time I have to kneel in front of Lin Shan and beg him to show mercy and reward him with some pill. All left the village. Hyuga Hinata's beautiful eyes dimmed, and she looked at the cake in her hand, which she did herself. Be sure to let Naruto taste her craft. After all, it took her a few days to make it, and it contains a lot of hard work of Hyuga Hinata. Huh, isn't this Hinata? At this moment, another voice came. Hyuga Hinata raised his head subconsciously, and suddenly it was Lin Shan. Where did the little Sakura kid go? Why did he run away so quickly? Lin Shan looks around. Haruno technician is very good. Who are you celebrating a birthday for? Lin Shan glanced at the cake in his hand, smiled at her and asked, give it to Uncle me? Uncle, my birthday has not arrived yet. It's not. Hyuga Hinata blushed and said, this is for Naruto. FK. When Lin Shan heard this, the corners of his mouth suddenly couldn't help but flicked a few times. It's not good for someone, but it's for the little pain. Advertisement he is not worthy. Who are Konoha's 2 female licking dogs? One of them, of course, is Haruno Sakura. 2 of them, this seat will be handed over to Hinata. Could it be that the goddesses are like this? Didn't you save you once in your childhood? Lousy saved you Hyuga clan before. Lin Shan spit out uncomfortably. Actually, this kid Naruto is taking advantage of the danger. He hasn't been in Konoha for these years, and that kid has taken the lead. Otherwise, how can there be a chance for Naruto to perform? On the surface, Lin Shan couldn't blame Hinata and said calmly, it's a pity, Naruto and Sasuke are out on a mission, or you can let me go first, and when Naruto comes back, I will give it to him as soon as possible. How? That's fine too. After thinking about it, Hyuga Hinata agreed, and handed the cake to Lin Shan. The current Uzumaki Naruto has only one sweetheart. Naruto, you can fight for your Haruno Sakura, Hinata's trouble, uncle, I will help you solve it. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. P.S. The big guys can support me a lot, the author is grateful. After a few minutes of effort, the whole cake was eaten clean by Lin Shan. Not to mention, the taste was really good. Please, Master Lin Shan. Lin Shan shook his head, picked up his fork and started eating bit by bit. As for Hinata, it's a friend at best. There are 6 clear handwritings on it. Happy birthday to Naruto. I've been so good since I was a child, and I still have it when I grow up. Happy shit, people don't like you. 0.4 He likes Haruno Sakura. After watching Hinata's departure, Lin Shan directly unwrapped the package, and what he saw was a bear cake. Whoever marries Hinata in the future must be blessed. Go go, good boy, slow down the road. Hinata's standard 90-degree bow, thank you very much. Lin Shan smiled 3 pointers at the corner of his mouth, and he went out happily. Naruto, he's a fart, he doesn't deserve it. Chapter 195 Work hard. I will try to marry you a teacher next year for my teacher. On the other side, after a night of hard work, the 2 of them finally sent the goods to the country of grass. On the way, dangers are everywhere. They were assassinated several times, and even Sasuke and Naruto were injured. Naruto was stabbed several times in the thigh and walked thinly. Yanlong Sasuke is also colored. A horizontal scar is very eye-catching, from the right cheek through the bridge of the nose, extending to the left cheek. Injured like this, Konoha's number 1 Yanlong will become the number 1 ugly boy from now on. Of course, Sasuke doesn't care about these things either. His only interest is power, very strong, very powerful. After the task was completed, the 2 went to collect their rewards. Although it is an A- level mission, it is as high as 1 million taels. Ordinary S level missions cost this price, which indirectly proves the danger of this mission. Even if it is not the last moment, the 2 abandon their prejudices and choose to cooperate, or they will fall. The remuneration for both of you has been paid in advance. You can ask for it, Mr. Lin Shan, 24. The wealthy businessman looked at the 2 with a smile, and the brothers looked at each other, and worked together for a long time, and even almost died. Are they busy for Lin Shan? Go back right away and ask Yin Liang to come over, we too can't get used to him. Naruto preached angrily. As the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke has never been short of money, but why should he pay for the tasks he earned from exhaustion? Lin Shan, the dog thief? If you want to come back, you must come back with the capital and profit. After getting it done, the 2 quickly returned to Konoha. Lin Shan was not idle either, he went to buy 2 exquisite rings. They are all white gold inlaid with diamonds, which are of great value, and the gems with the size of pigeon eggs are full of pride. They were given to Uchiha Makoto and Uzumaki Maple. Makoto naturally accepted with surprise, but as for Uzumaki Kaide, she was a little bit ambitious and resisting. Lin Shan's idea, how can she not understand? After learning that his son Naruto's mentor became Lin Shan, Uzumaki Feng was also very helpless. This is all right. In order to prevent his son from being put on small shoes, Uzumaki Kaide reluctantly accepted it. Before leaving, he was also accused of oiling a few by the way. As for Makoto, Lin Shan was the one who was squeezed. Thank you, Lin Shan. In Makoto's house, Uchiha Makoto was moved and said, "After so many years, no one has given me gifts. Who makes our relationship so good? If you like it, I will give you more in the future." Lin Shan grinned, secretly proud. It was the money your son made anyway. Advertisement: there is also a ring given to Uzumaki Maple, which is also a reward for the mission of Sasuke and Naruto. Yes, Lin Shan's actions are amazing, and they use the money they earn from the task to get their old mother. Here to eat at noon. Makoto sat next to Lin Shan. Ah, isn't this inappropriate? Sasuke's kid seems very resistant. With such a mouth and a very honest body, Lin Shan hugged Uchiha Makoto. What do you care about him? Makoto leans on Lin Shan. Didn't the kid go out to perform the task? After speaking, she looked at Lin Shan with blurred eyes. In the evening, Lin Shan left Makoto's house. I just ran into Sasuke when I went out. Of course, Naruto is here too. Why are you in my house? Sasuke's face was as ugly as a black pan. Your home is also my home. Lin Shan chuckled and said, Godson, what are you doing like this? Yours is mine. Yours, he is MYS. Fart, Sasuke retorted angrily, and said angrily, I don't want to come to my house in the future, you are not welcome. The key Makoto welcomes me very much. Lin Shan said that Sasuke was half dead, and Naruto comforted him. Sasuke, don't talk to him. What are you forcing Naruto? Uzumaki Kaide welcomes me too. Lin Shan also fired on Naruto. You, Naruto snarled angrily, damn it, he shouldn't talk, the province was targeted. By the way, I will go back next time. You can cook your own food. Your mother is in a coma. Lin Shan left straight away. Coma? Sasuke was stunned. How could a good person be in a coma? Stop me. Sasuke screamed suddenly. Your kid is such a cheap bone. It's you who told me not to come, and it's you who told me to stay. What are you going to do? Lin Shan said impatiently. Mother is in a coma. Could it be you? Sasuke looked at Lin Shan with a scrutinizing gaze. Yes, that's what you think. Lin Shan waved his hand. Goodbye, godson. Advertisement what? Naruto jumped and stood in front of Lin Shan. Our mission reward was taken away by you. Take it back. Naruto stretched out his hand. Can I still collect your money as a teacher? Lin Shan stared at Naruto displeased and explained. I bought a big diamond ring for each of Makoto and Uzumaki Maple, totaling 1 million silver taels, which just happened to be spent on your reward. I even spent an extra 100,000 silver taels in manual costs, remember to pay it back to me. What? Sasuke and Naruto vomited blood one after another. They are so happy, especially Makoto, who won't let me go. Hey, I'm so tired, godson. Lin Shan patted Naruto on the shoulder and encouraged. Come on, hit the workers, and make more money for the teacher. You have to work hard and work hard. Next year, I will try to get Makoto and Feng for my teacher, and I will be your teacher's wife. Sasuke, get him. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other and pinched Lin Shan back and forth. At this moment, only 400 pieces of this guy's corpse can be dispelled. Is he bullying people like this? Just because you two want to challenge me with your current strength, it's still 1,000 miles away. Lin Shan opened his hands, and the ground raised wind and sand, and the repulsive force surged out instantly. Bang bang bang. The two flew out one after another, and fell to the ground in pain. Lin Shan hummed a little tune and left with brisk small steps. Wait for me. Sasuke's eyes were red, and even bloodshots were all over his eyes. He could tell that Lin Shan, this guy, kicked Kakashi away. The fundamental purpose was not to teach them. Obviously it was deliberately embarrassing. I want to leave the village. Sasuke decided abruptly that in the village, he must accept Lin Shan's control all the time. Konoha is Lin Shan's Konoha. This is his own kingdom. Even if it is the 5th generation Tsunade. Lin Shan kneels down respectfully under the order of the 5th generation Tsunade. But, Sasuke looked at his house, and his heart became tangled again. Once he was gone, Lin Shan and Makoto had no line of defense. When I came back again, based on Lin Shan's urinary S***X, Sasuke might have more than a third brother or third sister. Chapter 196 Sasuke and Haruno Sakura fought each other, the 7th class that fell apart. Lin Shan went back, and he happened to ran into someone Hyuga Hinata. Master Lin Shan, I heard that Naruto and Sasuke are back. Did you give the cake to Naruto? Hinata asked with a flushed face, looking at him expectantly. Naruto will definitely find it delicious, right? Of course I did. Lin Shan responded without thinking, and immediately looked at Hinata distressedly. But how do you say it? What's wrong? Hyuga Hinata asked anxiously. Naruto said it was too unpalatable, so I just lost it. Lin Shan bluntly said. The taste is terrible. He said it is not as good as Haruno Sakura's foot wash. The moment these words fell, Hinata's beautiful eyes condensed into mist. The cake she has worked so hard to make for a few days is actually not as good as other people's foot wash. Tick 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 tick. Tears gathered at the corners of the eyes and kept dripping. Hinata couldn't help it anymore and cried bitterly. Don't be too sad, Hinata. Lin Shan was overjoyed and pulled Hinata into his arms to comfort him, and said softly. That kid is Yumu's head, you don't need to pay attention to him. In fact, I think it's pretty good. No matter how good it tastes, it is all your heart. It's a pity that Naruto likes Lil Sakura. If the cake is made by Little Sakura, even if it is made with dung balls, Naruto will definitely find it delicious. After all, The person he likes is not you. Lin Shan patted Hinata's back lightly. Bing, it's okay if Lin Shan doesn't say anything. With that said, Hinata, the kid crying even harder. Lie on Lin Shan's shoulders with pain and tears. Good guy, if there are other people here, you must come up and ask, are you deliberately attacking others or comforting others? Wish Hinata was heartbroken. Good boy, uncle is here, don't cry too sad, uncle will feel distressed. Lin Shan seemed to empathize with him, and his face was sad. Hinata, since Naruto doesn't appreciate you, you can find a man who appreciates you. In this world, there are always some idiots who are young but whose eyes are blinded early. Unfortunately, Naruto is one of them. If Naruto knows, he will definitely cry without tears. Although the one he likes is Lil Sakura, Hinata is also his friend. How could it be possible to criticize Hinata so much? He was wronged. On Tsunade's side, she was working, and the two of them came in. It was Sasuke and Naruto, both of whom were annoyed. Little Sakura followed. Advertisement, return Mr. Kakashi to us. Boycott Uchiha Lin Shan. Sasuke and Naruto talked to each other, and there was a deep disgust on their cheeks. What the hell happened? Tsunade asked curiously. That guy gave us our reward. Next, the two narrated the matter exactly. Huh. Tsunade laughed, and the two became even more angry when they saw it. Does Master Hokage think we are lying? Sasuke asked dissatisfiedly. This is a fact. Naruto emphasized loudly. Isn't it just taking your reward to buy a ring? It's a big deal. Not to mention, Tsunade's beautiful eyes are full of resentment, and Lin Shan hasn't centered her yet. Uzumaki Kaide and Mikoto come from behind? Little Sakura, do you think so too? Naruto looked at Haruno Sakura. Sasuke also looked at Haruno Sakura, and even showed a rare smile in order to make her cooperate. See it, my uncle smiled at you. Licking the dog is not obedient to do what he said. However, Sasuke's so-called handsome smile not only did not please Haruno Sakura, it even disgusted her. Because of the previous mission, Sasuke was accidentally stabbed, and Sasuke's entire face was broken, and there were still scars on his face. He smiled and looked extremely gloomy. For example, Shinigami smiles at you, will you feel happy? Of course not, I don't think it is necessary, Master Lin Shan, the teaching is very good. Haruno Sakura miraculously went against the tune. Are you crazy? Naruto and Sasuke said in unison. They had already discussed before, why did they suddenly change their minds? The most puzzled of these is Sasuke. What's the matter? This licking dog did it openly against himself. Does Haruno Sakura like Sasuke? Of course, not only do I like Sasuke, I still like the kind that I like very much. I have suffered from the other's Byakugan 3 times and 4 times, and even abused him. Haruno Sakura still refuses to give up. Yes, it is called the Emperor Lee for short. However, before this, there is a crucial premise. Why does Haruno Sakura like Sasuke? After all, it is because of his appearance. Advertisement. Now that King Yan has become an ugly king, Haruno Sakura's favor with Sasuke has shown a bloody decline. In addition, there is another point. She got great benefits from Lin Shan. The magic pill named Dan possesses incredible power. Haruno Sakura is completely inseparable. It's too late to please Lin Shan, how can I offend him? You two heard me. Tsunade looked at Haruno Sakura with a deep gaze, and suddenly turned aside. He must have received Lin Shan's black money. Go back, I'm very busy, don't bother me here. Especially in the future, I will never say bad things about Lin Shan, do you understand? The reason why Konoha exists and became the #1 in the ninja world is because of the old ninja wars. Lin Shan has made great efforts to turn the tide, otherwise we have become slaves to the enemy now. Life is better than death. Tsunade reprimanded for a few minutes before the group left Hokage's office. Little Sakura, what do you mean? After closing the door, Sasuke turned his face and roared angrily. Did you have water in your head, or was it broken by the door? Pay attention to your words, Uchiha Sasuke. Haruno Sakura sneered. If you want to ask, just give me a correct attitude and understand who you are talking to. Didn't your mother tell you? When you ask for help, you should use honorifics and add the word adult after the name. A-hole. Sasuke is furious. Listening to this, should he be called Lord Sakura? Haruno Sakura smiled, with the charm of a mature woman in his words. Sure enough, it's a nasty critic. P.S. The big guys can support me a lot, the author is grateful. Naruto listened with a look of Fanran. The 7th class, played by Lin Shan, fell apart. Remember it for me, Uchiha Sasuke, I am no longer the original Haruno Sakura. If I speak so rudely next time, I will definitely make you regret it. Silky, the old me, you love to answer, but the current me makes you unable to climb high. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. You fool, little Sakura, why don't you cooperate with us? Sasuke stared at Naruto with an idiot's eyes. He didn't understand the tongue? Haruno Sakura broke away, walked 2 steps and stopped. It's hilarious. Little Sakura left. Tsunade shook his head with a wry smile while listening to the arguing outside. His teaching is very silky, but Naruto asked calmly. Sasuke was licked by the dog, and his mentality was almost out of control. A bit. Chapter 197. Big Filial Son Uchiha Itachi. Not long after a few people left, other people visited again. And also brought a person Shizune. After seeing her, Tsunade didn't get angry and said, Master Lin Shan, you are not picky at all. All the people around me are caught in one go. No matter what, you can't make outsiders cheap, don't you think? Lin Shan winked at Shizune and smiled. She hurriedly lowered her face and was annoyed, so she didn't dare to go to Tsunade. Speaking of, Lin Shan not only did not resurrect Kato Dan, but also captured his sister Shizune. If Kato Dan knows, it is estimated that the coffin board will not be able to hold it. Call me something, Tsunade. Lin Shan casually sat on Hokage's seat, with Erlang's legs tilted. That is to say, he is not interested anymore, otherwise this position belonged to him more than 10 years ago. Tsunade didn't bother with this either, vomiting. Did you give Makoto and Uzumaki maple rings? Or a diamond ring the size of a dove egg? What about mine? Which B***** D hit my little report. Lin Shan patted the table, grinning, very angry. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were here. They demanded that you be replaced, and they complained of your atrocities. I hope Kakashi will come back. The funny thing about 400 is that Haruno Sakura sang the opposite of the two of them. In my opinion, the 7th class is completely over. Tsunade secretly felt that it was a pity that a class that was originally extremely talented was not good enough to provoke anyone, but Lin Shan happened to provoke him. Sasuke. I was really wrong. Lin Shan provoked me first. Naruto. I am totally passive defense, ha ha ha, little Sakura was conquered by my sugar-coated cannonball. Lin Shan laughed. First of all, this is the result of Sasuke's return to zero, it really is the feeling of glass. The second is Tsunade's 100 healings mark, and Baihao technique as bait. By the way, there was Chakra Dan. Haruno Sakura began to kneel and lick Lin Shan. The child finally knows to go the right way. Naruto and Sasuke are both non-mainstream gadgets. One loves to pretend and the other loves to escape. What do you like? I need to discuss something with you. Tsunade suddenly became serious. Shizune, you can avoid it. So serious? Lin Shan looked at her in surprise. Advertisement, at present, it is considered a secret among secrets. Tsunade closed the windows, only she knew. After waiting for Shizune to leave, Tsunade said, you should know about Wooden Golem and Samui's attack on the Land of Thunder, right? This is not nonsense, it is my approval. Lin Shan asked, why, the Land of Thunder has been laid down. No, there was a lot of resistance, and the offense was frustrated. Tsunade's answer made Lin Shan frown. The master of Cloud Shinobi Village is almost dead, and there is still a group of stinky fish and shrimps left. Can't it be beaten? In the years I have left, your little days have been too leisurely, Tsunade. The crippled Cloud Shinobi Village cannot be defeated. Lin Shan grumbled dissatisfiedly, it's not as simple as you think. Behind the scenes Akatsuki organizes to help. Tsunade said with a wry smile. After years of latent development, this organization has now gathered several powerful S-rank rebels. Whether Orochimaru or Namikaze Minato, they are the core members. Akatsuki did it too. Lin Shan asked, where did you get the information? This involves the next secret. Tsunade said solemnly, I have sent an undercover organization to Xiaoxiao. It's not Itachi. Lin Shan was the first to think of Uchiha Itachi. The god of Itachi in the original history seemed to join Akatsuki on the surface, but in reality it was not the case. His joining was only to monitor Akatsuki's movements. Did you know? Tsunade's small mouth is open and round. This is like a god. She admires the 5-body cast. Master Lin Shan is as keen and foresightful as ever. That is. Lin Shan was very proud, and muttered in his heart. Mother, as a traverser, I think it's a bit difficult to be blind. By the way, wouldn't it be the CA information provided by Itachi? Lin Shan guessed uncertainly. Exactly. Tsunade explained patiently. Itachi said, the ninjas dispatched into the Land of Thunder are Akatsuki's zombie duo, Hidan and Kakuzu. He also reported a lot of precious information. Tsunade said with satisfaction, Itachi is worthy of being Konoha's pillar. Advertisement, that's, Itachi is my godson. Let's look at Sasuke, an unfilial son. If Itachi knows about me and Makoto, he will send his blessings. Lin Shan was full of emotions. Itachi is better than Sasuke. There is another tricky thing. Tsunade Mori recalled, and said, 10 years ago, the Otsutsuki trio who invaded Konoha, you should still have an impression. Among them is a fish that slipped through the net Otsutsuki Urashiki. That kid was hit hard by me before, but you guys didn't kill him? Lin Shan flipped through Byakugan. Sure enough, you all have been jealous all day long, and you want diamonds the size of pigeon eggs. I don't have any shit, so I won't buy you. Tsunade was quite embarrassed when he heard the words, and said annoyed. The other party suddenly disappeared, like the world has evaporated, there is no clue to investigate. So, have you got new news now? Tsunade said astonishingly, according to Itachi's report, Urashiki seems to have become a member of Akatsuki's organization. Urashiki is not going to cooperate with the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, because they are not even collateral, but the offspring of the rebellious Kaguya. You can only say that your deterrence is too great. Speaking of it, Sharingan's current age is about the same as Naruto Sasuke, it should not be him. P.S. The big guys can support me a lot, the author is grateful. No way? In addition, there seems to be a member of the Otsutsuki family and Urashida. Lin Shan raised his head and looked at the distant outer sky, from the moon? Could it be that the guy woke up early? As for the other members of the Otsutsuki family? With a sudden eyelid, Lin Shan thought of a special person. Kill Lin Shan, it's not too late for them to fight together. Tsunade spreads out, the enemy of the enemy is the friend. In fact, at the very beginning, in the Otsutsuki clan with many strong people, Kaguya was a low-level person, and his identity was similar to that of a golden type. It was a type of servant. The reason why he became more powerful was because he swallowed the fruit of the sacred tree. Lin Shan said in astonishment. Akatsuki's master is Obito, but he is controlled by Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu's wife Kaguya is also hostile to the Otsutsuki clan. Can this rider come together? Otsutsuki, a man who had been attacked by Kaguya and nearly died. Tsunade couldn't help feeling that his scalp was numb. How many people are there in the Otsutsuki family? Everyone crushed the ninja world with ease. Is there anyone else? I ate the golden style and the peach style, my Tenseiken and Otsutsuki bloodlines, thanks to them. Chapter 198 Drink your foot wash. Itachi also said that in the Chunin exam this time, people from Akatsuki will also come in. Tsunade's expression was tense, and Akatsuki's threat was far greater than those of the big countries. Fortunately, Lin Shan came back and Konoha's combat effectiveness improved again. Otherwise, Tsunade would not have the courage to contend. Come on, come and kill one, come and kill two, there is nothing wrong with it. Lin Shan stands with his hands in his hands, extremely self-confident. One more Otsutsuki style is actually no difference, nothing can be changed. Compared with the original, Lin Shan's strength has been greatly improved. Once just opened a dead door, you can sweep the Otsutsuki trio, not to mention that there are abilities such as Tenseigen now. By the way, Tamari of Sunagakure, I hope to see Master Lin Shan. Tsunade finally added, the fish bit the hook, right? Hey, bring her to see me. Lin Shan flexed his hands, his eyes glistened. Ta Rihong and Tamari are two of his favorites. After Sasuke and Naruto left, both of them were depressed. Especially Sasuke, even began to drink alcohol to paralyze himself. These years, I can't believe anything anymore. Haruno Sakura, the licking dog, started to fight him. Such outrageous things have happened, even if the Sao will go up the tree next, Sasuke is convinced. Naruto, depressed, is going to eat a ramen to relieve his greed. By coincidence, I happened to meet Hinata. Naruto was very happy, even though little Sakura ignored him, he didn't want to take another look. But the second spare tire Hyuga Hinata is extremely friendly to him. Hinata, let's have ramen together. Eat the tonkatsu ramen that tastes great. Today I invite Hinata, what's wrong with your eyes? The moment Hyuga Hinata raised his head, bloodshot eyes were revealed. Naruto was surprised at what happened, go away. Next, something more outrageous happened. Hyuga Hinata shot without warning, and pushed Naruto away. Drink your fu washing water. After leaving a word, Hyuga Hinata left angrily. The words Lin Shan said before deeply hurt Hinata. So you are like Naruto, this, advertisement. Looking at the back of Hyuga Hinata, Uzumaki Naruto suffered a million critical hits. He is really unknown. So, what's wrong with him? It feels like Hyuga Hinata. Baffling. Naruto stood up and muttered, and walked towards Yilei Noodle Shop. On the other side, under Tsunade's arrangement, Tamari and Lin Shan met. Do you want to understand? Lin Shan tilted Erlang's legs and gnawed an apple in his hand. I want to understand. Tamari nodded hard. Resurrect my father, and then I will marry you. She doesn't want to work hard anymore, the opportunity to reach the sky is right in front of her. Really sensible boy. Lin Shan smiled and said, within 2 days, Luo Sha will be resurrected. Real? Tamari asked in surprise. In her opinion, she resurrected her dad Luo Sha just by losing herself. There is no loss in blood. Of course, I have always paid attention to promises. Lin Shan slowed his forehead, but the strange color in his eyes flashed away. It is possible to resurrect Luosha, but there must be a slight change. Lin Shan will not resurrect the enemy stupidly. That guy Luo Sha hates him to death. Now, I want to experience the passion of Sunagakure women. Lin Shan looked directly at Tamari. 1 day later, the Chunin exam officially began. The first is the first project. Ninjas from various villages gather in a room to take an exam. The first item is a written test. Explain your admiration for Lin Shan on the examination paper. It's different from before. This time I tested how to play Lin Shan. What's the use of such an exam? Those who did not deal with Lin Shan immediately stood up and opposed it. For example, Sasuke and Naruto. Riding a horse, the two of them can't wait to tear Lin Shan alive. And now the Chunin exam is in the first pass, it is actually a wave of Lin Shan. It's just hilarious, that's it, this kind of exam is really nonsense. There are others who are unhappy with Lin Shan, a red-haired kid Gaara. Advertisement Gaara had heard of the fact that his sister Tamari was forced to marry Lin Shan, and she hated Lin Shan 101,000. I thought to myself that when I became stronger in the future, I must trample on Lin Shan well. As a result, the first level of the exam was to describe how I admired Lin Shan. You said cheating is not cheating. My confidant, Sasuke, Naruto, and Gaara actually felt a sense of sympathy. For Flowers Zero, Master Lin Shan has made great contributions to Konoha. Every ninja in the village must be grateful to Master Lin Shan. Morino Ibixi sneered and said, if you don't write well, it will be regarded as a waiver. You can be genin for the rest of your life. We are not Konoha shinobi. The rest of the candidates were unconvinced. What is this all about? It's a pity that your examination room is Konoha. I will give you half an hour to write right away. Morino Ibixi sat down and kept looking at everyone. Once he found out who had cheated, Yes. Haruno Sakura suddenly smiled and started writing quickly. Seeing that Haruno Sakura started to write, Sasuke immediately revealed Sharingan, using his pupil power to imitate Haruno Sakura's writing. Point 0. My world was originally bleak, but because of the appearance of Master Lin Shan, I realized one thing. It turned out that I was so close to the sun. Boy, didn't you idolize me so much? How come you become Lin Shan now? It's no wonder that I'm not a licking dog. It turns out that there was a PY deal with Lin Shan. Good you Haruno Sakura. Annoyed, Sasuke shredded the test paper directly. Sharingan continued to imitate, and Sasuke's exam paper also wrote this sentence. Uchiha Sasuke, failed, cancel the chance to take this Chunin exam. Morinoi had already seen Sasuke dissatisfied long ago. I heard that this guy hates Lord Lin Shan. I used to have no eyes and saw Uchiha Sasuke, an idiot. He is arrogant, stupid, arrogant and extremely conceited. Compared to his greatness, he is not half as great as Lin Shan, but I always think that he is the first person in Konoha, but he is actually ahead. Stupid pig. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. P.S. The big guys can support me a lot, the author is grateful. Sasuke looked at the first sentence and was suddenly disgusted. However, what is more disgusting is the next words. Two ninjas broke in and threw Sasuke out the window. Puff 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 Kai. Now blast out of the examination room. He didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. Fortunately to be favored and gifted by Master Lin Shan, in the future, I will also be a woman with a bright hand. Sasuke exploded, looking at the contents of the examination paper, furious. Chapter 199 A huge price was paid. Wow. Sasuke, who was thrown out, screamed a few times. After all, it is also 2 stories high. You bastards angered me. Sasuke got up and was furious, and was going to go crazy this day. Snap it. The thunder light in his hand condensed, and the sharp neighing resounded across the sky. The harsh sound is like the singing of thousands of thunderbirds. Uchiha Sasuke. Morinoi looked at him coldly and warned. It's better to understand what you are doing, and more importantly, to find out what this place is and what the consequences of the trouble will be. His words seemed like cold water poured down, and Sasuke's desire for revenge suddenly faded a lot. In the past, there were people who relied on their strength and fought fiercely in the Chunin exam, but they disappeared forever. HMPH, I will spare you this time. Sasuke glared at Morino Ibiki fiercely, and gave up without saying a word of cruelty. Where is the face of the 403 great genius? It really is an idiot. With a deep and contemptuous voice, it fell from the sky. Sasuke was about to get angry. No, why is this voice so familiar? I couldn't help but look up. It was Haruno Sakura, and the damn face reflected in Sasuke's eyes. Whoever allows you to leave your seat without authorization, go back to the exam immediately. Morinoi scolded, more displeased. Ly, teacher, I have finished the answer. Haruno Sakura respectfully handed over the examination papers. The densely packed handwritings totaled 400 to 500. Morino Ibixi took a closer look and blew Lin Shan that it was a wild flower. What Kun Lin, long live Lin Shan, and so on. By the way, Sasuke was also worthless to belittle. Yes, very good. Morinoi's gaze was much softer than the bitter, and he said with satisfaction, Congratulations, Haruno Sakura, you have successfully cleared the level. Thank you, teacher. Haruno Sakura frowned and looked at Sasuke very excitedly. What do you want from that villain? Sasuke asked with a black face. A guy who can't even pass Chunin's exam is actually a genius. If you are a genius, what are everyone, Tenten? Haruno Ying asked back. Humph, just wait and see. Sasuke suppressed the monstrous strength in his heart, and left angrily. Advertisement. After returning home, Makoto looked at Sasuke as if he was green, his angry face was deformed, and he came up to ask the reason. Sasuke recounted the cause and course of the incident. Hearing that, Uchiha Makoto didn't say anything. Sasuke is too dead. Konoha is not the Konoha of others. Konoha is the Konoha of Lin Shan alone. Opposing Lin Shan in this village is undoubtedly a dead end. Go to sleep, everything will be fine tomorrow, Makoto persuaded softly. There was a warm current in Sasuke's heart, and sure enough, his mother still loved him. Sasuke fell asleep quickly. In the middle of the night, Makoto secretly left. Alone, disappeared under the moonlight. Wait until the next day, the warm and bright shining down. Through the window, it fell on Sasuke's cheek, warm and comfortable. Sasuke blinked and opened his eyes still blurred. This time, I slept really deadly. He walked out of the bedroom and glanced at the food prepared on the table in the living room. Sasuke walked to Makoto's bedroom and opened a small gap. Makoto seemed to be still sleeping. The haze on Sasuke's face was swept away, and he murmured, My mother is so hard. I have to get up and cook for me every day. After a brief wash, Sasuke began to eat. Half an hour later, he went out for training. If he is disqualified, he will be disqualified. He will be a genin. Anyway, he is just a fake name. In addition, it is really not possible, there will be an exam next year. Thinking about it for a moment, let him brag about Lin Shan and feel nauseous. What? A figure suddenly flashed in front of him, wearing a black robe and an animal mask. Anbu? Sasuke was puzzled, but relieved again. Probably it was announcing the disqualification of Chunin exam. Uchiha Sasuke, get ready for the second Chunin exam tomorrow. This Anbu speaks surprisingly. Also, let me participate. Help was stunned. What do you mean? It stands to reason that your qualifications should be disqualified. Master Lin Shan is a man who has made great contributions to Konoha and cannot tolerate other people's slander. The Anbu ninja took off his mask and revealed a beautiful face. Her name is Azuki Shion, one of Tsunade's henchmen, and also a crazy fan of Lin Shan. Advertisement. It was heard that someone slandered Lin Shan, and Mao Yu Shion, a stubborn fan, exploded. But the anger in the starry eyes subsided, and Yu Shion said indifferently, but Master Lin Shan forgive you, and you don't know much about you. He said you have a great talent, it's a pity not to play for the village. Huh, that guy is not blind. Sasuke Tsunade snorted, with an expression on his face. You do it yourself. The chill in her beautiful eyes was fleeting, and Azuki Yuyon said indifferently. Tomorrow the test will be in the Death Forest, and the person in charge is Mitarashi Anko. I also admire Lin Shan, don't seek your own death. Sasuke's face changed slightly. Is this depraved village all the believers of Lin Shan? He really reborn and cast the wrong place. However, thinking that there is a fellow in the village Naruto who is sick with him, Sasuke feels much better. Time flies, and it's the next day in a blink of an eye. The second round of the much-anticipated Chunin exam began. Work hard, Sasuke. Lin Shan took the initiative to speak up, and his voice calmly said, don't live up to my expectations of you. Humph, I have nothing to say to you. Disgusted and can't help but pop up, Sasuke doesn't bother to see Lin Shan. With your attitude, it's easy to be kicked out of the examination room for the second time, so how can you be worthy of Mikoto? She worked hard in the middle of the night, but she got her chance. Lin Shan said abruptly. Sasuke, who could have held it back, completely exploded this time. What? He leapt forward in one step, and grabbed Lin Shan's collar with both hands. You can repeat what you said just now. Sasuke shivered in anger, and then suddenly realized something was wrong. Uchiha Mikoto usually has the habit of getting up early to exercise, and today he wakes up later than him. It turned out to be busy all night. What are you doing? Tell me clearly. Sasuke growled with a sullen face. Why are you so excited? Lin Shan's repulsive force spreads and he flies off Sasuke easily. Mikoto, she really loves you, you rebellious son. Why can't she save her snacks? For you, she paid a great price. Lin Shan stretched his voice, looking mysterious. Chapter 200 Familiar Thigh Lettering. It's nothing, don't get me wrong. In order for Sasuke to play well, Lin Shan said, he also got the words, Lin Shan exclusive, tattooed on his thigh. It hurts too much. When Sasuke heard the words, his mind was strongly shocked, and his eyes were completely empty. Sweat on his palms, is this different from a slave? An unprecedented humiliation enveloped Sasuke's heart, and extreme pain breeds in his mind. He held his head tightly. Negative emotions such as resentment, self-blame, shame, anger, etc. are all intertwined in my mind. Sasuke's head was about to explode. Hoo. He was panting like a cow. He never expected that a Chunin exam would force him to look like a bird, and his mother would have lost it. What a shame, he couldn't bear this kind of wimps. When he raised his head again, his eyes showed earth-shaking changes. The two Buyu jade slowly turned in the eyes, and the color of the blood looked gloomy and cold. How can this special open or go jade Sharingan? Lin Shan was stunned. Sharingan's evolutionary method is very harsh. Normally, when someone loses a loved one, such as a relative or friend who unfortunately died in battle, under extreme 24 pains, a special chakra will be produced in the brain, which stimulates the changes in Sharingan, in order to achieve the upgrade of Sharingan. An eye-opening process like Sasuke is an anecdote in the world. It is definitely the first person in the history of the Uchiha family. After upgrading Goyu, Sasuke did not have the surprises he imagined. Mikoto has lettering on his thigh, can he be happy? Sasuke was deadly calm, glanced at Lin Shan, and he left. After experiencing severe blows, Sasuke understood that the more he confronted Lin Shan, the more pain and blows he endured. After some torture, Sasuke behaved and went to the exam very honestly. Yes, a series of blows have smoothed his edges and corners. The expression in his eyes has changed, and he is calmer than before. It's no longer the stunned and murderous man at every turn.
Lin Shan was quite surprised. Maybe this is a place to die and live afterwards, right? But that's interesting. To be honest, Invincible feels quite lonely, and it is interesting to have a few more powerful opponents. 10 minutes later, the second Chunin exam began. This time there is no moth, it is to collect the Earth coiling axis. The 3 of the 7th class get the Scroll of Heaven, and then they can grab the Scroll of Earth. Little Sakura, everyone doesn't want to be eliminated, let's reconcile, so shut up. Little Sakura interrupted Naruto with disgust, and said with disgust, don't call me Little Sakura, I'm not familiar with you, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto's expression is gloomy, what happened to this Little Sakura? Advertisement. She has taken refuge in Uchiha Lin Shan, Naruto. Sasuke looked at Haruno Sakura indifferently. Why take refuge in that villain, little, ah. Before the last word Sakura was pronounced, Kuwu flew towards her face. Naruto was shocked and quickly moved to avoid it. Puff 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 puff. The big tree behind him was full of holes and exploded with a bang. Do you want to kill me, little Sakura? Naruto questioned angrily. Kuwu was still strapped with a detonating charm. It's really F asterisk 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 G vicious. Shut up. Call me Sakura-sama from now on, understand? Haruno Sakura corrected. Sakura 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 Sakura-sama. Naruto's angry mouth is unsatisfactory. Are you thinking of fart? However, as a senior licking dog, he has professional qualities and did not go back the first time. If it were someone else, Naruto would have gone up fat to pick him up. Don't talk nonsense, hand me the scroll quickly. Little Sakura reached out for it. Don't give it to him, Naruto. Sasuke flashed and stood in front of Naruto. Give it to her, let's not pass the level. Sass give. Naruto lowered his head, hesitated. Yes, Naruto wanted to lick a wave, and maybe move the goddess. After all, the goddess and Sasuke are finished, and they are in need of care. If you take advantage of the emptiness, you may succeed. Pulling hands or something, maybe you can still dream of it, or even make an appointment. Sass, I choose to believe in the little Sakura. In the end, the goddess defeated reason, and Naruto threw the scroll out. You idiot. Sasuke's 3 minutes of calmness was lost in an instant, and he was furious. This is an opportunity for Makoto's thigh lettering. If he was eliminated, he could just find a piece of tofu and kill him. What? Sasuke jumped up and grabbed the scroll. But at this moment, a black shadow flashed, blocking Sasuke's sight. Little Sakura. Idiot. Call me Lord Sakura. Haruno Sakura smashed his fist. Sasuke sneered, just because you want to fight me. The worst of the trio is Haruno Sakura, isn't it? Advertisement. He defensively crossed his arms. Boom. The seemingly immature fist, the power is surprisingly terrifying. Sasuke was thrown back with a punch and flew out like a dead dog. Bang. The body hit a big tree hard and folded it in half. How is it possible? Sasuke moved his right arm a little bit, without feeling at all. His heart felt cold, but with this punch, his arm was actually interrupted. Isn't this a bullshit? He is a famous genius in the village, but it is this so-called genius who was interrupted by his peers with a punch. All said, if you are a genius, others are tenten. Humph, waste. Haruno Sakura successfully grabbed the scroll and looked at Sasuke with hollow eyes, disdainfully. That's why you took refuge in Uchiha Lin Shan. Sasuke asked coldly, envy and hatred in his heart. After 403, I only took refuge in Lin Shan for a few days. Only the closer you get to Lin Shan, the more you can understand his greatness. Haruno Sakura's eyes are full of blind worship. Your mother Makoto should know this better than me. Sasuke's face turned dark. I suspect you are cursing me around. You two will fight to death. Haruno Sakura flashed and disappeared into the jungle. Hey, little Sakura, wait for me, I gave you the scroll, why didn't you say a word to me? Looking at the little Sakura's back, Naruto was lost and frustrated. I blame you for this stupid idiot. Sasuke, who was not angry, kicked Naruto fiercely. This is good, not only did the scroll fail to be snatched, even the scroll in their hands was snatched by Haruno Sakura. In trouble. If you can't grab the earth coiling shaft, the two of them will be eliminated. Thinking of this, Sasuke felt desperate and helpless. Doesn't it mean that Makoto's efforts were wasted? Naruto, you kid, listen to me. Suddenly, Sasuke grabbed Naruto's hair with another hand, and shouted frantically, this failure is all your funeral. If it's eliminated, it's your mother's turn to engrave. Chapter 201 Beat Orochimaru. Sasuke was full of anger, and vented all to Naruto. The latter still looked at him stupidly, obviously not knowing what it meant. The two seemed to be in trouble. A hoarse voice sounded on the left, and the two of them looked at it subconsciously. It was a man with a pale face. His pupils were long and narrow, gleaming with ghost lights, and the corners of his mouth seemed to be smiling but not smiling, combined with that hoarse voice, how uncomfortable people are. Who are you? Sasuke asked in a deep voice, secretly guarding that the other party was not good. It just so happens that our scroll is gone, grab him. Naruto jumped up, grabbing Rasengan in his hand and patted it. The mysterious man tilted his head, easily avoided, and then swept it out with one kick. Boom. Naruto took a strong kick in the lower abdomen, and the drool was kicked out. Sasuke took the opportunity to go around behind and smashed it out with a big electric hand. Chidori. Huh. The man's back was torn, and suddenly 5 or 6 snakes sprang from the wound. Wow. Sasuke yelled in pain, his limbs and neck were all entangled in the python. Flavor. The whole body's bones squeezed and collided, and the power of the python was about to smash the bones. Too weak. Far from your brother Itachi. The mysterious man attacked. With your pupil power, the distance from Itachi is tens of thousands of miles. A-hole. Sasuke struggled vigorously, but the power to tie up his python was too great. Especially the neck was still strangled, and almost died. You monster, let me loose, Sasuke. Naruto summoned a large number of shadow clone, surrounded by mysterious people. What is the use? The man looked indifferent, his sleeves were slightly raised, and a dense swarm of snakes spewed out. Bang bang. Naruto's shadow clone was all bitten by the big snake with its mouth wide open. In the blink of an eye, the body is left. His face is terrible. Who is this guy? It feels like a dimensionality reduction blow. Boy, it's my turn. The mysterious man's neck was like a rubber, suddenly extending more than 10 meters, and his mouth showed fangs similar to lion majesty. Naruto was shocked, and quickly threw Rasengan out, but unfortunately the monster turned his head and escaped easily. Master, definitely a very strong master. Advertisement. Naruto felt a pain in his neck. The monster's two fangs had bitten through his neck. His head was suddenly dizzy, and his consciousness became blurred. Puff. Naruto eventually fell down and fainted completely. This is over. Sasuke felt cold in his heart. He was interrupted by an arm, and Naruto fainted again. The exam in the Death Forest was completely abolished. Gia. The mysterious man smiled, and the skin on his face began to melt, revealing a brand new face. The pale face, the amber-colored narrow and long eyes, the eyes are always squinting, shining strangely, it is extremely dangerous. Do you know who I am? The man spit out disgusting tongue and even dropped saliva to the ground. You are. Sasuke lifted his spirits. Konoha's rank rebel Orochimaru. Sasuke remembered. He had seen Orochimaru's wanted warrant. After knowing the identity of the other party, Sasuke stopped thinking of running away. Orochimaru, a super-strength existence, it's okay to beat him 10 times. Brother Itachi, the organization has taken a fancy to your potential. Leave Konoha with me. Orochimaru explained the reason. He has been obsessed with Sharingan for so many years. Organization. Sasuke was startled, and asked, could it be Xiao Xiao? Of course, this is a justice organization that overthrew Konoha and defeated Uchiha Lin Shan. You and him are incompatible. You should be very interested. Orochimaru seduced. Hearing this, Sasuke's eyes lit up with bright brilliance. Staying in Konoha, his progress is limited. Especially after the teacher was changed, not only did the strength not improve, but plummeted. Lin Shan deliberately makes excuses to cheat them all day long, and Sasuke and Naruto are both brothers and sisters. Orochimaru, long time no see. Above the sky, a familiar voice came. Orochimaru looked up, his eyes dropped suddenly. Uchiha Lin Shan. It's my regret that I didn't kill you last time. You dare to come this time. Lin Shan's eyes burst into cold, his handprint was completed in an instant, and the fireball fell from the sky. Fire style. The fire is lost. What a horrible fire style. Seeing such a wide range of fire style, Sasuke was shocked. This is how Lin Shan is fighting seriously. A Class B fire style came out of his mouth, like forbidden technique. The fireball is a full 10 to 20 meters in size, and its power is amazing. Orochimaru also gave up resistance, and his body split into countless small snakes, and immediately went into the underground crack to avoid it. Advertisement. Boom boom boom. After the fireball hits the ground exploded, and all the sparks from the explosion were buried in the cracks. Squeak. The snakes deep in the ground screamed again and again. Want to run? Lin Shan sneered. Tensagan exposed and grabbed the earth hard, and gravity began to swallow the earth. Rumble. The huge Konoha leaves began to tremble, and the soil layer within 100 meters in radius rose from the ground. Damn it. Orochimaru, hidden underground, was also pulled out alive. The array of 10,000 snakes. The endless swarms of snakes, like a flood, flowed out of Orochimaru's mouth. Can't this guy study some decent tricks? Lin Shan was also drunk when he saw this, and the tricks like squirting snakes in the mouth are also strange. Fire style. Extinguish the fire. Boom boom boom. The fire swept across, and the ground was scorched along the way. Thousands of snakes were directly burned into slag. Orochimaru took this opportunity and hurriedly summoned out 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru, you idiot, without my uncle's permission, who asked you to call me? If you get him done, you will naturally be offered sacrifices. Orochimaru said lightly. Humanity. However, this vigorous fellow, let alone dead, didn't even shed any blood. To say that Orochimaru is miserable enough, a good-natured person, actually being scolded by the animal. Wan Snake looked at Lin Shan disdainfully. This weak reptile is also worthy of my uncle Wan Snake. After recovering, Orochimaru looked at Wanshi with a gloomy face, and the eyes of the snake had turned into a golden Sharingan. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The big mouth full of fangs, like a chainsaw, cuts Orochimaru's body into 2 pieces. 10,000 snakes suddenly launched a fierce attack, and attacked Orochimaru with lightning speed. It's disgusting, Orochimaru. Obviously, Wan Snake was under control. Snakes gush out from the mutilated body part, and Orochimaru completes the reorganization. That's good. He is used to Wan Shi's tone. P.S. The big guys can support me a lot, the author is grateful. Pouch. Joe. Wan Shi cursed. Lin Shan disliked it very much. Chapter 202. The Wedge of the Otsutsuki Clan. The hidden shadow has many snake hands. Orochimaru's arms stretched forward, and under the sleeves, countless giant pythons entangled with each other and opened their mouths to kill. The black ball condensed behind Lin Shan, feeling bland. Boom. The snake swarm entered the attack range, and the black ball exploded, annihilating the snake swarm into slag. What is this? Orochimaru was startled in a cold sweat. The seemingly inconspicuous black ball just now seemed dangerous. His soul was trembling. Uncle Snake, if you don't have a decent big move, you just squeak. Don't waste time, I quickly use Truth-Seeking Ball to send you home. Lin Shan urged, the Truth-Seeking Ball condensed again behind him. Master Lin Shan. The thin figure flashed in front of Lin Shan without warning. Dingqing saw that it was Hyuga Hiashi from the Hyuga clan. Master Lin Shan, I have something to report to you. Hyuga Hiashi said anxiously. No hurry, kill Orochimaru first. Lin Shan is bad at Orochimaru, this guy is quite tricky. It's not how powerful he is, mainly because he controls impure world reincarnation, and summoning comes out with a group of zombies at every turn, which is troublesome. I can't help you. Hyuga Hiashi smiled strangely, and Byakugan blinked, the space shattered like fragments. Get in there. Flavor. The space around Lin Shan shattered one after another, and the dark and cold universe galaxy appeared, and he was absorbed by surprise. The ghost can imagine that Hyuga Hiashi will suddenly have a 403 hardship. And this is obviously a high-level space ninjutsu. The Hyuga clan, when did they learn space ninjutsu? Even relying on Byakugan to activate it was unheard of. Ahahaha. The blow succeeded, Hyuga Hiashi laughed triumphantly, and Orochimaru on the side was also relieved. He looked at Hyuga Hiashi suspiciously, and suddenly turned back. By the way, your boss and I, the dark guy, can be considered allies. Hyuga Hiashi glanced at Orochimaru. Black guy, boss. Black Zetsu. Orochimaru whispered, but inside Akatsuki, I had never heard of Hyuga Hiashi as an undercover agent. It's hard to understand. Advertisement. Next, Hyuga Hiashi's appearance began to change drastically. First of all, a weird special horn grows out of the head, which is as hard as a rock. Striped black lines also appeared on the face. People with bad eyesight thought they were covered with black silk. The hair also became silver. Your name is Orochimaru, right? Jino Otsutsuki Arashiki, this man named Hyuga Hiashi is my wedge. Pooh-style deep voice came out, hovering in the sky, staying for a long time. Why did you choose Hyuga Hiashi? It's too simple. When he was in CI years, he was already disabled by Lin Shan, and his eyes were about to die. Simply, the Otsutsuki clan has a special ability, it can digitize itself and penetrate into other people's bodies. Over time, it will slowly resurrect. Most people can't be a wedge. Hyuga Hiashi is different. First of all, he has high purity Byakugan, and secondly, he is a descendant of Otsutsuki Hamura, who is more or less of Otsutsuki blood. There is another important point, rest assured that Konoha lurks and collects more information. Even the sneak attack on Lin Shan was as straightforward as before. Jayahaha, I didn't expect it, Uchiha Lin Shan. Pu Shi laughed happily. Although he couldn't kill Lin Shan, he would not be able to find this planet if he exiled him from the universe for hundreds of thousands of years. Everything here is mine. Pu Shi's face showed greed. Tailed beast, he is determined to win. Konoha has been lurking for many years, and he has already figured out the movements of the tail beast. It was all under the control of Uzumaki Yu. It's amazing to say that the 11 or 12-year-old girl, relying on 3-tomo Sharingan, fully controls the multi-head and tail beast, super cute. As the daughter of Lin Shan, no one is more suitable to inherit the tail beast. Shenxiang. The loud shouts spread throughout Konoha. In the distant sky, the white light shattered the earth. Boom. Pu Shi was hit by a thunderous blow, and his whole body was smashed to the ground, and the skin on many parts of his body was cracked. Like a bachelor with all 4 feet on the ground. What's the situation with horse riding? Pu Shi raised his head with difficulty, looking at him like a celestial figure. Isn't it Lin Shan or who? The space around him shattered, exactly the same as Pu Shi's previous tactics. Wangquan then Liangjaka. How did he use this trick? Pu-style pupils suddenly contracted, no wonder they could come back. You will, and I will. You will not, and I will too. Lin Shan landed and said sarcastically, thanks to Dao Shi for this. Advertisement. Peach-style senior. Pu Shi suddenly realized. You swallowed senior Dao Shi too. Pu Shi is envious and jealous, what a huge power is that? Exactly, not only got most of Dao Shi's abilities, but also opened Tensagen. Lin Shan is full of greed. Your Otsutsuki clan is an excellent and rare ration. Eat you, my strength will go even further, right? It's not going to be rampant there, you be asterisk 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 D. Pu Shi was ashamed, and actually took him as a ration, shaking his body and shouting, the original owner of my body is your most loyal subordinate. You dare to attack me and you want to kill him. It's resurrection. Lin Shan didn't care, his fist raised slowly. Fire-red steam swept the world. Damn it. Looking at Lin Shan who opened the door of death, the Pu-style nerve reflex receded. This trick back then smashed the 3 of them. Now that Lin Shan is even more powerful, wouldn't he be able to torture him casually? Ta elephant. Lin Shan punched out. Pu Shi quickly took out the chakra fruit. Puff 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 kai. Before he had time to take a few bites, he was blown out with a fist and his body broke. Squirt, how can such a good thing be eaten by your stupid thing? With his head down and looking at the chakra fruit full of tooth marks, Lin Shan felt it was a waste. Pick it up and eat it. Forget it, the Otsutsuki family may not brush their teeth. Jia ha ha ha, let you see my true strength, you haven't seen the last war, right? Pu Shi smiled, and a red fish basket appeared behind him. Kaiji is ashamed to say that it will be seconds away in a few clicks. Will I have a chance to see it? Lin Shan mocked. Wait, then, under the control of Pu Shi, the red light fish basket was compressed into a pill, which he hurriedly swallowed. The red light fish basket is not an ordinary tolerant, created by yin and yang escape. Most of the chakra collected in the usual way is stored in the fishpot. Looking at the Pu style like this, it is estimated that a large amount of chakra is stored. Wow. Pu Shi started the so-called transformation, his body swelled violently, his clothes cracked, and his slender body was much wider. The top of the head grows horns that resemble bird wings, the lower legs also become claws, and the arms have evolved into double wings.
It's so boring, this is what you are doing with all your strength, turned into a flat-haired beast. Lin Shan was boring and ridiculed. It took countless years for humans to evolve from apes to humans, and you kid, it took less than 3 seconds to retreat into a bird. Your retreat is more than a few thousand 10,000 years. Chapter 203 800 lives is not enough to play. After transforming into an animal, Pu-style breath is indeed stronger. On the forehead, golden Rinnegan also grows. The 2 eyeballs are also golden Rinnegan. Having said that, the peach style that was killed, after transforming, is also golden Rinnegan. Lin Shan's nuclear power Mangekyo Sharingan is also golden. Facts have proved that local tyrant gold is the kingly way, and the big boss is the only match. Jia 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 Jia, Pu-style laughed frantically, with a lot of violent aura, bloodthirsty and murderous intent all over his body. The loose sleeves were flicked vigorously, and the rectangular black box was smashed accurately to Lin Shan. Boom. After being hit, it feels very plain, just like an ordinary wooden box. If it weren't for the Pu-style is not easy, Lin Shan might think that this is a trash technique. Peculiar smell, on the surface of the dark box, cracks in the debut road were broken, and a thick mist containing bone-chilling air permeated out. Crunchy, it was frozen in the blink of an eye. Lin Shan is fearless, Izanaki, who has lasted for 20 years, what's wrong with this? Haha, Pu Shiji started to smile triumphantly again, but he was slapped too much, and he didn't waste the opportunity. His wings swept away, and a storm engulfed him. Puff, 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 puff. Lin Shan was slapped all over and suffered a big deal. Even so, Pu Shi still attacked the killer, Lin Shan's corpse, he looked obsessed. The wings swept again, and the flames ignited out of thin air, instantly burning Lin Shan into slag. Now, the death is thorough enough, right? Pu Shi whispered to himself. Idiot, the enemy is still alive when I usually say that. Lin Shan's voice came from behind. Pu Shi was panicked, his head had not been completely turned away, the crit had already come. Shishong. Boom. This punch is easy to hit the Phillips style. The skin cracked again, and even the wings on both sides were torn apart by the fist wind. The bloodied arm was exposed to the air. Unforgivable. The hurt Pu Shi was furious. Tensu Wave Meteor Life Jade Box. The fuchsia disc whizzed out, like a spinning dart. Advertisement. Lin Shan smiled contemptuously and increased the output of the dead door. The actual deadlock state also has strengths and weaknesses. For example, Might Guy can beat 6 paths Madara violently. Even though the opponent has released the water, the record is still outstanding. It's like Might Dai, who opens the door and beats the ninja swordsman, so he can run 3. Boom boom boom. The red steam erupted more intensely, almost materialized, and the ground under my feet was scorched. The organs and blood in Lin Shan's body burned out like fuel, and the steam filled the whole world. The ground that was stepping on cracked, the soil burned to ashes, and the hair rose high. Around Lin Shan, there were even blood-red thunder and lightning. It's like being a Super Saiyan. This madman is dead. Pu Shi Rinnegan penetrated Lin Shan's body, and he could clearly see that his internal organs and blood were instantly depleted. For example, a dead door that can last for 10 minutes, being so unscrupulously squandered by him will only last a minute. But the maximum power output also guarantees more explosive power. When the deadly light flew, Lin Shan didn't want to take a shot. Amaterasu lit his cigarette and breathed out the smoke ring comfortably. The red steam turns into a million-degree flame, which vaporizes it on the spot. Pu Shi's old face was so hot and sore, it was a shame that he didn't even move his hands. It's really disappointing. After so many years, I thought you were a little bit better. Salted fish or salted fish. Lin Shan flew out, a dragon-shaped phantom all over his body. Ye Gai. The breath of death spread over the face. Pu Shi also went mad, and his big hands spewed out thick chakras, swaying in the sky like a giant python. Tianshu Wave Meteor Life Dragon Palace. The serpentine chakra behemoth opened its mouth, and the purple-red energy ball condensed in an instant. Leave me in ashes. Pu-style roars again and again, and energy balls like tailed beast bomb flew out. Pouch. The moment the two touched, the energy ball was as crisp as paper, penetrated by Ye Gai. Lin Shan's whole body is unabated. Although the dragon-shaped phantom is slightly reduced, the pervasive terrifying power still makes Pu Shi feel imminent. Blow him up. Pu-style screamed madly. The snake-shaped chakra behemoth suddenly cracked all over its body, and a huge amount of chakra overflowed. Boom! The super explosion spread and opened, and the sky and the earth shook violently. The death forest was even razed to the ground, and Lin Shan also disappeared from his eyes. It should be dead now, right? Pushi looked around, barely a smile on his face. He really worked hard. If he still can't win Lin Shan, don't be embarrassed here and go back home. Bang! Advertisement. There was an abnormal movement under his feet, but before Pushi could react, he locked it with a big hand. Your chakra. Lousy wants it. Lin Shan drilled out of the ground and pulled out the Pu-style chakra with his large hands. Although there is no Rinnegan, Tenseigan can also draw chakra. For flowers 0, stupid man. Pushi was overjoyed, and Rinnegan's eyes and eyebrows all exploded. A more powerful swallowing force ran away from Pushi, like an abyss behemoth, greedily devouring the whole world. Lin Shan not only did not drag Pushi chakra, but his chakra was absorbed by Pushi. Obviously, Pushi Rinnegan's pupil power is stronger than Lin Shan's Tenseigan. There is no way, after all, it is not nuclear power Tenseigan. Ha ha ha, it's great. A steady stream of golden chakra keeps pouring into the body. Pushi was overjoyed. The golden chakra was extremely pure, and its quality even exceeded the chakra fruit. Chakra, like a tailed beast, is far stronger than humans. And chakra fruit, which is the chakra of 10 tails, is not as powerful as Lin Shan's chakra. 0. How can a human being in such a small way have such a powerful chakra? Pushi was puzzled, and quickly stepped up to devour Lin Shan chakra, thinking, such a high-quality chakra, refined pill, is also one level higher than ordinary pill. Your name is Uchiha Lin Shan, right? I really want to be good. What is your expression? Pushi frowned when Lin Shan looked at him jokingly. Do you dare to swallow my chakra? Lin Shan couldn't help asking. Why didn't Lousy dare? Pushi yelled outrageously, and roared with a face, I'm going to swallow all your bones. After that, the 3 Pu-style Rinnegans all shine with golden luster. Lin Shan clearly felt that chakra was losing faster. But he didn't panic at all, even a little gloating. His chakra, why is it pure and high quality? After all, it is nuclear chakra. Normal people can't bear nuclear energy. Lin Shan uses nuclear energy Mangekyo to watch for a while, and organisms will be unable to withstand the radiation, and their organs will fail and die. Of course, the stronger the person, the stronger the resistance. Isn't Danzo just an example? Although he is not dead, except for his head, other parts of the body have been amputated. Even the little Danzo was not spared. This is still the case of transplanting Senju Hashirama cells. Understand that he is just looking at Danzo, and there is no physical contact. 100 lives are not enough for him to play like this. Chapter 204. Good brothers are going to suffer together. After a few minutes, chakra was saturated. Hiccups. Pu's style seemed to be full, and started one after another. His pupil power gradually decreased and he gave up absorbing Lin Shan's chakra. Continue to swallow, you may suffer from indigestion. Why, give up. Go on, I have enough chakra, you should have been smoking for 10 or 20 years, there should be no problem. Lin Shan encouraged. 9 years? It will blow? Pushi sneered and said, naturally he wouldn't believe it, these are hundreds of sacred trees. I really didn't brag about it. Lin Shan spreads his hands, nuclear power chakra is infinite, even 10 tails than 10 tails, and even a sacred tree than a sacred tree. Don't ask Lousy why, because Lousy is nuclear energy. Speaking of which, don't you think something is wrong? Lin Shan squinted his eyes and watched Pushi sweep around. Huh, let you down, my uncle is very healthy. Pu-style exercises the 407 body and did not feel any discomfort. Strength and vitality of the body are very abundant. Speaking of it, he is also very strange. With Lin Shan's strength, it is not difficult to get rid of his chakra absorption. As soon as the dead door opens, Pushi also has to be convinced of the exaggerated combat power. Next is the world I saw in front of me suddenly blurred violently. At the same time, the strange feeling spread from the internal organs. Soon after, all aspects of the body aches, accompanied by bursts of itching. The itchiness is not on the surface of the skin, but from the inside of the body. It's like there are countless ants gnawing on the internal organs. What's wrong? Pushi-ji couldn't help but started scratching, the skin tore, and the flesh was dug out. Look, side effects are coming. My chakra is pure, you were right about that. Lin Shan stepped forward and put his hands in kabuto, but not everyone can bear it. It's like humans and tailbeasts are incompatible with chakra. Ordinary people devour the tailbeast chakra, and there is only one end to be blown up. Examples like the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers are, after all, few. Looking at the world today, we must find someone who can withstand nuclear energy chakra, and that is Lin Shan's daughter Uzumaki Yu. Is your chakra poisonous? Pushi-ji fell to the ground, rolling over and over. He was bloody and bloody, with pieces of meat all over the floor, and his expression was harsh and painful. The internal organs also began to rot. Poisonous? Ha ha ha, you can understand it this way. Advertisement. Lin Shan looked at Pushi with pity. If you have the next life, be an ordinary person. Nuclear chakra is good, you can't be greedy. Lin Shan grabbed Pushi's head with his big hands, and a force surged out, and his body suddenly began to compress and shrink. The limbs of the body, as well as the characteristics of the creature, all disappeared. In just a few seconds, it is condensed into chakra fruit. Puff 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 puff. Lin Shan hurriedly swallowed it all without saying a word. This is a good thing, ample power, spreading through the body. The bones of the body seem to have been reborn, palala, resounded. However, compared to the previous swallowing peach style, the effect of poo style is greatly reduced. It's not that the poo style is inferior to the peach style, the actual strength of the two is not much different. This is like taking medicine. If you take too much medicine, if things go on like this, antibodies will naturally be produced. Counting this chakra fruit, Lin Shan has already eaten 3. Let him run away again. Lin Shan glanced away. Orochimaru, this guy, is always such a chicken thief. Taking advantage of the battle between him and Pushiji, he took the opportunity to run away. The strength is not much, but the running is great. 2 hours later, the second stage of Chunon's examination, the earth-coiling axis of the dead forest, finally ended. Sasuke and Naruto, these two goods, not surprisingly, are out again. The two of them were sad, especially Sasuke felt extremely sad. He was sorry Makoto. Seeing her son's despair, Makoto was also silent. She was wondering where she could get a tattoo. Humph, waste. A beautiful shadow passed in front of the two of them. Little Sakura. Sasuke and Naruto looked up. Idiot, call me Lord Sakura. Haruno Sakura looked down at the two condescendingly, looking extremely arrogant. Unlike Naruto and Sasuke, Haruno Sakura succeeded. She grabbed the scroll of the earth she needed and successfully advanced to the next round. It stands to reason that a class can be promoted, but unfortunately the three broke up. Little Sakura became king and kicked Otsutsuki and Naruto out. What should I do? Naruto sat down on the ground, looking desperate. Sasuke glanced at Naruto calmly, thinking that it was too unfair that he had suffered like that alone. Didn't Naruto say that he will always be his good friend? Since you are good brothers, what else to say, let's bear the pain together. Advertisement, Naruto, I have a way to ensure that we can advance to the next round smoothly. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly said, would you like to listen? Do you have a way? Naruto's eyes lit up and, speaking of it, Sasuke had been disqualified in the first round before. Later, I didn't know why, but I was actually recommended, which made many people envy. Did you lick Lin Shan? Naruto asked straightforwardly. Uchiha Sasuke. Who way? He panted louder, his sullen eyes focused on Naruto for a moment, confirming that the silly boy didn't mean it, and then he restrained. Sasuke said indifferently, if you want to go to the next round, in fact, it's not difficult. Just tell your mother Uzumaki Kaide about it. You sure? Naruto asked in surprise. I can be 100% sure. Sasuke casually found a reason and said nonsense, she is also the top of the village. Ha ha ha, I'll go home and try it. Naruto went home, this stupid boy didn't even know that he had been scammed. Looking at his distant figure, Sasuke smiled. Well, good brothers are going to suffer together. After returning home, Naruto explained his intentions to Uzumaki Kaide and hoped that his mother would help. Looking at his son's eager eyes, Uzumaki Kaide couldn't bear to refuse. It was not easy for an orphan and a widow for so many years. Finally, she nodded and agreed, she could only go to Tsunade for help. Tsunade has a firm attitude, saying that as Hokage, he must maintain absolute justice. Therefore, Uzumaki 0.4 Maple was rejected. With nowhere to go, Uzumaki Feng went to Lin Shan for help. She came back early the next morning. Looking at Uzumaki Kaide, who was walking awkwardly, Naruto was surprised and hurriedly went up to help his mother. Mom, are you feeling well in any way? I'm fine, just a little bit. Uzumaki Kaide rubbed her cheeks, her facial muscles were unusually stiff, and her mouth remained open for several hours. You and Sasuke Chunin have already been recommended for the exam. Just advance to the next round. Uzumaki Kaide reluctantly smiled. Wow, Mom, you are amazing. Naruto cheered in excitement and the whole person disappeared. Chapter 205 Selling a Girl for Prosperity. The residents of the Hyuga clan is shrouded in unprecedented grief. The killing of Patriarch Hyuga Hiyashi has spread to the streets. Can this blame Lin Shan? Hyuga Hiyashi was possessed by Pushi. Even if Lin Shan did not take action, he would perish forever and become Pushi's carrier. Life is better than death. To some extent, killing Hyuga Hiyashi is equivalent to ending his life as a puppet. Hyuga Hiyashi's two daughters Hinata and Hanabi. Especially Hinata, who has been exhausted recently. First, Naruto disliked it. Secondly, it was the father who had fallen again. All kinds of shocks caused her to lose weight. His complexion was sallow, wilted and unable to lift his energy. Feelings are fragile, especially two little ghosts. Not only Hyuga Hinata, but also Hyuga Hanabi, both sisters were crying. Master Lin Shan is here. An exclamation came from the crowd, and the members of the Hyuga clan gave way. The two sisters also looked away. What are you doing all this mess? Stepping into Hyuga Hiyashi's mansion, Lin Shan was speechless. The mourning hall has already been prepared, and the members of the Hyuga clan have also begun to wear mourning clothes. Including 24 includes Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi. They all evacuated to me. Hiyashi is not dead yet. Lin Shan threw Hyuga Hiyoshi's spirit card and blasted it to pieces. Damn, bad luck. Master Lin Shan. The two sisters stared dryly, watching their father's token thrown out, that is, Lin Shan, replaced by the others, and went desperately in the morning. Father, not dead? Hanabi hugged Lin Shan's thigh excitedly, teardrops in her sad beautiful eyes. Is this true? Death is dead, but I will revolving heaven, and I will be resurrected, Lin Shan said casually. Uchiha Madara. That's the one who resurrected Lousy, you use it to resurrect the scum. Even now, Lin Shan doesn't know how many people have been resurrected. Characters such as Nawaki, Nagato, etc. mainly possessing a nuclear body, Lin Shan can ignore the burden of surgery. But, I heard that the resurrection technique will consume Master Lin Shan's vitality for 20 years, Hinata said worriedly. Advertisement, what? Lin Shan was stunned. My god, in the world more than 10 years later, this deceptive lie is still circulating? Yes, yeah. Lin Shan nodded like a little chicken pecking rice, deliberately pretending to be awe-inspiring. But, what is this? Hiyashi is a good brother who was born to death. If he loses his life, I can bring him back to life. I will not hesitate. Tick 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 tick. The big teardrops fell one after another. The two sisters were moved to tears like rain. Lin Shan chuckled when he saw this. But half a minute passed, and the two sisters kept hugging and crying. Lin Shan was wondering, could it be that he had a wrong memory? Then, Master Lin Shan, can you resurrect Master Father now? Seeing Lin Shan stupidly standing still, Hyuga Hanabi started urging. Lin Shan smiled awkwardly and said quickly, it's okay. Maybe he thinks too much. According to the movie and TV plots of the previous life, isn't it all acting like this? He concentrated, Hyuga Hiyoshi's body was gone, and Urashiki was completely occupied. The condition of revolving heaven is to have a corpse. If not, impure world reincarnation can also be substituted. Sushi Pushi, who was itchy before, tore a lot of pieces of meat. Lin Shan collected some parts, which contained Hyuga Hiyoshi's DNA. After preparing the sacrifice, Lin Shan began to seal. Impure world reincarnation technique. White Zetsu, who was tied up underground, struggled vigorously, a new layer of skin surged over his body, and he looked extremely painful. Hyuga Hiyoshi's face was quickly outlined. Seeing that the dead father came back to life, the two sisters jumped up in surprise. Father. Dad. Hanabi and Hinata hugged Hyuga Hiyoshi, crying louder. Hanabi and Hinata, I am Hyuga Hiyoshi obviously hadn't recovered yet, looking at everything in a daze. Impure world reincarnation? Looking at the broken body, Hyuga Hiyoshi woke up. Then the operator is. How do you feel, Hiyoshi? Advertisement, if there is no other request, I will resurrect you now. Lin Shan asked. Heavenly Tao had appeared silently, like a javelin standing. I can still resurrect? Hyuga Hiyoshi looked at Lin Shan in surprise and knelt down and knocked his head a few times. Get up. During the years I left, you have been loyal to Tsunade and the others. This is a reward for your loyalty. Lin Shan said in a condensed voice, just expecting others to pay is not enough. Sometimes, you have to give some favors, otherwise who will give you his life? Even in order to win over the big family, Tsunade shared Konoha's forbidden technique early. I swear that the Hyuga clan will follow Master Lin Shan to the death. Hyuga Hiyoshi raised his hand and swears solemnly. The patriarch is serious, I have to perform the operation. Lin Shan Jian with one hand, and Tiandao followed Jian. Outer Dao round revolving heaven technique, outer Dao round revolving heaven technique. With a terrifying face, the demon lord of the underworld, drilled out of the ground, opened his huge mouth, and a green light spilled onto Hyuga Hiyoshi. Taste. The fragments on his body fell off automatically. Hyuga Hiyoshi stupidly touched his body. 407 He felt the warm temperature. The dead will not have a heartbeat. P.S. The big guys can support me a lot. The author is grateful. Puff, puff, puff. Lin Shan glanced at Hyuga Hiyoshi. What? The heart is beating vigorously. Hyuga Hiyoshi looked up at Lin Shan, only to see him smiling at Hinata and Hanabi, looking very interested. Hyuga Hiyoshi asked, Hanabi and Hinata, they have been listening to your heroic deeds since they were young. They both admire you so much and hope to stay by your side in the future, even if they are slaves. Cough cough cough. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Master Lin Shan. If Hyuga Hiyoshi is a senior licking dog, he should understand what it means. Obviously, the two sisters did not expect that their father had just been resurrected and began to sell girls for glory. I'm so direct, Hiyoshi should understand what I mean. Master Lin Shan, you, damn it, let me just say, often the plot develops to this stage, there must be a familiar plot to send a daughter. Lin Shan gave a proud promise and smiled in his heart. Since you have said so, I will promise you. From now on, I promise that the two of them will become the strongest and revitalize the Hyuga clan. Chapter 206 Akatsuki. Hyuga Hiyoshi, Sharingan from Lin Shan's mutation, is the sweet potato in the entire ninja world. Look at his daughter Uzumaki Yu. The pupil power of the three Guyu is so powerful that it can control several heads and tails. Lin Shan's bloodline, Hyuga Hiyoshi is also very interested, but Lin Shan does not speak, he does not dare to mess with Mandarin ducks. But right now, in case something happens with Hinata and Hanabi, oh no, Lin Shan's urinary S*X is not an accident, it's a certainty. Will the golden Byakugan appear in the born offspring? It sounds nonsense, but maybe this is possible. Thinking about it for a moment, Hyuga Hiyoshi's heart was hot, and that face turned red. Hinata, Hanabi, are you two willing? Lin Shan looked forward to asking. Although I can't wait to take away the two sisters right away, it is still a gentleman to ask other people's wishes. Well, Lin Shan, he always behaves like that and set up a memorial arch. Basic operation. Me, us. The two sisters didn't know what to do, so they could only look at Hyuga Hiyoshi for help. He nodded, and the two sisters slowly agreed. In this world, the destiny of parents is still very important. Also, Hinata is desperate for Naruto. The birthday cake she made painstakingly for days and nights. Naruto's evaluation is that no one else tastes good food washing water. By the way, that other is Haruno Sakura, right? We are willing. The voices of the two sisters were as thin as a mosquito. Okay, I will treat you kindly in the future. Well, you guys get ready and go to me tomorrow. Lin Shan is very happy. He actually has an idea. The way Tenseigan was born, the Otsutsuki lineage plus the high purity Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Lin Shan also has the blood of Otsutsuki. If the cells are implanted in the two sisters, they might also turn on Tenseigan. After finishing the Hyuga clan, Lin Shan went home happily. Speaking of which, his nest must be expanded this time. In the past, everyone was deliberately huddled together so that there was a big chance of sleeping together. With the development of time, there are more and more people around Lin Shan. This time, sisters Hinata and Hanabi were also added. In the future, the scale will become larger and larger. After the small courtyard was expanded, many people were allocated separate bedrooms. Advertisement, Master Lin Shan, I don't know where my bedroom is. In the living room, a guest visited. Lin Shan was playing with her baby daughter Uzumaki Yude upstairs. Humph. Uzumaki Tsunere snorted and left angrily. Old guy, go play your two-player game. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan's face blushed and said angrily, how Kushina teaches the children what they are like. The blonde girl hid her face and smiled, seeing Lin Shan eating cancer, probably not many people in this world. It was Tamari who came. His father Luo Sha has been resurrected, although he is alive. Lin Shan moved a little. Using Tenseigan to destroy part of his memory, Luo Sha no longer remembers who he is. But for Tamari and others, this is already very satisfying. And she also came to fulfill the agreement. From now on, she will be Konoha. Oh no, to be precise, it is Lin Shan's. You don't have to share anything, in my opinion. Lin Shan lifted Tamari's chin. You, just stay in my room. Tamari nodded obediently. I like obedient women. Lin Shan is very satisfied with Tamari's attitude. Women, it is better to be a little obedient. Although the thorny rose has a more flavor, it is easy to pierce your hand if you are a little careless. Take it. Lin Shan handed Tamari a pill. It was Chakra Dan. When leaving the Hyuga clan, Hinata and Hanabi were given one each. What is this? Tamari questioned after taking it. 10 Kwan's Great Tonic. Lin Shan sold out. Tamari didn't doubt that he had him, and stuffed it into his little mouth. If Lin Shan wants to murder her, there is no need to be so troublesome. Chakra Dan melted in his mouth, and the sweetness filled his mouth. Tasty. In the next moment, Tamari's small face was full of surprises. Chakra Dan melted in his body, and the warm current nourished his limbs. She suddenly felt that compared to before, her body was much stronger and her strength had increased dramatically. What a miraculous Dan! Tamari's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Shan with admiration. In the eyes of the world, Lin Shan's reputation is polarized. People who hate him treat him as a devil, fearing to avoid him. Advertisement people who like him respect Lin Shan as a god. However, whether you hate or like Lin Shan, one thing is admitted: Lin Shan is a person who is good at creating miracles. There seems to be nothing impossible, including things like bringing people back to life. In contrast, Chakra Dan seems to be a minor problem. It's not worth mentioning at all. Somewhere in the ninja continent. Here is a mysterious zone surrounded by mountains, with dead bones everywhere, shrouded in clouds and fog all the year round. It is a forbidden area for human beings. In a hollowed-out mountain, several phantoms condensed. Everyone, our companion Urashiki, has been killed. The person who spoke was Black Zetsu, who possessed Obito. To say that Brother 2 is miserable enough, this puppet should be more than 10 years old. Brother 2. Brother Lin Shan, when will you come to rescue me? Such a powerful guy actually died. The speaker, with his erect blonde hair, is called Deidara. Iwagakure's rebelliousness is quite strong. It's still too weak after all. Uchiha Lin Shan, let me go to Master Hidan. Another virtual device opened its mouth. Lousy is immortal. Pong. The rest of them all stared at Hidan like idiots. When I saw Pushi before, Hidan looked like a grandson, but now it's fine. As soon as they died, he started to show off. Lin Shan's fierce batch, next to Black Zetsu, a strange-looking person spoke up. What are you talking about? Do you want to die, Sasori? Hidan growled, and he felt underestimated. Come on, you and Kakuzu, even Wooden Golem and Samai can't settle down, don't be embarrassed here. P.S. The big guys can support me a lot, the author is grateful. His face is full of black stripes, and there is a horn on his head. However, the pitfall is that this tool man has already died. he is thinking whether he is going to shake people from the Otsutsuki family. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Sasori confronted him without fear. Enough, now is not the time to make trouble in Nejeong. It just so happens that I want a puppet like you too. In fact, Yi Shi didn't want to cooperate with this group of people, he was mainly interested in the Pushi toolman. Seeing him making a noise, everyone was silent, because this guy is the strongest person in Akatsuki's organization Otsutsuki. The phantom opposite Hidan taunted that he was Sasori of the Red Sand. Chapter 207 Naruto and Hinata break. The next day, the sun rose slowly. The third test of Chunin exams will begin today. The game mechanism is still a one-on-one heads up. Of course, this time you can still draw an opponent from the village. Everything depends on your luck. In the end, the winner can become Chunin. The specific opponent will be decided by drawing lots. At the remote viewing station, 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, 5th Hokage Tsunade, 5th Case-Cage all participated. There is also the most highly anticipated existence Lin Shan. My god, that's Master Lin Shan. So handsome, I'm dying, I'm going to give birth to a child for Lin Shan. Dream and go ugly, Lin Shan won't like you. That's right, that's the myth of the shinobi world. What are you? The jokes in the shinobi world are almost the same, who knows you? On the audience stage, countless people stood up and cheered. Lin Shan waved his hand, and the sound of the overwhelming sound was even more prosperous. Cut. What's so great, these women are really blind. Naruto grumbled extremely uncomfortably. Lin Shan's little fans are really F******G. Since playing with Haruno Sakura, Naruto has been very disappointed. 407. Especially knowing that Haruno Sakura and Lin Shan are better, he seems to have eaten 10 tons of flies. The goddess hugged her mortal enemy. Is there anything more disgusting than this? However, Naruto also knew that sulking was useless, and his eyes moved and saw a familiar face annoying. Hinata. A bright smile appeared on Naruto's face. Haruno Sakura is out of play. The second spare tire Hyuga Hinata can be upgraded to the heroine. Naruto tidied up the messy corners of his clothes a bit, and walked away at what he thought was handsome. Yo, Hinata. Naruto stretched out his hand to say hello. The smile on that face was brighter, as warm as the sun. Fight with his father Namikaze Minato. However, Hinata just glanced at Naruto indifferently. The smile on Naruto's face suddenly froze. This is not right. When he used to laugh like this, Hinata's face was red like a monkey butt drum. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? He couldn't understand it. Hinata, you seem to have a misunderstanding about me. Advertisement Naruto patiently explained. If we misunderstand each other, I will say sorry to you first, and hope you can forgive me. Dumped by little Sakura? Hinata stabbed Naruto abruptly. Naruto's cheeks are black. Which pot is not open and which pot? So came to me? Hinata's eyes glowed with a compelling light. It's not right. Naruto felt unbelievable in his heart. He felt that Hinata's IQ had suddenly risen. It's like a different person, speaking sharply, which can be called a nail on the head. It's not what you think. No, 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 we are nothing. Naruto corrected. It's really nothing, it's just your wishful thinking, and no one else looks down on you. Hinata agreed. I heard that the young Sakura has taken a fancy to Lin Shan. This is the right way to match the dragon and the phoenix. There is nothing inappropriate. It's not like some crazy toads who always have unrealistic dreams. I'm riding a horse. Naruto's breathing became thicker, and he changed the subject without a smile. I heard that your uncle was killed by mistake by Uchiha Lin Shan. It can be seen that Naruto said this deliberately in order to arouse Hinata's hatred of Lin Shan. But don't slander Lin Shan. It's the Otsutsuki guy who possessed his father, and... Hinata smiled happily at the corner of his mouth. He was too silly before. Not only has my father resurrected, but even she has eaten chakra dan, and her strength has improved. If you knew this, you should contact Master Lin Shan in advance. Looking at Naruto again, there is no contrast at all. Hinata, I think we are still. Shut up. Hinata suddenly yelled. The cute, CA face was full of cold colors. I am not familiar with you. Hinata is not what you called. Call me Hinata-sama. Hearing that, Naruto looked dumbfounded. Damn it, Haruno Sakura also asked him and Sasuke to call Lord Sakura. Now there is another Hinata-sama? Idiot Naruto, can't you see it yet? Sasuke on the side really couldn't stand it anymore. This Rongji's strength was not bad, but his IQ was often not online. Sasuke pointed to Hinata and said coldly, 80% of them have turned to Uchiha Lin Shan. Your number 2 spare tire is gone. Hearing that, Naruto looked at Hinata incredulously, wouldn't it? Advertisement Hinata has a morbid obsession with him. He liked Naruto since he was a child. Every time I talked to him, my face blushed and became nervous. Naruto can say without hesitation that he is the male god of Hinata. But now he didn't know what to say. Remember it for me, Uzumaki Naruto. Hinata said coldly, in the future, we have nothing to do with it. You used to ignore me in the past, but you can't stand up to me today. After speaking the cruel words, Hinata left, turned around and stood with his teammates. As for Naruto, he was dumbfounded. He was like a sculpture, messy in the wind. Haruno Sakura also said this to Sasuke. Is this FK the counterattack of the female CK silk? Ridiculous. Sasuke and Naruto glanced at each other, and they were both surprised to see each other's eyes. The two of them are worthy of being brothers and sisters, and it is so miserable that they have the same disease. Ha 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 ha, it's so enjoyable, it's so enjoyable. Lin Shan, who was watching the game from a distance, suddenly grinned. Although the distance is relatively long, with Lin Shan's strength, he still hears clearly. What's wrong? Several shadows cast curious eyes. They didn't know what Naruto and Hinata were whispering there. It's okay, you can just watch it carefully. Wait, there is something better. Lin Shan rubbed his chin with a look of expectation. Naruto and Hinata broke apart this time. Lin Shan did not intervene, but Hinata did it himself. She is already from Lin Shan. Uzumaki Naruto, bye. 10 minutes later, all the contestants who took the Chunin exam began to draw lots. Uzumaki Naruto's opponent, Hyuga Hinata. Uchiha Sasuke's opponent, Haruno Sakura. When the referee read it out, the eyes of several people met, and there was a faint thunder and lightning collision. Under normal circumstances, Haruno Sakura and Hyuga Hinata are definitely not rivals. After all, Urzu and Naruto have the protagonist aura. But now it's different. With Chakra Dan, their strength is not what it used to be, and they have long been transformed. Chapter 208 Haruno Sakura. I used to look at you high, 2 pillars. After several rounds of screening, several winners came out one after another. The first is Gaara of Sunagakure. The second is the Canine Teeth of Konoha Village. There are also Xiao Li and Hyuga Ning, second class. Next Uchiha Sasuke vs Haruno Sakura. With an order from the referee, the two slowly entered the court. Both of them were cold-faced, and could vaguely see the unkindness in each other's eyes. The last time Haruno Sakura punched Sasuke, it hurts very much, and it is still unforgettable. Today he vowed to get it back with profit. As for Haruno Sakura, she also has her own goals in this decisive battle. She knew that Lin Shan was very tired of Sasuke. If you beat Sasuke violently, Master Lin Shan will definitely look at me with admiration? Haruno Sakura's beautiful eyes flickered. Yes, she was going to step on Sasuke. The worse Sasuke is, the happier Lin Shan must be. Start. As the referee's voice fell, the two looked at each other eagerly. Unlike the once handsome boy, as Sasuke's murderous aura overflowed, the scars on his face began to surge, like a life-destructive ghost. Fire-style great fireball technique. In an instant, a decent fireball spit out from Sasuke's mouth. Haruno Sakura slammed his fist and did it, grabbing his fist and hitting it hard. If you look closely, a layer of chakra appears on her body, like armor. In this way, you can avoid being burned by the flames. This is what Lin Shan taught her. The only flaw is that it consumes chakra too much. Boom! Sparks flew, and powerful fists smashed the fireball. Sasuke's complexion was so bad, and the seal was printed again. Fire-style How Fire Dragon technique. The fire dragon roared in flames, and the temperature and power were higher. Haruno Sakura smiled contemptuously, and grabbed his fist again. Boom! A seemingly unremarkable fist was so powerful that the fire dragon was smashed into the air by a fist. Boom! The ground exploded into a small pit. Little Sakura's weird power punch is a little accomplished. Tsunade's eyes flashed and glanced at Lin Shan next to him. This is the advantage of having a big boss. Haruno Sakura's ninjutsu practice is guided by Lin Shan, who teaches various experiences, and Chakra Dan opens up. How can Sasuke's small body survive? Are you at this level? Haruno Sakura looked at Sasuke disappointedly. Can it bring me a little challenge? Don't be too crazy. Sasuke turned on the Sharingan of the two-go jade, and a spirit of power suddenly poured into Haruno Sakura's mind. Advertisement. Her cheeks were filled with bitterness and suddenly became stagnant. Illusory. Lin Shan saw it from a distance. Flap, flap. The ear-piercing roar resounded through the world, and when the opportunity came, Sasuke rushed out with 1,000 birds in his hand. If this hit Haruno Sakura, the injury will definitely be serious. Ended. Sasuke's Chidori smashed his face. This is revenge for Haruno Sakura, who said he was ugly. At the moment of being hit, Haruno Sakura's cloudy gaze regained clarity, and his head suddenly shifted to avoid the heavy blow of Chidori. How can it be? 1,000 birds make loneliness, and Sasuke's face is full of horror. Boom! Haruno Sakura hit the backhand with a punch directly to Sasuke's stomach, and the guy flew out like a cannonball. Taste. Even the ground was crushed. Sasuke is like a dead dog, flying close to 20 meters away. He was lying on the ground in pain, with his hands covering his stomach. His fists were too hard, and his strength was outrageous. Even the saliva was punched out of the second pillar. You are not controlled by illusion. Sasuke swallowed his saliva. It shouldn't be. The expression of Haruno Sakura just now, is it a pretend? Give you a little hope of winning, and then trample on you fiercely. How does it feel? Haruno Sakura asked wickedly. This is a Lin Shan's answer. Do you dare to play with me? Sasuke exploded when he heard the words, and he didn't talk about licking the dog's nose and cheating on his face, but also played him like a clown. You angered me. Sasuke's forehead is full of veins, killing intent is boiling. Good job, little Sakura. When the exam is over, I will reward you well. Lin Shan on the viewing platform is amazing at this moment, holding a sign with a few words written on it. Haruno Ying, come on. Some celebrities who hold concerts encounter hardcore fans every time, isn't it a similar scene? Master Lin Shan, Pay attention to your imagination. Terumi Mei and Tsunade reminded. Keira on the side was also speechless. Anyway, he is also a respected senior, what does this look like? The harder Sasuke was beaten, the happier Master Lin Shan seemed. Hinata clenched his fist slightly, her eyes searching for the target among the crowd. And Naruto also looked over with feeling. The two of them faced each other, their eyes gleaming with inexplicable meaning. Staring at the hunter-like eyes, Naruto had a dark expression on his face. Advertisement: he and Sasuke had become a joke. Before the Chunin exam started, people knew that Konoha had 3 geniuses, nicknamed the Big Three. Uzumaki Month, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. For Flowers 0, Uzumaki Month is still strong, but Naruto and Sasuke have become pseudo-giants. The two took the Chunin exam, with twists and turns. They would have been eliminated if it hadn't been for the escort. The most cheating is that the current Haruno Sakura actually uses Sasuke as a stepping stone to please Lin Shan. Wait, be sure to use all your strength. Hinata suddenly took the initiative to find him. Don't be merciful, I want to prove to Master Lin Shan that I am no worse than Sakura. Hinata clenched her small fist with high morale, as if she and Sakura were the real rivals. Sasuke and Naruto, but passerby and passerby. Naruto's constipation expression is not only small Sakura, even Hinata also regards Naruto as a stepping stone. You will regret it, Hinata. Naruto gritted his teeth and preached proudly. I'm much better than Sasuke. Point 0. That's better, the better you are, the more you can set off my excellence when I lose, so Master Lin Shan will be happier. Hinata replied and left. Naruto was messed up in the wind again. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the center of the viewing area. Sasuke, the kid, was brutally abused again, and his body hit the wall mercilessly, the one that couldn't be buckled. It's only at this level, it's not worthy of my seriousness. The skin also turned black instantly, and a brutal breath was present all over his body. For his back was torn, and disgusting fleshy wings grew, fan-shaped, and all of them were raised fleshy bumps. Haruno Sakura clenched his brows. At the moment, Sasuke's eyes were red, and the corners of his mouth were still drooling, like a hungry beast. Yes, Lin Shan often calls Sasuke like that, and she finds it quite interesting. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This threat alone does not threaten little Sakura. Haruno Sakura looked at the referee and asked. Sasuke's throat suddenly roared frantically, and his eyes glowed with evil light, like a demon possessed. Can you announce it? Looking at the dying Sasuke, the referee immediately whistled. I declare, Haruno Sakura has won. What is this? P.S. The big guys support more, the author is grateful. Isn't this Orochimaru's seal of heaven? When did it stay? Haruno Sakura shook his head. I looked at you high before, second pillar. Chapter 209 Sasuke abused Naruto. I am going to kill you. Sasuke's eyes were like knives, and his wings vibrated as he flew in a black wind. The speed is many times faster than before. Electricity surged in the palm again. Chidori. The thunder light dazzled the world before Haruno Sakura bravely punched back. Boom. The electric current exploded, her whole body was swallowed, and a sense of numbness came along. The body lost its reaction for a while, and Sasuke took the opportunity to punch Haruno Sakura back. Obviously, Sasuke in this state is more lethal, slightly hit Haruno Sakura. I look down on you, trash fish. Haruno Sakura rubbed his sore shoulders and said in a concentrated voice, next, I will definitely go all out. What strength is necessary? You must die. Sasuke screamed with a distorted face. He looked like Gaara at the beginning of the original, 410, history. A middle-2 teenager who has a murderous aura at every turn. Master Lin Shan, your little servant seems to be at a disadvantage. Terumi Maid chuckled quietly. This is nowhere, so little Sakura will just play around. Lin Shan curled his mouth in disdain, glanced at Terumi Mei's hips, and then looked at her eyes like autumn water, as if it would discharge. That woman. Lin Shan complained inwardly. Open your eyes to see clearly, Uchiha Sasuke. Haruno Sakura made a few handprints, and Tsunade stood up fiercely. Bai J's pretty face moved violently. On his forehead, there was even a drop of cold sweat, which was incredible. What's the matter? Tsunade-sama, 5th Kage on the side asked in astonishment. His gaze also followed his line of sight. It is probably an extraordinary technique to make Tsunade such a gaffe, right? The breeze blew and the hair flew. Hidden the diamond pattern in the hair, flashing and flickering. Following the end of Haruno Sakura's handprint, the diamond-shaped mark spreads out an X-shaped pattern around the forehead. Ju, it's 100 healings mark. Tsunade looked at Lin Shan in surprise. This kid has only fumbled for a few days, right? Did he learn so quickly? Advertisement, exactly. Lin Shan nodded, but it's still in its infancy. I was not so fast back then. Tsunade murmured. You missed a good disciple, Master Hokage. Terumi Mei also exclaimed. After liberating the 100 healings mark, the chakra in Sakura's body suddenly multiplied. Now, I can take care of you, Haruno Sakura waved her fist and said with a high spirit. Are you ready, Uchiha Sasuke? I am going to blow you up now. Dead woman, don't be too arrogant. Sasuke was furious, and his ugly wings flapped, and he went crazy. Haruno Sakura struck out with a heavy punch, and a fist wind swept out. Puff, 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 puff. The scum of rotten meat flew all over the sky, and the fist weather turned into a blade storm, shattering Sasuke's wings. Even his body was torn out of dense wounds. Wow. Sasuke screamed several times, fell from a height, and fell to the ground like a dead dog. He tried to move, his body didn't have any strength at all, and his pain was hot. After a brief outbreak, we ushered in unprecedented weakness. Can you still get up, waste? Haruno Sakura stepped on Sasuke's head and rubbed his cheeks on the ground. The blood was blurred and his lips were worn out. This brutal style is also very Lin Shan, Yu. Sasuke couldn't wait to jump up immediately and fight Haruno Sakura for 300 rounds at all costs. To be honest, being humiliated by Lin Shan and slammed by Orochimaru, Sasuke can still accept it. However, Haruno Sakura was hung up and beaten, even cheated, and was blown by a hammer. Sasuke's glass heart was broken into slag. It's so pitiful, a guy who is as arrogant as you, but whose strength is like a weak chicken, is now being trampled underground. Shouldn't it be uncomfortable? Haruno Sakura sneered. Can't accept that I lost, right? You, puff. Sasuke spit out old blood and fainted unbearably. It's too much, I won even if I win, why bother to salt the wound? 2 pillars. Seeing that my brother was fatally beaten by Haruno Sakura, Naruto glared at her angrily. What a stare. Advertisement. Haruno Sakura looked at Naruto contemptuously. You were lucky, you didn't meet me, otherwise. Boom. Little Sakura smashed the ground with one foot, and Naruto shuddered. This power is really not a mere blow. If this is stepping on her, it will not hurt her muscles and bones. Hinata, wait for me to abuse him. Haruno Sakura looked at Hinata with a smile, while the latter nodded vigorously. No problem. Hinata's eyes were full of hostility. Next group, Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Hinata. A few minutes later, Hinata and Naruto played. Start. Following the referee's order, Naruto took the lead to seal. Shadow clone technique. In a moment, dozens of shadows besieged from all sides, and Naruto used a sea of human tactics to attack Hinata. The little girl is not chaotic when she is in danger, like a top spinning fast, and a perfect defense layer is rising around, revolving heaven. Bang bang bang. The shadow clone that rushed up were bombed one after another. Finally, Naruto rushed up to the body, holding 2 Rasengans and smashed it down. Boom. The fierce collision shattered the defense of revolving heaven, and even though the defense layer was broken, Naruto was also shaken back. If you don't have 9 tails, what capital do you have to fight Hinata? Lin Shan sneered. Without 9 tails messing up, Naruto has turned from a waste material to a genius. But in the later period, the rise of Naruto and 9 tails had a large part of the reason. The most obvious thing is that 9 tails will come out and pay the rent every time Naruto can't afford it. In this time and space, 9 tails is still in Kushina. The Naruto in front of me is a 0.4 low-end version. On the contrary, Hinata is different. After eating Chakra Dan, her Byakugan has evolved a bit, and even gave birth to some strange abilities. Her pupils focused on Naruto's body, and a lot of blue veins gushing out from the corners of her eyes. Byakugan. Boom boom boom. Naruto flew out like a punch. Naruto, who fell to the ground, rubbed his stomach and was surprised. What is this trick? I can't see it. A member of the Otsutsuki family, Byakugan, seems to have used similar abilities. Tsunade said calmly. She glanced at Lin Shan. Maybe this dad did it again, right? Chapter 210. Itachi is chilling in the audience. Countless people watched Naruto get beaten. One of them was mysterious, sitting in an inconspicuous corner. Wearing a black robe and hat on his head, when the wind blew, the tide bells made a crisp sound. Sasuke. The mysterious man raised his eyes, and the 3 Guyu in his pupils shone with blood. The god of Weasel, who has rarely been angry, is so angry at this moment. He organized the hidden Akatsuki for the village, collected all kinds of information, and dedicated himself to death. However, his brother was actually rubbed underground by the same village ninja. Not only did no one stop it, but countless people applauded it. God Ferret was chilling. Without words, God Itachi left silently. Next, Naruto was also beaten up by Hinata, with a bruised nose and swollen face. Even to the final stage. Bah, scumbag. Hinata was facing Naruto's crotch and severed his grandchildren's leg. Ming. Naruto heard the sound of broken eggs on the spot, and before he howled twice, the intense pain caused him to faint. 24. Yes, in Hinata's eyes, Naruto is an out-and-out scumbag. Can't catch up with Haruno Sakura, just looking for her as a spare tire? 30 years in Hidong and 30 years in Hexi is not what it used to be. After a few more rounds of battles, the Chunin exam finally came to an end. What's more embarrassing is that Naruto and Sasuke are eliminated again. This time it was worse than the previous 2. The 2 were discredited and completely reduced to a joke. Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Hinata, Uzumaki month, the new genius trio formed. Sasuke and Naruto vomit blood. In order to help Sasuke pass, Makoto begged Grandpa to tell Grandma, and paid a great price, so Lin Shan was willing to come forward to help. In the Battle of the Death Forest, the 2 were eliminated again, and this time Uzumaki Kaide was able to solve the problem. Sasuke and Naruto burst into tears, and Chunin paid such a high price for the exam. You did a great job in this battle. After the Chunin exam, Lin Shan was very pleased with the performance of Junior Sakura and Hinata. Especially Hinata, the current use of Byakugan is estimated to be unmatched by the Hyuga clan. This is all the credit of Master Lin Shan. Without your careful cultivation, there would be no us today. Advertisement: the two women dare not take credit for their arrogance. Without Lin Shan's help, how could the female DK be attacking the male protagonist? Keep working hard in the future, don't let me down. Lin Shan is very satisfied with the attitude of women. Sometimes, loyalty is more important than strength. Okay, go back and take a good rest. After hearing this, the two went home happily one after another. But soon there was bad news. Haruno Sakura's parents were unfortunately killed. They were burned alive, and there were still black flames in some parts of the house, which went out soon. There is no doubt that it is Amaterasu. In today's world, there are only two people who can use Amaterasu. One is Lin Shan, and he will definitely not kill Haruno Sakura's parents. The other one is Uchiha Itachi. Ming woo woo woo. Haruno Sakura learned that his parents had been killed, and the whole person was struck by thunder. Lin Shan fell into tears in his arms, begging for comfort. Master Lin Shan, you must punish the murderer severely. Haruno Sakura's eyes were swollen from crying, and she was distraught. Don't worry, I will ask you for justice. Lin Shan rubbed Haruno Sakura's hair. Apart from Itachi, the murderer could not be anyone else. Uchiha family residence. Sasuke was carried back, and Makoto was extremely helpless looking at the fainted Sasuke. Sasuke's injury is serious, and the general medical ninja can't help it. Makoto can only go to Lin Shan. After a few hours, it was already dark. Makoto and Lin Shan finally came, but when they came back, she was stunned and uncomfortable walking. Look at Lin Shan again, full of energy, his eyes shining brightly. When the two went home, Sasuke was already awake, and there was another person beside him. Itachi? Makoto was very surprised, but Lin Shan looked calm. Haruno Sakura's parents, it really was Itachi who killed him. Mom, you are looking for this dog man again. Sasuke looked at Lin Shan bitterly. Pay attention to your words, godson. Lin Shan narrowed his eyes. Give me an explanation. Itachi's voice is hoarse, like an unjust dead soul, with endless grievances. I am infamous and undercover Akatsuki for the village, but Sasuke has been bullied by the same village ninja. It's Sasuke's inferior skill. Advertisement, Lin Shan said faintly. He has been eliminated 3 times. Just now Makoto begged me again. For her face, I can upgrade Sasuke to Chunin. I'm begging you again? The grief and anger in Sasuke's eyes increased. The village, I can't trust it anymore. I decided to leave with Sasuke. Itachi said blankly. I will not provide valuable information to the village in the future. Itachi, don't be impulsive, Makoto quickly persuaded. Being a betrayal, you can't look back in this life. It was the village who turned his face ruthlessly first. Itachi's tone rose to several levels in an instant. When I went to Shao as a spy, 5th generation promised me that she would take good care of my family. She didn't do it. So you killed Haruno Sakura's family? Lin Shan frowned and asked, this revenge is too much. You taught me to cut the weeds and roots and let Haruno Sakura live. It is already kind. Itachi preached coldly. You dare to kill even my people, Itachi. Lin Shan hooked 410 to Makoto's waist and let her sit on her lap. You have more courage than before. If he married Makoto, Itachi would not agree or support it, so just let it go. Lin Shan has always believed in a filial son with a stick. Both sides are pleased with me, and he must also admit that in his heart, he has always respected Lin Shan. P.S. The big guys support more, the author is grateful. I've figured it out clearly, so I'll cut it all off in the future. Many years ago, Lin Shan was Itachi's godfather. Father and son, calm down. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Makoto lowered his head in embarrassment, afraid to look at Itachi and Sasuke. The son's rebellious mentality is coming up, don't worry, just be a dad. Realizing that the temperature in the house has dropped, such as an igloo, Makoto quickly said, just speak clearly. Itachi was okay, but Sasuke's angry eyes showed gold stars. It was the senior Konoha who turned his face ruthlessly first. God, Itachi said solemnly. I just left with Sasuke. Lin Shan sighed. The son is not a godfather. It seems that your rebellious period has come, and even your father is questioning. Itachi said indifferently. He already knew about the mess of Makoto and Lin Shan. Itachi, do you think you are still gone? Chapter 211. Apologize to your dad. Itachi, don't apologize to your father yet. Makoto said sternly, he is your elder. Sasuke was beaten. Itachi couldn't help but reminded him. Could it be that Sasuke wasn't miserable enough? Then Lin Shan is also your elder, you can't offend him. Makoto scolded stiffly. Quickly apologize. Sasuke stared at Lin Shan. It's him who should apologize. How can an elder apologize to a junior? It's absurd. Sasuke, you are getting too much. Makoto blamed himself. I spoiled you. Hearing that, Uchiha Itachi's mouth twitched, and he finally understood Sasuke's depression. Lin Shan is also an outsider after all, and the two parties are not related by blood. Brother, did you hear that? Mom has lost her heart. Do you know what I'm doing lately? Sasuke left aggrieved tears. What if I have to leave? There was a vague sense of badness in God Itachi's eyes. Born as Konoha, and death is Konoha's ghost. Lin Shan responded indifferently. Amaterasu. Itachi attacked in an instant, and a large group of black flames engulfed Lin Shan. Boom boom boom. The flames roasted on him, and the temperature was terrifying. Makoto screamed, feeling his soul burning. Itachi, he is your father, you. The voice was stagnant, and God Mustela had already ran away. Don't panic, Makoto. Lin Shan calmly said, it's just Amaterasu. The robe swelled, the unique chakra poured out, and the black flames around quietly extinguished. Yin and Yang can invalidate all ninjutsu. Lin Shan looked into the distance, his eyes gradually cold. Lin Shan, do you really want father and son to kill each other? Makoto said sadly. You have seen it too, it was the rebellious Itachi who did it first. Lin Shan rubbed Makoto's face lightly. He has to be a betrayal. I will deal a devastating blow to those who are disadvantaged in the village. But no matter what happens, I can assure you one thing, afterwards, I will spare my life. After all, that's my godson. Lin Shan's eyes also showed a touch of sadness. It seems too reluctant. Actually, Lin Shan was happy with the group of Mangekyo Sharingan who took the Itachi, and combined his pupil power to open the legendary nuclear energy Eternal Mangekyo. Advertisement Lin Shan wanted to kill Itachi a long time ago, and there has been no suitable excuse. After all, Makoto is not easy to explain here, she is her own concubine. Now this rebellious son has done it himself, saving Lin Shan a lot of trouble. Thank you, Lin Shan. Hearing Lin Shan's promise, Makoto finally let out his mouth and laughed. Don't cry, I will feel very distressed, don't forget, you are now in a special period. Lin Shan hugged Makoto comfortingly. It's not easy for the two brothers. Sasuke is still wounded. Let them run for a while. Huh, you are so annoying, knowing that I'm pregnant, why are you still getting tattoos on my legs? Makoto blushed. Yes, Makoto is pregnant, and it's still a while. Naturally, the child belongs to Lin Shan, but he was afraid of hitting Sasuke. Makoto never said a word. Isn't that a sworn oath of sovereignty? Lin Shan smiled. Okay, you're waiting here, I'll teach those two brats. Well, slow down, be careful. Makoto reminded by touching his stomach gently. If Sasuke and God Weasel knew about it, at this time, she was still worried about Lin Shan's safety and wondered if she would vomit blood. In the woods to the east of Konoha, God Itachi escaped with Sasuke on his back. The speed of the two was not very fast, and Sasuke was seriously injured by Haruno Sakura. Brother, is it really okay to put mom in Konoha? Sasuke asked worriedly. Don't worry, that guy won't hurt mom. God Itachi comforted that no one knew Makoto and Lin Shan better than him. I remember more than 10 years ago, when God Itachi was still a child, they secretly gave a go. Bang. The sky split like a mirror, Lin Shan drilled out of it, and he locked Sasuke and Itachi at a glance. Nizi, running so fast, why don't you tell the old story for your father? Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other in more than 10 years, Itachi. In a blink of an eye you have grown up like this. Lin Shan looked at the ferret who was about to catch up with him in height, and vaguely remembered that the ferret god back then was still a salted fish called Godfather Niubi, Godfather 666. What should I do now? Sasuke is desperate. Although he hates Lin Shan, he has to admit that the other party is indeed outrageous. Itachi didn't say a word, and put Sasuke down slowly. You don't think I'm the only one to come to Konoha to die, do you? A deep arc appeared in the corner of Itachi's mouth. My companion is also in Konoha. Hoshigaki Kisame. Lin Shan raised his brows. He can't make a big wave by himself. Advertisement. If, Itachi sneered, he went for your daughter, would you still be so calm? The dullness on Lin Shan's face gradually faded, and there was a hint of hoarseness and fierceness in his voice. Itachi, you should understand me and irritate me, it's not good for you. We father and son play, as long as you kneel down and kowtow to admit a mistake, I can let you go once. Lin Shan preached generously. I refuse. Itachi reveals Mangekyo Sharingan. Take me, it's not as simple as you think. Amaterasu. Itachi's eyes stared, and Amaterasu ignited again on Lin Shan's body. In fact, it can be avoided completely, but it is not necessary. Lin Shan raised his head and moved forward, and the burning Amaterasu on his body was automatically extinguished. Fire style extinguished the fire. Itachi opened his mouth and spit out fierce fire, which was also taught to him by Lin Shan. Lin Shan walked into flames, wherever he went, the flames were still extinguished. Fire style the fire is lost. The unbelievers of Itachi released fire style again. Lin Shan was engulfed by flames, and a huge fireball covered him. But, the flames burned for less than 5 seconds and disappeared in smoke. Hey, what kind of trick is this? Sasuke looked stunned, all the techniques are useless. If the expectation is good, it is probably yin and yang that can invalidate all ninjutsu. Itachi God preached solemnly. I can only grit my teeth once. Itachi's eyes were all resolute, the flame-colored chakra giant all over his body. Holding the Yata mirror in one hand and the 10-fist sword in the other. Boom boom boom. The 10-fist sword erupted with rainbow light, like a laser sword, and under the control of Itachi's pupil force, it swept in the front. This weapon has no entity and belongs to a spiritual weapon. Once it is cut, it will be over. You can refer to Orochimaru. In most cases, avoidance is the best policy, but Lin Shan didn't mean to retreat at all. There was a blazing light in his eyes. Amaterasu. The orange sword body of the Ten-Fist sword was immediately covered by a layer of black flames. Under the burning of flames, the sword body shrank rapidly, and before it touched Lin Shan, the hilt was left. His Amaterasu can burn even a 10-punch sword? Itachi God was so surprised. It is also Amaterasu. Why is yours so awesome? And Laozi's Amaterasu is hard to burn to death. Chapter 212 Sasuke who abused ferrets and suffered thousands of swords. Damn it, it hurts. The ferret covered his eyes, and blood came out from the corners of his eyes. Especially the eye that released Amaterasu, the needle hurts so much, and the eye is full of bloodshot eyes. Even Susanoo's light has dimmed a lot, and there is a faint tendency of dismemberment. That's not going to work. Lin Shan couldn't help feeling bored, and joked. Itachi, your physical fitness is too fragile. After joining Shao for so many years, learning Obito, it is really impossible. Senju Hashirama cells arrange a wave. Obito Sangu Jade can smash Kamui without any side effects, thanks to the fact that half of the body is composed of Senju Hashirama cells. You don't need to worry about it. Itachi forced himself to calm down, and the other eye focused on Lin Shan's dark eyes. Tsukuyomi. Oh, have you used your eyes for too long? The eye socket suddenly became a little dry, and Lin Shan rubbed it subconsciously. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the bloody world. The sky, the moon, the earth, everything is bloody. And Lin Shan was also tied to the cross. This is Itachi's Tsukuyomi world. Tsukuyomi Lin Shan also has it, but I'm not familiar with it. Unexpectedly, one day, you will get this operation too. Right in front, the figure of Itachi 410 condenses. He said coldly. Experience it, 72 hours of torture. Hey, Nizi, I'm your father, you don't need to call my dad to compare, even if you are not related by blood, you won't be so cruel. Lin Shan blushed and cursed. Don't forget, I taught most of your ninjutsu. Itachi, you are the dog that killed the father and deceived the master to destroy the ancestor. Hearing this, Itachi's eyes grew colder and colder. Well, let's tell you, since the moment you killed Shisui, our kindness has been cut off. It's just that the ferret at the time was very clever and didn't show it and decided to choose wretched development. When that kid got mixed up with you, he really brainwashed you. Lin Shan couldn't help this. Even as a traverser, even if he had a strong strength, he still couldn't change some things. He was destined to go to heaven. Experience it. Itachi snapped his fingers, and suddenly there were countless more him. Everyone is holding a sharp knife. Puff, 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 puff. Next, a large wave of ferrets lined up in a long dragon and greeted Lin Shan with a slash, CA. Oh, advertisement, oh, the tortured screams kept coming out of Lin Shan's mouth. Hearing the words, Itachi laughed instead of feeling the creeps. Yes, he finally avenged his friend Shisui, he also gave a bad breath for Sasuke. Don't think I don't know anything, Uchiha Lin Shan, I am not the kid in your eyes. Itachi said coldly, Sasuke and that Haruno Sakura are all because of your provocation. Otherwise, they should have been good partners. Because of you, the evil spirits, they became intolerable, and they even wanted to kill each other. Make atonement for your crime. Puff, 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 puff. Lin Shan turned into the most miserable target in the world, and countless Uchiha Itachi threw out suffering and pierced it into all kinds of holes. It's miserable. There was a sound in his ear, and Itachi nodded when he heard the words. However, the next moment, he evacuated suddenly. This is the world of Tsukuyomi. How can there be anyone other than him? Why are you so nervous? Seeing the ferret flying out in an instant, Lin Shan raised his big hand and put it down again. My son, for the father, I just want to touch your head. How did you get out of trouble? Itachi was shocked. He glanced at Lin Shan on the cross. There were actually two Lin Shan. Live to hell, this is his Tsukuyomi world, everything is controlled by him. You don't really think that only your little pupil power can perform hallucinations on me, do you? Lin Shan sneered and said, it's far, even if it is also Mangekyo Sharingan, our pupil power is not in the same dimension. Snapped. Lin Shan snapped his fingers, and the truth emerged. Lin Shan, who was tied to the cross, also changed. Why, 1,007. Sasuke snarled madly, and God Itachi was stunned. Isn't the person he tortured Lin Shan? Why did he become his younger brother Sas? Sasuke, me. Itachi also hesitated and he couldn't explain it. He didn't know how Lin Shan did it. It's hard to understand, right? Lin Shan said slowly. Before you started the illusion on me, you had already been hit by my illusion. It's that simple. Everything you have seen before is nothing more than an illusion. Of course, it's not all illusions. Anyway, Sasuke's abuse is real. Advertisement. Lin Shan looked at Urzuzi sympathetically. It was terrible. First he was beaten up by Haruno Sakura, and then he was smashed in the world of Tsukuyomi. Although this is an illusion world, the damage suffered is still transferred to the body. In a hurry, God Itachi quickly unlocked Tsukuyomi. He looked at Sasuke and fainted again. His clothes were wet with sweat, and his face was white as if he were dead. Seeing his younger brother so miserable, Itachi was furious. I definitely won't. Speaking of which, Quan seems to be still in the village. Suddenly, Lin Shan said in a wicked way, Itachi, in the future, I will help you take care of the spring. Susanoo. Hearing that, Itachi endured the pain and turned on Susanoo again, and the giant chakra wearing a Tengu helmet appeared again. The wave is Kaguya. Lin Shan didn't have any interest in playing anymore, his body burst into azure steam. Shock the door open. The shock wave swept beneath the feet, and the wind and sand flew all over the sky. Boom. Kaguya bumped head-on, and Lin Shan's big hand grasped it firmly. Yes, grab it empty-handed. Sharingan was taken, and Itachi rushed out of control. The three views of God Itachi were refreshed again. He noticed that his body was getting worse and worse, and he was sickened. These eyes were actually for Sasuke. Pouch. The thumb and middle finger are hook-shaped, and lightly strokes in front of the eyes of Itachi. Boom. Return my eyes. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. With a slight pinch, it was broken into slag. The ferret who was lying on the ground spouted a big mouthful of blood, his face was haggard, and when he looked up again, Lin Shan had already arrived. Just between his dementia, a white tiger fell from the sky. Day Tiger. The impact of the Day Tiger detonated Susanoo on the spot, and he even flew dozens of meters away with it. P.S. The big guys support more, the author is grateful. Itachi only felt a pain in his eyes, and then the world he saw was dark. Boom. Pouch. After exhausting all his energy, he barely stopped. Chapter 213 Itachi, this is all for your sake however, everything is now in vain. Itachi's dream was broken, and the road he paved for Sasuke was also ruined. It's all because of this man who once believed. Woo. God Itachi spread his limbs and pounced. Lin Shan sent it with one kick. Boom. A sturdy foot hit the chin, and a few teeth fell out. Fortunately to witness the birth of a miracle, you should cheer, so excited, why? Lin Shan held the bloody Lin's eyeballs, his expression frenzied. The unwilling Itachi rushed again. Lin Shan moved sideways to avoid it, silently walked around behind Itachi and sent a punch. Bang. The squeezing sound of bones sounded, and several ribs in the chest broke. This time, Itachi was completely cold, and only one breath remained. I promised Makoto, I will spare you my life. Lin Shan looked at Sasuke. As for the words of this kid Sasuke. You can't kill him. Itachi stood up desperately, but his body was honest, like a puddle of mud, unable to move. Knowing the wrong thing can improve a great deal. If you admit you were wrong, you are still my good sons. Lin Shan smirked. First of all, you, my stupid son, do you know what's wrong? Ferret's tone was stagnant, and he confessed his mistake to Lin Shan. Isn't this funny? He is not afraid of death, but Sasuke's words it can be said to be Itachi's hope. I knew it was wrong. Itachi was finally softened. Who is this me, son? I know my son was wrong. Itachi said it in shame, and his mouth was shaking. It's pretty much the same. Lin Shan smiled secretly. He felt that it was the greatest revenge to let the dog that deceived the master and destroy the ancestor, and even the dog that his father wanted to slaughter, survive. Let Itachi witness him and Makoto open their branches. Stay and fly with Uchiha Spring. Isn't this ending better? Advertisement no. Itachi's eyes are gone. He can no longer see, he can only feel it personally. From now on, you can just stay with Konoha, Itachi. Lin Shan took Sasuke and Itachi back together. He just came back and received news that his daughter Uzumaki was attacked and the murderer was Hoshigaki Kisame. Another person is missing, Uzumaki Naruto. Witnesses claimed that it was Namikaze Minato of Akatsuki who took him away. You took Itachi's eyes? In the Uchiha clan residence, Makoto saw the miserable appearance, and his heart was mixed. Heartache is naturally there, after all, I was labeled like this. But in contrast, looking at Danzo, third generation, and Jiraiya are worthy of, grateful. Sasuke, what are you going to do with it? Makoto asked, suddenly worried. Sasuke. Lin Shan remembered the previous incident and paused to explain. When I killed Shisui, his Sharingan also fell into my hands. Makoto looked sad. Lin Shan's meaning was already obvious. This was to forcibly modify Sasuke's will. In this regard, she could not make any changes. After finishing the chores, Lin Shan went into hiding alone. Next, he will thoroughly integrate Mangekyo Sharingan of Itachi. Unlock the legendary nuclear eternal Mangekyo. At Uchiha Makoto's home, when it was learned that Itachi had been captured alive, his little girlfriend Quan also came. Itachi is too impulsive, he shouldn't offend Master Lin Shan. It's so disappointing, I didn't expect him to be so stupid. Quan had an expression of hating iron but not steel. Fortunately, Itachi's consciousness is dizzy. Lin Shan hasn't started the strategy yet, Quan has already turned his arm out. In fact, there is a reason for this. In the Ninja World War, Quan unfortunately died in the battle, and it was Lin Shan who resurrected her. I heard that Lin Shan has lost 20 years of life in the technique of resurrecting her. Since that time, the world of spring has become more of Lin Shan. People must understand the Entubao. In addition, the reason why Lin Shan stood in line this time, she also felt that Itachi was too brainless. Sasuke lost. It was purely blamed on his inferior skills. The killing of Haruno Sakura's family was even more inexplicable. This behavior is equivalent to a mad dog. Uzumaki Naruto was also defeated by Hyuga Hinata, and even had his grandchildren severed. He did not watch his father Namikaze Minato go to the Hyuga clan to kill. Why? Sasuke is more expensive than Naruto, OT. Makoto smiled wryly. I only hope that Lin Shan can forgive Itachi slowly in the future and don't share his common knowledge. I hope so. Quan also nodded in agreement. Advertisement. If Itachi hears it, she faints in the toilet, a little bit of tears. I'm all the same, you still ask Lin Shan to forgive me, shouldn't it be Lin Shan to apologize? After a day and night of emergency treatment, God Itachi finally regained consciousness. Are you all right, Itachi? A familiar voice came from the ear, and God Itachi raised his head following the voice. Is it a spring? Seeking flowers 0. It's me. Quan came with graceful steps. After years of development, she has also become a slim Oni-san with the front and the back. Are you getting better? Quan asked with concern. Are you able to get off the ground? Reluctantly, it's just, God Itachi touched the bandaged eye sockets and said sadly, it's a pity that I have become a useless person. It's not important. In everyone's eyes, you are still the ferret. We always care about you and love you. Quan smiled sweetly, and the sweet laughter like silver bells made God Itachi listen to the indulgent and warm, dark and silent world, as if seeing the light again. Did you see, Uchiha Lin Shan, even though I have become like this, Quan still cares about me. Zero Itachi chuckled softly, and his voice picked up a little. Thank you, Quan. Itachi, come here today. Actually, I have something to ask you for help. Quan hesitated. Go ahead, I will try my best to help if I can. Itachi said cheerfully. Great, you are still that kind-hearted ferret. Quan cheered like a child. Recently, Mrs. Lin Shan planned to set up a guard team. I unfortunately lost the election. The reason is that I am too close to you. Everyone now knows that you are a traitor, and even my loyalty has been questioned. I hope you will write a confession and submit it, and be a good person again, so that everyone can reduce their prejudice against me. Puff 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 puff. When Quan's words fell, Itachi felt like he had been stabbed hundreds of times. After doing it for a long time, did you make me admit my mistake? In an instant, the wound of God Weasel entangled with the bandage began to faintly hurt again, and even oozing blood. It's just a few simple words, you can definitely do it? Quan looked at Itachi with longing eyes. In addition, if the confession does not work, I hope you will bow down in front of the statue of Lord Lin Shan for 3 days. Actually, I want you to bow down to Master Lin Shan and appear more sincere, but considering your self-esteem, I gave up. Quan looks like he is thinking of you. Itachi opened his mouth when he heard the words. It sounds like he still wants to thank her. Chapter 214 Sasuke and Itachi were picked up. Itachi broke down. Her little girlfriend, is this gone? No, it's gone. In life, there is no good thing, and it's normal for a relationship to break down. But it would be too much to let him go to Neil, I reject. Itachi would definitely not agree to such a weird sister-in-law's idea. Your Elmhead. Quan Chi's hands on his hips. Konoha, but Mr. Lin Shan's Konoha, he can use various methods to clean up you. It's okay to compromise temporarily. Tolerance for a while can guarantee 100 days of worry-free, which is very cost-effective. Itachi did not say a word, and knelt down to the enemy who had dug out his eyes. He could not accept it for 3 full days after kneeling. Sorry, Quan, I am a little tired. Itachi issued an eviction order. HMPH, you can do it yourself in the future. Quan, who was not persuaded to go and also gave up, and she couldn't help it if she didn't get the hang of it. 410. 1 Lin Shan's home. Haruno Sakura and Hyuga Hinata and others stood respectfully at the door. It's been a day and a night, why hasn't Lin Shan come out yet? Although Lin Shan said before going in, there will be no accidents, but after so long, there is no reaction at all, and everyone is unavoidable to worry. At first glance, I haven't experienced any big storms. Uzumaki Kushina took a look at the 2 people who jumped up and down anxiously, and comforted. Don't worry, that guy's life is hard, we are all dead, he may not be dead. Master Lin Shan is very strong. Conan echoed, no one knows Lin Shan's strength and abilities better than them. Speaking of which, it's you 2 little ghosts, who makes him love me so much. Tsunade came up, like an old rotten woman, and asked maliciously, are there any special skills? We are still little children, so how can Master Tsunade know that much? Little Sakura's face flushed, and her head was lowered and she didn't dare to lift it up. This Tsunade is so unrestrained. That's not necessarily the case, young people are young people after all, and there are so many ways to go. Terumi Mei also looked at the 2 women with a smile. There is no such thing as Hokage's majesty and arrogance. Tsunade fixed his gaze on Hinata. I heard Master Lin Shan transplanted his cells to you? Is there anything like this? Is there any change? The question is Uchiha Makoto, she is also here, as for her 2 sons Sasuke and Itachi. Advertisement. Hey, let's not mention those 2 rebels. Yu Guang looked at everyone secretly. Makoto was very worried now. Sasuke and Itachi, 2 bastards, had been dragging her back all the time. In case Lin Shan is miserable because Itachi and Sasuke hate her, even if they have children, they are not insured. Lin Shan doesn't worry about women at all. Makoto agreed to the previous proposal that Izumi asked Itachi to kneel down and apologize, but it was a pity that Itachi disagreed. Creak. There was a slight movement, and everyone was still discussing. But one person heard it, Tamari. She looked up and saw that the closed door had already opened. Lin Shan was stretching there. Master Lin Shan. Tamari came up in surprise, and the rest of the people also came around. This scene is like a group of hormonal female cats finding their favorite male cat. Lin Shan looked at the crowd and was very moved. They were all waiting for themselves. Yo, dogs. Lin Shan greeted with a smile, and the girls turned Byakugan. Can they speak human words? Sharingan's fusion finished. Makoto asked worriedly. I'm also worried about what will happen to fusion Itachi's eyes, you just have to be fine. Everyone is speechless. What should you worry about, shouldn't you Uchiha Itachi? My son's eyes are all absorbed. Fortunately, the process went smoothly. When Lin closed his eyes and opened them again, his pupils had already been transformed. The original pattern of the nuclear energy Mangekyo Sharingan was a big windmill. After upgrading the nuclear energy Eternal Mangekyo, the windmill was surrounded by a circle. At first glance, there is not much change, but the pupil power is more than several times stronger. Congratulations Lin Shan. In full view, Makoto directly sent out a sweet kiss. That's not right, her two sons were scrapped, and instead of being sad, why are they getting more and more happy? Everyone is puzzled. Sasuke and Itachi, the two hapless ones, could it be that FK was picked up? That's because Makoto is already pregnant with Lin Shan's child. Wouldn't it be even worse if she was abandoned? So she wanted to fawn on Lin Shan desperately. Both the tuba and the trumpet have been practiced. Makoto is going to start again. The stove is up. Tsunade whispered, her voice was a bit resentful and jealous. Actually, she tried it too, but she just couldn't get pregnant. Tsunade was also quite heartbroken. For this, she wanted to do everything she could, but this kind of thing was barely possible. After half an hour, Lin Shan followed Makoto to her house. Advertisement. The two chatted intimately. The ferret in the side-lying face was gloomy. He was just blind, but he was not deaf yet. You can't pay attention to some proportions when you speak. At the same time, he understood why his mother Uchiha Makoto became more and more indifferent. I'm pregnant, so Sasuke and I were abandoned. Itachi couldn't help feeling desolate. Oh my son, why are you so sad? Lin Shan's beating voice came. Don't worry, even if you are not filial to me, you still love you as a father, and love you brothers more than anyone in the world. Lin Shan said sincerely. As long as you are obedient, I will find an ordinary person's eyes for you, so that you can regain the light. Have you heard it, Itachi? Thank you Lin Shan, father, Makoto said sternly. Will you be so kind? Itachi moved, and only blind people could understand the despair of darkness. As long as you admit your mistakes and be a father, how can you care about your son? Broad? After the nuclear power Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was turned on, the nuclear power system immediately launched a new task to turn on the nuclear power Rinnegan task. The person who knows Lin Shan best is Uchiha Itachi. If you really want to be broad-minded, will both of your sons be abolished? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It stands to reason that he is not even 17 years old now. Lin Shan intends to use distinguished heavenly gods on Sasuke. To be on the safe side, it's better to stop temporarily. P.S. The big guys support more, the author is grateful. Let Sasuke go, it's really not Lin Shan's heartburst. Makoto looked at Lin Shan admiringly, and at the same time scolded Itachi. 107, when will your heart be as broad as your father? Lin Shan said with a grin. It's not just you, even Sasuke, I will let him go. If he wants to leave the village, feel free. Itachi was angrily speaking bad words. How to say it? The woman in love, the IQ plummeted, this is not wrong at all. Itachi's heart is actually very hot, open his mouth to be a father, and shut up is still father. In fact, Lin Shan is not as old as Itachi at his age. Otherwise, the two brothers will wait to die, Lin Shan said boldly. The task is not difficult, it is to capture Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo eyes. Husband, you are so kind. Chapter 215 The Second Head 10 Tails. Forcibly using distinguished heavenly gods, Lin Shan can turn Sasuke into a loyal dog. Let Sasuke treat him as a god, and even if he orders Sasuke to hack Itachi, he will execute it without hesitation. To be honest, being loyal is disgusting. But in this way, the problem arises. If you count on him to turn on Mangekyo, it is estimated that there will be no play in this life. Once the distinguished heavenly gods is released, Sasuke will become a robot loyal to Lin Shan. The machine can never turn on Mangekyo, because the machine has no feelings of its own, and everything is based on Lin Shan. In the original book, Sasuke made the eternal Mangekyo, and Itachi made great contributions. Without his Mangekyo, Sasuke is a fart. In fact, Sasuke's talent in the original history is very ordinary. Rin Nohara is dead, and Obito or Goyu has reached Mangekyo. When Itachi was 13 years old, he was already Mangekyo. As for Sasuke, the whole clan died, and Sharingan was furious. How is it, my son, have you considered it clearly? Lin Shan looked forward to asking. What should I do? Itachi asked. It's very simple. Just go to my statue and kneel down for 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Shan said truthfully. This is simple. Itachi gritted his teeth. Then what do you do? Dry, 24. Although it was a little bit of a shame, God Mustela agreed. In fact, he is quite strange. Why is Lin Shan so kind? The attitude towards him seems to have completely changed. Let's go. Malu left. Remember to be more religious in your expression. Lin Shan chuckled. God Itachi left without a word. Lin Shan looked at his back, his eyes gradually cold. Of course, Itachi must survive. Once Sasuke turns on the 3-Go Jade, Lin Shan will find a way to kill him. At that time, Sasuke, who lost his brother, must upgrade to Mangekyo. After that, Mangekyo of Uchiha Fugaku was handed over to Sasuke. This is Lin Shan's overall plan. Of course, as to whether the eternal Mangekyo can be opened normally, Lin Shan is not sure about this. It stands to reason that between immediate family members, Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power can be compatible with each other, but in most cases it is brotherhood. The closer the blood relationship, the higher the success rate. Advertisement, Makoto, I'm afraid I'm going to make a mistake. Lin Shan suddenly hugged her. What? Uchiha Makoto gave her a blank look. What do you mean? Lin Shan didn't say a word, he promised Makoto to let Itachi live. But for the sake of his own Rinnegan, the sacrifice should be sacrificed. After opening the nuclear eternal Mangekyo, Lin Shan began to attack the Akatsuki organization. The ninjas of Konoha, San Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi, as well as some villages in small countries, were all called by Lin Shan. Search the nest of Akatsuki from all over the world. 20 to 30,000 ninjas participated in this massive search project. Of the 5 major countries, there are only 2 villages left that have not succumbed. One is Iwagakure, but it won't last long, because at this stage, the black soil is still being held in Konoha, and if he dares to act rashly, it will be to tear the ticket. Moreover, Onogi also knows that with Lin Shan's urinary S***X, maybe this guy will be his grandson-in-law in the future. The Cloud Shinobi village of Thunder Country is still insisting. Jinchurikika is dead. Reikage is also dead. It can be said that all the masters in the village have died clean, and they have been wiped out by Lin Shan in a few waves. Can persist because of the help of Yu Shao organization. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. In this world, there are not many forces that dare to be an enemy of Lin Shan. Cloud Shinobi village is an anti-Lin pioneer, and Akatsuki will naturally support the wave. Yu Shao joined, and Wooden Golem and Sam Yiju couldn't attack. Because Hidan and Kakuzu are both first-class strong, they are not much worse than the two. On the battlefield filled with gunpowder, Wooden Golem looked at the distant villages, and his beautiful eyes were full of unwillingness. Atom of damn it. Wooden Golem stepped on the foot angrily. Not only Akatsuki, there are actually some white Zetsu, Samai and Konoha Shinobi led by Wooden Golem, who have no advantage. Speaking of, at the beginning, the requirement for the exchange of nuclear energy bodies was the Ghetto statue. After Lin Shan got the Ghetto statue, he sacrificed it to the system without hesitation. After that, the Ghetto statue disappeared and Akatsuki was unable to cultivate white Zetsu. But the Ghetto statue is like a tail beast. Even if it dies, it will be resurrected in the future ninja world. Many years ago, when the Ghetto statue recovered, it fell into the hands of Akatsuki again, and the training of white Zetsu is still ongoing. In order to defeat Lin Shan, Black Zetsu went crazy to train white Zetsu. Akatsuki's current boss, Otsutsuki, sneered at what Black Zetsu had done. Advertisement: can you expect a lot of white Zetsu to kill Lin Shan? That's not too funny. In a separate special space, floating in the sky, he changed his body again these days. He deliberately went to the moon of Jiao Jiao and found a body close to the blood of the Otsutsuki clan as a carrier. Although it was a descendant of the traitor Kaguya, it was used in one go. Oh. Wow. The heart-piercing roar resounded across the sky and the earth. Standing in the sky, his face was smiling. Following his line of sight, there was a 10 tails on the ground. Yes, one style also raises the second 10 tails. However, as long as I fully integrate 10 tails, there is no need to cooperate with Black Zetsu. I must kill him myself. Every time I see Black Zetsu's gesticulation, I don't even get angry. Yi Shi was quite disdainful of these two people. In fact, the current 410 is not sure enough to defeat Lin Shan. But as long as 10 tails is swallowed, his strength will usher in an explosive growth. Yi Shi's eyes gradually became colder. The person he hated the most was not Lin Shan, Pooh style or Peach style, but Otsutsuki Kaguya. Thousands of years ago, Ashiki Yoruichi got up to this planet. At that time, Ashiki's status was much higher than Kaguya. Yi Shi originally planned to sacrifice Kaguya to 10 tails, but Kaguya saw his thoughts in advance, and took advantage of a careless attack on him, causing half of his body to be swallowed by 10 tails. Yi Shi and Kaguya are completely inconsistent. At the moment, working with Black Zetsu is naturally because Lin Shan is too strong and has to report to the group for warmth. It's great to see you so strong, and that damn Black Zetsu. By then, Lin Shan will naturally not be persuaded. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. And this person is C. Shion. P.S. The big guys support more, the author is grateful. At the end of the day, the one shot shrinks one's body and enters someone's body to avoid the catastrophe. Yi Shi's face is full of murderous air. Even after thousands of years, his hatred of Kaguya has not diminished. Uchiha Lin Shan, the two useless guys, Urashiki and Momoshiki, died in the hands of Uchiha Lin Shan, and the Otsutsuki clan's faces were all shameless by them. Chapter 216 S-Level Rebel. One trick to get at the vast battlefield. The Konoha Shinobi, the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village, and the army of White Zetsu have started a new round of killings. On Konoha's side, there are many elite soldiers, for example, Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy. They are all elites in the elite, and their strength has reached the level of Quasi-Shadow. Konoha's advantages are obvious, and he has more powerful combat effectiveness. But because the battlefield was close to Cloud Shinobi Village, their advantages were quickly obliterated by crowded tactics. All day long, although hundreds of white Zetsu have been killed, and hundreds of ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village have also died, they are of no use at all. In addition, Konoha also paid a lot of casualties. In a makeshift tent. Bang bang bang. Wooden Golem slapped the table angrily. We have come to liberate them. What else are we going to resist? Just surrender early. It's useless. Samai sighed. The temporary elections of several high-level villagers are all controlled by the enemy's illusion, and they seem to be smashed to the end. 2 adults, do you want to apply for reinforcements from the village? Kakashi asked respectfully. If the stalemate continues, the casualties of our army will only be greater. Their white Zetsu is worthless, and our ninjas are all flesh and blood. Might Guy also said worriedly. Both of them know that Wooden Golem and Sam Yi are Lin Shan's heads, and they speak with respect. Especially Might Guy, his worship of Lin Shan has reached a morbid state. Lin Shan uses 8 inner gates to sweep everything. What is this for him? Faith. It's a totem-like belief. Don't worry, we sent someone to apply for reinforcements from the village last night. It is estimated that someone will come to support today, but I don't know who it is. Sam Yi smiled. Get ready to do it. By Wooden Golem will also be waving his arms. What? Inside the tent, a figure flashed, kneeling on one knee. Several adults, there are a large number of white Zetsu in the 4 directions of our camp, southeast, northwest. Damn, if we don't attack, they still dare to take the initiative to kill? By Wooden Golem stomped and looked very angry. The visitor is not kind. Kakashi's eyes were solemn. Dare to take the initiative to attack, it shows that they already have killer bronze. Advertisement, or the opportunity for victory is here. Might Guy's expression is also full of caution. The whole army is dispatched to fight. Loudly spoken by Wooden Golem. The battlefield where Konoha and Cloud Shinobi Village fought was a vast plain. Looking down from the sky, groups of white Zetsu formed 4 phalanxes, each with about 2,000 people. 4 of them add up to 8,000 white Zetsu. Among them are some Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas. Together, the 2 sides are already close to the 10,000 mark, or even more, and there are only 500 or 600 people left on Konoha's side. The comparison of the number of people on both sides is about 120. In the distant sky, a white figure passed by. The weird big bird hovered above the sky, looking close to a pterosaur, all white. By the way, there was one person standing on the strange bird. Wearing a hat, wearing a black windbreaker embroidered with red clouds, bells rang with the wind. In this dress, apart from Akatsuki, no one else can be found. Probably that's it, huh, let this uncle take a shot at a group of people and use me as a tool. The blonde man complained very upset. It was Deidara of Akatsuki. Previously it was only Kakuzu and Hidan, but this time they invested in 2 more. They are Deidara and Sasori of Red Sand. It is too difficult to kill Lin Shan. Black Zetsu can only save the country and find other ways to deal with Lin Shan. For example, he captured his women and daughters and threatened Lin Shan to surrender the tail beast. This is the most appropriate way he can think of. Otherwise, a monster like Lin Shan, who can beat it? And Wooden Golem and Samui are the prey on Black Zetsu town. In order to ensure that they were caught, Black Zetsu sent both Deidara and Sasori out. Deidara's task is very simple, projecting detonation clay from high altitude, making Konoha Shinobi unpredictable. Grumbling, Deidara's mouth kept chewing, and he could see the explosive clay in his mouth. Deidara. I'm serious about eating dirt in performances. After a while, Deidara spit out a large mass of round clay. After contact with the air, it was immediately dismembered and turned into countless fine particles. After landing, they were all powerful bombs. Advertisement. Well, it's almost time to retreat. Deidara controlled the bird to turn around. Buzzing, at this moment, the space on the northeast side rolled violently, undulating like ebb and flow of seawater. The boss is here. Seeing the space surging, the first person Deidara thought of was Black Zetsu, who possessed Obito. Puff, 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 puff. The space is split everywhere, completely different from Kamui. A square space tunnel appears in front of you. The man with golden eyes came out. This eye seems to be. Deidara thought of someone, her eyes widened suddenly. It's a coincidence, I never thought I could meet acquaintances in the sky. Lin Shan came out of the space tunnel. Konoha's reinforcements are not superfluous, he is the only one. In fact, Lin Shan doesn't need to go out in person at all, just send other people to get it done. Conan, Terumi Mei and others are all titans. Just turned on nuclear energy Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Lin Shan couldn't wait to find a few opponents to release his pupil power. Sure enough, it's you, Uchiha Lin Shan. Deidara shouted excitedly. Great, let a guy like you experience my uncle's explosive art. Deidara started to chew and explode the clay again. You deserve it too? Lin Shan curled his lips disdainfully. It's just a kid that can be done with an illusion. Don't underestimate me. You be asterisk 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 D. Deidara pointed to the eyes covered by the hair, and said proudly. This eye has been modified, specifically for Uchiha. Tsukuyomi. A strong spirit invaded his mind, and Deidara's pupils immediately turned into golden Sharingan. Specifically for Sharingan's eyes, that's it? Lin Shan smiled contemptuously, and Deidara was out of control, unable to plant to the ground. If this is seen by the rest of the people, it will definitely be dumbfounded. Deidara is also an S-rank traitor anyway, and it's gone in a moment? Lin Shan. Sit down, don't be 6. Chapter 217 Complete Body Susanoo. Cut. I don't understand. To deal with a group of little warm people, you actually want me to be dispatched. Akasago no Sasori looked at the crowd fighting in front of him with a feeling of overkill. Sasori of Akasa, is the one who does great things. He is developing a new puppet, and he was pulled out by Black Zetsu to become a puppet before it was finished. The same goes for Deidara, a group of 2 art masters who are busy every day. One is responsible for making puppets, and the other is responsible for manual work, specializing in squeezing various dolls. Deidara. Good guy, I have become a doll. Boss, this is distrust of us, and I feel that we too are not doing Konoha. Hidan is also extremely angry. Looking at Kakuzu who was silent beside him. You think so too, brother Kakuzu. Kakuzu didn't bother to pay attention to these 2 fools, his green eyes kept sweeping around. In the past few days, he has not killed many people, but he has made more than 1 billion silver taels. As for why Kakuzu is particularly interested in money, because of his betrayal in the past, he feels that money is the most reliable thing. Therefore, for some people with higher rewards in the black market, their names are reversed, and their faces are deeply drawn in their minds. On the battlefield, Kakuzu Hikaru 413 was responsible for collecting the corpses, all of which were more valuable. Regardless of the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village or Konoha Village, as long as they are valuable, he will accept them all. The strangest thing was not this, he even saw some bounty criminals who were always dying. If it's Konoha's ninja, it's fine. What's cheating is that Kakuzu, a financial fan, even the ninja of Cloud Shinobi Village has a black hand. Forget it, let's solve them quickly, I have something to do. Sasori of Akasago grumbled. But puff! A black shadow suddenly fell from the sky and smashed in front of several people without error. If it's ordinary people, they don't care. But, Deidara? Sasori spit out severely. By the way, are you not a puppet? Who did it? Hidan also asked dumbfoundedly. Although this guy is a bit more idiot, but his strength is not bad, if you can kill him, the opponent must be very strong. Are you qualified to call others an idiot? Kakuzu sneered at Hidan. If Akatsuki ranks on the intelligence list, Hidan and Deidara can be called Wolong and Phoenix. Advertisement, yo. The space burst into a dark square again, and Lin Shan strolled out of it. Uchiha Lin Shan. The trio's expressions suddenly sank. Didn't the intelligence point out that this guy is still in Konoha? Why did you suddenly appear in Thunder Country? Very well, I found 3 people all at once, it's great, you are the most suitable whetstone. Lin Shan's eyes shined. Don't look down on people too much. Sasori of the Red Sand was furious, and the tail spur behind him stabs towards Lin Shan. Damn it. The slender fingers, like steel, easily blocked the sharp barbs. Human fingers can't be so hard, Sasori of the Red Sand exclaimed. It's very simple, just use chakra to harden the skin. Specifically, forget it, I'm not here to be your teacher. A huge chakra spurted out of Lin Shan's body, and the fiery red light rose from the earth to the sky, nearly 100 meters away from the chakra. Ning. With Lin Shan's order, the huge chakra became a giant. Wearing a Tengu helmet, wearing heavy armor, a long knife hung around his waist, and a huge wing behind him. The appearance of this behemoth attracted everyone's attention. This seems to be Lin Shan's chakra. You Wooden Golem and Sam Yi are both happy, but they are not familiar with Lin Shan's chakra. My god, it's so big. Might Guy and Kakashi also looked at Sie, completely as Susanoo in shock. Lin Shan's pupil power has been tempered, and the height of Susanoo has surpassed Uchiha Madara. Fully 1/3 higher than Madara's. But Lin Shan is not the most exaggerated. When Sage of 6 Paths and Kaguya battled, the summoned Susanoo was of the same level as 10 Tails. That is the real behemoth. Why does this thing have wings? Hidan asked a more idiotic question. Can you still fly? As coming, Sasori of the Red Sand quickly retreated, and Kakuzu also retreated. Only Hidan was still standing, and the sky suddenly became dark. He looked up and Susanoo's super heavy foot stepped on it. Advertisement boom. The ground shook, and a footprint was easily made. When the heavy foot moved away again, Hidan shrank, his body seemed to be stepped on, and his whole body was dry. Kill! Sasori of the Red Sand yelled. He took out the scroll, banged, thick smoke flashed, and a puppet appeared. Third case cage. Lin Shan looked at the puppet with an indifferent expression, it's dying to be struggling. I said, don't underestimate us. The chakra line that Sasori of the Red Sand has on hand is connected to third case cage, and the puppets have also begun to print. Third case cage is a magnet-style capable person, and his strength is quite good. Under the control of third case cage, a huge iron ball broke out of the ground, all condensed by sand and iron in the ground. Superior. The iron ball slammed towards Susanoo. It's not bad to check it. Lin Shan didn't rush to counterattack and let the iron ball hit. Boom. Some people still hope to catch up if they persist for the rest of their lives. Including that core. As a loud noise fell, the entire sky echoed. Kakuzu was dumbfounded, looking at the cracks that stretched for several kilometers, his fighting spirit instantly rose. P.S. The big guys support more, the author is grateful. No one resisted the Pimo where the slash was directed. Some people are not of the same dimension at all. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Because of the rush of the iron ball, it fell apart after the huge impact. Is this the power of Uchiha Lin Shan? The moment Sasori swallowed the red sand, he was shattered into debris, and all the parts were scrapped. Rumble, Lin Shan obviously belongs to the latter. The armor on Susanoo's body was completely unscathed. Are you here to be funny? Instead, the world-destroying blade wind swept out in an instant, and the earth was cut into abyss-like cracks. Lin Shan lost interest at once, and controlled his entire body. Susanoo drew the épée and slashed it out. Chapter 218 Kakashi. Sending off girls, I am a professional. At this time, Kakuzu had an epiphany and everything understood. Only by witnessing Lin Shan's strength will you realize how ridiculous and ignorant it is to defeat him. In the future, Lin Shan can be used as a benchmark to measure a person's IQ. Whether the person is smart or not depends on whether he has the idea of defeating Lin Shan. If there is, it must have a low IQ. The whole body was swept away with two wings, the wind and sand danced wildly, and the earth was hung up, a layer of skin. That huge figure rushed into the sky, and it really flew. Yes, Lin Shan is experimenting. In the previous life, every time Susanoo came, he appeared in an invincible posture and swept everything, which was impressive. Okay, it's almost done. Controlling Susanoo for a few laps, Lin Shan's heat for 3 minutes also dropped. He cast his gaze, Susanoo fell to the ground again, and the boundary within a few hundred meters swayed gently. Guru. Kakuzu spit out and looked at the Big Mac in front of him, saying that he had really endured the pressure that he shouldn't bear at this age. My uncle Kakuzu is getting older, don't scare me with this stuff. Under his gaze, Susanoo raised his long sword again. What made him tremble the most was that the huge blade was on top of his head. Just witnessing the destruction of Sasori with his own eyes, Kakuzu knows that all tricks are fancy. Wait. Kakuzu suddenly shouted, you are targeting me because I am a member of Akatsuki, right? Right. Lin Shan replied. Then now. Kakuzu immediately tore off his uniform, threw away the ring he was wearing, and stepped on his feet in disgust. Lousy is no longer a member of Akatsuki, please spare me. Kakuzu persuaded, no normal person did what Susanoo, surrendering is not ashamed. Besides, the master in front of you is the founder of the surrender world. That year, in the Third Ninja War, Lin Shan took the Konoha shinobi to surrender, and Jiraiya was miserable. He was the first Konoha senior captured in history. So Kakuzu felt that Lin Shan would definitely spare him once, after all, this was a tribute to the patriarch. Awakening is a good thing, but unfortunately I refuse. Lin Shan's pupil power was activated, and his body was completely chopped with a long sword. Boom. Advertisement the earth split in an instant, and the knife wind was difficult to stop. Kakuzu's body burst on the spot, and his whole body exploded into a pool of fleshy and broken bones. On the ground, there was another abyss spreading several kilometers long. Since then, almost all of Akatsuki's 4 members have been killed. Someone is still a little conscious Hidan. After all, he is the so-called immortal body, although it is a low-profile version, although the whole body is broken, but he is still alive. Lin Shan turned his head and looked at the blockbuster white Zetsu on the battlefield. A large number of Yusaka Guyu threw out. The Yusaka Guyu under continuous trial was like dumplings, throwing hundreds of them all over the battlefield. Boom 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 boom. The next moment, blooming everywhere, after every Yusaka Guyu fell on the ground, it exploded like a tailed beast bomb. Countless white Zetsu was blown to pieces. Ahaha, you are done. At this moment, a voice rang from the back of the entire body. Lin Shan swept away, and it was Deidara. He was completely dark, and the surface of his body was covered with messy black lines. People also gradually lose their sense of texture and approach transparency. Is this going to blow up? Lin Shan's eye is slightly raised, and the power of self-detonation is still extraordinary. The explosion range reached 10 kilometers, remember, it is a radius of 10 kilometers. In other words, the diameter is 20 kilometers. It can be imagined how wide the scope of the explosion is, and everyone in the vicinity will be killed. Lin Shan looked at the Konoha shinobi in the distance, once it exploded, they would also be affected. Therefore, under the sleeve robe, the black iron rod was like a hidden weapon, stabbing Deidara silently. Pouch. His abdomen was penetrated, and Deidara didn't blink. Blasting itself is a trick to sacrifice oneself. Give your head a look. Deidara doesn't care, it's all dead anyway, he just wants to blow up Miller. However, the cheat is that after being prodded, the chakra in his body disappeared. Even his body dissipated like wind and sand. Just now I thought you fell to death, the ghost knows that you are still alive. It's careless. Lin Shan turned his head and stopped paying attention to Deidara, but, remembering something afterwards, he turned his head again. Forgot to say, that is the condensation of yin and yang. Advertisement is a flower of the motherland who received 9 years of compulsory education in his previous life. Lin Shan must let Deidara understand. This is the most basic courtesy. After half an hour, the riots on this battlefield ceased. Seeking flowers 0. White Zetsu was mostly annihilated. After Lin Shan came out, he was completely Susanoo, truth-seeking ball, and big moves such as Super God Luo Tianzheng. Anyway, all the tricks that can attack on a large scale were all used by Lin Shan. As expected, Master Lin Shan, a horse is invincible. It won't be long before the entire ninja world will change the surname Konoha. The Konoha shinobi people cheered. After this battle, you can invade Cloud Shinobi Village. The former Cloud Shinobi Village was completely destroyed, Cloud Shinobi will become history, and there will only be one more Thunder Country Konoha branch in the future. Not only ordinary ninjas, but elites like Kakashi and Might Guy also admire Lin Shan's 5-body cast. Kakashi, you compliment him too much. In this battle, a special character as a medical ninja also participated in Yi Nohara Lin. Even though she often went to Lin Shan, Yi Yuanlin didn't let Lin Shan succeed, it was a clear stream. Besides, most of the time, she was forced to send her away. 4. I still miss Kakashi in my heart. As a close friend, Kakashi has broken his heart for Rin Nohara. You gave it to me? At this moment, Kakashi suddenly took out a beautiful pocket watch and sent it to Nohara Lin. Kakashi said displeased Ly. As far as I know, Master Lin Shan is very interested in you, why nothing happened? Give it to you. What do you think? Kakashi gave Lin angrily, give this watch to Master Lin Shan. You said it was a gift you prepared. You can compete with so many people. Without sincerity, you have no hope of winning. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Forget it, just treat it as a different aesthetic. You fool, Lin, pay attention to your wording of Lin Shan. But why is this watch a bit masculine? Nohara Lin laughed in surprise, almost crying with joy. This guy finally got the hang of it. Kakashi is anxious, like Wooden Golem and Sam are still waiting. They all have a leg with Lin Shan, but Lin Shan, a friend, has nothing, like a salted fish. Chapter 219 Xiao is going to die. The next day, under the leadership of Lin Shan, Konoha and his team plowed Cloud Shinobi Village like a bulldozer. Cloud Shinobi Village is built on the mountainside, and the white clouds are hovering halfway up the mountainside, where you can catch it. But this is all before, when I went to see, Cloud Shinobi Village is an endless plain. Those mountains that rose from the ground were crushed by Lin Shan's reincarnation and explosion. Former Raikage Office. Lin Shan sat in the position of 4th Raikage, leaning Erlang's legs comfortably, with his former female secretary Ma Bui sitting on him. If 4th Raikage could see Izushita, I don't know what to think. Ma Bui is wearing an OL outfit, with black silk on her snow-white jade legs. She doesn't know if the clothes are small, or the figure is too plump, and the dark green lady's suit is raised high. Lord Lin Shan. Mabui's voice was faint, and his words were humble and flattering. April 13th. Can't help, they're the defeated. Without the right to bargain, let the enemy trample on dignity and lash out at will. I hope you hold your hands high. Azabuyi looked like water, and asked softly. Everyone at Cloud Shinobi Village, absolutely cooperate with Konoha's actions. Isn't it okay? Lin Shan grinned. Go call Sam Yi and you Wooden Golem. Hearing this, Mabu hurriedly left. At this moment, she suffered a great loss from Lin Shan. The excuse is also very strange, saying what Mobu is, and see if Mabui has a second chance of development. Ma Yi vomited blood. Lin Shan really rubbed her IQ on the ground. But even so, she can only cooperate fully, who let Cloud Shinobi Village defeat. There is one thing to be thankful for, after the Konoha Shinobi entered the village, they did not commit a murder. The old people have survived. As for the young people and children, they are all brainwashed and instilled in advance the idea of loyal Lin Shan. In this regard, Konoha is an expert and knows how to play mental tactics. Lin Shan does not need to worry about it. As soon as the Will of Fire comes out, casually engage in a bunch of second and second-year young men like Uchiha, Itachi and Naruto. 10 minutes later, Wooden Golem and Samui arrived. Another person was carried in. It was Hidan, whose bones had been broken before. Because of the nature of the immortal body, this guy is still hanging out for the time being. Kill me. After seeing Lin Shan, Hidan started screaming. He finally experienced the pain of death. His body was stinking, and the smell was simply too strong. Advertisement, aren't you immortal? Lin Shan joked, I regret it? I know it's okay to kill me with your ability, hurry up. Hidan couldn't wait to urge. Some parts of his body began to rot, accompanied by itching. It was too painful, it was better to die. You should know the base of the Akatsuki organization, right? Lin Shan asked. He didn't know where Black Zetsu had moved his nest, and the location was nowhere to be found. Hearing this, Hidan's face changed. I will not betray my companions. Lin Shan suddenly narrowed his eyes when he heard the words. But if it were you, I would definitely tell you. Hidan changed his mouth instantly. Samai and you Wooden Golem on the side were speechless. Are you kidding us? Bring the map and let him point it out, Lin Shan ordered. Samai immediately went out to look for a map. Lin Shan continued. By Wooden Golem, the Cloud Shinobi Village will be managed by you in the future. I don't want to leave Master Lin Shan. With Wooden Golem's tone, he fell into Lin Shan's arms. Hey, I'm not dead yet, Hidan yelled. If he was silent, would these two guys do something very excessive? Sadly, Wooden Golem ignored Hidan at all. As long as I am not embarrassed, you will be the embarrassing person. When the situation stabilizes, you can still return to Konoha. Lin Shan promised. It's great. I have lived in Konoha for more than 10 years. I suddenly left to live in Cloud Shinobi Village. I really couldn't stand it. Tukao by Wooden Golem. Isn't it? You are not Cloud Shinobi who was born and raised. Lin Shan flips through Byakugan. This little girl will pull the calf. After a while, Samui returned. That's it. Hidan stared at a certain country on the map. The country of iron? Lin Shan was slightly surprised. Yes, let me die now. Hidan begged. Will he lie to us? Wooden Golem doubted Hidan's character. Advertisement, hey, my uncle is a very reputable man. Hidan snorted coldly, and immediately said in hatred, that damn Black Zetsu, he hides in the tortoise shell and does not move out. Instead, let us die. Black Zetsu. Didn't you come by yourself? I can't stop it. He looks like this, and he doesn't have the courage to lie to me. Lin Shan swept a black sphere behind Lin Shan. It was truth-seeking ball. With a wave of his hand, he ran over Hidan. Hidan's body immediately began to split, and his soul was also destroyed. When to go to Iron Country? Master Lin Shan. Asked by Wooden Golem. You can let some Cloud Shinobi escort you there. The army is too slow to move. I can go by myself. You guys, just do your own thing well. Lin Shan still decides to go on the road alone. He who controls Huang Wangchen and Liangban, he is free to go wherever he goes. Within the country of Iron, the most northwestern side of this country is shrouded in snow all year round. In a certain hollowed-out mountain range, the remnants of Akatsuki's defeated soldiers gathered together. There are only a few people left. Hoshigaki Kisame, Orochimaru, and Black Zetsu who controls Obito. Yes, there are only 3 people left. If you count White Zetsu, that's 4 people. In fact, there is a Otsutsuki style, but after the Peach style is hung up, he hasn't been here much. Akatsuki has already abandoned the organization in his heart. Oh, it's really miserable. I can't think of a huge organization, and only a few of us are left. Da 0.4 Snake Maru looked at the empty fingers of the ghetto statue, which used to be full of people. It's better to disband, boss. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at Black Zetsu. Now there is still a way to survive, so I just let go of the past and go to Uchiha Lin Shan without being killed. Disband? Take refuge in Uchiha Lin Shan? Black Zetsu looked at Hoshigaki Kisame coldly. Kisame, do you know what you were talking about? I know. Hoshigaki Kisame jumped off Ghetto Statue's finger and walked out of the cave. Akatsuki is going to die. Akatsuki's purpose was to defeat Lin Shan and regain the Tail Beast. This goal was too far away. They all fell apart when they were far away, and they didn't even touch the Tail Beast's hair. Chapter 220 Start licking from the soul. Uchiha Lin Shan is cruel. Do you think that if you abandon Shao, that guy can spare you? Foolish dreams? Black Zetsu contemptuously said. I have been dealing with him for more than 10 years, no one knows him better than me, and that guy's style has always been new and extinct. I can testify that Uchiha Lin Shan is indeed that kind of person. Orochimaru followed in agreement, but a strange color flashed in his eyes. Black Zetsu looked at Orochimaru with satisfaction. He is indeed a good friend who has worked hard together for more than 10 years. However, there are unforeseen circumstances, and you will never think of whether the sadness or the joy will come faster in the next moment. But by catching you and giving it to Lin Shan, our grievances can also be wiped out. Orochimaru said abruptly. Hearing that, Black Zetsu broke the defense in an instant, and shouted with a grim face. Orochimaru, your head got water, or was it broken by the door, as this stupid thing also said? Damn it, actually want to sacrifice him? It's hateful. Yes, why didn't I remember? Hoshigaki Kisame also turned his head abruptly, staring at Black Zetsu with hunter-like eyes. 24. Are you two going to rebel? With your strength, it is absolutely impossible to defeat me? Black Zetsu roared in a dark voice. Give you a chance to reform. I have worked for you for so many years, you can't sacrifice a little bit? Orochimaru's snake eyes were full of dissatisfaction. What else? Beat him up together. Hoshigaki Kisame freed Samahada's sword and swooped at Black Zetsu. The barbed Samahada slashed head-on, and Black Zetsu blinked without panic. What? The knife swept across Black Zetsu's body, as if there was no ghost. He easily avoided Samahada's attack. You don't have much strength on your own body. You possess Uchiha Obito, only relying on his body to activate his pupil power. Orochimaru calmly analyzed, and this hollow can only last for about 5 minutes. When the time is up, you will be finished playing, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu's face changed. After calculating for 1,000 years, is it going to be planted on 2 others in the end? Rumble. The mountain where the 3 were shook suddenly and violently, and then, a large amount of rubble fell from a high altitude. Looking up, it turned out that the field above the cave had sunk. Ordinary mountain collapse. D. A discordant voice sounded from the darkness. Advertisement. When Orochimaru and Black Zetsu heard this voice, their faces suddenly sank. The tone is too familiar. Looking along where the sound came from, Lin Shan was smoking a cigarette. How did you find this? Black Zetsu squeezed Khan and asked. Hidan betrayed you in order to die faster, Lin Shan said slowly. The distinguished guest is coming, isn't this Lord Lin Shan? Knowing that there was no chance of winning, Orochimaru immediately put on a flattering expression. Master Lin Shan, we are about to capture Black Zetsu and dedicate it to you. Hoshigaki Kisame also said hurriedly. Oh, Lin Shan's pupils set off a wave of light. Before the invasion, he did find several people fighting. But I didn't expect it to kneel and lick myself. Then you go, I'm ready to watch the show. Lin Shan sat down and said with a smile, kill. Orochimaru and Hoshigaki Kisame looked at each other and surrounded Black Zetsu in a tacit understanding. Actually, Lin Shan is here. Black Zetsu is not his target, but barely his second prey. The biggest threat is still the Otsutsuki style. Unfortunately, it seems to be absent. Black Zetsu's real combat effectiveness is not much, he is best at keeping his life and running away. Under the siege of the two, it was quite awkward for a while. Even had to abandon Obito's body and escape. Orochimaru and Hoshigaki Kisame rushed to catch up. If they can't catch Black Zetsu, what will they show Lin Shan for? Freedom. Obito, who was abandoned, immediately regained consciousness. You finally drove that guy away from me. Over the years, although it has been controlled, Obito remembers it clearly. Everything is the damn Black Zetsu. Okay, thank you pouch. A black iron rod of unknown origin suddenly penetrated Lin Shan's body. Advertisement: the strength was extremely strong. After penetrating Lin Shan, he swept straight towards Obito. Pouch. Scarlet blood burst out, and Obito's head was penetrated. Before Brother 2 had time to see the world of Wawa, he received a box lunch. Was cruelly nailed to the rock wall. Lin Shan swept away, and a mysterious man appeared in the darkness. Wearing a white robe, the neckline and arms are all covered with jade. The collarbone under this man's neck was also branded with several go jade. He also has special horns on his head. One eye is Baikugan, and the other eye is very strange, round-shaped, with 8 spokes, and looks very strange. Few of the Otsutsuki clan have such strange eyes. Kaguya, Pooh style, Peach Pick style, Gold style are mainly based on Rinnegan and Baikugan. These weird eyes look nondescript, not at all like the eyes of a member of the Otsutsuki family. Your eyes are a bit non-mainstream. Whether it is you, Peach style or Pooh style, you will all tremble under my feet. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. P.S. The big guys support more, the author is grateful. It's no wonder that both Pooh Shi and Dao Shi have lost to you. There was no sound, but his eyes became colder. This B******* D didn't know how to be humble. You are very strong, but unfortunately, I am stronger than you. Give me a little compliment, and I started to push my nose to my face. Lin Shan remembered some cosmetic contact lenses from his previous life, with all kinds of strange shapes. Coming from the darkness, 413 looked at the wound on Lin Shan's body, and he had begun to heal on its own. Focusing on Lin Shan, a strong chakra burst out. He didn't care about the injury on his body. Say, I should call you a pose, right? I was thinking about how to kill you, but you came out immediately to give it away. Remember to start with the soul first. I have merged with 10 tails. All creatures in this world are indistinguishable from garbage in my eyes. Yes, I also feel quite invincible. Lin Shan grinned and stretched his right foot forward. Orochimaru and Hoshigaki Kisame have already started licking me. What are you waiting for? Come on. A condensed voice. Extreme combat power, coupled with super repairability, you are indeed invincible. I dare to let him lick his feet, and when he defeats Lin Shan, let Lin Shan lick himself first. It seemed that he was suddenly ill, and he roared loudly, and the sound waves shattered the cave. Chapter 221. Have you ever been hit by a planet? The two looked at each other, and where their eyes met, the current was surging and the sparks splashed. The murderous air permeated. Boom. The next moment, just in the blink of an eye, the two fists collided, and the aftermath crushed the entire cave. The ruins buried the two deeply. What? When he rushed to the sky, he raised his big hand, and the gravitational force filled. In the depths of the distant universe, countless fragments of meteorites swept towards the earth. Boom. The red steam crushed the ruins, and Lin Shan appeared in the dead door mode. It's finally out. If you don't come out again, I will think you are dead. 10 kilometers of meteorites have been condensed on top of one's head. When he pointed his thumb to Lin Shan, the meteorite was forcibly accelerated, and it struck Lin Shan instantly. When Lin Shan saw this, his body floated out of the emerald-colored chakra, like a tail beast coat draped on his body. This is Tensagen's chakra mode. Does he even have this eye? One style is very surprised. Although the eyes are the same level as Rinnegan, when it comes to rarity, Tensagen is much rarer. Lin Shan slashed out a long and endless lightsaber. The golden wheel reincarnated and burst. Pouch. The golden lightsaber is like a peerless divine sword, like a watermelon cut, divided into two by a large meteorite. Shixiang. Lin Shan smashed his fist, and the shockwave swallowed in one direction. Shixiang is not only strong, but also fast, even as strong as 6 paths Madara. But the one that blends into 10 tails is obviously stronger. Not only can you see the trajectory of Shixiang's attack, but even smash out with his fist covering chakra. Boom. With a loud noise, the rushing white light dispersed in front of him, and there was no way to hurt it at all. Is physique so strong? Lin Shan's combat effectiveness is quite unexpected. It's my turn. With one punch, a lot of fist shadows appeared around Lin Shan. 80 God's airstrike. Bang 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 bang. A series of combo punches all hit Lin Shan's body, and the bones all over his body. Flavor of leaves, cracked, resounded endlessly. One hit succeeds, one wins the pursuit, and the extra-large truth-seeking ball pops out with a wave. Advertisement boom. The truth-seeking ball exploded in midair, and the shockwave pushed him hundreds of meters away. The body smashed one mountain after another. Whether it's the 80 God airstrike or the truth-seeking ball, it's unthinkable to get close to each other. Lin Shan has nothing to do with the fart, and patted the dust on his body. 80 Shenkong. This seems to be Kaguya's technique. Kaguya. Do you think that BCH can do tricks, but I as the master can't? As if the heart's heart had been stabbed, and his face was covered with a shadow. Kaguya is the shame of his life. The members of the Otsutsuki clan that have emerged so far have the strongest overall strength. Neither the Pu style nor the Dao style is as good as him. As for Kaguya, without 10 tails, she is a follower like the Otsutsuki gold style. What's more embarrassing is that the strongest style has become a disgrace. Kaguya was attacked and almost killed. Why did the Gango style obliterate Obito? After all, it is because of Kaguya's wool black Zetsu. Obito. FK Bo, I'm just a possessed puppet, so it hurts my conscience to be so directed at me. Lin hasn't seen it yet. Brother 2 cried. I'll tell you, Otsutsuki said indifferently. Many of Kaguya's tricks can be used by members of the Otsutsuki clan, such as Wangshen Hirazaka and other tricks, Peach style and Urashi style cities. Even, looking at Lin Shan faintly, aren't you even too? You can see it all. Lin Shan scratched his head, and immediately the corners of his lips curled up. Then you are sure? I won't be able to hit me by the 80 gods? The moment the words fell, Lin Shan struck out with a heavy punch, 80 gods airstrike. The shadow of the fist in the sky immediately surrounded him. He changed his face in an instant, and shouted, this smelly, bang bang bang. A series of combination punches are oncoming. The face, belly, legs, and even the small pose are all taken care of. Taste. It was extremely miserable. The bones all over his body were smashed, and the rotten meat was flying all over the sky, as if it was thrown into a meat grinder and filtered. The body was mutilated, lacking arms and legs. Hu. He panting heavily and devouring 10 tails. His repairability is not worse than Lin Shan, but it hurts. When was he abused like this? I'm going to break your body into pieces. Lin Shan didn't seem to understand the truth of hissing and not beating people in the face. Take a step back and talk about it. Even if you slap your face, you have blown up his little one. What does this mean? Is it deliberately disgusting? Even if you don't need it, you can't treat him like that. Advertisement. After his body was repaired, his violent pupil power surged, and Lin Shan's rogue style of fighting deeply angered him. As a man, why is it too anxious? The non-mainstream eye of his right blinked suddenly, and a few black coffins suddenly appeared between the sky and the earth. Die. With a big hand, black coffins slammed it from all directions. Lin Shan punched out. Shishang. Boom. Heavy punches hit the coffin, only to beat black coffin back a little, very firmly. Night Guy. A dragon-shaped phantom appeared on Lin Shan's body and kicked out. Boom. Smell. The black coffin material was penetrated by Lin Shan and shattered into debris. Yi Shi didn't panic, and said faintly, this trick can't be used infinitely. Night Guy. After getting a black coffin, Lin Shan entangled the dragon-shaped phantom again, breathing out. Bang. Lin Shan said calmly. Lin Shan's eyes are incredibly magnified. The compressed stone is a planet? Extension. P.S. The big guys support more. The author is grateful. So, don't look at it as a small ball. The area is the size of a fingernail, and its original appearance may be countless times larger than this. 7 or 8 coffins were all kicked and shattered by Yi Guy. His mind was blank, his mouth was open and he could squeeze his fists. Lin Shan played Guy 7 or 8 times. There was no sound, but the strange right eye blinked again. Da Hei Tien. Lin Shan frowned when he saw this. As a traverser, he also knew about the technique of Big Hei Tien. No more basic operations, calm down. Such a sentence came abruptly. The surrounding space split, and a sphere that looked the size of a thumbcap flew out of the different space. The object can be reduced, and when fighting, just take it out and restore it. Is it good? Have you ever been hit by a planet? Bang. Chapter 222 Horrible nuclear radiation. After a short surprise, Lin Shan returned to calm, and said honestly, there really is not. But, Lin Shan held his chest out proudly, if you have a girlfriend, I can show her how it feels to be hit by a nuclear body. What do you mean? Frowning, can you say something he can understand? Oh, sorry for overestimating your IQ. Lin Shan spread his hands. In short, I will raise your wife and daughter, and I will beat you up. Die to me. The angry eyeballs bulged out, and said, increase. Boom boom boom. The seemingly harmless stone returned to its original appearance and turned into an asteroid with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers. Lin Shan was astonished. Still a golden light and shadow split out, and he couldn't see the end at a glance. Golden Wheel reincarnation explodes. In the original history, after the Otsutsuki share an open Tensagen, this move split the moon. Pouch. The lightsaber is so sharp that it cuts across the entire planet. Even Yi Shi didn't escape the bad luck, was slightly affected by the lightsaber, and most of his body was shredded. Damn thing. I can't spare you. In spite of the tingling of the whole body, several spheres flew out of the different space again, turning them into huge planets one after another. One of the most terrifying is a huge flame planet, which feels like the sun, and annihilated 417 Lin Shan in an instant. Before I had time to laugh, they reborn, and another golden wheel reincarnation exploded, splitting it to pieces. Looking at the earth piled with debris, the ground was raised several tens of meters. His expression became more and more ugly. He did not expect Lin Shan to be so enchanting. After fusing 10 tails, I still can't take him? It feels so shameless. In his opinion, it's a good idea. Amaterasu. A large group of black flames ignites from Yi Shi. The black flames are very deadly and will disappear after burning the target. But, ignorant idiot. Yi Shi couldn't help but sneered. The members of the Otsutsuki clan can absorb any of your ninjutsu. Really, then you will absorb it. Lin Shan smiled calmly. Advertisement. The brows are raised slightly. Could there be any tricks? Lin Shan, a dog, has never played cards according to the routine. Why, don't you dare, then call you a fart, useless. Lin Shan contemptuously said. Also the number one in the Otsutsuki family. I think you are the number one dish in the Otsutsuki family. Whether it's peach style or poo style, they are much braver than you, waste. CA, Lin Shan kept irritating and said. I was actually scrapped by Kaguya, let me tell you. Kaguya kind of woman, I just let her kneel and lick me. Wait, I will tear your mouth. You can just abuse him no matter how you abuse him, but don't pretend Kaguya in front of him, or you will definitely break the defense. This is the shame of a lifetime. In a rage, he forcibly absorbed Amaterasu, and then opened his mouth. He condensed chakra like a tailed beast, swelling the truth-seeking ball in preparation. Lin Shan didn't move when he saw this, and whispered, it's almost the beginning. Sure enough, he screamed loudly. Because of the extreme pain, his body was twisted into an S shape. He suddenly rotted. Many white pustules grew on the surface of the skin, and they split on their own and leaked white liquid. It's stinking, extremely disgusting, and painful. Not a part of the body, but the whole body. Yi Shi was tortured and asked in disbelief. What the hell is this? Could it be the black flame just now? Thinking of the weird smile at the corner of Lin Shan's mouth, he gradually realized that something was wrong. This guy must have some conspiracy, but he didn't do anything wrong. Amaterasu relied on chakra to start. The Otsutsuki clan can absorb chakra. There's no problem with this process. Is it possible? Poison can still be poisoned in chakra? The heart twitched, and suddenly such thoughts popped up in my mind. My chakra is different from yours. My pupil power is different from yours. Nuclear energy eternal Mangekyo plus nuclear energy chakra released Amaterasu. How can you dare to absorb it? I really think the Otsutsuki clan is invincible. Lin Shan looked at him like an idiot. Angrily turned back and smiled, and said awe-inspiringly. I have 10 tails in my body, immortal and immortal, you can't kill me. Ha ha ha, then you will feel better, the lifetime version of the nuclear radiation package, enjoy it. Lin Shan looked pityingly. He took out a cigarette, and Amaterasu glared and lit it. Lin Shan comfortably breathed out the smoke ring. I am a kinder person. If you have any family, such as a younger sister, of course, the old lady is also okay, but you can't be too old. I can help out humanitarianism. Advertisement. Lin Shan looked at him meanly. I fight you. He was extremely humiliating. His pus-filled arm lifted up. Sadly, before he had time to attack, his entire hand began to rot. The flesh and blood peeled off on its own. After the radiation, his bones seemed to be burnt and black. Ah! A continuous scream. What is the situation with this damn radiation? Why is it endless? He looked at Lin Shan with trepidation. Does it really mean that FK has a lifelong version of the big move? Next, something more terrifying happened. Yi Shi's line of sight gradually weakened, and after only a few seconds, he couldn't see anything clearly. His eyes also began to rot, and disgusting pus came out one after another. At the moment of losing the light, Lin Shan flashed out, and his style was extremely fragile at this time. Night guy. Pouch. The right foot, braving the red light, seemed to have a high temperature of hundreds of thousands of degrees, instantly melting most of his body. But because of the characteristic of 10 tails immortality, the wound healed quickly. Lin Shan saw a flash of light in his eyes. In the cave just now, he saw the ghetto statue. In that case, as if thinking of some good idea, Lin Shan looked at it with a smile. Repair the body if it rots, and then continue to rot and then recover. After going back and forth like this, desperate, what kind of loss is this FK? After only a few rot and repairs, I can see things clearly with my eyes. But what did he see? Lin Shan looked at him with a smile, behind which stood a giant, full of vicissitudes of life. The shell of 10 tails? Yi Shi's heart sank and suddenly had a bad feeling. This guy shouldn't. Ah Lele. Ghetto statue's mouth suddenly opened, and several chakra chains were shot to bind him, and he felt his strength quickly lost. A-hole, stop me. The voice was extremely sharp, and he knew Lin Shan's thoughts. This is to force the chakra in his body into the body of the ghetto statue. Chapter 223. I just want to swallow you, don't be afraid. Clang clang clang. Struggling over and over, he tore the chakra chain with his big hands, but he couldn't break it at all. The body core radiation is still torturing him, and it is difficult to use his full strength. He was extremely helpless and could only watch the ghetto statue devour chakra. Ming Ming. A few minutes later, the ghetto statue, like a dead thing, suddenly roared humanely. One of the eyes closed tightly was opened. That's my strength, give me all back. Staring at Lin Shan fiercely, wishing to live, swallow him. He stayed for thousands of years and finally resurrected. He also swallowed the second 10 tails. Isn't this the beginning of the chosen one? He hasn't found Kaguya for revenge yet, but he ran into the open player. He was unwilling, very very unwilling, but even if he was not reconciled, he couldn't change it. Soon after, the second eye of ghetto statue was also opened. Suddenly, he looked around, seeming to be looking for something. Don't look, there's no one living nearby as a carrier for you. Lin Shan said indifferently. I want to digitize myself and infiltrate other people? Such good luck will never happen again. Take 10 tails chakra away from your body, I will compress you into chakra fruit. Lin Shan's green eyes were extremely evil. His face turned pale, and it suddenly occurred to him that the man in front of him could be called Otsutsuki Killer. Pooh Style, Gold Style, and Peach Style have all become Lin Shan's rations. If the delay continues, one style will probably end in the same way. A lot of panic in my heart. Fight. One type of non-mainstream eye forcibly blinked twice. As his pupil power was activated, the damage caused by nuclear radiation became more serious, and his body split a large number of wounds on its own. He clenched his teeth and insisted that even if he was deeply ravaged by nuclear radiation, he would fight it out, otherwise he would really be swallowed up. Xiaoming Vaikuna. His body was like a discouraged leather ball and instantly dried up, turning into a pocket-sized man the size of a fingernail. Easily get rid of the shackles of ghetto statue chains. Being entangled in a big dog chain, there is nuclear radiation in the body, and it can actually activate the pupil power? Lin Shan rubbed his head, underestimating this guy's desire to survive. What? Advertisement. The narrow one flew into the distance. Lin Shan was the strongest cheating player he had ever seen. He didn't want to play anymore and his mentality collapsed. Seeing that victory is about to come, Lin Shan will naturally not give him a chance to breathe. With a big hand against the sky, Tensagen's pupils burst out, and a gravitational force enough to pull the planet locked in. Baiyun in the distance was drawn in the blink of an eye. Oops. Gravity covered his whole body, he couldn't fly, his body was extremely heavy, it felt like dragging several continents forward, his head was swaying profusely, and he was breathing heavily. Even so, he runs desperately, and will never give up even if there is a glimmer of hope. Lin Shan had blue veins on his head, and bloodshots appeared on Tensagen. Get out. He went back hundreds of meters in an instant and was dragged back again. Boom. He smashed to the ground fiercely, spitting out another mouthful of old blood. Several ribs were broken by the way. Bing! From the throat, blood foam with bone scum was sprayed. He was in pain and almost lost consciousness on the spot. It doesn't seem right. Rubbing his chest in one stroke, he recovered from his injuries after the previous battle. What is it now? Although it is being repaired, the speed has slowed down a lot. The 10 tails in you are incomplete. Lin Shan looked at the 2 eyes opened by Ghetto statue and smirked. It's like taking away 2 beasts. Without the 2 head-tailed beasts, 10 tails is naturally not complete. Not only the resilience is reduced, but even the strength is reduced. Return my strength. Pounced on the Ghetto statue, Lin Shan flashed and stood in front of him. Go away. With a fierce roar, a fist sent out, 80 gods air strike. Boom 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 boom. The shadow of the fist in the sky hit Lin Shan's body, and he only retreated dozens of meters. In its heyday, this trick directly shattered the internal organs. It's my turn. Lin Shan's eyes were cold, and he also punched out, Shishong. The space trembles, and a white light is like the speed of light, engulfing it on the spot. Advertisement boom. The minced meat soared to the sky, and his abdomen was directly smashed by Shishong. For Flowers 0, just now, this guy was like playing with Shi. With painful tears, he could feel that his internal organs were bleeding heavily. If it weren't for the strong physique of the Otsutsuki family, this punch would probably be dead. Allah! The sound of breaking through the air came, and the iron chain in Ghetto statue's mouth swept again. Wangshen Bilengzaga. The surrounding space cracked open, and Yi Shi hurriedly hid in to avoid the limelight. Every member of the Otsutsuki family can form an independent space with his pupil technique, and the space in front of him is his independent space. That guy can't be found now, right? Wiping the sweat, he was dying in pain at the moment. Nuclear radiation is extremely deadly, and every time he attacks, he will be accompanied by pain. 10 tails is still incomplete, and its strength and repairability are greatly reduced. Knowing it all at once, the trend is over. Wait for me, Uchiha Lin Shan, you just won temporarily. Yishi's face was full of hatred. According to his plan, after defeating Lin Shan, he captured the remaining tail beasts so that he could get 2 10 tails. What a fascinating power. In the end, forget it, the dream is broken. But Yi Shi was not discouraged because of this. He had decided to go to the universe to find other living planets, continue to plant the sacred tree, and after accumulating enough strength, he came to destroy Lin Shan and hate him. In order to resurrect, he could endure for 1,000 years. In order to defeat Lin Shan, it would not be a problem to wait a few hundred years. Buzzing. A force of space rippled, and a gap appeared in the sky. Could it be? Said in horror. Can he invade my space? Taste. The space cracked toward the surroundings, expanding into a space tunnel with a length of nearly 2 meters. When you stretch your head and shrink your head, it's a knife. Why run, big brother? Lin Shan walked out slowly, looking at a panic. I just want to swallow you, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid if you have an old face and a black face. UF ***** G said it is light, if you are eaten, see if you are afraid. Chapter 224 Swallow 1 Formula. 10 tails get it. He stood up strenuously to fight, his legs were trembling, and he was obviously on the verge of a limit. Shenxiong, Ta Elephant, bang bang bang. The 3 punches were on the head, chest, and abdomen. 3 mouthfuls of old blood were sprayed one after another, the flexible abdomen was smashed abruptly, and the ribs on the chest were shattered into child powder. The punch that hit the head was extremely deadly and knocked it over by Kugan directly. The stiff brain is flowing out along the nostrils, eyes, and ears. Puff! Under the devastating attack, the lamp ran out and fell down again. To prevent this guy from taking the opportunity to carry out a sneak attack, Lin Shan used a few black iron rods. Puff! 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 All the acupuncture points in his body penetrated, and the flow of chakra was blocked. It's not that Lin Shan is too suspicious, he has encountered similar things. 417. Summoning Ghetto Statue. Lin Shan brought out Ghetto Statue summoning again, his sharp mouth full of fangs opened, and the chakra chain was swept out. It was tied up in circles again, and 10 tails chakra all poured into the Ghetto Statue along the chain. Thank you so much. Lin Shan glanced at him. He never thought that one day he would have 2 10 tails. He currently has only the 8-headed beast on his hand, and the other one is 7 tails Jinchuriki Kaide from Takin village. After finishing the trivial matters, Lin Shan decided to capture Feng. After about half an hour, all 9 eyes of Ghetto Statue were opened, which also meant that the 10 tails chakra was drawn clean. Woohoo! Ah! Oh! The Ghetto Statue began to wailing again. The sound was deafening, his hands clasped his head unconsciously, and his head dangled, giving people the feeling of a headache. Chakra's light glowed red around the golem, and its body shape began to change. The first is the truncated bump on the back, which is actually the tail of 10 tails. Advertisement. After getting all the chakra, new granulation emerged from the broken wound, and a new tail actually slowly grew out. You be asterisk 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 D. A haggard and weak voice came, and Lin Shan Dingxing looked at it, and he was like, this guy. Wake up really fast. Lin Shan glanced at him, because he was taken away from 10 tails, he was exceptionally weak, and his body was nailed by a black rod, making it difficult to move. Ordinary Jinchuriki, once the tail beast is taken away, it will undoubtedly die. 10 tails Jinchuriki is different. Even if 10 tails is taken away, there is still a lot of vitality in the host, and it will not die. Are there any last words? One formula. Lin Shan pointed his big hand at him, surrounded by crimson luster, constantly squeezing his body, and his limbs were about to retract into his body. It was as hot as a fire, and it felt like it was about to melt. He knew what Lin Shan was going to do, and he couldn't help feeling a sense of desolation. There the Otsutsuki race across the universe, galloping across countless planets, ghosts can think of all being planted to one human being. Help me kill Kaguya. This is my last wish. By now, Yishi has accepted his fate. Otsutsuki Kaguya. Lin Shan frowned, a little hard to handle. With your strength, coupled with 10 tails as a support, she has no chance of winning against Kaguya at the peak. Looking at Lin Shan with great certainty, what I'm struggling with is not strength. Lin Shan spread his hands and said, a handsome man like me, when she sees me, if she kneels and licks me, when my dog is a licking dog, I want to give birth to a son. How can I help you get revenge? What, it hurts your head. Forget it. Do you have any last words just now? Just treat me like a fart. Lin Shan said that when he turned his face, Yi Shi heard the words on his face even more sad, he actually lost to such an idiot? Ning. Following Lin Shan's order, it was compressed into chakra fruit in one form. The head is about the size of a peach, and the crimson light of the whole body is very evil, it looks like it is soaked in blood. Puff 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 puff, apart from anything else, Lin Shan picked it up and ate it all. Plenty of energy diffuses in the body, but the effect is much smaller compared to the previous few times. It seems that relying on chakra fruit cannot bring me any improvement. Advertisement. Lin Shan looked at the Ghetto Statue, it depends on 10 tails. The golem has undergone earth-shaking changes. Walking upright has changed to being on all fours. The 9 eyes on the face have also disappeared and turned into a huge reincarnation Sharingan, with many strange horns growing on the head. Lin Shan looked quite speechless. The Ghetto Statue just now looked like a person at all. After becoming 10 tails, it was completely reduced to an animal husbandry on all fours. Is this FK evolved rather than degenerated? Ming ming ming. Oh, ah. The newly recovered 10 tails was extremely violent. Looking at Lin Shan, the eyes were extremely ferocious, full of hostility, his mouth opened, and the huge-tailed beast bomb began to condense. A beast is a beast, and even the master who resurrected you would attack. Lin Shan swept a large number of black rods from his palm and stabs 10 tails one after another to deepen and strengthen the relationship between the two sides. Puff, 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 puff. The skin was as hard as steel, easily pierced by a black stick, and there were hundreds of them all over the body. Lin Shan made a seal with one hand, and the irritable 10 tails instantly calmed down. For the time being, Lin Shan looked at 10 tails, but did not rush to swallow it. He has always had a pimple in his heart. Nuclear energy Rinnegan. Rinnegan's opening method is very demanding. Indra must be reincarnated and Ashura's chakra must be obtained. In this way, the legendary Rinnegan can be born. Lin Shan has no chicken feathers. Even though he has Rinnegan from Uchiha Madara, because he is not the original owner, he can't use all his powers. Techniques such as wheel tomb, side prison, cannot be used at all. It doesn't make sense to put it in your own eyes. The biggest effect is the nausea Uchiha Madara. It is the nuclear power system that can help Lin Shan to turn on Rinnegan, or the powerful nuclear power Rinnegan, but this task is not simple. It requires Sasuke to turn on the eternal Mangekyo, the ghost knows when to wait. Sasuke, Sasuke, you must fight for a little bit. Lin Shan begged. After a few minutes, Lin Shan left the one-style independent space. His perception spread, searching the entire battlefield. The three of Black Zetsu, Orochimaru, and Hoshigaki Kisame are still fighting. Actually, Lin Shan can't understand Black Zetsu. If you really want Kaguya to be resurrected, just obey him obediently. Anyway, his goal of ending is 210 tails. Isn't Black Zetsu also to resurrect Kaguya? What is Black Zetsu fighting against? Is it also afraid that another fourth younger brother will come out, or that my stepdad will treat him badly? Lin Shan smiled weirdly. Sasuke and Itachi, it's just that they have a third brother or third sister. Chapter 225 Tuan Miashao Organization. You two bastards. Black Zetsu, surrounded by the front and back, rubbed his fists firmly. These two damn cockroaches caused him a lot of trouble. Without them, Tenten would have escaped long ago. Mother is resurrected, and you are the rubbish she wiped out by blowing the air. Feeling embarrassed by the clown, Black Zetsu opened his mouth to fight back. Is your mother beautiful? Orochimaru asked abruptly. Certainly, Black Zetsu said without hesitation. Mother is the most beautiful woman in the world. Then don't worry, maybe she will be taken by Uchiha Lin Shan before we destroy us. Orochimaru smirked. Lin Shan also has a bunch of weird nicknames, such as Beauty Harvester, and Friends of Women, and so on. Black Zetsu's eyes narrowed, let alone, the possibility is very high. Cough cough cough. There was a coughing sound, and the three of them looked up. I don't know when it started, Lin Shan was already standing in the sky. What about one style? Black Zetsu swept around, and did not see him. I suddenly squeaked in my heart, could it be said that this is dead? Impossible. Black Zetsu quickly threw the absurd idea into his mind, he is the boss of the old mother, how could he be killed casually? Nothing is impossible. Lin Shan's dry lips opened, it looks like a One Piece, I've killed several of them. Although the Pooh style and the Peach style are not as good as the one style, the difference is not too big. Next is you. Lin Shan's bad choreographer Black Zetsu. Want to kill me? Black Zetsu sneered and said arrogantly. I am the will of my mother Kaguya, an immortal existence, who can kill me yet? Black Zetsu hugged his head and screamed, this guy fell to the ground tossing and rolling like touching porcelain. I don't know, I thought this guy was acting. Hoshigaki Kisame and Orochimaru looked at each other, and both could see the tremor and shock in each other's eyes. What did Lin Shan do? Illusory. Orochimaru thoughtfully guessed, don't be fooled by Lin Shan's tough appearance. Illusion is also his specialty. Actually Lin Shan didn't move anything, just turned on Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and looked down at Black Zetsu condescendingly. Advertisement: all creatures that stare into his eyes, whether humans or other creatures, will be trampled and ravaged by nuclear radiation. The miserable appearance of Black Zetsu is because of being exposed to nuclear radiation. The surface of the skin is as painful as burning flames. Otsutsuki 1 style. Small battles, absorbing nuclear radiation underneath, the body is so rotten. Although Black Zetsu is not as miserable as the 1 style, but he does not have the strength of the 1 style, and his resistance is relatively poor. Ding Xing saw that his body automatically decomposed, like running water, blending into the depths of the earth. Run! Lin Shan Eternal Mangekyo switched to Tenseigan, clutching his big hand to the ground. Wei ka ka gravity tore the ground, and the rocks 100 meters below the ground all flew up to the sky. Black Zetsu was also dragged out mercilessly. I said, you will die this time. Lin Shan's eyes were cold. No one in this world can. Do not kill me. Black Zetsu cried and begged for mercy and lived for thousands of years, so naturally he didn't want to die. The longer a person lives, the more he yearns for life. Don't watch Black Zetsu live so long, he didn't live enough at all. Amaterasu! Lin Shan yelled, and a jet of black flame engulfed Black Zetsu. He fell miserably into the flames, his body evaporating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Spare me, no matter what you ask me to do, it's okay to help you connect with your mother. In order to survive, Black Zetsu also struggled, however, Lin Shan remained motionless and did not give Black Zetsu a chance to survive. Can you believe this guy? Amaterasu burned in less than a minute, and Black Zetsu's breath became weaker and weaker until it completely evaporated. Puff, puff. Hoshigaki Kisame and Orochimaru were quite conscious and knelt directly on one knee. Master Lin Shan, we chuckle. Orochimaru's voice was stagnant, and a crimson light came oncoming, piercing his heart. This is, looking up, Orochimaru's face is terrible, what do you mean? It was Lin Shan who did it, we have surrendered to you. Hoshigaki Kisame was full of anger. What did he treat them as toolmen? Kill them when they're used up. Advertisement, it's boring, just don't like snakes very much. Lin Shan pulled out his ears, and later, he did not allow a mad scientist by his side. I can only wrong you and die. Susao's 10-fist sword pulled back, and Orochimaru instantly became liquid and was quickly absorbed. This is a 10-punch sword. Orochimaru was terrified. He wanted to resist. However, under Lin Shan's absolute pupil power, he was unable to explain the technique, and chakra was absorbed in an instant. In the end, he was sucked into the gourd. Next, Lin Shan looked at Hoshigaki Kisame. I'm sorry, my daughter doesn't like sharks too much. Hoshigaki Kisame rushed forward immediately after hearing the words and died in battle. He jumped up, his body fell from a high altitude, all the barbs of the dumpling muscles were erected, and he slashed hard at Lin Shan. Lin Shan grabbed it face to face with his big hand. Boom! Lin Shan's slap is a fine steel bone, ignoring the barbs and slashes of the dumpling muscles, and grabs it directly. You were almost too far away, Kisame. 417 squeezed slightly, and Samahata twisted like an electric shock. His 5 fingers pierced Samahata, and the knife bleeds like an animal. In fact, Samahata's body is indeed an animal shark. He wanders around 3 tails all the year round and obtains a lot of chakras, which has caused an abnormal change. Boom. Pouch. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But the blood spilled all over the sky, and he saw the fangs of the water dragon with his own eyes, crushing Lin Shan's body. P.S. The big guys support more, the author is grateful. Go to hell. As for Lin Shan, he was still standing at the original location and didn't move at all. He desperately discovered that he suddenly split in 2. The person the water dragon smashed just now seemed to be him. Kisame knots the seal again, and another water dragon bites away. Illusory. Kisame suddenly realized, but this illusion is too G insulting, right? Here, a huge water dragon rose from the ground to lift Lin Shan to the sky. Hoshigaki Kisame quickly retreated, water-style water dragon bomb technique. A violent chakra poured into Samahata's body, blasting it to pieces. Before Kisame had time to be proud, a fatal pain swept through his body. Let him bite himself to death? Chapter 226 Fudge Sasuke's father killing? Really, why do you want to be an enemy of this monster? People are about to die, Hoshigaki Kisame is too lazy to complain. On the contrary, there is a feeling of great enlightenment. In the confrontation with Lin Shan, there was no sense of pleasure in fighting, and they were all about dimensionality reduction. Seeing that Hoshigaki Kisame can't survive, Lin Shan uses Wangshen Bilangzaka to open the different space and return to Konoha. Konoha Shinobi Village. Sasuke has recovered, but he is still Sharingan. Brother, how can I defeat Uchiha Lin Shan? In front of the mirror, Sasuke looked at him reflected in the mirror, and her Go-Yu Sharingan turned slowly. He couldn't help sighing, the pupil power is too far away. Itachi was silent. If Sasuke continues like this, it is impossible to defeat Lin Shan in his life. Let's give up. After thinking about it, Itachi finally persuaded Sasuke to give up. Dimensional gap. After getting his eyes, Lin Shan is the eternal Mangekyo. Sasuke is still a few grades behind. Give up? I refuse? Sasuke is like a wild cat whose tail is stepped on. Lin Shan has caused so much pain to our family. I can't forgive him and I will never give up. Sasuke ran away recklessly. At the same time, Lin Shan also came back. Coincidentally, the conversation between him and Sasuke was also clear. Mainly there is the best undercover Makoto. As soon as the 2 brothers had a secret conversation, she went to tell Lin Shan. In order for Sasuke to awaken the eternal Mangekyo as soon as possible and gain the strength to challenge the Demon King as soon as possible, Lin Shan decided to be a good man and help him. By the small river, Sasuke held a handful of stones in his hand and kept throwing it in. Splashes of water splashed. This river is not me, so why do you work so hard? A lazy voice came, and Lin Shan walked out of the grove. You are not welcome here, advertisement Sasuke said blankly. Not welcome? The whole Konoha is mine, you tell me it's not welcome? Lin Shan ignored Sasuke's dissatisfaction and asked, Sasuke, you are like this. It takes hundreds of years to get revenge on me, your brother or sister's name, I haven't figured it out yet. You can help me analyze it, the boy's name is Uchiha. Hikari, how about the girl's name is Uchiha Tachibana? No one is good, they're dead, Sasuke said disgustedly. Makoto's belly was getting bigger and bigger. Yes, my naming level is really average, but the name Sasuke is good. If it is a son, my future son will be called Sasuke, and you will be renamed Uchiha Otsutsuki. Lin Shan smirked. Sasuke is so angry, he can see it. This B********D is deliberately disgusting him. Can't provoke and hide. He turned and left, too lazy to pester Lin Shan. Actually, the way Sharingan is turned on is very special, would you like to listen? Lin Shan throws up a new topic. Sasuke, who was addicted to power, stopped abruptly, and the sold right foot also retracted, looking at Lin Shan inquiringly. Sharingan's evolution is very unique and requires pain to stimulate. Once you lose your most beloved relative or friend, under extreme pain, a special chakra will develop in your skull, which stimulates Sharingan to advance. You can try it. Lin Shan smiled evilly, obviously to make Sasuke kill his closest relatives. Some members of the Uchiha family, in order to evolve Sharingan, personally killed their friends or relatives. This is also the fundamental reason why Uchiha is called the evil race by second Hokage. Lin Shan said slowly. As for the way to upgrade the eternal Mangekyo, it's even simpler. If you integrate Mangekyo with immediate family members, you can have eyes like mine. Why tell me this? Sasuke clenched his fist. I want to see who you will kill, and what crazy things a person can do when he is forced to a dead end. Lin Shan's eyes glowed red. At this moment, in Sasuke's eyes, he was a real devil. Sasuke is not stupid. Lin Shan is instigating him to kill the closest person. At present, there are only 3 people: Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku, a bedridden dad, and my mother Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Your father, Uchiha Fugaku, can kill him, Lin Shan said suddenly. You fart. Advertisement, Sasuke yelled. I won't do things that are inferior to beasts. He has no value anymore. It is painful to live in bed for so many years. Lin Shan urged. Go, kill him. Remember to take his Sharingan away. It's Mangekyo Sharingan. You will merge in the future. Maybe it will open the eternal Mangekyo. Why did you let me open the eternal Mangekyo? What is your conspiracy? Sasuke asked. Do you want to take the eternal Mangekyo? Lin Shan glanced at Sasuke, slightly surprised. Don't dream. No matter what, I won't let you succeed. Sasuke threw himself away and left. He couldn't do such a frenzied thing. I'll help you out. Lin Shan was calm and relaxed, and soon had a plan in his mind. In addition, under the leadership of Namikaze Minato, Naruto also went to other places to practice Mount Myoboku. Outside, no matter how powerful Lin Shan is, Mount Myoboku is like a paradise, uncontested, harmonious and quiet. Namikaze Minato brought Naruto to Toad Sage and asked about his doubts. Big Toad Sage, is Naruto really the Destiny's son who can change the world? Namikaze Minato looked at Toad Sage eagerly. The bet is all on Naruto. It has suddenly changed in recent years. Big Toad Sage has weird eyes. Miss Zhao has changed. What has it become? Namikaze Minato asked nervously. The son of the devil who hinders the progress of the world, as well as the boy named Sasuke. In addition, Toad Sage stared deep into the distant sky. As for Uchiha Lin Shan, he became the son of hope who changed the world. Namikaze Minato listened to the petrochemical on the spot, and it seemed that you were teasing me. Just like Lin Shan's scum, if he can become the hope of the world, how miserable and hopeless the future will be. That man, he might bring changes to the world in the future. And Naruto and Sasuke will be the sons of demons that hinder the progress of the world. The elder Toad Sage said slowly, but he also thought it was nonsense. Fate can be said to change as soon as it changes? Price. Chapter 227, Hokage version of world government. I believe in your ghost. In a rage, Namikaze Minato took Naruto to practice celestial arts. The hope was frustrated, showing how angry he was. The good son of hope and the son of prophecy have somehow become the son of the devil who hinders the progress of the world. Can you not be angry? Dad, can we still beat Lin Shan? Naruto asked worriedly, listening to what Toad Sage said. How do I feel that I am guilty? After all, it is a big hat that hinders the progress of the world. Don't listen to the old guy, he's just talking nonsense. Before, I looked at him highly. Namikaze Minato is very disgusted. Naruto, remember, we must believe in science in the future, and don't listen to superstitions. Naruto nodded as if he didn't understand, and speaking of it, isn't it because his superstitious dad insists on pulling him to listen to a wave of analysis? Now, you tell me to talk about science? Konoha. The situation in the ninja world has become more cheerful, and anyone with a discerning eye can see that the future world is dominated by Konoha. The major ninja villages also surrendered one after another. Some countries that are far away from 417, even wading through mountains and rivers, came to Konoha to pay homage to Lin Shan. Lin Shan's prestige reached its peak. One of the 5 great nations like Iwagakure was swallowed up by Konoha soldiers without blood. Just yesterday, Iwagakure's 3rd Tsuchikage One Onogi officially stepped down. He was replaced by his granddaughter, Heishi. After becoming the 4th generation, Kuroto immediately abolished the original policy of hostility to Konoha. The relationship between the two villages quickly recovered and entered a stage of peace. Looking at the growing belly of his granddaughter, Oyemu also hid in the corner and cried silently. Good you Uchiha Lin Shan. Thinking of what this scum was doing, Onogi gritted his teeth. Grab our Jinchuriki from Iwagakure, and kill our ninja from Iwagakure. In the end, I will let Tsuchikage from Iwagakure give you a baby. It's so angry, however, even if it is angry, it is useless. Oyemu is also powerless to revolving heaven. Where is the strength of the opponent, not to mention that the black soil is pregnant. After a while, the child will be born. Lin Shan was unstoppable and gradually conquered each country. Sunagakure, Kirigakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and now Iwagakure, all fell under his feet. Advertisement. In addition, there are a bunch of small countries glaring at Konoha. He almost conquered the whole world. Therefore, Lin Shan also has the reputation of King of Conquerors. In the 5 major countries, the strength of Iwagakure is fairly well preserved, and the number of ninjas that can be mobilized in the village is still 10,000. 10 years have passed since the last ninja war, and Iwagakure has also recovered. And the loss of Rock Shinobi is not as great as Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi. What a pity, the village is full of anti-war atmosphere, and the Hawks Onoki fell because of this. The 5 major countries have all turned to Konoha one after another, and a super-organization that encompasses all mankind is about to be born. Konoha Village Hokage Office. Kirigakure's Mizukage Terumi Mei, Sunagakure's Karura, Iwagakure's Heisha, and the minister of the Konoha branch of Thunder Country made up of Wooden Golem, plus Tsunade. These 5 women are the most beautiful in the world. Powerful woman. Worshipped by countless women. Of course, the man behind them, Lin Shan, has more fans. In order to facilitate future rule, I decided to integrate several countries together. Lin Shan's words were shocking, and the women looked at each other and then nodded tacitly. The main reason is that it's useless to resist. Lin Shan will hang up and gasp. The new organization is called the World Government. The Shinobu system is completely abolished. From now on, everyone will be their own. There is no need to divide the country of water and the country of fire. Lin Shan thought for a while and said, then what will we do in the future? CA, Tsunade asked. Terumi Mei and others also looked at Lin Shan worriedly. The benefits of rights and various special cases make everyone want to stop. Hey, hello, if the ninja village system is cancelled, my Tsuchikage has just come to power, and it hasn't been a week yet, you will take me down? The black soil touched his swollen belly. Are you worthy of us? It didn't take long for me to be on stage too. Jaron Luo followed suit. It doesn't seem to be the same who said it. You wooden golem also nodded. Don't worry, listen to me to finish. Lin Shan glanced over several people. His expression was very weird. It seemed that there were exactly 5 people. Since it's the world government, or you will be 5 elders from now on. Lin Shan said abruptly. What is 5 elders? Advertisement, I don't know the title of the new ruler? It doesn't feel too smart. Several women were chattering, but Lin Shan thought it was feasible. He looked at Terumi Mei, who could completely work as Martial Marine in the future. Then I correspond, it should be Yim. Lin Shan kept YY in his heart, so that his offspring would become the biggest trash of mankind, celestial dragons. No matter how the world changes in the future, anyway, the core circle of the ruling class is our own people. Tsunade smiled and said, you guys have to step up. After that, Tsunade also touched his stomach. Yes, after unremitting efforts, she was finally pregnant. Tsunade, do you have any remedies? Terumi Mei asked expectantly. Upon hearing this, Wooden Golem also pricked his ears. Outside the office, there are more than a dozen pairs of ears eavesdropping. Even Gairara was attracted. Master Feng Ying too? Terumi Mei's eyes looked back and forth on Lin Shan and Jarong Luo. Finally couldn't help but give Lin Shan a thumbs up. Cough cough cough, don't get me wrong, Kaian Luo quickly explained. I'm asking for my daughter Tamari. Huh, there are series out of nothing. The black soil snorted disdainfully. Lin Shan was speechless when he saw this. Originally, a serious meeting was related to the future direction of the world. How did it evolve into a pregnancy operation meeting? That's it. Lin Shan, who really couldn't listen, turned around and left. Anyway, the basic form of the world government already exists, so let's take a step back and see. He went to find a special character, Little Sakura. He has already figured out how to help Sasuke kill his father, and there is also a key role Haruno Sakura. Chapter 228. Why are you so obedient? I don't have any excuses to beat you up. Do you understand? At Haruno Sakura's house, Lin Shan explained his plan in detail. Probably clear. Haruno Sakura nodded obediently, like a docile kitten, and took the opportunity to pounce in Lin Shan's arms. With a face of indulgence and enjoyment, the smell of Lin Shan's body is really smelling. She looked at Lin Shan with blurred eyes, and those eyes seemed to sparkle. Master Lin Shan, Haruno Sakura's voice is whimpering, and Lin Shan's body is always crisp. Okay, I know everything, come to me when the task is complete. Lin Shan understood the meaning of Haruno Ying in seconds. Hearing that, Haruno Sakura instantly smiled. I will definitely complete the task you ordered. Don't let me down, little Sakura. Lin Shan rubbed Haruno Sakura's head and began to mourn for Urzuzi for 3 minutes in his heart. Uchiha Makoto's house. In fact, Makoto no longer lives here and moved to Lin Shan to have a baby. Sasuke and Itachi are left alone now. The days of the brothers were also relaxed. Beside a big tree in the backyard, Itachi was in the shade of the tree. Sasuke was drinking and sweating and practicing ninjutsu on the side. After days of hard training, Sasuke's body has become stronger and stronger. Even the abdominal muscles were trained by him. Suddenly, Itachi's head turned. I don't know when to get up, and a figure appeared in the backyard. What are you doing here? Sasuke asked coldly, and it was Haruno Sakura who came. He clenched his fists uncontrollably. Chunin's miserable experience of losing to Haruno Sakura in the exam, he still hasn't forgotten. Sasuke has been waiting for a chance to get revenge. The children of Lin Shan and Mrs. Makoto will be born in a few months, do you understand? Haruno Sakura asked indifferently, looking at Ubi Sasuke. There was no feeling in her heart. After several fiascos, Sasuke's face was completely disfigured. It's my shit. Sasuke was expressionless, and he got used to it after repeated blows. Well, it's mainly numbness, these days. Which day did it not come from torment? Man is a kind of habitual creature, and over time, he will gradually get used to everything. Advertisement, Master Lin Shan said, if it is a boy, he would like to be called Uchiha Sasuke. Haruno Sakura said indifferently, you immediately changed your name to Uchiha Second Pillar, did you hear it? You were farting. Sasuke jumped into a thunder, and there were blue veins on that face. Now it is 100% sure that it was Lin Shan who instigated Haruno Sakura to come. Because Lin Shan also asked Sasuke to change his name before, but he refused. Your son's name is Sasuke, so his name is Sasuke. Why do you ask me to change his name? The most pitted thing is that he even stepped on a horse to make him call Uchiha Otsutsuki. What kind of rubbish name is this? It's really ugly. Just put it straight, waste. Do you think I came here to negotiate with you? Haruno Sakura is full of momentum with hands on hips. Master Lin Shan is embarrassed to be your opponent. I won't be used to you. I will change my name immediately for my old lady, or I will beat you half-body and incontinence. Don't be too crazy, Haruno Sakura. Sasuke was in grief and indignation. Who would have thought that Haruno Sakura was his biggest licking dog more than a month ago? As a result, Sasuke has been hurt 3 times and 4 times. Also threatened to beat him to incontinence? Too bully? Sasuke, listen to him. God Uchiha Itachi suddenly spoke. What? Sasuke's eyes were about to fall out, and he said angrily, Brother, did you hear me wrong? They're just asking for trouble. I know. Itachi's voice was still extremely calm. The moment Haruno Sakura appeared, he knew that the person who came was bad, but there was no way to beat it. No, the name Uchiha Two Pillars is too ugly. Sasuke is full of disgust. Only a brain dead can call this name. Lin Shan. It's just right, you are a brain dead. If you don't like it, Master Lin Shan has provided you with other options. Uchiha Iron Egg. Uchiha Wang Chang. Uchiha Zhang Dabiao. Uchiha is strong. Uchiha Kwewa. Haruno Sakura uttered several names one after another, and Sasuke's face was full of black lines. What kind of messy names are these horses, and in comparison, Uchiha a Pillar really sounds much better. Advertisement, leave quickly, you are not welcome here, and no matter what the request, I refuse to agree. For Flowers 0, Sasuke clenched his fists and stared at Haruno Sakura fiercely. The big deal is another fight. Even if he can't beat Haruno Sakura, he still has to fight for his breath. Never bow to the evil forces. Yes? Haruno Sakura suddenly laughed. She was thinking about beating Sasuke. After all, the worse Sasuke was, the happier Lin Shan was. Haruno Sakura relied on stepping on Sasuke, and Hinata rely on stepping on Naruto. Sasuke, come here. Itachi beckoned to Sasuke suddenly. Sasuke can ignore the rest of the people, but O'Neil is different. He walked over obediently. Sass, listen to him. It's called Uchiha Otsutsuki. Don't get into trouble. Forget what I said before. Tolerate a moment. Itachi God persuaded him, and his words revealed deep wisdom. This is the cushion before the rise. Only when people have experienced hardships will they break through the cocoon and become a butterfly. 0 When Sasuke heard the words, a struggling flashed in his eyes, watching Itachi persisting, and finally nodded helplessly. He looked desperate and walked to Haruno Sakura. Go back and tell that guy, I will be called Uchiha or Zu from now on. Only Haruno Sakura was not as happy as he thought, even his face was extremely ugly. Snapped, suddenly, she sent it out with a slap, and directly flew the second pillar. Boom. The 2 pillars revolved more than a dozen times in the sky, and then slammed heavily on the ground, bleeding from the corners of their mouths. Before Urzuzi looked at Haruno Sakura, the other side's angry voice came. Why are you so obedient? The victimized old lady has no excuses to beat you, it's really annoying. Haruno Sakura had her hands on her hips, but she assured Lin Shan that she would beat Sasuke severely. The second pillar is so cooperative and obedient, how can she beat the second pillar so hard? And you too, who made you talk too much? Boom! It was another slap in the face, and this time he turned into a god of Itachi spinning in the sky. Haruno Sakura followed Lin Shan's strength soaring, and Itachi God was gouged, and he was sick. Where is his opponent? The 2 brothers were brutally beaten. 6 NP Chapter 229 Sasuke's father killing. 107. Urzuzi didn't care about the pain anymore, and rushed it in front of Itachi, looking at the swollen half of O'Neil's cheek. His anger was like a scourge, and he could no longer remain calm. I fight you. The 2 pillars roared and rushed, with electric lights condensed in their hands. Chidori. The little Sakura powder punches out. Boom. After a loud noise, the Chidori in the hands of the second pillar was like a bursting balloon, and disappeared in a moment. Even that powerful spare force caused him to be shocked. The second pillar lay on the ground in pain. You seem to care about your brother? Haruno Sakura walked up to the god of Itachi and stepped on his foot. A-hole, take your stinky feet away. There are bloodshot eyes in Urzuzi's eyes. This is the oni sauce that he loves to wear on April 20th. Some people like this stuff too. Haruno Sakura was full of disgust, and he said, betrayal of the village, even to his father Lin Shan. Uchiha Itachi is not worthy to live in the world. You 2 brothers, to live is a waste of air, and death is a waste of land. It's better to be cremated in the future. It will be burned cleanly in a big fire, and it is best not to leave even a trace. Boom. Haruno Sakura is the god of Rufe Weasel again, rolling to the second pillar like a ball. Kill you. The deeply stimulating Urzu slammed out again, with bare hands, small fists slammed into Haruno Sakura's face. Haruno Sakura drew the distance indifferently, avoided it easily, and then slammed forward. The little hand was like an eagle's claw, instantly subduing the second pillar and throwing it away. Bang! The second pillar was thrown away by inertia, and the house in the distance was knocked out of a big hole by him. He was swollen in many places, lying on the ground groaning weakly. That won't work. It seems that you don't endure much pain. Otherwise, how could there be such a weak and stupid Uchiha second pillar? Haruno Sakura Yin and Yang ridiculed. Because your brothers are useless, Mrs. Makoto has embraced Master Lin Shan, and even has a cute baby with Master Lin Shan. You 2 are redundant. Die. Haruno Sakura sneered loudly, not caring about her Jew's face at all. How much I liked him in the past, how much hatred I have now. The so-called deep hatred of love is probably what it means. Advertisement, HMPH, what do you think you are? Uchiha Lin Shan is just one of countless women. Haruno Sakura, you are just a humble licking dog. The two pillars sneered at each other, you are right. Haruno Sakura didn't refute the words, and smiled openly, but licking Master Lin Shan can give me countless benefits. The strength of this body that crushes you is a gift from Master Lin Shan. From now on, I will not only continue to lick Lin Shan, but also continue to lick with your mother Uchiha Mikoto. Haruno Sakura immediately moved Uchiha Mikoto out. Urzuzi's mentality suddenly collapsed when he heard the words. What? He rushed to Haruno Sakura desperately, thrusting directly at her with his hand. Innocent, little Sakura's fist slammed out again. Boom. Quan Jin rolled up a gust of fist wind, and before he got close, he blew him away. The two pillars in midair are extremely fragile, and the body is about to hit the ground fiercely. Boom. After landing, Uchiha's two pillars dispersed like smoke. Invisible clone. Haruno Sakura was slightly surprised, his eyes widened, looking for the whereabouts of the second pillar. What are you looking for? Behind him, there was a deep voice from the Otsutsuki, his eyes were cruel, and the kunai he held in his hand slammed Haruno Sakura's back more than a dozen knives. Puff, 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 his back bleeds instantly, and Haruno Sakura's whole clothes are stained red. Ha ha ha. Urzuzi laughed madly, his red eyes seemed to be stunned by the devil, and continued to output frantically. Puff, 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 puff. Kumu continued to stab Haruno Sakura, poking dozens of holes all over his body, before he stopped. Urzuzi panted heavily, looking at the violent Haruno Sakura, feeling very happy. This is the price you pay for looking down on me. Sasuke was very happy. Looking at Haruno Sakura's body, the more tragic the death, the more it was enough to awaken the happiness in his heart. Advertisement, it's terrible, Urzu. A familiar voice came from behind. The second pillar stiffened slightly, this voice is his mother, isn't it Haruno Sakura? He hurriedly looked back, it was Haruno Sakura. His brain suddenly went blank, so who was the one who was stabbed into a hornet's nest? Yo. Lin Shan also appeared one after another, watching Urzuzi raise his hand to say hello. What is your conspiracy? The second pillar roared uncomfortably, and he felt that he had fallen into a huge trap. Lin Shan's one-handed seal. Sharingan solution. A hidden power in the body dissipated, and Urzu's mind suddenly became clear. That was Sharingan's illusion. The Urzuzi suddenly realized, and once again looked at the dead body. The whole person was as if struck by lightning, he was stunned on the spot. The man lying in the pool of blood is Uchiha Fugaku. He was dumbfounded, frightened and threw away the kunai in his hand. Look, I'll just say that there are crazy genes hidden in your bones. You, like that fellow Itachi, or a demon walking in the dark. It's terrible to do things like father killing. Lin Shan retreated a bit, pulling Haruno Sakura and saying, Little Sakura, let's step back a little bit and keep away from the devil. No, I'm not that kind of person, it's all you. Urzuzi tremblingly pointed at Haruno Sakura, and finally his eyes fell on Lin Shan. It's all you. It's you who used the pupil power to give me the illusion. The one who killed 0.4 father is you and you. Sasuke pointed at Lin Shan like a mad dog. You are making excuses for your inferior skills, sass is giving. If it wasn't for you to be too impulsive, shoot at little Sakura first, otherwise there is nothing like today. Forget what Itachi said. Take a step back and broaden the sky. Lin Shan said slowly, looking at Sasuke secretly strange. If you kill your father, don't you feel sad at all? Why hasn't Sharingan been upgraded yet? If all this is useless, Sasuke can be called a super weird thing in the Uchiha clan. It's no wonder that the whole clan was so angry that he opened a Guyu. Chapter 230 Sasuke, it's time for me to cash in on my talent. Do you know how much Fugaku loves you? Lin Shan suddenly scolded. You are simply a scum, Sasuke. At the beginning, Fugaku was even for you, even. Lin Shan was speechless for a while and couldn't make it up. Before Sasuke was born, Uchiha Fugaku was paralyzed. Sasuke had no impression of Uchiha Fugaku and was normal, and he didn't even say a word. Yes, in this way, it is normal to not open your eyes. After all, the relationship between father and son is too weak. Master Lin Shan, what should I do? Haruno Sakura asked cautiously, the plan seems to have changed. Then there is no way, let's use the spare tire first. Lin Shan looked at the big weasel god with a cold face. Truth-seeking ball appeared behind him, throwing it towards God Itachi. Boom boom. With a loud noise, Itachi's body split from the middle, large pieces of minced meat splashed away, and slowly disappeared after landing. Sasuke was stunned for a moment. Itachi died like this? A sense of extreme emptiness and despair flooded into the limbs, permeating every cell in the body. In my mind, the pain of 24 like a tide continued to irritate the eyes, and Sasuke held his eyes in pain. His whole body seemed to be pumped clean, his knees softened and he knelt on the ground. Unforgivable. I can't forgive you even if I gave Itachi to you, Uchiha Lin Shan. Sasuke kept roaring, and an astonishing hostility erupted all over his body. Don't G do not forgive me. I need your eyes to evolve when I step on a horse. Lin Shan cursed badly. If you don't forgive, you have to take revenge. Revenge. It can be seen that Lin Shan is more anxious than Sasuke. There is no way, this big waist is too weak. Master Lin Shan, if Mrs. Mikoto knows Itachi is dead. Haruno Sakura is quite worried about the relationship between the two. Fugaku is dead and Itachi is also dead, both of whom are vital to Uchiha Mikoto. What are you talking about here, little Sakura? Lin Shan said irritably. In order to start Mangekyo, Sasuke killed his father and brother frantically. It's the thing between us? Haruno Sakura couldn't help but stunned, and immediately hid his face and chuckled. My lord Lin Shan and I just stopped him, it's a pity that we failed to come late. Really good. Advertisement. Lin Shan rubbed Haruno Sakura's little head, and the latter was full of enjoyment. I don't know what happened. Lin Shan is very worried. If FK can't open his eyes, the desperate person is not Sasuke, but him. Can this cheating second pillar open Mangekyo? It is normal for Lin Shan to worry. After all, he was a man who had died of his clan. A dad died in a trivial way, and he has no qualifications to upgrade his eyes. However, when Sasuke looked up, Lin Shan was relieved, and Sasuke's eyes finally turned into a three-pointed jade. To be honest, at this moment, he was even more excited than Sasuke. But then, a more surprising scene appeared. Do you think Sangu Jade ends here? Sasuke said that it's time for me to fulfill my talent. The unprecedented pain and hatred still stayed in my mind. Sanguyu did not digest the monstrous hatred and killing intent. The special chakra in the head continued to stimulate the changes in the eyes. Everything about the past and Itachi came to mind. The brothers fished together, go for a walk together. Let's watch the sunset together, let's practice ninjutsu together. They lived together every day, almost inseparable. Lin Shan. It's so intimate, but have you ever been involved in everything? All in all, the violent death of God Itachi deeply irritated Sasuke, especially the enemy of his life who killed his brother. Sasuke roared like a beast from his throat, and water gushed from the corner of his mouth. What's your name? Do you think you are going to transform into a Super Saiyan, silly DK? Lin Shan cursed, but his eyes were so honest, he still looked at Sasuke without turning his eyes. He felt that Sasuke was like this, it seemed that it was more than a three-go jade. Could it be that the suppressed anger in my heart broke out at this moment? You have to understand that after so many days, Sasuke has been bullied and abused too much. Lin Shan broke his family and left his wife. After all, Sakura is gone and his wife is gone, even though he is still a kid now. Sangu Jade is definitely not a bottleneck. Do you want to jump directly to Mangekyo? Lin Shan's pupils contracted and he was extremely shocked. Although this probability is small and pitiful, it is not impossible. When a person's inner anger reaches its peak, the pupil power will evolve and evolve at the greatest level. For example, Uchiha Obito, who learned of the tragic death of Yi Yuan Lin, went straight to Mangekyo. Advertisement. Could it be that Sasuke is also like Obito? That's true. Lin Shan's conversation suddenly changed, and Ding Qing saw that Sasuke's eyes had turned into six-pointed stars. The corners of his eyes are full of blue veins, and there is bloodline flowing down the sides of the corners of his eyes. Master Lin Shan, is this the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan? Haruno Sakura asked uncertainly, her whole body uncomfortable being watched by those demonic eyes. Yes. Lin Shan nodded. Sasuke rubbed his eyes and said hoarsely, Uchiha Lin Shan, I want to thank you. Woohoo! Before Sasuke finished speaking, Lin Shan held her little Sakura in tears. Little Sakura, do you know how long I have been waiting for this day? Nuclear Rinnegan is finally coming, Ming Ming Ming. Lin Shan's nose is sour, and tears burst into his eyes. Sasuke looked stupidly. What is the situation? Since 420 has opened his eyes, shouldn't he feel panic and fear? He seems to be happier than him. I am going to kill you. Thinking of 1,007 tragic deaths, Sasuke's anger was ignited. His Mangekyo Sharingan exuded a touch of chill, and the majestic pupil power enveloped Lin Shan. Lin Shan, who was being stared at, was indifferent and didn't care about Sasuke's pupil power at all. Too weak. It's too far to beat me, you have to merge this. Lin Shan took out two Mangekyo Sharingan and whispered, this is your father's Mangekyo. UB*****D. Under extreme anger, Sasuke's chakra materialized, and several huge bones wrapped him layer by layer, and a large chakra hand was generated instantly and smashed towards Lin Shan. Yes, this is Susanoo from Sasuke, but it's too immature. Amaterasu. The surface of Chakra's hand ignited black flames, and before it hit it, it was completely burned by Amaterasu. Amaterasu spread all the way, and even the bones that protected Sasuke's body were burned. Sasuke himself was swallowed by Amaterasu, and his screams resounded again. Sasuke was scorched all over, and his heart was extremely unwilling. He turned on Mangekyo Sharingan to lead it. Chapter 231 Need for Licking Dog Father and Son. After being burned by Amaterasu, Sasuke was full of smoke. The surface layer of the skin melted for the first time. His Mangekyo Sharingan exudes a gloomy light, and it seems that something is brewing. Sure enough, after a while, Amaterasu went out on its own. Flame control. Lin Shan guessed that this was the technique that Sasuke initiated the birth of Mangekyo, which was able to control the form of Amaterasu. But even if that's the case, you are like this, what good is it? Lin Shan glanced at the burnt Sasuke, not paying attention. By the way, he lost Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. If you want to defeat me, you can only rely on me, sass. Lin Shan hugged Haruno Ying and left. Sasuke is also completely dead. On the other side, when Makoto heard that Sasuke killed Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku in order to start Mangekyo Sharingan, tears fell. Makoto, don't cry, protect the fetus in your stomach, he is the most important thing. Lin Shan said seriously, caressing her belly tenderly. But why can Fugaku and Itachi Sasuke do such a rebellious thing? Both eyes of Makoto were red and swollen, he has become a slave to power. Lin Shan stands with his hands in the tone of a wise man. In the face of the power of Sharingan, not everyone can abide by my heart and stay awake at all times. It is better than Uchiha Madara. It is only when you kill a friend to open Mangekyo Sharingan. Haruno Sakura had a weird face when he heard that. If you want to say that the Uchiha clan has the craziest eye-opening person, it is Lin Shan. 10 Sasuke tied up are not as good as him. You have a good rest, I will avenge my good brother and godson Itachi. Lin Shan clenched his fist and said with awe-inspiring justice. Are you going to kill Sasuke? If it was usual, Makoto would still stop one or two, and she was silent at the moment. You can see that Sasuke's kid is too crazy, even his father and brother can be killed. In the future, he will control the absolute power, and he will definitely not let us go. The cold glow in Lin Shan's eyes materialized, and his eyes were covered with ice. Makoto's face was bitter, and he stopped talking. She wants to help Sasuke fight for a chance, but she has to admit that what Lin Shan said makes sense. Even brother and dad don't let go, let alone them. Advertisement, I'm tired. Makoto suddenly walked towards the bedroom. Upon seeing this, Haruno Ying asked, Master Lin Shan, what does this mean? Do you want Makoto to say, I agree, anyway, it is her son, how could I kill him? The corners of Lin Shan's lips curled up, seemingly smiling. Actually, this is equivalent to the default. 2 days later, around Konoha village. Boom. There was a sudden movement in the dense jungle. In the grass a few meters high, thick smoke wafted out, and flickering phantoms could be seen. After the smoke dissipated, it turned out to be a toad. Wow. The red toad mouth opened, and the father and son Naruto and Namikaze Minato jumped out. Thank you. Namikaze Minato bowed to thank you. Naruto looked at the village not far away with mixed feelings. This time, if you don't succeed, you will become benevolent. Naruto's face is determined, this is the last battle. After working hard for days, his sage art has been quite accomplished. By the way, a wave of reinforcements was also gathered. When the battle begins, Mount Myoboku's Toad Game is willing to help. Toad Sage is also willing to gamble on Naruto, the former son of Hope. Dad, how do we act? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Namikaze Minato. Let's go to your mother first. Namikaze Minato thought of Uzumaki Kaide, but the emotion on that face was not the joy of meeting, but the endless melancholy and complexity. He never forgets Uzumaki Kushina in his heart. The same is true to this day. As for Uzumaki Maple, it is just a substitute. The two have a little similarity. But in the final analysis, it is still a counterfeit. Let's go back to the village next time, let's find a chance to see Kushina once, this is the last time. Namikaze Minato said to herself, if she still doesn't understand, then she can only say sorry. Advertisement, Dad still can't let go of that Uzumaki Kushina? Naruto glared at Namikaze Minato displeased. When I left, I heard that she was going to have a second child. Namikaze Minato's face turned dark, but soon he was relieved. He said in anguish, Naruto, feelings are not something that can be let go. I am really unwilling to lose to Uchiha Lin Shan, a latecomer. Namikaze Minato's expression turned a bit sullen. But someone is pregnant with Uchiha Lin Shan's child again. If you let her get rid of it, she will hate you forever, Naruto reminded. Asterisk, this doesn't matter. Namikaze Minato said indifferently. As long as Kushina can wake up, I can treat it like myself. Listen, how great this is, Dad, you are a scumbag, I treat you all. Hearing that, Uzumaki Naruto's face is extremely gloomy, so that he will have multiple younger brothers or younger sisters. In addition, what should his mother Uzumaki Kaide do? Go into the village, Naruto. Namikaze Minato was too lazy to say, and went in for the first time. Naruto kept up with thoughts. After entering the village, the two immediately changed into a new outfit. After all, the village was full of their wanted warrants. Coincidentally, Naruto happened to see Haruno Sakura. And her friend one Yamanaka Ino. The goddess appeared, and Naruto's heart stirred again. His feet seemed to be filled with lead and he could no longer walk. His eyes also seemed to be nailed, he couldn't move, and he looked at Haruno Sakura motionless. What a daze, Naruto, hurry up. Is it? Namikaze Minato urged. He was a little flustered on the street. Konoha Master was like a cloud. It would be bad if he saw something. Dad, I think what you just said is right. Naruto looked at Haruno Sakura with a faint look. Emotions do not mean that you can give up. I thought I could give up Lil Sakura completely, but the moment I saw her, my heartbeat accelerated again. What? Namikaze Minato's pupils widened. This dog son, didn't he just say that he was a scumbag and stepped on 2 boats? Dad, I decided to make the same choice as you. Go to see Lil Sakura again, the last time. Naruto said proudly. Namikaze Minato's blood pressure rose instantly, and he regretted it. He had known that he shouldn't have said what he said just now. Chapter 232 No Qualifications to Lift Shoes. Naruto, wake up, that Haruno Sakura is already from Uchiha Lin Shan. Namikaze Minato shook his silly son vigorously. However, Naruto did not wake up, his eyes were still fiery, and he still looked at Haruno Sakura obsessively. You can try it for the last time, why can't I? Naruto looked at Namikaze Minato unhappy. Namikaze Minato is speechless. Yeah, he can do Naruto but not, isn't this a typical double standard dog? What's more, you still have to help Uchiha Lin Shan raise children. Naruto stunned again, and Namikaze Minato was speechless. The strength in his hand was also loosened, and he himself had the same idea, so what right did he have to blame others? The so-called son does not teach, the father's fault, there is nothing wrong with this. In the end, under Namikaze Minato's gaze, Naruto walked over with his head held up. Before the comparison, Naruto was more confident. Because of Mount Myoboku's practice, his strength improved again and he successfully entered cage level. There was a bright and soft smile on his face. This is like a person who has money, no matter what he is doing, he is particularly energetic, and he is particularly hard when encountering things. Little Sakura, look, there's a handsome guy here. Yamanaka Ino pointed to the front with a nymphomaniac look on his face. Haruno Sakura also looked up at 420 when he heard the words. In fact, this is the Naruto who has been disguised, wearing a neat suit and sunglasses on his eyes, even to avoid being recognized, and his hair is dyed green. Looking at the goddess, Naruto's waist straightened involuntarily. At this moment, he thought of Lin Shan. Naruto drew a gourd like that, took out a cigarette from Kabuto's pants, leaned against the corner, and looked at the sky at 45 degrees. There is no lighter, I'm Sao. On the surface, it was calm, but Naruto was actually embarrassed. Amaterasu lights a cigarette, but not everyone can play like Lin Shan. And Naruto was just lonely. Fool. There was a voice full of sneers, and Naruto's face was immediately ugly by 3 points. Master Lin Shan can't be imitated casually. Haruno Sakura is very contemptuous. Advertisement, Naruto should give up now, right? Namikaze Minato heard that Haruno Sakura fired a cannon on his son. Although he was more sympathetic, he was secretly relieved. It's a pity that he underestimated Naruto's obsession with Haruno Sakura. It's okay if you didn't pretend to be pretended. CA, let's go to the showdown head office. Under Namikaze Minato's gaze, Naruto walked directly over. Two beautiful ladies. Naruto spoke in a blunt accent. I wonder if you know Uzumaki Naruto? Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino glanced at each other, and suddenly they were talked to by a strange man. They came up and asked Uzumaki Naruto. They all felt inexplicable, but they all nodded. Of course I understand. I heard that Uzumaki Naruto has become stronger recently. He is no longer the kid he used to be. What do you think of this? Naruto interviewed like a reporter. It's just a trash. A foolish fool. Puff. Puff. Hearing the answers of the two, Naruto seemed to have been stabbed twice and felt a pain in his heart. Why do you two have such a view? Naruto looked at Haruno Sakura first. Little Sakura said with disdain. He is crazy and wants to eat swan meat. I will never look down on him. He only rations Mr. Lin Shan to carry shoes. Take shoes? Naruto almost squirted out a mouthful of old blood, holding back his anger, and said, he is also a strong man now. Oh, isn't it? When you say that, I also think it's a bit inappropriate. Haruno Sakura thoughtfully said, just leave it to me to lift the shoes. As for Uzumaki Naruto, he is not even qualified to lift the shoes. If I meet him, I must personally abolish him. Naruto was completely angry when he heard that. If it weren't for the occasion, they had other things, and they must fight Haruno Sakura as soon as possible. Anne dared to insult me so, in a hurry, he turned and left, unwilling to say a second. Hey, wait, why don't you ask me? Yamanaka Ino asked quickly. Just ask, Lousy doesn't like you again. Naruto looked depressed, he was just fine to scold him. I have other opinions about Naruto, Yamanaka Ino said quickly. Advertisement hearing that, Naruto turned back instantly, and suddenly felt that Yamanaka Ino was more pleasing to the eye, even more beautiful. If appropriate, it can be developed into a spare tire. Talk about it. Naruto looked forward to it. I feel that if Naruto kowtows and admits his mistake, with Master Lin Shan's magnanimity, it is still possible to give a whole body. Yamanaka Ino said seriously. 100,000 grass and mud horses flew past Naruto's heart. You two are playing me right, I've said it all, if you let you give up, you just won't listen. Looking at the miserable silly son, Namikaze Minato comforted. Don't be angry, Konoha will be in the hands of our father and son in the future, you can choose anything. Naruto didn't say a word, and muttered depressedly. Let's go to see my mother. At this moment, he desperately needs comfort. If his mother Uzumaki Fung saw her son suffer, she would definitely comfort her. Uzumaki Kaide's house is in a remote place on the east side of Konoha, mainly because she likes to be quiet. Namikaze Minato was also convinced, his stupid son really didn't understand anything. Naruto saw Uzumaki Mabel far away, and Namikaze Minato was also inexplicably sad. Namikaze Minato didn't say a word, just staring at the clothes that were drying. She was wearing a white suspender dress with long red hair tied into a ponytail. She was obviously over 30. That face was like a day for 10 years, as young and fair as ever. Some of them are clothes of the Uchiha clan, and their unique clothing is highly recognizable. Another point is that because Naruto is the son of Minato, the offspring of rebellion, others wear tinted glasses more or less. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is better to find a secluded place. When the two were about to sneak up, Namikaze Minato suddenly grabbed Naruto. What kind of birdman is Uchiha Lin Shan, who doesn't know Konoha? Seeing that his father's face was so bad, Naruto quickly explained, before leaving, my mother went to Uchiha Lin Shan's house to work as a babysitter in order to clear the tension between the two parties. Don't think about it, father. Could there be an ambush all around, mother? Men's clothes. In the small courtyard, Uzumaki Kaide is drying clothes. That's right. Don't think too much. Seeing Namikaze Minato's suddenly ugly face, Naruto looked around. Chapter 233 Who do you play peekaboo with? Simple, still too simple. Namikaze Minato felt that it was necessary to teach the stupid son a lesson. Naruto, remember that everyone in this world can be trusted, but Uchiha Lin Shan can't. That guy's character is so bad that he is ultimate, there's nothing he can't do. At this point, I am here, Namikaze Minato said loudly, with a serious voice, aren't he and Uzumaki Kushina just examples? In the early days, this guy could call himself a master of breakups. Naruto nodded seemingly. At the same time, Namikaze Minato continued to look up, observing the strangeness of Uzumaki Maple. At this look, he really found the difference. After drying the clothes, Uzumaki Kaide turned around and went back to the house, and handed the back view to the two of them. The sharp-eyed Namikaze Minato unexpectedly saw the tattoo on the back of Uzumaki Kaide's neck. He didn't know that Uzumaki Kaide had tattoos before. And the pattern is still a word, Lin. Namikaze Minato felt a deep blow instantly. Uchiha Lin Shan's Lin. Dad, are you okay? Naruto looked at Namikaze Minato, whose face instantly confessed, and asked worriedly. No, it's okay. Suddenly the blood pressure is a little high, just let me slow it down. Namikaze Minato forced herself to calm down. It's useless for him to persuade himself to be angry, it's not a big deal, that is, there is a grassland on his head. Anyway, this kind of thing is not the first time. Go in. Namikaze Minato whispered, it's almost time. After returning to the house, Uzumaki Feng checked the time and immediately went to the bedroom to change into a dress. It was almost time to go to Lin Shan's house for work. As a servant, you naturally have the costume of a servant. Under normal circumstances, it is a maid uniform. But, creak. When Uzumaki Kaide came out of the bedroom again, she was already wearing a purple bunny costume, with a fluffy tail hanging near her hip under her back. What? Uzumaki Kaide suddenly screamed, as if she was frightened by something. Advertisement in fact, she was really frightened. Because Namikaze Minato and Naruto, father and son, have already appeared in the bedroom. Mom, your clothes are so strange. Naruto tilted his head and said. As for Namikaze Minato, I'm already annoyed to say something bad. Look, now it's exposed. This is my work clothes. Uzumaki Feng blushed and explained. Uchiha Lin Shan usually likes to watch cosplay. Realizing that Namikaze Minato's face was wrong, Uzumaki Kaide changed his words immediately. HMPH, that guy likes so many places, you can all follow him. Namikaze Minato's face was gloomy, he was really about to vomit blood. There is no gap without comparison. Before, he made Uzumaki Maple cuz Uzumaki Kushina, and he was about to kneel down, but what happened? Uzumaki Kaide not only refused, but also faced with a big mouth. The two front teeth that Namikaze Minato lacked were those taken out by Uzumaki Kaide. This is why he feels green. He makes Uzumaki Maple cuz not good, how can Lin Shan do it? How do you explain the word forest behind you? Namikaze Minato asked coldly. Uzumaki Kaide's expression stiffened slightly when she heard the words. She lowered her head, not daring to meet Namikaze Minato's sharp gaze. Sure enough, there is a ghost in my heart, Namikaze Minato sneered, and felt that he was too sad. Maple, you made me lose too much. What qualifications do you have to say about me? Don't you let me down, Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Kaide burst out suddenly, tears in her beautiful eyes. After so many years, I took Naruto to live in Konoha alone. Do you think it is easy? Outsiders know that Naruto is the son of rebelliousness. Do you know how to look at our mother and child? Yuming. Speaking of this, Uzumaki Kaide cried more and more sad, like the rain, the whole person cried into tears. When Namikaze Minato saw this, his anger was reduced by more than half. Tell you, the words on my back are, Lin Shan exclusive. If it weren't for me to please Lin Shan, do you think Naruto could still live? Just look at Uchiha Sasuke. Namikaze Minato's head is a metaphor, hate. Of course I hate it, but the person who should hate is not Uzumaki Maple, but Uchiha Lin Shan, the source of pain. Advertisement in the end, Namikaze Minato left without a word. For Flowers Zero, he needs to find a place to be quiet. Naruto, stay here with your mother. Namikaze Minato disappeared instantly. Where did your father go, Naruto? Uzumaki Kaide is even more sad. Oh, maybe I went to find Uzumaki Kushina, but maybe it is. Naruto said vaguely, after all, Namikaze Minato had said it before. Sure enough, he still can't forget Uzumaki Kushina, in that case, what right does he have to blame me? Uzumaki Kaide said annoyedly. What a hypocritical man with a mouthful of benevolence and morality. He always likes to stand on the commanding heights of morality and accuse others. I was really blind at the beginning. He promised Lin Shan's harsh conditions. Uzumaki Maple did it for his son Uzumaki Naruto, Namikaze Minato. It was completely selfish. Zero. In fact, Naruto guessed it right. After leaving, Namikaze Minato went to Uzumaki Kushina secretly. However, Namikaze Minato can only watch from a distance. Because Uzumaki Kushina can live in Lin Shan's house. Damn it. The man pushing the swing, I should be the one. Namikaze Minato looked from a distance. It turned out that in Lin Shan's courtyard, Uzumaki Kushina was sitting on a swing, with a cute girl in her arms, her daughter Uzumaki Yu. As for Lin Shan, he was completely reduced to a toolman, and was being pushed by the mother and son on a swing. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato Jongmu was jealous, if it wasn't Lin Shan back then. Thinking about it, Namikaze Minato burst into tears. This damn Uchiha Lin Shan. Namikaze Minato's killing intent was uncontrollably released. Lin Shan suddenly raised his head, looking in a certain direction. The corner of his mouth was slightly curved. The strength reached his level, and he was extremely sensitive to everything, especially murderous intent. You can't go wrong, although you disappeared very quickly, but the unique dog-licking breath on your body has deeply betrayed you, Namikaze Minato. Lin Shan smiled secretly. Who would he play peekaboo with? Chapter 234. A small group of beasts. Kushina, I want to leave. Lin Shan said suddenly. Which girl I'm in love with again? Uzumaki Kushina simply turned his head and asked, I know you too well. Nonsense. Lin Shan scolded angrily. I just have something to deal with. I know something about girls. Uzumaki Kushina waved his hand. Don't explain, you go. Delhi. Lin Shan left, but after a few steps, he realized that something was wrong. Looking back at Uzumaki Kushina wonderingly. How'd I feel? I'm your horseboy. What's so bad about this? Uzumaki Kushina asked rhetorically. Go 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 go. Lin Shan didn't worry anymore and quickly escaped. Soon after he left, Namikaze Minato appeared again, April 20th. It was so dangerous just now, it was almost discovered. Namikaze Minato wiped cold sweat. Looking at Uzumaki Kushina on the swing, he mustered up his courage to step forward. What? He ignored the existence of the wall, and with a flash, he rushed in front of Uzumaki Kushina. Who are you? Uzumaki took a look at Namikaze Minato and asked, This is my house. Uzumaki Kushina looked at the person in front of him motionlessly. Despite the simple changes, familiar breath and unique temperament, it will never change. You should be Minato? Uzumaki Kushina spoke slowly. Namikaze Minato shuddered when he heard the words, and almost burst into tears. Did you see that silly son? This is the gap between me and you. Kushina still hasn't forgotten him. After so long, you still don't give up. Your own children are 12 or 13 years old. Uzumaki Kushina sighed. I will never give up to you, Kushina. Namikaze Minato said firmly. Advertisement, as everyone knows. It was such a sentence that made Uzumaki Kushina's brows flashed unpleasantly. Isn't this a typical scumbag behavior? It is enough to meet a scumbag like Lin Shan. It turns out that Namikaze Minato is also like this bird. You just said these silly things on purpose? Uzumaki Kushina was indifferent. Boring words. Namikaze Minato was shocked when he heard the words, and said seriously, Kushina, this is my true feelings. The true feelings of the fart are revealed. You are the only one who can never catch up with Dad. Uzumaki Yu couldn't stand it anymore, and directly sarcastically said, My father is self-willed, he has enough strength, do you have a fart? Namikaze Minato's face was like pig liver, as expected to be Lin Shan's child, speaking rough enough. Speaking of adults, don't interrupt the children. Namikaze Minato stared at Uzumaki Month in irritation, thinking that if Kushina were not here, he would definitely make you understand the horror of adults. I think what Xiaoyue said makes sense. Uzumaki Kushina rubbed his daughter's hair and chuckled softly. Ninja is a place where the laws of the jungle are emphasized. Lin Shan does whatever he wants. That's because the fist is big enough. What do you have? Me? Namikaze Minato plucked up the courage and said, I have a heart that loves you. Non-lethal earthy love words. Uzumaki snorted and looked back at Uzumaki Kushina. Mom, your eyes didn't seem to work well before. Uzumaki Kushina was speechless. How could she not know what it meant? No wonder. Uzumaki Kushina whispered. No wonder he said something happened and left. What do you mean? Namikaze Minato frowned and said. Uzumaki Kushina pointed behind him. Namikaze Minato turned his head back in a ghostly manner, and it was Lin Shan who appeared. Brother Minato, it's been a long time. Lin Shan smiled brilliantly, and Namikaze Minato instantly withdrew. You didn't go? Namikaze Minato said in amazement. If I don't leave early, how can I trick you out, you silly critic? Lin Shan sneered and said, I thought you would say anything, and it turned out to be those stupid things? You ruined my life. Namikaze Minato hates the voice. Do you really think so? I think you should thank me, Minato. Advertisement. Lin Shan doesn't think so. Namikaze Minato in the original history died young, and this time and space has already lived more than 30 years old, so it is not a loss. In addition, if he can look away a little and find a place where no one lives in seclusion, wouldn't it be enough? Everyone is happy. If you want to kill yourself, who can you blame? Uchiha Lin Shan, don't be proud, we have found a good way to deal with you. Namikaze Minato slapped the ground with one hand, summoning technique. On the ground, a large number of dark spells suddenly appeared, like a magic circle, lit up with blue light. Lin Shan didn't stop Namikaze Minato when he saw it. It was the last battle, let him perform well. Kushina, the weather is too hot, I'm a little thirsty, go get me some ice cream. Lin Shan sat down cross-legged, Uzumaki Kushina glanced at him helplessly, and then obediently did it. Puff, puff. Namikaze Minato, who saw this scene, seemed to be bayoneted several times. Uzumaki Kushina looks very submissive, it's nice to have a few big mouths up. Aren't you surprised? You obviously don't have any emotional foundation, so you are so obedient now? Lin Shan said meaningfully. You don't understand this kind of thing, you can cultivate it in the future. This is where you are inferior to me, and you don't know how to start first. You don't have to be proud, Namikaze Minato sneered and said, the army of Mount Myoboku is already on the way. That is the strength that has been passed down for thousands of years, you will feel better. The existence of Mount Myoboku can be traced back to the era of Sage of Six Paths, and even more long-term, with the accumulation of years, it must have a decent power. In addition, the lifespan of toads is relatively long, and it is normal to live a few hundred years. However, Lin Shan didn't even blink his brows when he heard the words, Minato, Minato, after so many years, you are as promising as ever. Good guys, actually went to ask a group of beasts for help. Yes, in Lin Shan's eyes, those frogs are just beasts. After 0.4 minutes of effort, Uzumaki Kushina brought the ice cream. Feed me, Lin Shan looked at Kushina very seriously. Too lazy. Kushina grumbled in dissatisfaction, but he did so honestly. It's so sweet, it's so cool when my wife feeds. While eating ice cream, Lin Shan never forgets to wink at Namikaze Minato. Dog stuff, dumbfounded, you father and son must accept Lousie's control. Namikaze Minato was anxious and stared at Lin Shan ferociously. Hurry up, everyone of Mount Myoboku, at this moment, only if Lin Shan is sacked, can the hatred in my heart be resolved. Chapter 235 Sage of Six Paths. Bang bang bang. Several thick smoke burst from the ground. When the wind blew, the smoke dissipated, and an army of clams from Mount Myoboku appeared. Several huge bodies lined up one after another. The first is Toad Sage, the oldest and oldest. Next to him, there are Immortals Shen Zuo and Immortals Ji Ma. Followed by the senior staff of Mount Myoboku, such as Toad Bunta, Toad Ken, and Tohiro. Yes, this group of toads is also consistent with human society. In a group, there are also high level and bosses. At the end is a large army of toads. At first glance, it looks like a large swarthy area, which is equivalent to a big forbearance village. Big Toad Sage, he is Uchiha Lin Shan. Namikaze Minato pointed to Lin Shan and said. Hearing that, Toad Sage cast his gaze, watching Lin Shan for a moment. Hello, the creator of New World. The moment this word fell, Namikaze Minato's face was not so good. Shouldn't the prologue be F***ed? What's so expensive about Mount Myoboku 24? Lin Shan asked flatly, a group of toads can't make the climate. I see the future, and the world led by your excellency will produce earth-shaking changes. You are also the son of hope, the son of prophecy. Toad Sage said slowly. I am the son of prophecy? Is there such a thing? Lin Shan was quite surprised. Is this stealing Naruto's script? Since you know that I am a man who changes the world, why do you still lead a group of toads to Konoha? Lin Shan looked away, and many toads were carrying weapons on their backs, and their expressions were full of unkindness. Naruto is also a special little guy, and before you, he is the son of prophecy. In addition, in the past few days, there has been a unique change in him. I have seen the epitome of an old friend. The elder Toad Sage said something inexplicable. Big Toad Sage, your old friend? Advertisement Sesame Seed and Shenzuo Shenran looked at each other. Big Clam touching Shenran was an ancient figure thousands of years ago. If it were his old friend, wouldn't he be young? Can you see the epitome from Naruto? Could it be that Naruto is the reincarnation of which big boss? The crowd guessed. Even Lin Shan frowned slightly. He thought of a special character, Sage of Six Paths. Sage of Six Paths, real name Otsutsuki Hagoromo, eldest son of Otsutsuki Kaguya, a legendary existence. Although Sage of Six Paths is dead, his chakra still wanders in the ninja world. It is worth mentioning that in the Fourth Ninja War, Naruto and Sasuke tragically died, one after another. Both of them saw Sage of Six Paths in the spiritual world at the same time, and gave them enough strength to finally win. On the surface, Sasuke and Naruto joined forces to seal Kaguya. In fact, Sage of Six Paths was the key to victory. Without his power, Otsutsuki and Naruto were a fart, and had long been killed by Uchiha Madara. Could the old guy wake up early? Lin Shan couldn't help but dream about it. This possibility is not impossible. With the means of Sage of Six Paths, even if he was resurrected with some strange ability, Lin Shan would not be surprised. Of course, if Lin Shan is Sage of Six Paths, he will definitely not be resurrected. The resurrection will be picked up, not cost-effective. So you want to take a bet on Naruto? Lin Shan asked. Exactly. Toad Sage nodded seriously. Old guy, have you ever heard a word? Lin Shan asked suddenly. Bold. The two immortals, Jima and Shenzo, both glared. Old man? This is their great Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku. The Great Toad Sage has supreme power. Pay attention to the way you speak. Ha ha ha. Lin Shan ridiculed his face and said with a sneer. You stinky toads, why don't you tell you? My uncle has long been unhappy with you. Obviously it's a group of toads, a mere low-level creature, and they bluntly sealed themselves with, Fairy, who is going to give you a face? Lin Shan yelled, Toad is Toad, what immortal is it called? And you an old thing. Lin Shan looked at Toad Sage indifferently. Take less horses and let me lean on the old and sell the old. The magical powers are not against the fate. Since it has been destined, you, the old and undead, come to resist me. Are you tired of life? I have lived for thousands of years, and it doesn't hurt to fight against fate once. The older Toad Sage grinned, his mouth suddenly opened, and a fierce water jet came. Toad Sage has a majestic fairy technique chakra in his body. The tricks he uses are naturally sage art. Advertisement. Susanoo. Lin Shan's pupil power was released, and the huge phantom instantly condensed. Boom. The high-pressure water flow resembled an anti-aircraft gun. After hitting Susanoo, it immediately knocked it back. The surface of the whole body is also full of cracks. The old thing has 2 brushes. Lin Shan was quite surprised, but Susanoo repaired it as soon as his eyes blinked. Meet Susanoo in full body, beasts. Lin Shan's pupil power and chakra are fully expanded. The fierce chakra rushed straight for 100 meters, as spectacular as a waterfall. Under the delicate control of the pupils, the huge chakra gradually stabilized. Susanoo, a 100-meter-high complete body, appeared. There are also 2 immortals, Shen Zuo and Gigi, who have been in friendship with Jiraiya for decades. Although it is very large, it is still a lot worse than Yuya's. Lousy doesn't bother you, you guys at Mount Myoboku still have to come and die. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Later, with a bite of his teeth, Toad Sage personally took charge of the campaign. Don't look down on Toad too much. At the beginning, Toad Sage didn't want to be an enemy of Lin Shan, but he couldn't stand the entire Mount Myoboku high-level guys wanting to fight Lin Shan. Suzuo suddenly lifted his big feet and stepped on Toad Sage. It's more than enough to destroy your beasts. Sage of 6 Paths also took out the complete body Suzuo, which is much larger than Lin Shan's. P.S. The big guys support more, the author is grateful. Lin Shan. Wait, go out? Obviously came here to die. The huge body stunned the toads of Mount Myoboku. Whether Sage of 6 Paths is big or not, this question is not important, the key is. Speaking of it, he and Jiraiya have a good relationship. Since learning that Jiraiya was killed by Lin Shan, he has been thinking about revenge. Yes, Lin Shan intends to trample this pest to death like an ant. A huge figure leapt up, and in the handshake of Teidao behind, it was Fumata Toad. Chapter 236. You don't have a chance to activate the profound meaning. Midong. With a full blow, it cut accurately to the full body of Susanoo's stinky feet. Toad Wen was too numb in his arms. Is this really a foot? It's like a stone block filled with cement? Too strong. Really looking for death. Lin Shan's eyes were cold. He stepped on the big foot of Toad Sage, and kicked to Toad Sage instead. Boom. Wen Tai's head exploded on the spot, and a large amount of blood blew out of the skull, falling like rain like wine. Wen Tai. Oh my god, kicked the man to death with one kick? This human being is too strong. The toads of Mount Myoboku are terrified, and the fighting power of the toads is definitely one of the top 10 in the entire Mount Myoboku. The result was kicked and scrapped for you. What kind of exaggerated combat power is this? Wen Tai. The 2 immortals, Shen Zuo and Gigi, are also heartbroken. Li Chang. Suzuo's long sword came out in its sheath, and a sharp edge covered the heavens and the earth. There is no time to be sad, to fight. Toad Sage yelled loudly, his mouth opened, and a water cannon of chakra mixed with fairy magic rushed into the sky. Lin Shan's eyes swept away, and he was completely cut with a long sword. Pouch. The blade was facing Pimo, and the fierce water burst from the middle. Everyone joined forces to attack him. Shen Zuo Shenran shouted. Lin Shan couldn't help but sneer when he heard the words. This group of Yulaw seemed to have forgotten that this is Konoha. In his Uchiha Lin Shan sight, it is not always certain who will join forces to attack. Drying. At the same time, a large number of Konoha shinobi people rushed to surround the Toad army in 3 and 3 layers. Tsunade, Terumi Mei, Konan, Tamari, Yu Wooden Golem and Samui appeared. There are others like Might Guy and Hitaki Kakashi. Even the younger generation of Haruno Sakura and Hyuga Hinata and others came. The patriarchs of many families also rushed to support. Damn, dared to take action against their boss. The stinky toads are afraid that they are impatient. The ninja of the Uchiha clan, the ninja of the Hyuga clan, and Hyuga Hiyashi personally lead it. Advertisement. In addition, there are other families, ninjas that can be mobilized in Konoha village, reaching tens of thousands. Could it be that there is no rebellious power? Big Toad Sage's eyes jumped wildly. Lin Shan and his subordinates have run Konoha for more than 10 years, and all the rebels have long been wiped out. Namikaze Minato explained helplessly. Kill. Lin Shan spit out a cold word, asking for time. Countless army of ninjas rushed towards the army of toads. Don't panic, make a list of teams, humans are not our opponents. The voice of Shen Zuo Shenren resounded in the toad army. Good guy, it's obviously the grievance between Mount Myoboku and Lin Shan. This has risen to a contradiction between the two races. At the same time, the sky above Toad Sage's head became dark again. He looked up and saw that Suzuo's stinky feet stepped on it again. Toad Sage's face turned green. Your uncle, are you happy if you have to trample us to death? The big Toad Sage also abruptly sealed, which is different from any water style Lin Shan has ever seen. Taste, scent. The ground exploded one after another, and 5 pillars of water surrounding the water dragon rose into the sky. Boom boom boom. Suzuo's huge body was trembling, and his strength was surprisingly terrifying, and even Lin Shan shook with it. Regrettably, Suzuo's defense was still not breached. Amaterasu. Lin Shan's eyes widened, and the dark, unknown fire ignited from the body of Toad Sage. The old guy was swallowed by flames, and he didn't say a word. The surface of his body is covered with a layer of chakra, which defends against flames like armor. Regarding some of Lin Shan's tricks, Toad Sage has already done some targeted research. Sage Art Water Style 10 Dragon Cannon. The big Toad Sage screamed, and 10 huge water dragons sprang up from the ground. Suzuo attacked completely from all directions, and it was impossible to guard against. Bang 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 bang. At this moment, this huge body has become a burden instead, because it is too big to move, and can only rely on Suzuo's defensive resistance. Taste, there was even a crisp sound in some places. It's not bad, old guy. Lin Shan said with emotion that he deserves to be a monster that has lived for thousands of years. For such a long period of time, even a pig, after years of baptism, the strength will be horribly strong. Toad Sage. Hey, isn't this description correct? How can I get involved with pigs? There were cracks in the armor on Susanoo's belly in the back. Advertisement: this is completely Susanoo. Young man, don't underestimate Mount Myoboku's toad. The elder Toad Sage hugged his arms before, and said in a gangster manner, this is not a secret. Lin Shan didn't say a word, thinking that the smelly toad took a little advantage, so he began to pretend to be forced. Next, you don't have a chance to activate the profound meaning. Lin Shan smiled grimly. What kind of eyes are that? Toad Sage looked up. Lin Shan's eyes had changed. One of them is the golden eternal Mangekyo, the other one has turned into blue and white eyes. It is Tensagen. Lin Shan didn't explain too much. He grabbed the ground with his big hand, and the terrifying gravity erupted. Boom boom boom. The dense gravitational force landed high in the air, and the big Toad Sage's body was immediately out of control, and his body flew into the sky. Big Toad Sage. Looking at the big Toad Sage, who was easily manipulated by Lin Shan like an ant, the hearts of the toads were broken. Their god is being trampled on by the enemy, but once they can do nothing. There is a price to be paid to pretend to be in front of me. Nuclear energy eternal Mangekyo Sharingan blinked sharply, and completely cut out with the big knife held by his hand. It's over. At this moment, the toads all looked at the sky in despair. Pouch. The devastating blade was unstoppable, and it slashed from the head, tearing the body of Toad Sage completely. Under the gaze of countless people, the big Toad Sage split into two and fell from the sky. The stinky toads were dumbfounded, and they all watched silently. Before the war, they were confident, with the invincible big Toad Sage, no one could stop them. After the war. Boom. The broken body of Toad Sage fell from the sky like a dead dog. With this fall, even the confidence of the toads was shattered. No, don't panic. Even after being dismembered, the big Toad Sage's eyes were still open, but his expression was extremely painful. The mouth has been cut in half. Can you still speak? Lin Shan was secretly speechless, and the vitality of this old thing was also a little bit stronger. Chapter 237I. Uchiha Sass, want to help the field? I'll let you die completely. Lin Shan's control completely needs big feet, and he stepped on the big Toad Sage again. Toad, it was originally used to step on it, and it was too lifted to lift him. Normal people would touch the toad with their hands? It's so disgusting. In addition, Lin Shan said that stepping on toads was something he used to do in his previous life and was always good at it. Boom. One half of Toad Sage's body exploded on the spot, blood and bones rushed. Tell you, I'm an expert stepping on pests. Lin Shan's voice resounded across the sky, and the mentality of the clams present collapsed. Some toads even began to cry bitterly. Less than a minute after the start of the battle, their boss was trampled on the ground. This is friction in the true sense. Want to kill me? It's not that simple. The other half of the big Toad Sage took out a piece of paper from his arms and stuck it on his body. In the next moment, his body was surrounded by the green light ball, and the huge breath of life permeated out. This seems to be the fairy talisman. Lin Shan's eyes were in a line, and the memory deep in his mind reappeared. When Sage of Six Paths and Kaguya went to war, Kaguya took the opportunity to manipulate Sage of Six Paths' younger brother, Otsutsuki Hamura. The evil Kaguya let the two brothers fight together. The helpless Sage of Six Paths killed Hamura himself. Later, 423 used the fairy talisman, given by the great Toad Sage to resurrect him. The healing effect of the fairy talisman is very powerful, not only can heal wounds, but can even bring people back to life. The body is so divided into two, can it recover? Lin Shan didn't believe it, but when the light dissipated, Toad Sage really recovered. Very good. Shensaku and Shima both breathed a sigh of relief. If the great Toad Sage came up and rushed to the street, then there is no doubt that Mount Myoboku's morale will drop to an underestimate, and they will be slaughtered by Konoha. After recovering, Toad Sage looked at Namikaze Minato and asked in a deep voice, "Where's Naruto kid? Get him to put out the fire." Namikaze Minato nodded when he heard the words, and immediately disappeared using Flying Thunder God. Even if he recovers, Toad Sage dare not take it lightly. Lin Shan's strength seems to be beyond his ability to contend. Even if you can't beat it, you can drag it for a while by relying on the fairy talisman. Advertisement. Big Toad Sage thought to himself. Old guy, are you thinking about relying on that stuff and you can continue to drag it? As if he could read minds, Lin Shan smiled evilly. Let me check the quality of your fart wiper paper. Boy, that's the national treasure of Toad Kingdom. The big Toad Sage was furious, wiping away his fart. Lin Shan didn't push too much, and a few black balls quickly appeared behind him. With his hand, he bombed the big Toad Sage. The old guy was shocked when he saw this, and said in shock, "Truth-seeking ball?" Having witnessed the battle between the Six Paths brothers and Kaguya, he naturally knew what it was and hurriedly avoided it. Boom! After the truth-seeking ball landed, it exploded and opened, and the terrifying force directly blasted the earth out of the pit. Any toad swallowed by the aftermath, the body is destroyed. The big Toad Sage screamed, screaming. Even if he escaped, the aftermath still affected him. Although his body has not been wiped out, he also lost an arm. Big Toad Sage took out the fairy talisman, and the green light wrapped his whole body again. Lin Shan watched silently. If it can be recovered, this fart wiper paper is a god fart wiper paper, and the effect is also strong. Regrettably, when the light dissipated, the big toad was still an arm to immortal Mo. It did not recover. Sure enough, the truth-seeking ball attack cannot be recovered. Toad Sage took a deep breath. Fortunately, it was only aftermath. If he was hit directly, he would have died in ashes, the one with no bones left. Fight! The big Toad Sage opened his mouth as wide as possible, and the water sprayed out again. One arm was broken, and he couldn't make prints at all. Certain tactics can't be used either. What the hell? Lin Shan, CA, controlled the entire body, and Susanoo swept contemptuously, and the long knife suddenly split the water. Step on you. The sky above Toad Sage's head became dark again, and Susao's big feet came. Advertisement. The old guy didn't need any face anymore, and hurriedly rolled around with a donkey to avoid it. The most important thing at the moment is to keep a small life. Boom! The big foot landed on the ground, and the ground suddenly became more than 10 feet deep. Toad Sage is terrified. If this falls on himself, he must be crushed. Naruto, I hope you don't let me down. Toad Sage looked at Lin Shan. In the past few days, he did see the epitome of Yuya from Naruto, which is why he took the risk. He also knows why this happened. Indra and Ashura Chakra's reincarnation battle, he also knows, and Naruto is the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra. When Ninzong determined the heir, Sage of Six Paths also consulted the opinion of Toad Sage. He knew too many things and was called a living fossil. In the Uchiha family resident, Konoha had a war, and Naruto naturally knew that he didn't rush to support him in the first place, so he came to Mionji specially. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Sasuke retorted, "Sass, what's wrong with you?" After fusing Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, from the initial pain to the slow adaptation, to the huge pupil power. My eyes are changing. Uchiha Lin Shan, that guy, did me a big favor. Wait, Naruto. What silly thing to say. In order to defeat Lin Shan, Sasuke blended the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku. He didn't know why Lin Shan helped himself. Does he want to be defeated that way? At Sasuke's house, Naruto saw a good friend. His eyes were bandaged, and his face was extremely pale. Until now, Sasuke has felt that a new eye is about to be born, an eye that is stronger than Mangekyo's Sharingan. Naruto asked, pointing to his skull. Sasuke's voice was hoarse. Speaking of which, is there a strange old man in your head? Naruto took a deep look at Sasuke, then turned and left. Sasuke suddenly removed the bandages from his eyes, revealing a pair of strange eyes. No matter who can't get through with Uchiha Lin Shan, I, Uchiha Sass, will help the scene. That being the case, as he wishes, the toad from Mount Myoboku has already called. I'm going to fight it too. Take care, and Sass. Chapter 238. Kill Toad Sage. Boom 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 boom. The fierce battle is still going on, and Susanoo's huge body is raging everywhere. The toad of Mount Myoboku was crushed and beaten. Sage Art, Water Style Water, Dragon Cannon. Sage Art Wind Style, 3-stage cut. Sage Art Fire Style Fireball. The toads fought fiercely, and all the various Sage Art greeted him completely. Although they were powerful, they could not break the defense. It was only when Toad Sage went crazy just now that he barely caused damage to Susanoo. Like the others, although they can also Sage Art, their lethality is limited. Amaterasu. Lin Shan vented his pupil power frantically, and the black flame spread across the battlefield, wishing to envelop Konoha. I'm scalded to death, not an opponent at all. Don't be touched by these black flames, they can't be extinguished. Seal. Use the seal technique, be careful, the flame will take the initiative to attack. The screams of toads were all around, and Lin Shan heard it very refreshingly. Don't stay at Mount Myoboku, you have to come out and pretend to be forced. Okay, now it's overturned, deserve it. Blame me for being too impulsive. Toad Sage shed tears of regret and looked at the fallen toads one by one, feeling extremely ashamed. If he hadn't agreed to go to war, there wouldn't have been such a tragic loss. Big Toad Sage, only if you cheer up, Mount Myoboku can win. The immortals Shensaku and Shima jumped over and said in a deep voice, otherwise Mount Myoboku will really die. It's not that simple. Even if I die, I have to drag Uchiha Lin Shan together. Toad Sage's voice was more murderous. Just rely on your old stuff? Lin Shan was amused and said sarcastically, old stuff, don't talk about you, Sage of Six Paths is here. Believe it or not, he dare not say such things. It is as strong as Yishi, Pushi, Peach Style and others. In the end, they were not cleaned up. They were all elites of the Otsutsuki clan. In the end, they all became the fertilizer for Lin Shan to become stronger. The big Toad Sage didn't need to explain, his mouth opened and a steady stream of chakra gushed out. All were Shanshu chakra, with extremely high purity, just like tailed beast bomb. With the continuous output of Toad Sage, the energy ball is getting bigger and bigger. Advertisement: the big Toad Sage's belly has been slimmed down, and the energy ball is as dazzling as the sun. Look at it, what a strong chakra, it looks like it was a full blow from the big clam fairy. If this trick fails, Toad Sage will be dangerous. The toads talked a lot, and even the Konoha shinobi who was fighting with them couldn't help but stop. Everyone looked at the extra large energy ball, it was very powerful, and it was so strong that just the aftermath of it emitted a kind of pressure to breathe. Lin Shan felt it carefully, and couldn't help but exclaimed, it's amazing. All the chakra in his body has exploded, and the power of this trick has already thrown off 9 tails full-blown tailed beast bomb. Unfortunately, nothing can be changed. Lin Shan is still calm, and may be able to break through Susanoo's defense, but frankly speaking, with his countless cards, Susanoo can only be regarded as a general trick. He still has Tensagen, and he has dead ends and other tricks that are useless. Let's divide the winner. Toad Sage gave a loud shout, and the energy ball flew into the sky. Lin Shan controlled his entire body for the first time and had to chop with a long knife. Bang! The moment it hit the energy ball, the knife was shattered on the spot. As expected of Toad Sage, Mount Myoboku is invincible. After killing Uchiha Lin Shan, no one can stop us anymore. Seeing that Susanoo's weapon was crushed, the stinky toads began to get overwhelmed, and each of them was as excited as if they were beaten with chicken blood. Boom! The fairy energy ball hit Susanoo's head, and the Tengu helmet he was wearing cracked open. Rumble! Finally, with a loud noise, Susanoo's head was blown to pieces. Lin Shan in his brain also disappeared. Win, win, win. The toads raised their arms and cheered, and were better than immortals Jima and immortals Shenzuo and wept with joy. In this moment, the toads of Mount Myoboku have lost hundreds of them. As for Konoha's ninja, everyone's face is full of disbelief. Great Master Lin Shan, it's impossible to just hang up like this. Seeking Flowers 0. Advertisement. Might Guy shook his head. No one knows the dead goal better than me. Like the energy ball just now, Shi Shang can hit it back. Master Lin Shan is more like. At this point, Might Guy looks weird. Did you find something wrong? Guy. Kakashi cast a questioning look. It's more like wanting to experience the power of Shanshu for yourself. Might Guy said surprisingly, he felt that way, because that kind of trick could not kill Lin Shan. In fact, Might Guy guessed it right, Lin Shan has never faced a master of Shanshu so far. Originally, Impure World Reincarnation Senju Hashirama was quite strong, but in the end, it became a friendly army. Puff! Toad Sage was tired and slumped to the ground, panting for breath, his old face burst into a smile. Finally, it's a puff. A severe colic came from behind. A huge black rod penetrated his back, nearly 1 meter in diameter, and the front end was as sharp as a drill. Toad Sage's internal organs were all pierced in an instant. Why? How could it be you? Toad Sage turned his head hard. Isn't it Lin Shan or who? It's nothing more than a trivial immortality. Lin Shan responded with a sneer. My 20-year version of Izanaki still grows, you old dog. Big Toad Sage. The toads of Mount Myoboku turned from joy to anger, and rushed crazy one by one. Lin Shan took the initiative to retreat upon seeing this, and the game is over. Hurry up and take out the fairy talisman. Shenzuo Xian Ren looked at Jima Xian Ren and urged. In order to guarantee the victory of this battle, the big clam touches the immortal to separate all the spells of the immortal. It's useless. Lin Shan looked indifferently. That's not an ordinary attack, bugs. After speaking, the body of Toad Sage died with the wind. The black stick formed by the fusion of yin and yang cannot heal the wound after being hit, even Impure World Reincarnation is no exception. If the situation is serious, it will be wiped out on the spot, just like the big Toad Sage. Chapter 239. Lousy fights ancestors. Looking at Toad Sage who was in the ashes, the clans stared blankly. It was not only the body of Toad Sage who was dismembered, but also their beliefs. The old monster that has lived for thousands of years was killed inexplicably like this? A minute ago, they were still immersed in the joy of Lin Shan being killed. Look at the result now, it's two slapped face, kill. Lin Shan spoke coldly, and many Konoha shinobi immediately waved their butcher knives. Puff, 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 puff. Some toads don't have the courage to resist at all. Their eyes are gloomy and helpless, just like the Walking Dead. It is like a fixed live target, tortured to death alive. Faith has collapsed, what else can they do to work hard? Lin Shan no longer pays attention to these stinky toads, he is looking for someone, Namikaze Minato. Where did the Namikaze water, 4, 2, 3, gate go? It seems that I just said that I want to go to Uzumaki Naruto for help. Lin Shan looked around, looking for Namikaze Minato in the crowd. This time, he intends to eliminate all threats. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Naruto will die. Even Uchiha Sasuke. What? From a distance, there was a sudden piercing sound, and the chill engulfed the whole body. Lin Shan looked back abruptly, and the dangerous shuriken whizzed out. The outer layer is the wind attribute chakra that rotates with full force, and the inside is a bright energy ball. Wind-style spiral shuriken. Lin Shan thought of this trick instantly. Isn't it Naruto's signature ninjutsu? It's a pity that I can't see enough. Ignoring Wind-style's cutting, Lin Shan grabbed it forward. Boom. He is like a senior animal trainer, grabbing the spiral shuriken. The violent wind attribute chakra immediately calmed down. Tensagen's pupil power was quietly activated, and the outer wind attribute chakra and the inner energy ball disappeared on the spot. The technique was absorbed by Tensagen. It's coming. Lin Shan saw a certain direction, and it was Otsutsuki and Naruto who came. He ignored the existence of Naruto, his eyes locked on Sasuke's eyes. There are a few slashes in the six-pointed star, which rotate like a three-pointed jade, and there are 3 black dots between them. Advertisement. Lin Shan clearly remembers Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan. Isn't it just like this? You succeeded? Lin Shan's throat became hoarse. Isn't this what you expected? Uchiha Lin Shan. Sasuke's eyes are as sharp as a knife, and he can't wait to cut Lin Shan into a stick. Ha ha ha, Sasuke, I'll kill you later, I will definitely erect a monument for you. Lin Shan was very happy, and nuclear energy Rinnegan was finally coming. It's not always certain who kills. After Sasuke acquired the eternal Mangekyo, his confidence skyrocketed. You actually killed the big clam fairy, I can't spare you. Naruto's eyes penetrated with bleeding threads, and his terrible killing intent rushed towards Lin Shan like a flood. When practicing Mount Myoboku, Toad Sage gave a lot of help. I'm not interested in your miscellaneous hair. Lin Shan didn't bother to watch Naruto. Sasuke was his prey. Naruto was short of breath and condensed again. Rasengan, the wind attribute chakra revolved around the energy ball. It's this trick again. Is your kid blind and didn't see the surgery just now, huh? A unique chakra flooded into the spiral shuriken, and the entire volume instantly doubled. Lin Shan observes carefully, it is very similar to the chakra used by Mount Myoboku Stinky Toad. Shanshu chakra. He suddenly felt that Naruto was underestimated, and he had only left Konoha for a few days before he learned sage art. Sure enough, the chosen person is different. Go to hell, Uchiha Lin Shan. Sage art wind-style spiral shuriken. A more terrifying killer move than before has struck. Tensagen and Rinnegan have the same effect and can absorb chakra, but the tricks that contain chakra magic cannot be absorbed. Of course, this is not a problem. Anyway, Lin Shan has a lot of means. The truth-seeking ball condensed behind, and a little forward, the ball with the big fist slammed straight. Boom. After the collision, the two exploded directly, and the high-speed rotating shuriken was blown to pieces. Truth-seeking ball returned to Lin Shan again. Is this truth-seeking ball? Naruto's eyes were full of scruples. Naruto, an uneducated kid, still knows truth-seeking ball? Lin Shan looked at him in surprise. Toad Sage seemed to say that he saw the epitome of Sage of 6 Paths from Naruto. Advertisement in this case. With both eyes wide open, the majestic mental power rushed into Naruto's mind through the eyes of the pupils. It hurts. Naruto immediately clutched his head in pain, bleeding from both sides of his eyes. Naruto, cheer me up, that's Uchiha Lin Shan's illusion. Seth quickly reminded. Puff, regrettably, Naruto was still lying underground. The scene he saw with his eyes was also blurred. Sassy. Naruto. Sass, here. Naruto's voice became weaker and weaker, and he called 2 back and forth kindly, and he became dizzy and unconscious. Tick 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 tick. In Naruto's spiritual world, there are tunnels extending in all directions. Lin Shan is standing in the water, his eyes sweeping. Are you here? Spoiler. If you don't step on horses, you will sell for 0.4 old people. My uncle won't eat this set. He was sitting cross-legged, his body floating in the air, with a few truth-seeking balls spinning behind him, and a fairy tin stick on his right. Right in front, the azure phantom condensed, and the old man with the fairy wind and bones appeared. Lin Shan's eyes were cold. Lin Shan's face was full of badness. Are you looking for death? Lin Shan's cruel preaching. What about the ancestors? Lousy hit you. Can the ancestors plot against Lousy? If G abused my ancestors, don't you understand? Sage of 6 Paths frowned. You are the offspring of Indra. Anyhow, I am also your ancestor. Pay attention to you. A pair of eyes are also Rinnegan, with swirling patterns on the center of the eyebrows. You seem to still have a very strong power. Obediently leave it to me. The uncle will let you go, or Lousy will have to stuff you into the toilet. Or, do you want to die again? P.S. The big guys support more, the author is grateful. Speaking of which, Black Zetsu, Peach Style, Pooh Style, Jin Style, and Yi Style are all considered Uchiha's ancestors in a strict sense. The old thing is really good for you and me. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Lin Shan directly and roughly interrupted Sage of Six Paths, and said solemnly, "Keep my ears up and listen. Otsutsuki Hagoromo." Chapter 240. You are not as good as a beast. Sage of Six Paths was angry after hearing this. This guy dared to be so rampant? Don't worry if you want to beat him, but still put him in the toilet? What do you want to do? Do you want to fail every day? Really think I can't get the knife by Otsutsuki Hagoromo? Sage of Six Paths said that he had never seen such a young man. Let's not say that you are not the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura. For an evil man like you, even if he is really a reincarnated person, I cannot pass on my power to you. Sage of Six Paths coldly refused. With this attitude, still want the power of lousy? Shit you. Hearing that, Lin Shan burst out, and his big hand grabbed Sage of Six Paths directly. What? This catch was actually empty. The old guy was like a ghost, as if it didn't exist. He could only see but couldn't catch it. I told you, I'm dead, and I don't even count as a soul body in front of me. Sage of Six Paths shook his head. Lin Shan's eyes are getting colder and colder, his eyes are full of murderous intent. If you want to kill me but can't do it, isn't it hard to feel 24/7? Sage of Six Paths suddenly laughed, and it was quite happy to see Lin Shan's shriveled appearance. Well, how should I put it, it really makes me very upset. But, Lin Shan was relieved in a blink of an eye, and said indifferently, Indra and Ashura, the two reincarnations, are about to die. Also, I will hang Otsutsuki Kaguya and give her a beating. Maybe she will give birth to several sons. If you think about it this way, why am I angry? Anyway, your mother and son will give you atonement, and you will never die. Lin Shan smirked. Now it's Sage of Six Paths' turn with an ugly face. Such a rebellious thing, what the B********* D. Lin Shan said? Are you still a person? No more nonsense. Lin Shan has withdrawn from Naruto's spiritual world. Naruto's eyes opened immediately. His eyes were full of hostility. You two rubbish, let's go together, let me see what you can do. Lin Shan sneered. He was not in a hurry to seize the eternal Mangekyo. What they don't know is that no one can run today. Because Konoha has already set up a large enchantment. Advertisement: no one can leave. Even time and space are blocked, even if Namikaze Minato's flying thunder god don't even want to take anyone away. Don't look down on people too much, I have the eyes you have. After hearing about Lin Shan's contempt and disdain, Soft gave eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power exploded. The chakra giant, 50 or 60 meters high, immediately stood tall in the world. Wearing heavy armor, a Tengu helmet on his head, a long sword hung around his waist, and a wing on his back. The purple full-body Susanoo, isn't this the standard equipment of Sasuke? That's it, Lin Shan sneered. Let you see my complete body, sass. Boom boom boom. A massive amount of chakra burst out of his body, soaring straight into the sky, flying for hundreds of meters. How can that be possible? Sass was stunned when he saw it. He was also completely Susanoo, but Lin Shan's Susanoo was actually one half higher than him. Why? Sasuke shouted unwillingly. My name is Mangekyo, a nuclear energy permanent mark, and you are just a normal version. Lin Shan scorned. The gap between our pupil powers is too big, sass. Nonsense. The unbelieving Sasuke's eyes blinked suddenly, and Sasuke's long sword stalked out of its sheath and struck Lin Shan's Sasuke. Lin Shan didn't hide when he saw it. Pouch. A heavy knife slashed, and the outer armor of Susanoo sparked. Sasuke's full blow was only a trace on the armor. The defense is so strong. Sasuke yelled out of control, shocked. That toad can do it just now, but I can't do it. Sasuke looked aggrieved, but Toad Sage destroyed Susanoo. Facing the big Toad Sage who exploded with all his strength, Lin Shan's Susanoo was just blown off his head. If it were Sasuke, the whole Susanoo would be shattered. What does this mean? Can't you see it, sass? Lin Shan Yin and Yang weirdly mocked. You son of a tortoise is simply a weak chicken, not even the beasts of Mount Myoboku. You fart? Sasuke was furious and yelled at Lin Shan. I was just careless just now I will tear your tortoise shell. Advertisement. Sasuke's complete body. Susanoo waved the knife again, but before he had time to attack, a pleasant voice stopped him. He said you were a beast, is it wrong, sass? Uchiha Makoto appeared and asked coldly. In order to pursue a stronger power, you actually killed your brother and killed your father. Even this kind of frenzied thing has been done, and the animal is noble than you. I didn't do it. Sasuke was anxious and quickly explained. Uchiha Lin Shan did it. Nonsense. Uchiha Makoto became angry at once. This rebellious son not only did something damaging to the world, he actually blamed his stepdad. Fugaku is Lin Shan's good brother. He used to kill Fugaku several times in order to help Fugaku. How could he kill Fugaku? You are the one who did it. Now you are still spitting blood. Makoto shouted angrily. Today, I will sever the mother-child relationship with you. When Sasuke heard the words, his face was gloomy, and I was really more Due than Due. What a bullshit brother. Lin Shan specializes in a good brother. 423 Vaguely, he has heard people talking. Even the toads of Mount Myoboku frowned at Sasuke. Killing the father and the brother, people and gods are angry. In order to gain stronger power, brother Lin and his father killed together. What a vicious man this is. Sass. At this time, my good friend Naruto stood up. I believe you. Naruto. Sasuke almost burst into tears with gratitude. Sass. Naruto, come on, here again. The two looked at each other affectionately, their eyes full of deep affection. Sassy, I believe you will have trouble even if you kill Itachi and Fugaku-sama. Naruto added another sentence. Hearing this, Sasuke's emotions on his face suddenly stopped. This sentence is obviously not necessary. Why do you stupid want to say one more? These words are equivalent to Naruto, who also thought that he killed Itachi and Fugaku. Hey, you are so affectionate, let's forget about being together in the future. Lin Shan smiled and said, I can match you up, it's all you. Sasuke pointed the finger at Lin Shan, wishing to divide him into 5 pieces. It is this B********D who slanderously slanders that kind of gossip from the outside world. Chapter 241 Hanging Uchiha Sass. With anger attacking his heart, Sasuke controlled Susanoo to attack again. The long knife in his hand turned into a bow. Sasuke stretched out to the maximum, chakra arrows, high-profile aiming Lin Shan in the skull of Susanoo. Gryla. Several sharp bursts of air roared out. Sasuke let go of his arrows. Lin Shan stared, and chuckled. Amaterasu. Boom boom boom. The arrow immediately ignited with flames, and before it was shot, it was melted by Amaterasu. Lin Shan also drew a long knife when he saw it, glowing with fiery red luster like a soldier of the Godslayer. Without comparison, there is no harm. Not only Susanoo's height but also the weapon, Lin Shan's saber is also much longer than Sasuke. You beggar version of Susanoo can't see enough, Sass. Lin Shan's words fell, and Susanoo's heavy knife slashed out. Sass panicked when he saw it, and the longbow immediately evolved into a circular shield. Lin Shan was surprised. Sasuke's Susanoo, it seems that there is no such kind of magical weapon. Is it Fugaku's ability? In the first half of his life, Uchiha Fugaku sought to protect the Uchiha clan. And Sharingan is also known as the Eye of the Portrayal in the Heart, and it is estimated that this shield is the true portrayal of his heart guardian. Pity. Pouch. The long sword was unstoppable, and it split the shield in half alive, and even because of excessive force, even Sasuke's complete body Susanoo was split into a big crack. Guru. Sasuke choked hard. Just now, the tip of the knife swept past him, and it was only a few centimeters away from him. He is almost gone. Damn, is the gap really that big? I don't accept it. Sasuke let out a snarled roar, and Susanoo flew into the sky completely. What's up? Looking at Sasuke in the air, Lin Shan was puzzled. Tien Gao Jin La. Sasuke shouted, and the eternal Mangekyo radiated a bright red light. Uchiha Fugaku's pupil technique again, right? Lin Shan thought. Taste. At this time, Lin Shan's complete body suddenly resounded, as if some invisible force attacked him. Susanoo seemed to heavier suddenly, and the ground was trampled on. Advertisement Lin Shan tried to move his entire body Susanoo, but it was extremely difficult. His body was extremely heavy and his feet could hardly move. Manipulate gravity. Lin Shan looked at Uchiha Sasuke, that invisible force was probably gravity. You can't move now, right? As if seeing victory in hand, Sasuke sneered. Yeah, what do you want to show? Lin Shan asked faintly. This technique is really good, but it's a pity, it won't be long before it will be mine. Get the eternal Mangekyo of Uchiha Sasuke and complete the system tasks to upgrade the nuclear power Rinnegan, and even Sasuke's technique is Lin Shan's. If you can't move, you can't attack others. Simply put, now you are a target. Everyone can attack him at will. Uchiha Sasuke's voice resounded through everyone's ears. But right. Is this kid an idiot? Why does Naruto cooperate with such a brain dead? If we could break that Susanoo, we would have done it a long time ago. What's the point of restricting Uchiha Lin Shan, still unable to break his defense? It's all bullshit. The focus is not at all about restrictions, but how to break through his defenses. The toads of Mount Myoboku are also convinced, this Uchiha Sass is not very clever. That's right, it was the use of gravity to suppress Lin Shan, but before Lin Shan's Susanoo also stood still, letting them attack at will, they couldn't break this layer of defense. Even Uchiha Sasuke couldn't do it. His hack just now only scratched a mark on the armor. Does the hair use it? Come again. The unbelieving Sasuke attacked again, and Susanoo's big hand had an extra longbow and stretched it as far as possible. Whoosh whoosh. The dense rain of arrows tore apart the space, and the rolled-up sonic boom made people shudder. Clang 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 clang. After being hit, his head suddenly shook a few times, and the Tengu helmet was as strong as ever, with no cracks in it. Do you understand the gap between us? The question is not that you restrict me. The root cause is that your power is too small. I'm standing here, and you don't have any trouble with me. Lin Shan said a heart-wrenching sentence. Advertisement. Insufficient strength, unable to break through Susanoo's defense, and restricting Lin Shan from moving, what is the use? There is another point you made a mistake. Lin Shan narrowed his eyes. Do you really think you restricted me? Then you can try it. Sasuke was furious. He thought that by opening Mangekyo, he would be able to compete with Lin Shan, but he took his own humiliation throughout the process. Do you need me to move? Don't you silly boy like to send it yourself? Lin Shan sneered. His single-eyed Tensagen waved a wave of light, and then, with his big hand, Susanoo, who was inviting to swim in the sky, grabbed it. FK lousy. The palm erupts with invincible gravity, even if it is a planet, it can be pulled by Lin Shan. Susanoo was completely absorbed by Susanoo, and he rushed towards Lin Shan in an instant. Can't move. Sasuke panicked, this repulsion was too exaggerated, and Suzuo fell to the ground like a meteor. Boom. Susanoo's body completely smashed into the ground, and Konoha shook violently. A flash of despair flashed in Sasuke's heart, and this cut was definitely enough to cut his Susanoo, good, in the middle. It's over, P.S. The big guys support more, the author is grateful. He suddenly threw a black ball, and after flying into the air, it automatically became a black barrier. Sure enough, Naruto has evolved, and there are many truth-seeking balls floating behind him. All the armor shattered, and numerous cracks popped out. A terrifying knife smashed into the black barrier. This thin defensive enchantment, which was as thin as a cicada's wings, shook, but was not broken. It was surprisingly strong and actually blocked the attack. It is a pity for Lin Shan. It seems that only the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra can be compatible with the power of Sage of Six Paths. This is truth-seeking ball. Did the old man give you the power? Lin Shan was shocked suddenly, his eyes suddenly turned to Naruto, this kid. Even Susanoo's long knife was chipped out of the gap. Sass. Boom. Taste. At the moment, Sasuke's friend, Naruto, made a move. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Naruto suddenly yelled. Sasuke looked up suddenly. Lin Shan had already controlled Susanoo's heavy knife to kill. Chapter 242 Namikaze Minato, the first dog in the ninja world, died tragically. These two Diosi, one opened the truth-seeking ball, and the other had the eternal million flower him. Everything has risen. Lin Shan sighed with emotion, but that's what makes it interesting. At the same time, Sasuke got up in embarrassment, and he was very miserable when he caught his eyes. Complete body Susanoo's armor shattered into slag, and even the limbs were cracked. This was just thrown out, but fortunately the knife didn't come down. Naruto, what's wrong with you like this? Looking at the truth-seeking ball behind Naruto, Sasuke is envious and jealous. Lin Shan used this technique before. An old man helped me. Naruto scratched his head and said a puzzling answer. Only Lin Shan knew that Six Paths helped, but having said that, this kid Naruto swallowed all the power of Six Paths. Yes, I yelled about SARS for SARS all day long. When I was eating alone, I never saw you bring SARS with you, surface brother. Looking at Sasuke, who hadn't changed a bit, Lin Shan was quite sympathetic, or young in Mangekyo. According to common sense, Sasuke should also evolve into Rinnegan. But there was no movement at all. Open your technique and let me in. Looking at Sasuke and Susanoo, Naruto said loudly. Sasuke nodded. Susanoo suddenly opened a gap 423, and Naruto followed in. Immediately afterwards, Susanoo's body shape changed drastically. First, the broken armor regenerates, and then suddenly it grows taller. That's right, it was suddenly raised. Although it is not as exaggerated as Lin Shan's Shuzuo, it is still 60 to 70 meters high. Of course, this is not the strangest thing. Sasuke's Susanoo was originally purple. After Naruto entered, his body glowed with a blue light. This is, the toads of Mount Myoboku lit up, this is chakra. Naruto, this kid, can always come up with a little new tricks, and actually incorporate the chakra of the fairy art into Susanoo. A smile appeared on the old face of immortal Shensi. Advertisement. In this way, that Susanoo's power will also increase, maybe it can keep pace with Uchiha Lin Shan. Immortal Ji-Ma also nodded slightly. I have to say that Naruto is still very thoughtful. Although it usually looks silly, and the brain seems to be missing a string, at the critical moment, there are still some horrible ideas. Hope again surged in the hearts of all the toads. CA has come back. The immortal sitting deep swept around. Where the hell is Minato? I don't know. The battle here is tough, and the kid suddenly went missing. Immortal Shima was also confused, and the toad army of Mount Myoboku was smashed by Konoha. At this time, Namikaze Minato should stand up and turn the tide. But everyone is gone. In fact, in a certain direction, two people are facing each other. Don't bother me, Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Kushina's tone was bored. The dog licked her horse to harass her again, and pointed to the distant Susanoo and said, see you, your son is being beaten by the devil Lin. Hurry up and get out to help. Kushina, I will tell you frankly, Uzumaki Maple is just a substitute for you, and Uzumaki Naruto is just a continuation of blood. I have no feelings for their mother and child. Nurturing Naruto only hopes that he will defeat Uchiha Lin Shan. Deep in my memory, I have never forgotten you. Namikaze Minato glanced at Naruto, who was fighting alongside Sasuke. From now on, Naruto is still qualified. You are a scumbag. After hearing these words, Uzumaki Kushina was not relieved, but nauseated. How could there be such a brazen man in the world? It's so pitiful. Uzumaki Maple, raising a baby for Namikaze Minato, suffers too much by Kugan, and even has to be bullied by Lin Shan in all kinds of ways. Look at this Namikaze Minato again. It is simply the best of the best, the fighter of the fighter. I was blind at first. Why did I look at you? Uzumaki Kushina said disgustedly. To be honest, at this point, Lin Shan is really 100 times stronger than Namikaze Minato. He will never give up any prey he is looking at. Uzumaki Kushina said that he finally saw the advantages of Lin Shan. Lin Shan. Ha 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 ha, it's all set off by peers. Namikaze Minato looked around, and after making sure that no one was there, he made an amazing move. Puff. He knelt directly on the ground, with tears in his eyes. Kushina, come with me. From now on, we will travel the world and go together. Advertisement, shut up, you scum. Uzumaki Kushina scolded, you are simply the most persuaded man I have ever seen, you don't have a bit of masculinity. Why? Namikaze Minato said bitterly. We were so good at the beginning. You also know that Uchiha Lin Shan deliberately destroyed our relationship. Why did you follow him to the dark? Because I have children. Uzumaki Kushina said lightly. Don't underestimate the determination of a mother. Besides, you can't wait to smash Lin Shan's body into pieces. His daughter is my daughter. You want to kill, right? Namikaze Minato didn't say a word. He said that he didn't mind before, but can you really not mind? That's impossible. Are you really going to keep going with that guy? Namikaze Minato's voice changed, and his eyes flashed strangely. For my daughter, it must be done. Uzumaki Kushina nodded intensively. Although a lot of unpleasantness had happened before, the past has passed, and she has no power to change. Besides, there are children. As long as Lin Shan loves her daughter deeply and takes care of her, it is enough for Uzumaki Kushina. Then you go to die. It is terrible to lick a dog driven crazy. Namikaze Minato suddenly kills. Pouch. The piercing pain swept through the whole body. Namikaze Minato's face suddenly changed, and when he looked back, it was the indifferent Uzumaki Kaide. A handful of kunai runs through his back. I heard it all. Uzumaki Kaide said coldly. Pouch. Next, another frontal stabbing of Kuu pierced through Namikaze Minato's heart. The one who did it was Uzumaki Kushina. Suffering 2 fatal injuries, Namikaze Minato was unable to save. The first licking dog in the ninja world died tragically. Puff. Namikaze Minato fell to the ground, breathing and heartbeat almost stopped. The eyes are also closed. Chapter 243 Ultimate Susanoo. The king of dog licking died like this, and it turned out to be quite funny. The 2 women who killed him were actually the 2 favorite women. As if reconciled, Namikaze Minato opened his eyes strenuously. Just, the one I just used, well, it seems to be. His lips trembled, and his words were extremely exhausted. Flying Thunder God you taught me. Uzumaki Kaide said blankly. I will leave you the space warlock of Flying Thunder God while you were careless. Namikaze Minato didn't say a word, playing the Flying Thunder God for a lifetime. He used this trick to kill countless enemies. As a result, I also died on Flying Thunder God, a great mockery. Rumble. On the other side, the confrontation between the 2 giants also started. The airwave was like a typhoon. Wherever it went, all buildings collapsed. Looking around, the 2 long knives that were completely full of Susanoo actually collided together. Is this an upgraded version of Susanoo? Lin Shan rubbed his chin and blended into chakra. Not just looking at his length, his strength has soared to the greatest level. You can take Lin Shan Suzuo's cut, but do you think this is over? Lin Shan's eyes widened, and Suzuo's fist slammed out completely. Sasuke also smashed Susanoo's fist. Boom! There was another loud noise like a muffled thunder, surging away. Susanoo's fists collided and they were incompatible with each other. If there is no chakra, Sasuke's complete body Susanoo will be defeated by this fist. Now with the help of Naruto, he can compete with Lin Shan. Sass, counterattack. Counterattack. Naruto urged loudly, use our fit skills. Sasuke nodded when he heard the words, his eyes blinked, and the controlled body Suzuo backed away and took the initiative to pull away. Immediately afterwards, Naruto began to rub Rasengan, and Susanoo also started to imitate, rubbing Rasengan angrily. A huge energy ball, like a tailed beast bomb, was completed in an instant, and it was spinning rapidly, and the phantom of a layer of shuriken was clearly visible. Sage Art Susanoo Wind-style Spiral Shuriken, advertisement. The 2 of them screamed in a tacit understanding, and slammed them violently, throwing out their cohesive ultimate move. Lin Shan calmly summoned the Yata Mirror Defense. Boom boom. The fiery red round shield stubbornly halted the impact of the shuriken, because it was all wind attribute chakra, and numerous cracks were scratched on the surface of the Yata Mirror. Boom boom boom. The next moment, the spiral shuriken burst open, and the shockwave spread in all directions. The power is so powerful that even Lin Shan's complete body is miraculously forced to retreat by 2 steps. The 2 looked at each other, and they both beamed with joy. Come on again, Sass. Come on, Naruto. The 2 looked at each other. Lin Shan took a small step back. In their opinion, it was tantamount to defeat. This time the 2 were even more presumptuous, and both of Susanoo's hands began to gather Rasengan. Immediately wind style blended into it, and then the power of Shanshu. 2 shots at once. Hey, it's too much, kids. Lin Shan yelled. I wanted to play with you, but you seem to want to be out early. Open your eyes to see clearly. Lin Shan's hands were sealed, and a large number of high-purity chakra burst out of his body. To be honest, seeing 2 Xiao years fighting for so long, it was hard for Diosi to counterattack. After too many hardships, I have the strength now. In line with the thought of respecting the old and loving the young, Lin Shan wants them to experience how enjoyable the power of invincibility is, so he has been releasing water. Yes, Lin Shan is just releasing the water, regardless of whether Naruto accepts the gift of 6 paths or not. Lin Shan didn't use all his strength at all. But the two little ghosts didn't know the height of the sky and the earth was thick, and immediately began to make progress. Lin Shan had to incarnate as Teacher Lin to teach the young pupils. Naruto, look at Susanoo of Uchiha Lin Shan, it seems that something has changed again. Sasuke said in surprise. Since Lin Shan released chakra, Susanoo has been extremely stretched. Sasuke is speechless. Aren't you afraid of something wrong with Susanoo? Previously it was only 100 meters high, but this time Sasuke said that after the upgrade, there are two more of his Susanoo. Reached an astonishing 1 white 50 or 60 meters. Advertisement. Seeking flowers 0. Guru. Sasuke swallows frantically. Susanoo of Lin Shan of FK Wave, is it always in the growth stage? Dingxing saw that Susanoo's armor was fully raised by the high purity chakra, and his body was a full circle. It feels like taking Susanoo as armor and draping it on chakra. It seems to be the chakra of the 9 big-tailed beasts. Many people see the tricky. The essence of Sage, Uchiha Lin Shan's trick is to use Susanoo as the carrier of the 9 big tails. This model is comparable to Sage of 6 paths at its peak. Naruto suddenly said, have a powerful power like a ghost. Sasuke turned his head and glanced at Naruto when he heard the words, and asked strangely, Naruto, how'd I feel that you suddenly learned a lot? This is what the old man in me said, Naruto explained. It seems that Sasuke and Naruto are not his opponents. In Naruto's spiritual world, Sage of 6 paths looked solemn, but also secretly felt incredible. He can feel that the 8 big-tailed beasts of Konoha village have not been sealed in Lin Shan's body. Could there be a second 10 tails in this world? Sage of 6 paths' eyes shone terrifyingly. Never heard of such an outrageous thing. In fact, Sage of 6 paths was right. The 10 tails obtained from the Otsutsuki formula has been incorporated into his body by Lin Shan. After the evolution, Susanoo no longer needed wings. His huge body teleported to the sky. The weapon in Suzuo's hand is no longer a knife. Lin Shan directly uses chakra to condense a spear of thunder and lightning. He stared at the 2 pillars in Naruto's magical Susanoo and threw it out. The arrow of Uchiha. This trick is actually the same model as the Susanoo used by Sasuke's Naruto in the last stage of the original history. The ultimate Susanoo. Chapter 244. Sasuke was abused and cried. This blow was so powerful that even the sky was torn apart. The moment it shot, the huge spiral shuriken flying on the spot was shaken away by the wind-up. Not even qualified to fight head-on, oops, Sasuke and Naruto screamed and evacuated completely Susanoo. Pouch. The next moment, the spear pierced Susanoo's head, and the power released by the lightning spear swallowed Susanoo's whole body. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, Suzuo was completely shattered by the power released by thunder and lightning. The fragments of the sky are flying around, everyone is staring blankly, everything is silent. Is this Lin Shan's true face? Regardless of how powerful you are, one move will seconds you. Puff. Sasuke fell to the ground in despair. Even though his body hurts from the fall, he stared at the huge 427 in the sky in amazement. Ben is counting on the eternal Mangekyo's strong rise, and Lin Shan will be turned upside down. It's good to end up with the same end, but now, the combination of his and Naruto's big move was directly taken away by an understatement. This gap deeply stimulated Sasuke. Sasuke is withered, but Naruto's fighting will explode. The truth-seeking balls behind him were also condensed into spears, carrying Naruto's obsession to kill Lin Shan. Don't want to defeat Lin Shan, at least put out the open Suzuo. This requirement is not excessive, right? The current Susanoo is different from the one just now. Lin Shan thought. Susanoo's big hand directly grabbed the black spear. The 5 fingers bent slightly, like eagle claws. Crunch. The moment the spear flew by, the big hand suddenly closed, grasping the spear tightly in an instant. It even deformed the spear directly because of the excessive strength. Receiving truth-seeking ball empty-handed? It really is cheating. Naruto was taken aback and cursed. Lin Shan smiled upon hearing this. Is he qualified to say that he cheated? In the original history, Naruto got a gift from 6 paths and kicked Uchiha Madara's truth-seeking ball. Isn't it cheating? Back to you. Advertisement. The police glanced at Naruto, Lin Shan threw it away, and the spear stabbed in the opposite direction. Pouch. The speed was so fast that Naruto had not yet reacted, and his chest was penetrated. This kid was crucified to the ground alive. Naruto. My god, it's too strong. This man is like the incarnation of a god. Let's run away. Mount Myoboku is not an opponent. Escape is no longer possible. Konoha has been sealed off, not only space, but even time and space are locked, and the summoning beast is also ineffective. Seeing Naruto was instantly killed, Mount Myoboku's toads were completely distracted by the soldiers. Some timid toads have already begun to run away. It was Konoha Shinobi's turn to take advantage of the chase, and it was a bloodbath to catch the toads. Next is you. Looking at Sasuke, who was disheartened, Lin Shan removed Susanoo, the ultimate body. The figure fell gently on the ground. My son, do you know it was wrong now? Lin Shan asked slowly. Asking this before, Sasuke's answer is usually very rough, usually to your uncle or something. And this time, I gave up. After this battle, Sasuke's fighting spirit was completely wiped out. Dad, I was really wrong. As he spoke, Sasuke burst into tears. This guy was beaten and cried. What? This answer really caught Lin Shan off guard. Normally shouldn't it be a show of pretense, shouldn't it be against him first? I only have one request, don't gouge my eyes. These are the eyes that I finally got. Sasuke covered his eyes with both hands, and the eternal Mangekyo that had just been opened, he was unwilling to be gone. Lin Shan looked at Uchiha Makoto, she was watching indifferently, and she didn't mean to intervene. Lin Shan understood in a second, and shook his head regretfully. My son, do you love being a father? Of course love, I love it to death, as long as you don't gouge my eyes, you can love it anyway. Sasuke said quickly. Listen to that, if I gouge your eyes, I won't love it? It's really a plastic father-son relationship. Lin Shan was disappointed and said lightly, if you really love to be a father, then give your eyes to being a father. Advertisement, impossible. Sasuke screamed, I don't have anything anymore, and now I still have this pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, how could I take it? Wow. Sasuke yelled in pain. Lin Shan grabbed it lightly, and Tensagen's pupils attracted him. The big hand locked Sasuke's neck, and his entire face was flushed because of poor breathing. The other hand slowly approached his eyes. No, no, don't come over. Sasuke is like a drowning baby, flapping his limbs helplessly and fearfully. However, his power is limited, and he can't get rid of Lin Shan at all. His pupil technique was also completely blocked, and the hand that locked his throat looked like a dark abyss, devouring Sasuke's chakra. Pouch. In the end, the miracle did not happen. Lin Shan successfully poached Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. My eyes, give me back, I can't see anything. Sasuke's two eye sockets were bloody and extremely miserable. Speaking of which, these two brothers are also miserable enough. First of all, I was the god of Weasel, who was gouged after being dismissed by Lin Shan. Now it was Sasuke's turn. Shenzuo Fairy gritted his teeth and said. Use the fairy talisman on Naruto. I have to say that these two brothers are really good people. The eyes are like soaking in a hot spring, which is very comfortable. Once Lin Shan is serious, Naruto and Sasuke can only be killed in seconds. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto both lost. Are we really going to lose the battle next? He felt it right away, and the warm and moist current spread in his pupils. P.S. The big guys support more, the author is grateful. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to host. The task, receive Uchiha Sasuke Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, is completed. Reward Nuclear Energy Rinnegan. It can only be this way. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The group of toads are not rivals, their morale is low, and the ground is full of corpses. One will help Lin Shan turn on Nuclear Energy Eternal Mangekyo, and the other will help him turn on Nuclear Energy Rinnegan. The voice of the nuclear power system immediately dissipated in Lin Shan's mind. In addition, even if Naruto is resurrected, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the gap in strength is too great. 0.4 Deep-seated immortals and Jima immortals looked sad. At this moment, the situation of the war has changed several times, but they have not moved towards victory. Immortal Jima bitterly agreed, but it was useless at all. Before, Toad Sage was injured by Truth-Seeking Ball, and he didn't recover from using Immortal Talisman. With Sasuke's eye gouging and Naruto's tragic death, it also means that the war has fallen. Chapter 245 Kill Sasuke and Naruto, Sucker Punch. When Lin Shan opened his eyes again, his eyes had already become the local tyrant Jin Rinnegan. The golden fundus is like gold condensed, and the folds are shining. Local tyrant gold Sharingan is rare. Uchiha's history is Lin Shan alone. In comparison, local tyrant gold Rinnegan is much more common. Both Pooh Style and Peach Style have used local tyrant gold Rinnegan once, and the pupil power is quite good. He looked at Shenzuo Shenren, the fairy talisman stuck to Naruto's wound, and his whole body was enveloped in green light. Before the Animal King was also abolished by the Truth-Seeking Ball, did you see him resurrected? It's useless. Lin Shan rubbed his eyes and preached, Beast King? Shenzuo Shenren was taken aback for a moment, lowered his head and thought, only to understand who was talking about, and suddenly furious. That's Toad Sage. Lin Shan didn't bother to pay attention to him, and fixed his eyes on Naruto. When the emerald light dissipated, Naruto was still lying underground. The bloody wound did not heal. It really ends here. Upon seeing this, the eyes of the two immortals were dim. Listening to the screams around, perhaps they were both sinners of Mount Myoboku 24. Because they have been supporting Toad Sage to challenge Lin Shan. The demise of Mount Myoboku, the two of them have a share of credit. Give my eyes back. Sasuke rushed forward, but it was a pity that he was lonely. No way, the eyes are gone, and I can't see clearly. I can only tell Lin Shan's position by voice. Here, my son. Lin Shan reminded that Sasuke hurried over after hearing this. He clung to Lin Shan's thigh, crying and crying. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, give it back to me soon. Sasuke burst into tears, crying sadly. I'm sorry, my son, there is no Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in this world. And thanks to you. Lin Shan grinned and thought, after turning on the nuclear power Rinnegan, your skills are also occupied by me. Not only, flame control, and other ninjutsu, even Sasuke Rinnegan's skills were also taken away by Lin Shan, such as, heaven hand power, and so on. Go to hell. Lin Shan didn't show any mercy and took the shot decisively. Advertisement: a black iron rod flicked out of his palm and penetrated Sasuke's neck. The big hand rotates slightly, and the iron rod is like turning his head, crushing the entire neck. The head almost fell off, but after all, he was a godson. Lin Shan didn't make Sasuke go too painful. Before he died, he released a Tsukuyomi for him. Let this kid live happily for 30 years. Why is it only 30 years? That is because Sasuke and Itachi got married when he was 20. Although this is a base, and it is still a brother base, there is nothing impossible in the world of illusion. 10 years later, in the 30th year, Sas was stabbed to death with a knife because of his cheating. This is why he was 30 years old in the world of Tsukuyomi. Sadly, as for Naruto, he doesn't have this benefit anymore. When he died, his eyes were always open, and he looked like he couldn't squint. Naruto. Uzumaki Kaide lunged at Naruto's body, crying bitterly. Uzumaki Kushina comforted her. In fact, she was confused and didn't know how to enlighten her. The pain of losing a child is not something she can feel. It's just that she looked at Uchiha Makoto, Fugaku and Itachi, and Sasuke are all dead. Why can Makoto still look at Lin Shan with wintry eyes? Even witnessing Sasuke being killed, Makoto can be indifferent. This state of calm makes people feel terrible. Lin Shan, shouldn't you see distinguished heavenly gods on Makoto, right? Uzumaki Kushina murmured. Uzumaki Mabel's heart-piercing cry. Lin Shan naturally heard. Fart is a big deal, and I will cooperate with you in a while. I will have a better talent, stronger strength, and more handsome. Snapped. Lin Shan snapped his fingers and Uzumaki Feng fainted on the spot. Kushina, send her to rest. Lin Shan ordered. Immediately afterwards, his gaze swept over the few remaining high levels in Mount Myoboku, and he decided to kill. Universal pull. Gravity erupted from the palm, and Immortal Shenzo and Immortal Jima flew over at the same time. Old man. Advertisement, old lady. Lin Shan grabbed one in one hand and looked disgusted. To be honest, it was crushed by the two of you. I think the dirty-handed stinky toad is the most disgusting animal I have ever seen. So I decided to Amaterasu. With eyes wide open, the two old guys were immediately swallowed by Hei Yan. They struggled madly, but because they were held by Lin Shan in their hands, no matter how hard they struggled, they didn't have any effect. After only 30 or 20 seconds, the fresh, Amaterasu roasted toad, is out. It's a pity that Lin Shan's cooking skills are not very good. The two big toads are black and coke-like, and they don't taste good at first sight. The next few minutes were the darkest period in the history of Mount Myoboku. After the tragic deaths of Toad Sage and Sasuke, they collapsed and were slaughtered by the Konoha shinobi. Thousands of toads were slaughtered bloodily. This is Lin Shan's order to destroy Mount Myoboku, the one that does not remain. All that was left was Xiaoyi Hum, and Lin Shan had no desire to take action anymore. He walked towards his home leisurely. Speaking of the union of the whole world, although the Shinobu system was cancelled, the names of those countries were also cancelled. At present, Lin Shan has the title of General Name. He plans to send more children to various countries as a name in the future. King. He was about to turn his head to look, and kicked up with a heavy kick, and he flew out like a cannonball. Who the hell is it? Boom. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The world has been smashed down by Lin 427 Mountain. Such a large territory always needs a ruler. This power is definitely not Naruto and Sasuke, but also this huge chakra. What, for example, the children of him and Terumi Mei will become the names of the water country. At this moment, a piercing sound came from the side, and the biting chill engulfed Lin Shan's body. Anyway, all Lin Shan's children will become big names and hold the world firmly in their hands. I laughed as I walked and said to myself, first cooperate with Uzumaki Kaide, give birth to a baby, and then cooperate with other people. The children of Heitu become the names of the land, and the children of Tamari are the names of the land of the wind. This foot was heavy, and Lin Shan flew hundreds of meters away, smashing a large number of houses. Lin Shan, buried deep in the ruins, looked thoughtful. He and Tsunade's children will become famous in the country of fire. He couldn't help being startled. There is still a master? Chapter 246 Sage of Six Paths appeared, transformed into 10 tails. Boom. Under the ruins, flames penetrated out, blasting the broken walls to pieces. Lin Shan stood up intact. He looked at the attacker, his mouth widened in amazement. Are you not dead? His lips trembled very rarely, and it was Uzumaki Naruto that caught his eye. The blood hole in his chest was still there, and his internal organs were destroyed, leaving only an empty shell. But strangely, Naruto stood up. In addition, red Uzumaki appeared on his forehead. The eyes are also directly upgraded to Rinnegan. Naruto drives Rinnegan. Isn't that nonsense? But it was such a bizarre scene that really happened. Could it be? A flash of light flashed in his mind. Lin Shan said solemnly, you are not Naruto, you are. Lin Shan saw this scene from an old man with the same red Uzumaki on his forehead. Otsutsuki Hakata. Lin Shan called out his real name. Naruto turned on Rinnegan. It was unreasonable, but with Sage of Six Paths, wouldn't it be normal? It's the old man. Sage of Six Paths did not deny it either, saying indifferently, I am ready to face you. Lin Shan didn't say a word. He always had a question in his mind. In the original history, Sasuke is about to defeat Naruto. What will the world go? Is it really perished? What happened in front of me undoubtedly proved that even if Sasuke and Naruto were defeated, Sage of Six Paths would still be surviving. Very good. Lin Shan rubbed his head and said with a grin. No wonder the kick was so powerful just now. It turned out to be the famous Sage of Six Paths, which is a good opponent. But do you deserve to be my opponent? Lin Shan asked playfully. Even the enemies your mother is jealous of are my defeated men. What are you? Have you met them? Sage of Six Paths' expression changed slightly, and her voice became extremely low. I have always asked her about the enemies in my mother's mouth, but she always shirks and refuses me and my brother Hamura for various reasons. It's such a rebellious son. Advertisement. Lin Shan looked at Sage of Six Paths and didn't think he was great. A person who can seal his own mother, how filial can you expect his offspring? No wonder the Uchiha clan needs pain and stimulation to open Sharingan. With an evil ancestor like you, it is not a concern for other people to do anything crazy. Lin Shan shrugged. After all, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Evil? Sage of Six Paths was amused. You are the first person to call me evil? Seal mother, that is just for the continuation of the world. If I had not sealed her, do you think there is this world? It would have been swallowed up by the sacred tree a long time ago. At that time, not only one person, but thousands of people died. Thousands of people. Sacrificing mother alone can exchange the lives of the whole world. It's no good. Sage of Six Paths said powerfully. Don't say that you were so great, as if you were a savior. Sage of Six Paths, what other people don't know, can I still not know? Lin Shan sneered. Why do you resist Otsutsuki Kaguya? After all, it's not that your little girlfriend was taken as a sacrifice to the sacred tree. Sage of Six Paths' face suddenly sank, and speaking of it, this was how the conflict between him and Kaguya came. As for saving the world, that's something to say, the main contradiction is this. In any case, I will kill you today, Sage of Six Paths said powerfully. After speaking, he burst out, Susanoo, boom boom boom. The extra-large massive chakra skyrocketed, and the Azure Susanoo appeared. The strongest Susanoo owner is neither Uchiha Madara nor Uchiha Sasuke, but Sage of Six Paths. Once relying on Susanoo, he even resisted the tailed beast bomb of 10 tails. Neither Sasuke nor Uchiha Madara can do this. In addition, Susanoo of Sage of Six Paths has the same size as 10 tails. Boom, click, click. Even because Susanoo of Six Paths was too big, the barrier set by Lin Shan was broken. But this is harmless, those clams are almost dead anyway. What? Lin Shan did not rush to fight, but flew towards the distance. The battle with Sage of Six Paths had to change places, otherwise the aftermath would be enough to destroy Konoha. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. Seeing this, Sage of Six Paths controlled Shuzuafi and chased Lin Shan. Advertisement. After flying for about 10 minutes, Lin Shan fell on an open plain, and a huge shadow fell from the sky. Rumble. The moment Susanoo hit the ground, it was like an earthquake, and the ground was lifted by 1 or 2 meters. Bring it on, Sage of Six Paths yelled, and Susanoo's long knife was scabbed out. The terrifying atmosphere of killing and killing rages in between. I'm tired of fighting with Sasuke Naruto for so long. Just use all your strength to kill you in a flash. Lin Shan said abruptly. Kill me in seconds. Sage of Six Paths was stunned, and immediately turned into an angry smile. Okay, let me see how you want to kill me in seconds. Sage of Six Paths got offended. He was really offended. Back then, he fought his mother Kaguya for so long, and was not killed in seconds. What did this be *****D say? Kill him in a second. It's just farting. He doesn't know where Lin Shan has the courage, or does he think his strength has surpassed the ancestor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kaguya? Lin Shan did not explain, his body swelled violently. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, and 100 meters. And his appearance has also undergone earth-shaking changes. The first is to lose the face of a human, has Zhao. He is transformed into a beast, with all fours on the ground. His broad body is like a huge mountain covering the sky, shocking people. There is only a mouth left on the face, and a huge golden rinnegan. In addition, there are 10 tails growing behind. It has become 10 tails? Sage of Six Paths was extremely shocked. He had always guessed before, but now it seems that Lin Shan really has the second 10 tails. He is a copy of his mother. Sage of Six Paths looked solemn and depressed in his heart. In the past, he was able to defeat Kaguya. First of all, the first point was the heyday. What is it now? In addition, he has his brother Hamura to help, and now he can only fight alone. Smash it, Six Paths. Like, Lin Shan, who is in the form of 10 tails, swept across like a mountain of giant hands. Chapter 247. Haven't you seen 10 tails that opened the dead door? Lin Shan is very strong. No one knows how strong he is, and no one has seen his full strength. Sage of Six Paths can be said to be the first experiencer. Facing the giant hand that came, Six Paths swung Susao's long sword to slash it away. From the point of view of Sage of Six Paths, this blow seemed fierce, but it was actually full of flaws. Lin Shan underestimated the power of his Susanoo. Even if it collides head-on, Susanoo of Six Paths is not afraid of it. After all, it is a super Susanoo that can withstand 10 tails tailed beast bomb. Six Paths even felt that if the knife went down, it would directly slash 10 tails arm. Am I dang? The idea is very beautiful, the reality is cruel. Susanoo's arm moved violently. Ten Tails' rough arm, like a meteorite from the sky, resisted a blow. It can't be so strong. Sage of Six Paths was dumbfounded, let alone chopped off his arm. Even the wound did not come out. He was quite shocked. Is he too weak now, or is Lin Shan in Ten Tails mode already surpassing his mother Kaguya in all aspects? Boom. Ten Tails slapped his paw, and the Tengu helmet on Suzuo's head was suddenly shattered by the powerful force, and the most fragile head was directly exposed to the air. That big hand is like the 427 hand of the gods, with a power of tens of thousands of kilograms, squeezing Susanoo's head, and suddenly pulling. Susanoo, who is 400 to 500 meters high, is directly picked up by him. That's right, just pick it up. What kind of physical power is this? Sage of Six Paths has a regretful look, and the former Ten Tails is not so awesome. Lin Shan's Ten Tails mode, I'm afraid it's not a plug-in. With a sudden force, Susanoo flew into the sky, Ten Tails' mouth opened, and the extra-large-tailed beast bomb began to condense. 3. 1.0, Emission. The cohesive-tailed beast bomb soared into the sky and rushed straight to Sage of Six Paths. The old guy was terrified and quickly put Susanoo Nagato in front of him to defend. Bang! The moment the two touched, a crackling sound gradually sounded, and Sage of Six Paths realized that there was something bad, not just strength, but even the power of tailed beast bomb seemed to be stronger than the previous 10 tails. Lin Shan. No way, nuclear energy chakra, nuclear energy body, nuclear energy physical strength, nuclear energy Rinnegan, it is hard to be weak. Boom. Next, the weapon Susanoo used to resist the tail beast King Jade was shattered on the spot. Advertisement tailed beast bomb successfully blasted to Susanoo. Boom 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 boom. The earth-shattering super explosion spread out from above the clouds, and the Super Susanoo of Six Paths was annihilated by the fire on the spot. The sky within a radius of tens of kilometers is on fire, a scene of apocalypse. The old guy is lucky, Susanoo takes on all the attacks for him. But the flames after the explosion swallowed him. His whole body was scorched violently, and his skin melted. However, the eyes of Sage of Six Paths are still sharp and extraordinary. Naruto is so pitiful, he is dead, and some people use his body to fight. Lin Shan hissed. The next trick, I will do everything. Sage of Six Paths opened his hands, one of his hands showed the pattern of the sun, and the other hand showed the pattern of the moon. That's Six Paths planetary devastation. Lin Shan frowned. Unlike the usual planetary devastation, Six Paths planetary devastation is a sealing technique with the attacker as the core. Taste. The earth shook violently, and endless stones flew from all directions. Boom boom boom. Countless stones hit Lin Shan, but he was covered with a layer of arrogant chakra. The flying stones hit the stones with pebbles, and they were all shattered. Drink. Sage of Six Paths yelled, his forehead was full of veins, and he took out all his strength for feeding. Giant rocks from all over the world are flying towards Ten Tails Lin Shan. In the blink of an eye, Ten Tails was surrounded by endless rocks, and a meteorite sphere, Ca, the size of a planet was floating in the air. It's bigger than the moon created when the mother was sealed. Sage of Six Paths sighed and at the same time felt a little weird. He always feels that it seems too simple to win by himself. First of all, it was not in its heyday, and there was no help from his younger brother Hamura. In addition, he felt that Lin Shan was stronger than Kaguya, so he was sealed. Sage of Six Paths felt unreal, but the huge sphere in front of him undoubtedly told him that he hadn't dreamed. It's because he was too careless, he didn't put me in his eyes at all, and even threatened to kill me in seconds. Advertisement, it's completely caused by underestimating the enemy. Sage of Six Paths analyzed the reasons for Lin Shan's defeat. People, even if they have the power to destroy the world, they shouldn't be too drifting, otherwise it will be easy to overturn. But boom! There was a loud noise from the meteorite, and a large number of stones peeled off and hit the land fiercely. Sage of Six Paths glanced intently. A big hand of 10 tails smashed the seal and exposed it to the air. It broke the seal of planetary devastation. How could it be possible? Sage of Six Paths' face changed drastically. This move should be foolproof. Boom boom boom. Manic chakra infiltrated one after another, followed by countless red steam. After mixing chakra, it became more violent and terrifying, and the sky was blowing a red world-destroying storm. What is that? Sage of Six Paths was puzzled. The red steam was obviously extraordinary. Lin Shan once tried this mode on other planets, and when he fisted down, the entire planet was penetrated. Boom. If it was the night guy in 10 tails mode, it would be hard to imagine. 10 tails fell to the ground. Ding Ching saw that he was full of red steam, uprooting the land like a shockwave. Sage of Six Paths suffered a heavy blow, and his body was directly exploded into blood mist, and his flesh and blood were ground into slag. Seeing Sage of Six Paths dumbfounded, Lin Shan couldn't help but feel amused. Boom. Another loud noise fell. 10 Tails' other hand also came out, and the meteorite was completely broken. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The chakra in Naruto's body was also crushed, and there was no resistance. Ten Tails clenched his fists. Jun Sage of Six Paths punched out. Shang Shang. 10 Tails opened the dead door. How pervert you can imagine. Really, it's gone with one punch. I'm not cool yet. Have you never seen 10 Tails that opened the door? Take a look more and get a better understanding. Lin Shan sighed. Actually, the power of the punch just now, he didn't use all his strength, otherwise it would be easy to go wrong. The whistling shockwave whizzed out, and the space wherever it went was shattered into slag. Chapter 248 Big Wedding. After getting Sage of Six Paths, Lin Shan stopped. The main reason is that no one is worth his shot. The remaining group of shrimp soldiers and crabs will be handled by the rest. After the battle lasted for 2 hours, the curtain finally came to an end. The toads in Mount Myoboku were wiped out, and none of them left alive. Even in order to maximize the damage, Lin Shan made a special trip to Mount Myoboku and came with a tailed beast bomb from 10 Tails. Not only did the toads become extinct, but even Mount Myoboku was razed to the ground. The other two holy places shivered. Wet Bone Forest is okay, after all, Tsunade and Lin Shan still have a PY deal. But Ryuchi Cave was scared to pee, because Orochimaru had offended Lin Shan. The White Snake Immortal quickly sent someone to apologize. Actually, if Ryuchi Cave doesn't come out, Lin Shan will forget them. No way, there is no sense of existence. Taking the initiative to jump out, Lin Shan immediately thought of someone Yakushi Kabuto. After asking a little bit, I realized that this kid had indeed gone to Ryuchi Cave and also learned Sage Mode. I have left since then, and I don't know where to go to Shaoju. In order to avoid some mistakes, Lin Shan ordered the hunting of Yakushi Kabuto. After all, this guy is not a good thing, and keeping it is a curse. It's more reliable for a frenzied scientist to die as soon as possible. 2 days later, Konoha was lit up with lights everywhere, and people's faces were full of joy. As if it was a holiday today. This is not the case. Today is not a special holiday, but someone is going to get married. It must have been Lin Shan that can alarm Konoha's wedding. Yes, today he will marry Shi Rihong. This caused other people to turn over the jealousy, and even made Lin Shan not come back in the future. In Ta Rihong's home, Lin Shan giggled smirkingly at the bright and moving Shi Rihong. Still smiling there, Tsunade and Konan don't welcome you anymore, so you don't want to go in the future. Ta Rihong flipped through Byakugan. She looked at herself in the mirror, wearing a white wedding dress with bright and shiny diamonds, like a princess. HMPH, a group of little women are angry over there. They speak so usefully, how could Lousy catch it back then? You'll be obedient after being beaten up, advertisement. Lin Shan pouted his lips in disdain, and didn't care about it at all. Are you chasing? Ta Rihong flipped through Byakugan. Lin Shan seemed to have some misunderstanding about the word chase. Either live snatching, or persecution, or simple transaction, anyway, except for Shi Rihong, none of them are obtained through formal channels. If this is the rhythm of sitting in prison in the era before crossing. However, no matter how dissatisfied other people are, Yu Rihong is very happy. Because Lin Shan fulfilled her promise, marrying her honestly, unlike other women, to put it purely, she was Lin Shan's private mistress. Even if Uzumaki Kushina has a child, it can't be compared with Yu Rihong. Ta Rihong is equivalent to the queen of the palace, and the others are at best concubines. When Lin Shan got married, Konoha was naturally very lively. He even feasted Konoha. That's right, it's so arrogant. Anyway, if you don't need to pay, just tell Tsunade to go through it. Of these, the most depressing one is probably Tsunade. Lin Shan can be the shopkeeper, but she can't be a Hokage. Helping Lin Shan pay money to marry other women, she has a psychological shadow. Aggrieved, Tsunade did not dare to make mistakes. Because Shi Rihong is Lin Shan's first real girlfriend, this alone can kill others in seconds. In the empty square, there were hundreds of tables full of guests, looking at the crowds. When Lin Shan, wearing a suit, appeared in the evening, the atmosphere reached its peak. Lin Shan looks very handsome, and Shi Rihong is also full of the country and the city. The two came all the way to attract the attention of the whole village. Damn, at this moment, even Uzumaki Kushina was sour and complained. Lin Shan, this dog, I helped her give birth to a child, but it is not as important as Shi Rihong. It's so heartbreaking, Mom, look ahead. Uzumaki, you comforted. You have me, so you can come from behind. That's true. Uzumaki Kushina hugged her daughter and kissed her hard on the cheek. Uzumaki Kushina is much better than Lin Shan, a dogman. Looking at the others, Samui, Yu Wooden Golem, Konan, and Uchiha Makoto, their faces are not very good. Seeking flowers 0. Advertisement: the boyfriend is married, but the bride is not me. This situation appeared to several people all at once. Cough cough cough, everyone, I am very happy that everyone is here to participate in my wedding. Today is a memorable day. Hong and I are very happy. Konoha will become more prosperous in the future and become the center of this world, and so will our future generations. Lin Shan gave a painless speech, like that for about 5 or 6 minutes, it was just a cutscene. After that, he took Ta Rihong and left. No, isn't the wedding night in the bridal chamber performed at night? Looking at Lin Shan who was leaving, Uchiha Makoto was silent. You don't understand this. For Lin Shan, his nuclear stamina can keep him headstrong. Terumi Mei on the side said unsatisfactorily, she doesn't care much about status or anything. In contrast, strength is more important. Having excellent offspring with Lin Shan. This is what Terumi Mei is most interested in. It is the best like Uzumaki month. Inheritance Lin Shan's golden Sharingan is invincible. It's not Lin Shan that should worry, but Shi Rihong. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Lin Shan laughed suddenly, his eyes flashing green. Red, are you satisfied with today? Next link. What are you talking about? Lin Shan attacked suddenly and picked up Shi Rihong in the way of a princess. Ha ha ha, pretend to me. P.S. The big guys support more, the author is grateful. 4. Looking at the wall of wedding photos, Shi Rihong smiled contentedly. Lin Shan blinked his eyes and asked. Tsunade also booed. Hey, then we can move on to the next link. Ta Rihong nodded his head and got married in front of the whole village. Although it has been countless times, this time is the most meaningful one as the hostess. Excellent. Ta Rihong looked away from the erratic gaze, feeling a little nervous. 10 minutes later, Lin Shan and Shi Rihong also went home. Of course it's the last night of the bridal chamber. Chapter 249. Be filial in this unified world, not all countries have joined the world government. Takigakura village in Takinokuni, this village has not been integrated into the world government. The reason is also very simple. Lin Shan asked them to hand over 7 taels Jinchuriki Feng. Takigakura refused. How could it be possible that Jinchuriki is such a precious thing? To be honest, Lin Shan didn't know where the courage of these guys came from. In today's world, few people dare to refuse him. Some people feel that their brains are relatively hard, and want to experiment with Lin Shan's knife advantage. In this case, what can Lin Shan say? He personally rushed to Takin village. He intends to take Feng away, and with the other 8 big-tailed beasts on hand, he can resurrect the other 10 tails and melt the 2 10 tails into his body. However, after arriving in Takin village, Lin Shan found that, 430, came a step late by himself. Who did this? The whole village was cut and rooted, blood ran into rivers, and there were corpses everywhere. The deaths of these people were extremely miserable, and their bodies were all traces of bites, and they seemed to have been left behind by wild beasts. As for the whereabouts of Feng, Lin Shan didn't find it either. Boom 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 boom. In quite remote places, there is a high density of chakras scattered in the atmosphere.
Lin Shan suddenly looked to the northeast, with surprises. You can't go wrong. This chakra is 7 taels Jinchuriki.
With so many tail beasts on hand, Lin Shan is very familiar with the tail beast chakra. What? He flashed away without hesitation, analyzing the explosiveness of chakra density, full of destruction and seemed to be fighting fiercely with someone. A girl's screams came from an empty area. The huge white snake sage bound the girl firmly, the terrifying force oppressed her, and her bones were about to be broken. You better listen to something, I don't want to kill you either. The man in the crimson robe said, you are still tender by your strength. You, who are you? Feng, who was tied up by a giant python, couldn't move at all, and said in pain, a man as powerful as you can't be an unknown person. To tell you, I'm really an unknown person. The man in the red robe looked up, revealing a scary cheek. Advertisement. His skin tone is exactly the same as white snake sage, with snake scales on his face and head. Introduce yourself. My name is Yakushi Kabuto. A smile appeared on the man's pale face. Yakushi Kabuto? Feng Mei's eyes flashed in a daze. This name was indeed strange to her. It doesn't matter if you don't know me, but you and I have a crush. Yakushi Kabuto was greedy. I know Uchiha Lin Shan cares about you very much. If you hand you over to him, that guy will be very happy, right? You are also here at the Tail Beast? Kaide's face was scared of blood, and Konoha's people asked for 7 taels Jinchuriki before, but they were rejected by the senior management of Takigakura. Feng has been frightened recently, for fear that Lin Shan will come to him one day. In fact, she is not willing to give herself to Lin Shan, because Jinchuriki will undoubtedly die without the Tail Beast. Will this guy be so kind? In fact, Lin Shan had already rushed over and heard that Yakushi Kabuto wanted to capture Jinchuriki and give it to himself. He was quite satisfied. This FK is more diligent than a filial father. But, give you to Uchiha Lin Shan. Naturally, it's not free. I haven't shown great kindness to that point. A frenzy flashed in Yakushi Kabuto's eyes. After Lord Orochimaru died, I inherited everything from him, not only strength, but also dreams. Master Orochimaru's dream is to study Uchiha Lin Shan, dismember him, and study it all over his body. Unfortunately, the opponent is too strong. Even now I am not confident to defeat that guy. Yakushi Kabuto sighed, quite disappointed. He can already turn on Sage mode, even so, he is not sure. The current Lin Shan is known as the strongest person in the last 1,000 years. Existing as strong as Sage of 6 Paths, there is only a shiver in front of Lin Shan. I plan to dedicate you to Uchiha Lin Shan and get some of his cells. Yakushi Kabuto pinched it with his fingers, and gestured. The minced meat the size of a fingernail is the most suitable. Puff, 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 puff. Suddenly, the white snake sage bound to maple burst and was cut into several sections by some mysterious force. Who did it? Yakushi Kabuto's face is gloomy, and there is still a touch of shock in his pupils. After learning Sage Mode, his perception power has greatly increased, so anyone can hide from his eyes? Master. Must be a master, advertisement Yakushi Kabuto secretly warned. On your head. After tweeting for a long time without realizing himself, Lin Shan had to speak. Kaide and Yakushi Kabuto looked towards the sky. You are. Feng hasn't seen Lin Shan and doesn't know much about him, but Yakushi Kabuto's face changed a lot. Uchiha Lin Shan. Uchiha Lin Shan. Mabel's legs are all soft, scared enough. A Yakushi Kabuto makes her tired to deal with, and now there's a more terrifying Uchiha Lin Shan. It turned out to be Master Lin Shan. Yakushi Kabuto immediately changed his words, his old face smiled into a flower, and said flatly, "You are here just right, and I am planning to catch Jinchuriki and give it to you." "Really, thank you." Lin Shan fell next to Feng. "Let's go, Feng." Upon seeing this, the smile on Yakushi Kabuto's face immediately faded. "FKA Mudhorse, this is all gone? Want to empty the glove, White Wolf?" Then, Master Lin Shan. Yakushi Kabuto took the initiative to speak. "I have something to ask. I hope you can give me some of your cells." When mentioning Lin Shan's cells, Yakushi Kabuto's eyes flashed with greed. He got everything about Orochimaru, including a wealth of scientific knowledge, and one of the techniques of human cloning is particularly magical. Only 0.4 part of Lin Shan's cells are needed. Over time, Lin Shan can be cultivated for mass production. Thinking of this, Yakushi Kabuto's heart is extremely enthusiastic and excited. In his opinion, Lin Shan will definitely agree. The tail beast changes a part of the cells, and the blood does not make a loss. But, those mischievous things about Orochimaru, as a traverser, Lin Shan still doesn't know? In the original history, for a few years after Kaguya was suppressed, Orochimaru had nothing to do, and a bunch of Uchiha letters came out. "Do you really want it?" Lin Shan squinted his eyes with a playful expression, because it was a nuclear body, his flesh and blood were full of radioactive materials. Wanting to study him is actually no different from looking for death. Chapter 250 Pursing a smile, life and death are unpredictable. Yes, of course. Yakushi Kabuto stared at Lin Shan nervously, for fear that the boss would refuse. "Okay, I agree." Lin Shan readily agreed. In fact, he admired Yakushi Kabuto's courage. He didn't dare to pee at will, thinking that back then, a single pee caused nuclear pollution in a radius of several kilometers. The nuclear body organs make Lin Shan extremely powerful, and it also brings a lot of troubles in daily life. When Lin Shan peed, he had to use Wangshen Bilangban to open the space tunnel and go to the desert without people. Or simply move to another planet. Take it. Lin Shan snapped his fingers with a snap, the surrounding space shattered, and the meat wrapped in a transparent cube flew out. This is still the minced meat left over from the peach-style battle. Because the body contains strong radioactive substances, Lin Shan even needs to carefully clean up the hair that has fallen off. Now someone is looking for excitement, Lin Shan does what he wants. "I'm confirming it again, do you really need it?" Yakushi Kabuto. "Maybe, what will be a big trouble? Most of the idiots who crack 24 my body secrets will not end well." Lin Shan stretched his voice, with a reminder between his words. "Yes, I want to die. I want to." Yakushi Kabuto couldn't listen at all, his eyes were full of greed. Lin Shan was not hypocritical when he saw this. With a wave of his hand, the meat flew past. Yakushi Kabuto hurriedly caught it, rubbing it in his hand like a treasure. For fear that Lin Shan would repent, he disappeared with a swish. "Boy, you have to suffer." Lin Shan rubbed his chin gleefully. Lord Lin Shan." Feng looked at Lin Shan nonstop, his nervous little face sweating. Looking back at the girl, her wheat-colored skin was very healthy, her face was nice, and her small face was slightly sad. "Not bad." Lin Shan rubbed his chin and laughed. "It's over." As for Feng, he was desperate. "It's over?" Lin Shan gave her a strange look. "Why are you finished?" Advertisement. He thinks the child is okay and intends to keep her alive. Even if the tail beast is drawn and the strength reaches Lin Shan's level, he still has many ways to save Jinchuriki's life. You just laughed. There's a saying from the outside world," Lin Shan smiled, "life and death are unpredictable." Feng tremblingly explained. Where did the rumor come from? The corner of Lin Shan's mouth twitched, and the original version was not the black brother who smiled. Is it unpredictable? Why is it his turn now? Is he so scary? That's all, don't worry, I have taken a fancy to the tail beast in your body, but I can guarantee that if the tail beast is extracted, it will keep you alive. But the premise is that you are obedient, understand? Lin Shan asked Feng, who nodded quickly. In this case, come back to Konoha with me. Lin Shan quickly left with Feng. At the same time, Yakushi Kabuto also returned to his laboratory. He was extremely excited, looking at the meat in his hand, exulting. Orochimaru-sama is really stupid, by comparison, I'm much smarter. Sometimes, brute force is not the best way to solve a problem. You still need to look at your brain. After getting Lin Shan's cells, Yakushi Kabuto immediately felt that his IQ had crushed Orochimaru. Look, the outside world is rumored to be how handsome and ruthless Lin Shan is. The result. Isn't it enough to be a licking dog? I feel comfortable with Lin Shan. People are still very reasonable, right? Now Yakushi Kabuto is thinking about punishing those dogs that slander Lin Shan. This is an insult to the great Lord Lin Shan, puff. In the cyan nutrient solution, several ripples suddenly appeared, and the square pieces of meat were thrown into it, and Yakushi Kabuto began to embark on the road of cultivation. Maybe he didn't even notice that the hand he was holding the piece of meat had already begun to slowly rot. It didn't hurt or itchy at first, and Yakushi Kabuto didn't take it to heart, he simply thought it was a bruise. 10 minutes later, the wound intensified. Not only did the glue flow out, it even spread to the entire arm. Damn! Yakushi Kabuto groaned in pain. He didn't know what was wrong with this hand, and he didn't get hurt. At first, it was a nail-sized wound. At this moment, his entire arm was eroded. Advertisement: the stench of pus kept flowing out. Yakushi Kabuto was so painful that he even had his entire arm removed. Is it poisoned? Yakushi Kabuto suspected that people affected by nuclear radiation would think of poison. In fact, the two are not related. He hurriedly found some magical panacea to eat, but nothing happened. Rather than containment, the injury broke out, gradually spread to every skin of the body. As a last resort, Yakushi Kabuto could only put on a body. Yakushi Kabuto inherited everything from Orochimaru, so it's a trick to change the body. But the weird poison seemed to penetrate into the soul. Even if the body was changed, the nuclear radiation still did not stop. Yakushi Kabuto's miserable wailing sound echoed throughout the underground laboratory. On Konoha's side, the 9 big-tailed beasts had already pulled away one after another. P.S. The big guys support more, the author is grateful. The tail beasts made up of wooden golem, Uzumaki Kushina, Kaide and others were also peeled from their bodies. Although her 430s did not die, they also fell weakly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At Lin Shan's house, at this moment, an uninvited guest came. He smelled all over his body, lying on the ground like a pool of fleshy mud. Lin Shan overwhelmed his nose and said with disgust, I said, Kabuto, why are you here for me? Transplanting body organs, changing the body and other methods are useless, and can't get rid of the effects of radiation. Yakushi Kabuto, who had been tortured by nuclear radiation for 2 days, was about to collapse. The person greeted as Yakushi Kabuto. Do you really want me to help you? He has used various methods in the past 2 days. Yakushi Kabuto nodded heavily, but the moment Lin Shan opened his eyes, he regretted it. It seems to have merged with the soul, it smells so bad. Lin Shan smiled, this time life and death are really unpredictable. Lord Lin Shan. Please help me. The golden renegon seemed to resonate with the nuclear radiation in his body, and his whole body melted instantly. Lin Shan used Geto statue to input a lot of vitality to them, and also fed them chakra dan to strengthen their physique, and they returned to normal the next day. Chapter 251 Resurrection Otsutsuki Kaguya. Pouch. A big snake with special horns emerged from the melted rotten meat. Like a dragon horn, it is Yakushi Kabuto. After he became a snake sage mode, he became like this bird. Actually, Yakushi Kabuto doesn't have to pursue any Sharingan and Lin Shan's power. If you continue to practice with peace of mind, you may be able to turn the dragon into a dragon in the future. Not dead yet. Lin Shan glanced at Yakushi Kabuto in surprise. His vitality is very strong, and he deserves to be the successor of Orochimaru. So you did it, Uchiha Lin Shan, I saw you wrong. Yakushi Kabuto roared, hating Lin Shan to death at this moment. Before, he still felt that this guy was not as scary as the rumors, and he was too kind to himself. The ghost knows that he is so insidious and his heart is dark. In the past few days, he has been tortured, life is better than death. Hey, what's your attitude? What's up to me? Lin Shan was speechless. He explained. At that time, I could ask you if I must have my body cells. If you want to, who can blame it? My appearance is caused by your body cells. Yakushi Kabuto was heartbroken. How terrible is this guy? A piece of minced meat actually made him a super cage level powerhouse half dead. My body is full of nuclear radiation, and a mouthful of sputum can kill the entire fish pond. Lin Shan said lightly. You are commendable for your courage if you dare to ask for my cells. What are you pretending to be innocent? Yakushi Kabuto's face was blue. If he knew that Lin Shan's cells were so dangerous, he wouldn't dare to kill him. Still blame you. Yakushi Kabuto snarled angrily. Uchiha Lin Shan, if you tell me the danger in advance, I will never stop that stuff. Give lousy 100 Sharingan and don't do it. Lin Shan's cells are terrible. Anyway, this is because of you, and now you have to solve it for me. Yakushi Kabuto said fiercely. Of course this is no problem. Lin Shan's eyes widened, and a phantom rose into the sky. The chakra skeleton was holding a huge sword, and his bell-like eyes were staring at Yakushi Kabuto. This sword. Yakushi Kabuto looked at the fiery red sword, and said in surprise. This is not the 10 punches Orochimaru-sama has been looking for. Wow. Advertisement. Yakushi Kabuto's mouth suddenly let out a scream. The 10-fist sword burst out with a flash of red light, covering it. Like burning with the tens of thousands of degrees, Yakushi Kabuto instantly liquefies. Lin Shan manipulated Susanoo to tug slightly, and he was absorbed along the 10-punch sword like flowing water. You dog! Yakushi Kabuto yelled. Lousy asked you to save me. What the FK are you doing to seal me? How do you curse? I'm saving you. Lin Shan was quite aggrieved. If you are sealed, nuclear radiation will not harm other people, and you will not continue to suffer. Yakushi Kabuto wanted to cry without tears, he was completely planted. Lin Shan's hanging hair is a huge hole. You and I called brothers, but you sealed lousy. It's so shameless, the last big trouble is also taken care of. Lin Shan stood up and stretched. In fact, when he started, he wanted to kill Yakushi Kabuto. I thought that nuclear radiation could kill him, but this guy lasted for a few days. In desperation, Lin Shan could only do it himself. Yakushi Kabuto is like that, even if you were alive, don't think about getting better in this life. Then there is the last process left. Lin Shan rose into the air and flew towards the distance. It's Lin Shan. The girls also saw it, and followed Lin Shan one after another. All he has to do is the last thing to resurrect 10 tails. And Lin Shan also intends to wake up Otsutsuki Kaguya. This woman is the ancestor of chakra, and the child born to the ancestor of chakra, isn't it a strong show? Lin Shan came to an open plain area. After he landed, he patted the ground with both hands. Summoning technique. Boom boom boom. Thick smoke came out of the ground. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, 4 tails, 8 tails, 9 tails appeared one after another. Their eyes were all golden Rinnegan, and they were obviously controlled. Woohoo! Advertisement at the same time, a hysterical roar resounded across the sky. The ghetto statue was raging loudly, and the shaking sky was shaking. Lin Shan made a seal with one hand, and ghetto statue spit out several chains and put them around the neck of the tail beast. Go in! Lin Shan's handprints changed, the ghetto statue jerked, and the tail beasts lost their original appearance. They all turned into high-density chakra lights and sank into the ghetto statue's mouth. The 9 closed eyes opened instantly. Boom, oh. Ghetto statue hugged his head and yelled, his voice was deafening. The dark red chakra appeared all around, and the columnar bulge on the back began to surge. Those were the tails of 10 tails that had been cut off in the past, but now they are growing again. It looks like there are signs of rebirth. Puff, 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 puff. Sure enough, after more than 10 seconds, the tails grew out one after another, and the appearance of 10 tails also changed. Walking upright was changed to lying on all fours, and his face was also beasted. A huge reincarnation Sharingan and a permeating mouth. It was full of fangs and looked terrifyingly terrifying. Is this 10 tails? So rich chakra, far more than the sum of the 9 big-tailed beasts. Unimaginable. Like such a monster, Lin Shan has already swallowed one. Sisters, shouldn't this just be handed over to us? Come on, the selfish ghost of Lin Shan, how could he let it out to us because of his pathological pursuit of power? Even if it is given to us, we cannot be the carrier of 10 tails. Rinnegan and Sage Body are indispensable. Although Lin Shan, how good, does not have Sage Body, he has pure Otsutsuki bloodline, much more advanced than Sage Body. The women talked a lot, that is, after they talked for a while, the face of 10 tails changed again. What's happening here? Lin Shan also looked dumbfounded. After the ghetto statue became 10 tails, his body began to shrink gradually, turning into a meatball with a diameter of 2 meters. Lin Shan's keen perception dissipated, and new life was brewing in the sphere. No, it's impossible. Boat, thinking of a certain possibility, Lin Shan's face suddenly became a little serious. In Lin Shan's vision, Kaguya can be resurrected, but that is resurrected under his control. Chapter 252 Otsutsuki Kaguya, I am your new owner. For example, let her resurrect in an incomplete form, leaving only 1/10 of her peak strength. In this way, it would be too easy to clean her up, and it would be easy to control. But Lin Shan is not a god, and it is impossible for him to control everything. For example, the current situation of the resurrection of 10 tails is absolutely impossible under normal circumstances. The one type of 10 tails, after being taken away by Lin Shan, is in the state of the wild 10 tails, and the scene in front of you. Lin Shan narrowed his eyes, he could already see the figure in the meatball. Boom. The next moment, the meatball shattered, a powerful air current erupted from the gap, and the white clouds were blown away. Lin Shan is okay and unmoved. But the people like Terumi Mei and Tsunade who watched were all thrown off mercilessly. Lin Shan glanced back and didn't care much, anyway, it wouldn't cause any fatal damage. That's for sure if you fall. Boom! When the meatball exploded completely, a figure appeared before Lin Shan's eyes. The woman has a beautiful face, pale skin, a pair of blood-colored reincarnation Sharingan on her forehead, and her eyes are Baikugan. Her head was extremely long with 430 hairs, and the wine fell into the world from a high altitude. Otsutsuki Wei. A smile appeared on Lin Shan's face. Hello, I am your new owner Uchiha Lin Shan. New owner? Kaguya's gaze fell on Lin Shan, and his gaze sank suddenly. Why do you have their breath on you? Them? Lin Shan was taken aback and asked without hesitation. Is there a style, peach style, poo style, and gold style? Mother. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded, Kaguya's wide sleeves squirmed slightly, and a large cloud of thick black liquid drilled out. Black Zetsu? Lin Shan's eyes widened, are you not dead? Ha ha ha, is it surprising, Uchiha Lin Shan? Seeing Lin Shan's astonishment, Black Zetsu was very satisfied, and said eagerly, after witnessing your powerful strength, I feel that it is useless to compete with you. Even Madara is not your opponent. He is my training. It's an important piece of chess, but it was also lost. So I decided to go a different way, especially when you killed those guys of the Otsutsuki clan. At that time, I realized that I could only take a trick if I wanted to resurrect my mother, ca. Advertisement, therefore, I divided my body into two, one part was killed by you, and the other part. Black Zetsu said triumphantly, it has always been hidden in the ghetto statue. You are smart. Lin Shan took a look at Black Zetsu in admiration. But, is this useful? In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies are a joke. Frankly speaking, the recovery of Kaguya is in Lin Shan's arms. The only thing I didn't expect is that she is now very strong, almost reaching the level of 10 tails integrated. Of course, this can't change much, it's not that Lin Shan still destroys it. You killed them all? Kaguya's beautiful eyes waved, and even she was afraid of enemies. This young man rudely killed 4? To be exact, as a member of the Otsutsuki clan, you should know the abilities of our clan, you can compress yourself into chakra fruits. Lin Shan explained leisurely. My family, Black Zetsu froze for a moment. Don't give yourself gold, you are a part of my clan. Your Otsutsuki clan blood is just for eating. What about it, anyway? I already have all the characteristics of a pure-blood Otsutsuki. Lin Shan officially invited. Kaguya, be my servant. Each core member of the Otsutsuki clan has a corresponding servant. Jin style is a peach-style servant. Kaguya is a servant. Lin Shan is not too much to be a servant, right? I think you are crazy. You actually let your mother be your servant. Black Zetsu urged. Mom, kill him. He is the one who caused me to be humiliated. Hearing that, Lin Shan took a look at Black Zetsu, thinking that you have been humiliated by a Mao, and who can blame you for inferior skills. Don't be reckless. The ability to defeat a few of them has proved that this person is extraordinary. Even if they are eaten in the end, they will only be stronger. Kaguya is still a little bit brainy, and her beautiful eyes spread out. First, take all the chakra in this world. It was originally a concubine. Now it can only be said that the thing returns to its original owner. Kaguya opened his hands, and the earth shook suddenly, not a few kilometers or tens of kilometers, but the whole world. Did I make you move? Advertisement. Lin Shan approached in an instant, hitting Kaguya's chest with his fist. Bang! Kaguya slammed into the air with a hard fist. She slammed into the ground with a wolf and fox, and several ribs in her chest were also broken. Even a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and the movement of the whole world also stopped. Mother! Black Zetsu was extremely worried, and at the same time secretly surprised. The strength of this hanging hair seems to have evolved again compared to before? Could he be able to grow without limit? Black Zetsu was stunned. What kind of monster is this? Are you going to be an enemy of your concubine? Kaguya was furious. For a freak like Lin Shan, she didn't want to resist, but the other party had to get along with her, so there was no way. You have to collect all the chakra, and my wife and men will suffer too. How can you do what you want? Lin Shan stated his position. Otsutsuki Kaguya, don't forget, even you are mine. 9 big-tailed beasts, but Lin Shan spent a lot of effort to collect. The concubine body does not belong to anyone. Kaguya stared at Lin Shan coldly. If you want to go to war, then as you wish. With her palms open, she gathered the shadow of a huge boxing. Lin Shan followed suit. 80 Gods Airstrike. 80 Gods Airstrike. Bang 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 bang. The shadows of the fists in the sky collided, the sky of New Oda exploded, and the aftermath of the tide dissipated to the surroundings, and Kaguya was directly forced back. Look at Lin Shan again, standing still and never moving. Just this trick shows the level of strength. The concubine's attack is not as good as him? Kaguya gritted her silver teeth and was quite unwilling. Although she was an outer member of the Otsutsuki family, she was actually no better than a counterfeit. Isn't it too embarrassing? In fact, Kaguya is completely self-respectful, and she is not the only one who is ashamed. Isn't it also embarrassing for the orthodoxies such as Dao style and Pu style and Yi style? Chapter 253 Put Kaguya in the ground and beat him up. Kaguya's hair rises, and her long hair like a waterfall pricks her face. This hair seems to be undesirable. Lin Shan's palm once again released countless shadows. 80 Gods Airstrike. Bang 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 bang. Dense fist shadows roared out, and the long hair that hit was immediately shattered. The sky was covered with fluffy hairs, which was broken completely. Kaguya almost turned into a bald monster. Lin Shan took advantage of this to open the door of death, and rushed to Kaguya with a thought. Die. Regardless of the scattered hair, Kaguya examined a bone in his palm and pierced Lin Shan's head first. Pouch. Lin Shan's mouth was directly penetrated by the bone knife, and the terrifying force penetrated his head. As expected of Mother, Black Zetsu was overjoyed when he saw it, but Kaguya hadn't had time to be happy. The next thing was a bang. Lin Shan disappeared. Shadow clone. Black Zetsu was stunned, and it happened that at this moment, the space behind Kaguya quietly opened, and a fist slammed out. The exact same Wangchen Hirazaka. Yo. Lin Shan made a deliberate voice, and Kaguya looked back abruptly. Specially slap you in the face. Shenxiang. Boom. The force of this punch was not light. Kaguya's entire face cheeks exploded directly, and a pile of rotten meat flew out, leaving only half of his face. She also fell to the ground like a cannonball. Why is it so cruel? Lin Shan knows Kaguya's ability to regenerate infinitely, repair infinitely, and even be immortal. Such an attack fell on other people, and it was knocked out with one punch, but Kaguya couldn't. Mom, are you okay? Black Zetsu asked worriedly. In the pit, Kaguya plunged into the ground embarrassedly. The majesty and face of the goddess Uzbek was swept away because she had her head in the mud. A pair of legs swinging in the air is quite funny. Unforgivable. Kaguya was angry, raised his hand and shattered the ground. Her body rushed to the sky, and the remaining half of her cheek had begun to regenerate. She stared at Lin Shan, her beautiful eyes exuding violent anger. For the first time, she used the 80 divine airstrike to force her back, and the second time all her hair was broken. The next time was this time, it actually smashed half of her face. Although he has recovered, Kaguya's self-esteem is not so easy to recover. Advertisement. Kaguya rose into the sky, the reincarnation of Sharingan's eyebrows turned, and bursts of red light radiated away. In the realm of heaven, the space in front of Lin Shan's eyes was severely distorted, absorbing him into another world. He stood in the air and looked at the endless ground, which seemed to be Kaguya's gravitational space. And this woman was lying on the ground with her asterisk pouting. The gravitational space is not only the enemy, but the surgeon himself is also suppressed by gravity, and it is difficult to move a single step. Just like Kaguya himself, he has to kneel down on the ground. But, why can you fly in the sky? Kaguya looked up at Lin Shan, and the corners of his mouth twitched vigorously. Is it hard? Lin Shan casually danced in the air a few times, looking at Kaguya who was unable to move on the ground. A coldness flashed in his eyes. Opportunity actually came to the door by myself, night guy. Aside from anything else, Lin Shan's dragon-shaped phantom flew out on his feet. Long yin resounded throughout the world. The stronger the person, the stronger the use of 8 inner gates. Might wears the dead gate, and even the 7 ninja swords can't eliminate all of them. Might guy uses the dead gate to temporarily suppress Uchiha Madara. Although Madara is pretending to be forced, it also proves that Might guy uses the dead gate to be stronger than his father. And Lin Shan 10 tails mode joins the dead door, with the power of killing gods. Pouch. The heavy foot that swooped, like a flame slash, the moment Kaguya was kicked in the abdomen, it melted away on the spot. She was torn into 2 pieces. Mother. Black Zetsu even screamed in fright. Lin Shan's B***** D was taking medicine, isn't it so fierce? Kaguya screamed several times, and she couldn't help feeling the great humiliation. In my life, I have never been so embarrassed like today. However, this is far from over. Lin Shan strode forward and stepped on Kaguya's face. Smelly lady, who do you bluff with? It's not at all compelling. Lin Shan's heels were rubbed, and Kaguya's face was bloody. At this moment, the ancestor of chakra is rubbed in the ground. Lin Shan said that it is not a brother who does not pity Xiangyu, like an arrogant woman like Kaguya. If you don't beat her up, she still feels that she is the ancestor of chakra that is invincible in the world. The first step in getting her down is to convince her with overwhelming power. Boom. Advertisement. Another heavy foot fell, and Kaguya's upper body flew out like a ball. Purchase flowers 0, she flew 100 meters away before stopping. At this stage, her body regenerated again. Mom, you didn't? To shut up. Kaguya interrupted Black Zetsu with a hoarse voice, and the bloodshot Byakugan looked extra oozing. Change your place, play in a place where you have an advantage, and abuse you where I take advantage. Honestly speaking, there is no sense of accomplishment. Lin Shan said pretendingly. Why is it possible to come and go freely in this space? Because of his nuclear energy Rinnegan, he also has the technique to control gravity. Sasuke merged with the eternal Mangekyo opened by Fugaku Mangekyo, so he inherited the pupil technique of his father Uchiha Fugaku, including the technique of controlling gravity, which Sasuke had used before. Lin Shan turned on nuclear energy Rinnegan. In the final analysis, he relied on Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo. After his eternal eye was deprived of Lin Shan, all the skills became Lin Shan's pupil skills. 0 Lin Shan uses pupil power to reduce the influence of gravity on himself. As a result, the ridiculous scene just appeared. Kaguya himself was suppressed by gravity, but Lin Shan had nothing to do. Go to the frozen space, I am afraid of the cold. Lin Shan ordered a cigarette and suggested, Mother, don't be fooled, let's go to lava space. Black Zetsu immediately stood up and sang the opposite. Kaguya nodded after thinking. Her reincarnation Sharingan blinked again. The space in front of Lin Shan's eyes was strongly distorted, and he was absorbed again. Boom 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 boom. This is a fiery red space. Lin Shan is flying in the sky, and the whole world is covered with hot lava under him. Boom. Suddenly, the lava fire pillar rose from the ground and attacked Lin Shan. Kaguya, is this fusion with lava space? Lin Shan looked weird. He thought of a great sister-in-law idea. Now that it is integrated with the lava space, it means that Kaguya is everywhere, right? Lin Shan stepped back first, avoiding the magma fire column. Immediately afterwards, he untied his trouser pockets and took a pee directly. Can you pee on you? Lousy doesn't know, mainly Lousy just wants to pee. Lin Shan was urinating and muttering. His urine is so magical that it will not be evaporated by magma. Chapter 254 Kaguya crushed by all sides. Little b**************************************************************************************************************************************************************่
Kaguya instantly rushed into the sky.
She didn't expect Lin Shan to be so despicable and unscrupulous, let alone the style and tolerance of a strong man. Lin Shan has been waiting for a long time. He appeared above Kaguya's head, and sent it up with another fist. Shang shang. Boom. This punch hit Kaguya's forehead, and the blood flowed through the eyes and nostrils, as well as the mouth and ears. She fell into the magma ocean again, and it was exactly where Lin Shan peed. Intentionally, it must be intentional. Black Zetsu, hiding in Kaguya's sleeve, cursed. It's not good to fall where. I have to fall where Lin Shan urinates, and my mother is really too. Kaguya, who was immersed in the magma, was unscathed. This world was created by her, and he can even merge with the magma. Grumbling. Air bubbles swept over the surface of the magma, and Kaguya's head drilled out. She didn't dare to fly up this time. 430. If you look closely, Kaguya has a fist mark on his head. The long horns on the top of the head were also broken in half. Why, dare not to come up? Lin Shan condescendingly overlooks Kaguya. She looked up at the man who looked like a god or devil, unruly, defiant, and domineering eyes, and didn't put her in her eyes at all. Kaguya was very upset. In the past, she was an existence above all living beings. Now being beaten by a latecomer, it feels really G uncomfortable. Mother, do you want to try that technique? Black Zetsu asked tentatively. You mean? Kaguya's brows condensed, and after a little thought, his forehead. I can only try. Expanding truth-seeking ball. Lin Shan seemed to see through what Kaguya was thinking. Then give it a try and see who is harder and bigger. Kaguya was shocked when he heard this. In addition to 80 God's Air Strike and Wangchen Hirazaka, he can also use the inflation truth-seeking ball trick. Hey, what does this incredible expression mean? Haven't you noticed it yet? Lin Shan pointed to himself and said, your new owner, my uncle, also has 10 tails in his body. Why can't I use the inflated truth-seeking ball? You still have 10 tails, Kaguya said in shock. The career line fluctuated violently. Yes, my mother, the 10 tails I got from Otsutsuki, was snatched by Lin Shan. Advertisement Black Zetsu explained. That's it, it's no wonder that you have such a powerful strength that your concubine is underestimating you. Kaguya panted deeply. For some reason, I heard that Lin Shan also had 10 tails. She seemed to be indifferent to the losses she had suffered. Then compare it. Kaguya was also unambiguous. One arm was raised suddenly, and the black sphere quickly condensed into shape. Under Kaguya's will, the truth-seeking ball grew indefinitely and swallowed towards the surrounding sky. Everything I encountered was annihilated. Lin Shan also released the expanded truth-seeking ball, which is different from Kaguya's dark truth-seeking ball. His expanded truth-seeking ball can be described as colorful. Black, gold, green, red, etc. A variety of colors are intertwined and condensed to form a unique swelling truth-seeking ball. Don't think that Lin Shan is full and has a colorful swelling truth-seeking ball. Black represents the original power of truth-seeking ball. The gold color represents the radiation power of nuclear energy Rinnegan. Green is the unique power in Tensagen mode, and the red lines are the power after the dead door is opened. In fact, Lin Shan is also the first time I have used it. Let me test it out today to see how it works. Otsutsuki Kaguya. My old lady fought with you life and death and tried her best. In the end, you just experimented with me? Boom boom boom. Two swelling truth-seeking balls collided, and the terrifying power tide shattered the entire magma world in an instant. The truth-seeking balls of each other continued to grow, squeezing each other, and Kaguya broke out with all his strength, as if betting on this trick. Even she was sweating. On the other hand, Lin Shan was calm and relaxed, breathing smoothly and freely. No matter what the ratio, Kaguya is 1 grade lower than Lin Shan, and 10 tails than chakra, but Lin Shan has more nuclear power chakra. Chakra is not comparable to Kaguya, and the two together are not enough to look at. As 10 tails, he is also immortal. I'm sorry, Lin Shan also has a nuclear body, which is more resistant to build and fight than Kaguya. Kaguya's only advantage is the reincarnation Sharingan. This Lin Shan does not have, but the nuclear energy Rinnegan. Any tricks are unlimited, no worse than Kaguya. In addition, he swallowed 4 members of the Otsutsuki family. In a comprehensive comparison, Kaguya is at least 1 grade behind Lin Shan. Bang, KHA, sent. The sound of fragmentation resounded across the sky, and Kaguya looked up, her face faded. During the collision of the two expanding truth-seeking balls, her one fell into the wind and was squeezed out a lot of cracks. Mother actually lost. Black Zetsu stared blankly, but remembered that Lin Shan killed the Otsutsuki family quartet, which was the enemy that Mother Kaguya was afraid of. Everything seems acceptable again. From now on, is it possible that I really want to call him father? What a joke. Advertisement Black Zetsu thinks of Lin Shan's old rhetoric, and can't help but feel terrified. This guy can threaten to marry Hymen. No, now he is going to be Kaguya's owner. Black Zetsu is very aggrieved. Is it going to be the master of Lin Shan in the future? Boom boom boom. Expansion truth-seeking ball continues to expand, crushing Kaguya's truth-seeking ball completely. Not only that, the extra-large swelling begged Wang Yu to run over her. Damn it. Kaguya shouted angrily, 80 God's Air Strike. Boom boom boom. The fists piled up in the sky all blasted on the expanding truth-seeking ball, and the colorful spheres shook violently, but they didn't break. So strong? Kaguya smacked his tongue secretly. Sadly, there is no gap at all, Mother is here. Black Zetsu groaned in fear. In the freezing wind, Kaguya hovered in the air awkwardly, even though half of his body was destroyed by Truth-Seeking Ball. Relying on Ten Tails' tenacious vitality and regeneration ability, Kaguya was reborn again. Her body also began to change. In a hurry, relying on his broken eyes, Kaguya once again tore the space and left. Even the reincarnation of Sharingan on the forehead was only half of the original. Peculiar smell. Wangchen Hirazaka. Lin Shan also appeared unconsciously. Obito can use the space of Kamui and Kaguya to resonate, let alone Lin Shan's pupil power. He quietly appeared behind Kaguya, with his thumbs close together, the most powerful trick in the ninja world, 1,000 Years of Death, slammed out. At this time, Kaguya realized that the sky was dark, and Lin Shan's ultimate version of the swelling truth-seeking ball had already approached her. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Just for a moment, her body was only half of her body left. Kaguya's body shattered like porcelain. This is too much, half of the eyes are left, and there are still pupils running away? After all, the truth-seeking ball just now was mixed with nuclear radiation. Whirring PS. The big guys support more, the author is grateful. Lin Shan spit 0.4, and immediately nuclear energy Rinnegan blinked, the surrounding space burst, and he also fell into it. However, she encountered the same troubles as Danzo and Yakushi Kabuto. Chapter 255,000 Years of Death Poke Otsutsuki Kaguya. 1,000 Years of Death. The fingers closed together suddenly stabbed and hit the target. Ah! A scream of screams came from Kaguya's lips. Her clothes were all punctured, and when Lin Shan retracted his hands, they were still stained with visible bloodstains. What is it called? I still feel stinky. Lin Shan stepped aside, sniffed his hands, and hurriedly washed them with water style. You. Kaguya was annoyed to say something bad, although it was not a fatal injury, and the wound was repaired instantly, but it was humiliating. Too embarrassing. The goddess of majesty, godlike existence, actually suffered 1,000 years of death? The concubine wants you to die. Kaguya's face was cleansed, her two white arms were raised, and the bone knives were examined in the palms of her palms. Why are you so angry? I don't even dislike you. Lin Shan deliberately irritated. Speaking of it, don't you even wipe it clean? It's disgusting. The smell is very irritating. Ah. The wind and waves hit 24 first, and then passed by bone knife. Lin Shan coquettishly walked and easily avoided. The crazy Kaguya leapt close, as if there was going to be a melee fight. Lin Shan smiled sinisterly. The old witch is now a lioness who runs away, and is completely irritated. Lin Shan quickly settled, and several handsome figures threw out one after another. Big beautiful man technique. More than a dozen handsome guys all pounced on Kaguya, and the most important thing is that all these people slammed. Kaguya's anger suddenly dissipated, and she quickly turned her head back. As if expected in advance, Lin Shan was already waiting behind her, and the iron fist attacked strongly, Shishong. Boom. The shockwave swallowed Kaguya accurately, and her bones shook slightly, and she didn't know how many shattered. The flesh of the face was torn again. If this is replaced by someone else, I don't know how many times I have died or destroyed my capacity. This guy is too shameless. What kind of rubbish tricks are used? Black Zetsu, who was hiding in Kaguya's sleeve, was annoyed. P technique, 1,000 Years of Death, beauty boy technique, etc. As the #1 in the ninja world, come to this kind of yin damage trick? Kaguya, the self-proclaimed goddess, must not be able to play Lin Shan. Mom, there is nothing moral to talk about with this kind of guy. In my opinion, you should also take action against Lin Shan's family members. Advertisement. Black Zetsu's advice on the female side said, Uchiha Lin Shan doesn't follow the routine and we don't have to. Mom, save me. Black Zetsu screamed loudly, and a high-density gravitational force came towards him, and he who was hidden in Kaguya's sleeve flew out directly. The operator was Lin Shan. Kaguya also didn't expect Lin Shan to throw a cold arrow suddenly, and he would attack Black Zetsu. Looking at Black Zetsu, who was carried by Lin Shan in his hand, Kaguya was angry and helpless. Angrily, I can't even protect my son. What was helpless was that the opponent was too powerful, and she didn't dare to approach it rashly. Did you see it? You're a bullshit. Lin Shan spoke to Black Zetsu, contemptuously. Your mother, the roots dare not move, she can't beat me. And she was worried that I would come to 1,000 years of death again, right? Lin Shan blinked and looked at Kaguya with a wicked smile. She suddenly shuddered and backed away physically. Are you afraid? Of course I am afraid. After all, that 1,000 years of death was so accurate that even the blood was stabbed out. Most people can't stand this kind of humiliation, let alone the goddess Kaguya. Finding that Lin Shan looked at him unscrupulously, Kaguya subconsciously protected the medical department with both hands. Suddenly, Black Zetsu screamed and swallowed him with a fistful of dark flames, melting it a little bit. Frankly speaking, with Lin Shan's current pupil power, it is not a problem to use Amaterasu to obliterate Black Zetsu in an instant. But then, isn't Black Zetsu too cheap? He will kill him a little bit. Woohoo! Oh, it hurts so much, mother, come and save me. Black Zetsu begged his mother, crying, and sure enough, this kid is a super giant baby over 1,000 years old. Let go of him, Kaguya roared. She was heartbroken for Hai and Hamura, but Black Zetsu, the third son, was loyal to her and did not change her original intention. This is where she is most moved. It is much better than the two Byakugan wolves of Hai and Hamura. They gave birth to them for food and drink, and finally sealed their own mother. Sage of Six Paths' show operation is no longer there. Even if Kaguya is sorry for the whole world, at least two sons can be regarded as benevolent. Do you feel bad? Lin Shan had a weird face and joked. You can let Black Zetsu go, you have to show some sincerity. What do you want? Kaguya frowned. Looking at you like this, I don't expect you to produce anything good. Advertisement. Well, just do a pole dance for my uncle. Lin Shan said generously. Pole dancing. Kaguya was confused, she didn't know what it was, and she had never heard of it. But it sounds like Lin Shan made her dance. The concubine body will never dance to anyone. What's the difference between this and please you? Kaguya has a tough attitude, then you can just watch Black Zetsu disappear. After that, Lin Shan increased the output of Amaterasu. Black Zetsu was like a charcoal-grilled loach, struggling crazily, and his breath became weaker and weaker. Kaguya squeezed her fist firmly when she saw it, her teeth were about to break. The deterrence Lin Shan gave her was even stronger than that of the Otsutsuki clan. Even if it were to deal with those guys, it would not have been so hard. By the way, it really doesn't work, it can be done in another way. Lin Shan's talk changed again. Kaguya, you kneel and kowtow to me. You go to die. Where did you go again? P.S. The big guys support more, the author is grateful. Pouch. Pouch. Ultimate profound meaning 1,000 years of death. This guy didn't let her do some pole dancing, or let her kneel down, what sincerity. When Lin Shan retreated, his hands were all blood-stained again. Kei Yoruichi approached with all his strength in an instant, with 5 fingers sticking forward, his sharp nails glowing with cold light like sharp blades. This is worse than killing her. Lin Shan smiled weirdly, like an immortal like Kaguya. Killing her is a bit unrealistic, just keep humiliating her. Kaguya was furious and killed at all costs. What? Lin Shan's thumbs together penetrated Kaguya again, her painful face changed drastically, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on her head. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Don't be too angry, you have to get used to it slowly, because there will be more times in the future. Kaguya was furious, and just as his perception was about to disperse, a biting chill came from behind him. An unprecedented humiliation filled my heart, this is the second time. Lin Shan was instantly poked, but unfortunately, it was Shadow Clone. Chapter 256 Swallow Kaguya, evolved the nuclear reincarnation Sharingan. Kaguya's painful pretty face turned whiter, and under the stimulation of extreme shame, she even shed tears in grievance. I, Otsutsuki Kaguya, a high goddess, a godlike existence in the world, when have I suffered such grievances? Never. But to this day, the dream is shattered and the body of God is trampled on. Her dignity was completely crushed by a kid. Still the one with no skin, all of Kaguya's pride is shattered. Lin Shan would not show mercy. Looking at Otsutsuki Kaguya who was in a daze, he attacked again. Night Guy. He flew out, once again condensed a dragon-shaped phantom on his right leg. Pouch. Kaguya took another sturdy kick and fell towards the ground. Although it was not as miserable as before, it was divided into two, but most of the body was melted. Lin Shan took advantage of the victory and pursued, watching Kaguya have not recovered yet, and sent him another kick. Night Guy. This foot hit the head directly, and Kaguya's head exploded with a bang. Puff. 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 A large number of black iron rods were secreted from the palm, filling Kaguya's whole body like a hedgehog. At the same time, Lin Shan's palm burst out with purple light, Chakra's chain tied Kaguya's stump, and Chakra was blocked all over. After some manipulation, Kaguya's self-repair speed was immediately delayed. Grumbling. The chakra chain on the palm, like a gluttonous monster, constantly devours the chakra in Kaguya. If it was in one form, he would definitely exclaim, I am familiar with this horse-riding horse. Lousy was drawn out of the tail beast in this way. About 10 minutes later, Kaguya's broken body finally recovered. She no longer had the pride she had before, and her pretty face was full of trepidation. Stop it, that is the power of the concubine body, no one is allowed to take it away. Kaguya clearly perceives that chakra in his body is being swallowed by Lin Shan. She hurriedly got up, but there were too many black rods stuck in her body, and chakra was tightly restricted. Even 10% of the power cannot be used, peculiar smell. Finally, with all his strength, the iron rod all over his body was shattered. Advertisement. When Kaguya was about to get up, Lin Shan's big mouth came up. Slap. Slap. After 2 consecutive slaps and slapped them on the left and right faces, Kaguya's entire head suddenly became like a pig's head, and his head was also dizzy. Be good to Lousy, or I will smash the corpse into pieces. Don't doubt my ability, remember, I have countless ways to destroy you. There was a terrible cold light in Lin Shan's eyes, and Kaguya was so frightened that he lost strength. Speaking of it, even if Kaguya can be killed, other methods can be used to clean her up. The most direct thing is to seal, but this is too wasteful. It irritated Lin Shan and directly compressed Kaguya into chakra fruit. At this moment Kaguya regrets it a bit, the price is too high, chakra plunged like an avalanche, if I knew this, it would be better to do some pole dancing, or kneel and kowtow. Compared with strength, what is dignity? It's not worth mentioning at all. Time passed by, and after about half an hour passed, there was not much chakra left in Kaguya's body. Kaguya's pretty face showed anger, but seeing Lin Shan's terrifying eyes and thinking about the current situation, the anger suddenly dissipated. Her current chakra, which is the level of Senju Hashirama, is even larger than 9 tails, but compared to the peak period, it is simply 8,000 miles away. Kaguya dared to be angry but didn't dare to speak. He couldn't beat him before, but now his strength has plummeted, and he is not Lin Shan's opponent. What are you staring at? Lin Shan squeezed Kaguya's throat roughly, she coughed violently and her pretty face flushed red. I said before, from now on, I, Uchiha Lin Shan, will be your new owner. If you were obedient early, you wouldn't be like this now. You deserve it. Lin Shan sneered without sympathy. Do you know you were afraid? Lin Shan squinted his eyes and said, answer carefully, otherwise I will let you try the infinite 1,000 years of death. Kaguya had a stubborn look at first, but when he heard about the infinite 1,000 years of death, he nodded in fright. Count you acquaintance. Lin Shan was satisfied when he saw this, and released Kaguya. The woman was very witty and restrained her anger and murderous intent, and she bowed her head silently. Kneel down. Lin Shan said blankly. A flash of struggle and hesitation flashed through Kaguya's beautiful eyes. In the end, his body stood in a stalemate for 5 or 6 seconds, and he gave in. Puff. Advertisement. Her knees fell heavily on the ground. At this moment, what is the goddess of Mao? What is the ancestor of chakra? The higher the status, the bigger the joke. From this moment on, Kaguya is Lin Shan's humblest servant. I like women who make fun of you. You'd better be smarter, don't have any whimsical ideas, understand? Lin Shan warned loudly. Concubine, I understand. Kaguya responded with a desperate heart, and she lost a bit of temper that was tortured by Lin Shan. If you resist a little bit, just use 1,000 years of death to scare you. Who can hold it? In the future, as long as you behave well, I will still treat you kindly. Lin Shan squeezed out a smile and said softly. Hearing that, Kaguya's face flashed with surprise. Could it be possible to return her power back? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. P.S. The big guys support more, the author is grateful. But Lin Shan is not one style, it is much stronger than one style. However, Lin Shan's next sentence completely shattered Kaguya's dream. However, thinking of the terrible Lin Shan, Kaguya could only say weakly, thank you, good, Lin Shan for the gift. Lin Shan said with an expression that you want to thank me. In the future, do you really want to follow him? On the contrary, it was Lin Shan who swallowed 90% of Kaguya's power, and he once again completed the transformation and killing. If you behave well, I will let you be pregnant with my baby. The most obvious is nuclear power Rinnegan. Okay, come back to Konoha with me. Kaguya's face turned dark. Do you think my old lady is rare, don't you? Kaguya was very resistant, but helpless in this situation. Lin Shan took the lead and flew into the distance, followed by Kaguya. Now it's the nuclear reincarnation Sharingan. Moreover, Kaguya's chakra is also restricted, and the strength is limited. She also had a boss in the past called Yishi, but Kaguya was finally calculated, and she turned over. Even the reincarnation Sharingan on his forehead has become an ordinary Rinnegan. Chapter 257 Hokage Finale. After returning to Konoha, everyone saw Otsutsuki Kaguya. The crowd was quite nervous. After all, this was the rumored ancestor of chakra, the first woman to eat crabs. In ancient times, it was said that this was a god-like existence. Don't be nervous, just call her Xiaoyi. Lin Shan introduced Kaguya to everyone. As for Kaguya, he silently blinked at Lin Shan. What kind of fairy title is this FK? Xiaoyi? It's totally funny, right? It sounds like the name of Xiaoyukan. Even if there was dissatisfaction, Kaguya did not dare to refute Lin Shan, waiting for no one to speak. Kaguya. Look, the emotional intelligence of concubines is actually very high. Congratulations to Lin Shan. Suddenly, all the women knelt down. When Kaguya saw this, she wanted to cry without tears. Others knelt. She definitely couldn't stand, otherwise she would look disrespectful to Lin Shan. She doesn't want to eat the 1,000 years of death set meal. Even on the way back, Lin Shan reminded her that the 1,000 years of death she ate was actually the most common version. Lin Shan also said that there will be a mustard version and a mace version if you are not obedient in the future. Thinking about it a little bit, Kaguya's inner dissatisfaction has completely disappeared. Puff. In the end, Kaguya also decisively chose to follow the trend and knelt down to Lin Shan. On Chao 433's face, a respectful color appeared involuntarily. Lin Shan smiled happily. It is indeed worth celebrating. Kaguya's defeat also means that all enemies in the world have been wiped out by him. The future world government will be the core of this Hokage world. Time is like an arrow, and the sun and the moon are like a shuttle. 10 years have passed in a blink of an eye. The old Konoha has disappeared. Instead, there is a place called Holy Land. The people living in the Holy Land are all ninja myths relatives and family members of Uchiha Lin Shan. After so many years, Lin Shan has been on the way to open branches and leaves. Advertisement. There are more than 100 countries all over the world. The surnames of kings or daimyos are all Uchiha. His descendants are the ruling classes of various countries. Today, Lin Shan delivered a speech that shocked the world. The 5 rulers of the world government, 5 elders, are about to abdicate. They are Terumi Mei, Tsunade, Black Earth, Tamari, and Wooden Golem. After the news was announced, it immediately caused a stir all over the world. Over the years, Lin Shan has not been in charge of anything. Tsunade and others are responsible for the affairs of the world government. People all over the world were surprised to hear that these 5 fathers were about to abdicate. Who is the new ruler? Only the next day, the identity of the new ruler was announced. From now on, 5 elders will be served by the 5 strongest among the descendants of Lin Shan. The strongest person is Uzumaki Yu. She is the eldest daughter of Lin Shan. Regardless of her status, she is a very noble existence. As for strength, he has reached the 6 pads level at a young age. The second 5 elders is the daughter of Lin Shan and Terumi Mei. The name is Uchiha Ruri. Although not as good as Uzumaki Moon, the strength is also very strong, and Rinnegan was born with amazing potential. And the daughter of Lin Shan and Uchiha Makoto, who was born as a nuclear eternal Mangekyo, is also extremely powerful. All in all, most of Lin Shan's heirs have inherited his lineage, and there is almost no bad strength, and the dumbest also has super cage level strength. Inside the central palace of the Holy Land, Lin Shan summoned his confidants, and when he looked from a distance, they lined up into a water dragon and couldn't see the edge at a glance. The one walking at the forefront is naturally the Red Sunset. The children of Lin Shan and Hong are also shocking and terrifying. They were born as Tenseigan. The most embarrassing thing is the nuclear energy Tenseigan, which even Lin Shan doesn't have. Are you serious? Ta Rihong looked at Lin Shan and asked. Why did 5 elders abdicate? That's because Lin Shan has been exploring the universe in addition to picking up girls over the years. He found a living planet, a very interesting world. This Hokage world has no value anymore, and Lin Shan intends to take everyone to expand Otherworld. In addition, he intends to take away all his family members. Advertisement of course, those heirs will stay, and the ninja world he has beaten down so hard can't be abandoned in vain. Will you come back in the future? Terumi Mei behind Ta Rihong asked, her tone a little sad. She was reluctant to separate from her daughter. Of course, my nuclear reincarnation Sharingan can build a space tunnel at will. It's too easy to come back. Even Kaguya can do it. Lin Shan glanced at Otsutsuki Kaguya, who nodded. Looking intently, the eyes on her forehead returned to the appearance of Sharingan. Over the past 10 years, she has performed fairly well, and Lin Shan has returned part of her power to Kaguya. Simply this woman has been well behaved in recent years, very obedient, and also obedient to Lin Shan. Mainly because she also had a new child with Lin Shan. Kaguya also accepted his fate. Anyway, Lin Shan is not bad. Of course, this is good. It is limited to obedient women. If you are not obedient, it is treated by 1,000 years of death. Wangshen Bilengzaka. Lin Shan's pupil force started and tore out the space tunnel. He explained, this is my pupil world. You can all go in. From now on, everyone will live in it. It is said that it is the world of pupil art, but it is no different from the real world, even bigger than the ninja world. Lin Shan, who has nuclear reincarnation Sharingan, can draw the entire planet into the world of pupil surgery with a single pupil power. Kaguya is beyond the reach of such an exaggerated method. Everyone soon began to say goodbye. Actually, everyone is curious about the unknown new world. In the past 10 years, they have set foot in almost every corner of the ninja world. Places like Ryuchi Cave have also been turned into zoos by Lin Shan. He often takes children to watch various animals. The White Snake Fairy wanted to cry without tears, and did not dare to resist when he was dissatisfied. After all, Lin Shan's strength lies there. After half a day, Lin Shan soared into the sky and disappeared into the ninja world in a flash. Deep in the icy outer space, he glanced at the outer blue planet, and his eyes were full of emotion. It's finally time to see you again. Lin Shan's nuclear reincarnation, Sharingan blinked, and the surrounding space quickly cracked, and he turned and sank into it. Chapter 258 Shinigami World, Kurosaki Maki. Damn, where are so many Manos Grande? In this world, many Shinigami are busy dying. Over the sky, a lot of space cracks opened up. Groups of monsters walked out one after another. These monsters are tall, 1 to 20 meters tall, with white masks on their faces and long noses like clowns. Wearing a black coat, there is a huge hollow in the core part of the body. The monsters that looked exactly the same came out from the cracks in the space one after another, rushing to the world to make chaos. The giant Sero spewed from their mouths, causing waves of explosions in this world. These monsters have a unified name Virtual. There are 3 levels of Imaginary, Jillian, Ajukas, and Vasto. The Manos Grande in front of him is all Jillian, and it is quite troublesome to deal with. Although it is only the bottom layer, ordinary Shinigami is not an opponent at all. But Soul Society's reinforcements came soon, and Shinigami of Gode 13 was dispatched collectively. 33 of Hado, Kango Falls, 31 red cannons of Hado. Hado number 63 Fiery Lightning Hell. The Shinigami used Hado with extraordinary power and launched a big siege on Jillian. One after another huge bodies fell to the ground. Most of the imaginary is Jillian, and there is no Manos Grande of Ajukas and Vasto Lord level. Taste. A certain piece of sky on the southeast side of Karakura town, the blue sky tore a square crack. Before Lin Shan stepped out, a cold voice came from afar. Is it Manos Grande again? The 88 of Hado Flying Dragon strikes thieves and shocks Thunder Cannon. A dazzling beam of light flew directly to the space crack, and the world in front of Lin Shan was suddenly illuminated. What the hell? He looked at the figure that was going away, leaving only a back figure. The Death Tyrant's costume was covered with white feathers, and the 6 was extremely clear. Byakuya Kuchiki. Lin Shan recognized the other party's identity at a glance and couldn't help being speechless. Own, is this being regarded as Manos Grande? Boom boom boom. The flying light beam exploded, and its power was terrifying. The space cracks created by Lin Shan were all shattered. Puff, his body also fell heavily from the height. After landing, Lin Shan fell to the ground. A kind human being seen nearby quickly sent him to the hospital. Half a day later, when Lin Shan opened his eyes, advertisement. He found himself lying on the hospital bed. Where is this? He looked out the window blankly, his clothes were changed, and he was wearing a blue and white patient gown. Lin Shan was secretly helpless. The reason Gang Fa fainted was not that Byakuya Kuchiki stunned, but that his consciousness went to the world of pupil surgery. Because he and Shi Rihong's second child were born, the dad must visit it. Click. The door of the ward was suddenly opened, and a beautiful figure came into view. The visitor was dressed in a nurse's uniform, with long orange wavy hair, delicate and beautiful appearance, and a pair of watery eyes as bright as gems. After seeing Lin Shan wake up, the nurse smiled. Are you awake? Great, I am the nurse who takes care of you, Kurosaki Maki. Lin Shan squinted his eyes and examined the woman who claimed to be Kurosaki Maki. Mother. A crisp voice came from outside the ward. A child with orange hair came out from behind Kurosaki Maki. One household. There are patients here, no fooling around, go out immediately. Kurosaki Masaki said solemnly. After dealing with the matter, I will accompany you to the playground. Lin Shan heard the words and watched silently, without saying a word. Speaking of which, Kurosaki Ishin opened the clinic. Was he sent to his home? What a coincidence. Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh, and the corner of his eyes couldn't help but look at Kurosaki Maki again. The look is sweet, the temperament is outstanding, the tone of speech is also soft, giving people a kind of approachable feeling. With a smile as warm as the sun, Lin Shan suddenly felt a lot of affection for Kurosaki Maki. Beauty, it's easier to get Lin Shan's favor by itself. Hello, my name is Uchiha Lin Shan. Lin Shan also showed a friendly smile on his face. He looked at Kurosaki Ichigo a little dissatisfied. Mother, why are there children? I seem to be late. But for true love, having children is not a big problem. Two people who truly love each other will never be separated from each other. Boom. Kurosaki Maki closed the door, walked up to Lin Shan gracefully, and asked with concern, Mr. Lin Shan, how is your health? My body is great. Lin Shan moved his limbs and asked calmly, speaking of which, who changed my clothes? He looked at Kurosaki Sake motionlessly, looking forward to it. Seeking flowers 0. Don't worry, the person who changed your clothes is my husband Kurosaki Ishin, who is also the attending physician of this clinic. Kurosaki Maki explained with a smile, advertisement. Lin Shan's eyes were a little gloomy, worried about the hair. Lousy, wished it were you. If there is nothing wrong with your health, you can be discharged from the hospital tonight. Kurosaki Maki said softly. Discharged? Hearing this, Lin Shan's eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. He didn't know where to go when he first arrived. Kurosaki Ishin is also good here. He looked at Kurosaki Maki and couldn't help but laugh again. Ms. Kurosaki, to tell you, I have some other problems with my body. Lin Shan sighed, pretending to be helpless. Don't worry, although we are a small hospital, Ishin's medical skills are excellent. Speaking of her husband, Kurosaki Maki laughed happily, very proud. Lin Shan is speechless. Is this a show of affection? Wait for me. Lousy will let you die fast. Speaking of which, is Dr. Ishin here? Lin Shan changed the subject. He has something to go out temporarily. Kurosaki Shinsaki said without hesitation. However, you don't need to worry, I can solve any illness. That's good. Lin Shan gave a weird smile, and then a touch of embarrassment appeared on his face. Is there anything inconvenient to say? Kurosaki Masaki said seriously. It is the doctor's duty to help the patient resolve the condition. Please cooperate with my work, Mr. Lin Shan. Well, what? I want to check the urinary system. Lin Shan said weakly. Hearing that, Kurosaki Shinsaki's eyes went round in an instant. The beautiful eyes looked at Lin Shan incredibly, and a faint flush of blush appeared on his fair and pretty face. This one, Kurosaki was a little tangled, and she didn't doubt anything about it. Some witnesses saw Lin Shan fall from the sky, and there might be something wrong with his body. But before, there were similar things that were taught to Ishin to deal with it. Kurosaki Maki has no experience in this area, although she also knows a little bit. Ah, it hurts to death. Lin Shan suddenly clutched his head with a painful expression on his face. Chapter 259. You and your son hang yourself. Let me take a look for you. Looking at Lin Shan, who was in pain, Gen Sake still moved his secret heart. What's more, in the eyes of most doctors, there is no difference between men and women. They are all patients or patients. Another example is the obstetrics and gynecology department of many hospitals. Male doctors can be seen everywhere, which is too normal in this era. That's not appropriate, after all, men and women can't get married. Lin Shan said hesitantly. In the hospital, there is no distinction between men and women. Ma Sake replied sternly, but the corner of his eyes was a bit unnatural. Then, that's all right. In the end, Lin Shan reluctantly accepted Saki's treatment. The little Ichigo outside the ward waited and was a little impatient. It has been so long, and my mother hasn't come out yet, so why? He leaned over the gap in the window and looked at it, looking through the gap, and suddenly his eyes widened. What is mom doing? 1433, protection is still small, so I don't understand these things for the time being. At this moment, two little girls who carved jade came over. Brother Ichigo. The two sisters are Kurosaki Natsuri and Kurosaki Yuzu. Mom said to go to the playground. How long it has been, Shirley and I are waiting anxiously, Yuzu complained. A household looked at the time, and said dissatisfied, half an hour has passed, mother hasn't crunched yet. As soon as the voice fell, the tightly closed door opened. Wait a moment and take you out, I need to take a shower now. Maki has left. Ichigo hesitates, do you want to tell dad? Lin Shan in the room was lying on the bed with a comfortable face, and she rubbed it for half an hour. Speaking of it, it was Kurosaki Ichigo who died when Kurosaki Ichigo was 9 years old. He was attacked and killed by a Manos Grande. Lin Shan remembered the past. Actually, from the perspective of Saki's strength, let alone ordinary miscellaneous things, even the high-level Manos Grande could not necessarily kill her. But before that, she was sanctified by the friend Habak, and most of her power was looted, and now she is an ordinary human. Hey, there are still 7 treatment courses. Lin Shan was humming a little song happily, really Saki's little hands, spraying soft as boneless. By 6 o'clock in the afternoon, there is still a course of treatment, twice a day, and 3 more days. Being a doctor, just be my personal technician. Lin Shan muttered. That stinky guy outside the door, go get some food for my uncle. Advertisement. Who are you talking about? Kurosaki Ichigo was suddenly upset. Stare, Lousy is talking about you. Lin Shan blinked, and a pupil force directly invaded Kurosaki Ichigo's mind. He went to buy food for Lin Shan like a walking dead. Brother Ichigo. The two sisters looked at Kurosaki Ichigo confusedly. The kid left like a zombie. You two, come and beat the leg for uncle. Lin Shan glanced at Shirley and Yuzu ordered. Why? The two sisters looked at Lin Shan unconvincedly. This is a hospital, not a food washing club. If you don't obey, there's no way. Lin Shan didn't waste time when he saw it. The pupil power invaded the minds of the two sisters and controlled them forcibly. Kurosaki Yuzu is responsible for squeezing the legs, and Kurosaki Natsuri is responsible for squeezing the shoulders. Not to mention, even though they are all little ghosts, they are like Kurosaki Shinsaki without a teacher, and the two sisters are born to serve people. The grip is good. Time flies, and I don't know how long it has passed. Kurosaki Ishin, who was out, finally came back. Manos Grande suddenly invaded the world. He was still more worried. He was no longer the former Soul Society Captain Shinigami. Sake, and Shirley and Yuzu, where have you all gone? I have something to tell you. In the last 2 days, if there is no major event, it is best not to go out. Kurosaki Ishin went to Urahara Kazuki, Shinigami and Manos Grande, and the war between Shinigami and Manos Grande may break out again in a short time. There is another point, not only Manos Grande, Soul Society should also be on guard. According to Urahara Kazuki's explanation, Soul Society is shrouded by a behind-the-scenes man who is now the captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sosuke. Even the person who conspired against him was this guy. Many years ago, Kurosaki Ishin was still called Shiba Ishin at the time, and he was still the captain of the Juvenile Division. Shinigami was killed one after another in the present world. He came to Karakura town alone to check the situation. Kurosaki Ishin was attacked by Virtual White. This is what Aizen Sosuke researched. Monster. Later, Kurosaki Ishin and Shubai had a fierce battle. Kurosaki Masaki was also involved, and the two fought Shubai together. Despite the final victory, Kurosaki Masaki was also unfortunately hollow. To the Quincy, emptiness is a deadly toxin, and under normal circumstances, there is no doubt that he will die. After some twists and turns, with the help of Urahara Kazuki, Kurosaki Ishin connects the soul with Shinsaki and uses his power to suppress the power of the void. This is also the fundamental reason why Ishin lost Shinigami's power. Advertisement with the birth of Ichigo, Manos Grande was transferred to him again. It was not until Ichigo became Shinigami and liberated the power of Manos Grande that Ishin regained the power of Shinigami. To put it simply, this one is a Kaiji at present, no different from ordinary humans. Otherwise, Kurosaki Ishin will not watch Kurosaki Maki get killed by a Manos Grande. You, what are you doing? Suddenly, a harsh scream came from the ward. Kurosaki Ishin stood outside the ward holding his head, shouting in disbelief. Oh my god, one of his two daughters is squeezing Lin Shan's shoulders and the other is squeezing feet. Ishin's mentality collapsed on the spot, and he was usually reluctant to do heavy work with his two daughters. Right now, you actually pinched the back of Lin Shan, this dog? Hello. What are you yelling about? Lin Shan looked at Ishin uncomfortably. I was asleep. I was so scared of you. I guess I will give Sake a few more treatments. Are you the patient who just received today? Ishin looked at Lin Shan gloomily, and his two daughters slapped his asterisk to massage him. Lin Shan glanced at the big tree outside the window. I want this house. You can take your son out to hang himself. Lin Shan shook his head. If Ishin was in his heyday, he would still be a little interested. now, it's not worth mentioning. P.S. The big guys support more, the author is grateful. Even when his father came, he didn't even take a look. Lin Shan said solemnly. You just need to die. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I know it's a hospital. Ishin got angry, and his angry sleeves were rolled up. Lin Shan stretched and said, of course, it will be my home in the future. 0.4. Ishin gritted his teeth. I will raise your wife and daughter. Ishin fry the pan on the spot, he can't tolerate a strange man living in his own home. Get out now, you are not welcome here. This is the hospital. Fart, you? Ishin asked angrily. If this is your home, who am I? Chapter 260 Sad Kurosaki Ishin. Big brother, why are you so angry? Lin Shan glanced at the furious Ishin, and kindly reminded, Sake will be in danger soon. Your current ability is not qualified to protect her, so quickly leave others. You are the greatest danger, Ishin said coldly, but his pupils suddenly shrank, listening to the meaning of these words to analyze. This guy does not seem to be an ordinary human? Someone saw Lin Shan fall from a height of 100 meters before. If this matter is true, normal humans will undoubtedly die. Lin Shan still alive can only show that he is not simple. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if a normal human survives, it is impossible for a normal human being to be alive and kicking like Lin Shan, recover so fast, and even have time to do pedicures. Come down, Yuzu and Shirley. Looking at the two daughters who were still massaging, Ishin was so angry. Boy, do you two treat me as air? I didn't even take a look at it. With that meticulous look, the technicians are not as professional as you. Second dad, why are you so noisy? It will scare the big dad. There was a hint of blame in Yuzu's tone. Hearing that, Ishin seemed to be hit by 5 thunders, and his eyes gradually became hollow. Is it wrong to call him Lin Shan's father? What kind of ecstasy did this guy give his daughter? How long did he leave now? And, why is he the second dad? Lin Shan, the dog thing, is the big dad. It sounds like he is the original match. Yes. Shirley also echoed, second dad, please leave quickly, don't hinder us here. After that, Shirley continued to give a respectful massage. Lin Shan looked at Ishin eagerly and grinned. Have you heard, Ishin, I will disappear from my daughter. That's it. Too much trouble. The two women nodded one after another. They were temporarily controlled by illusion, but Lin Shan's super dog licking. I'm furious. Ishin was furious, he flew over and killed him. Lin Shan lifted his palm and struck out with a touch of repulsion. Boom. Ishin was punched out of thin air, and he flew out, even the wall was smashed out of the hole. What's wrong? Such a huge movement naturally shocked Masake. She rushed out of the bathroom. The hair is still wet, and the body is covered with a simple bathrobe. Advertisement. 1. Ishin. Looking at Ishin lying underground, Maki was extremely surprised. Sake, your Ishin may be in serious trouble, he broke his brain just now when he went out. Lin Shan looked at Ishin sympathetically. Mom, Dad is too much. Yuzu came up and said angrily, he actually beat Lin Shan's father just now. That's it. Shirley also pouted angrily, nodding her head like a chicken pecking rice. Dad Lin Shan. She was surprised to see the two daughters, and Lin Shan progressed so fast, from a stranger to a dad in 10 minutes. Ahem, Shirley and Yuzu, and I hit it off right away, so I harvested them as goddaughters. Lin Shan explained. Ah, is this appropriate? Masake asked without a smile, his face also convulsed. Her two daughters have no brains, as soon as they come up, they will recognize others as fathers. Really, Sake? Ishin got up embarrassedly, looking at Lin Shan with gloomy eyes, and said, be careful, this guy is not a normal human. No way. Masaki glanced at Lin Shan suspiciously, she didn't feel a trace of Ryotsu. Even if she hides it, it is impossible to hide Ryotsu 100% perfectly. I have said that when Ishin was out, his head broke, you just don't believe it. Lin Shan sighed. By the way, let's start the second treatment in advance, Sake. The second course of treatment. Ishin glanced suspiciously at Misa, who moved his eyes away a little embarrassingly. Ishin is back, he can help you solve it, I'll forget it. Masaki explained, lowering his head. What kind of treatment is it? Ishin realized something was wrong. It's okay, just let Maki take a look at the urinary system. Recently, I have trouble with the urinary tract. Let Maki help to sort it out. Lin Shan explained calmly. What? Ishin's eyes stared at the garden, almost falling out. His face was red with anger, and his body swooped involuntarily again. Lin Shan just swept away when he saw it. The hurricane engulfed Ishin and lifted it several feet away. Ishin. Advertisement Sake hurriedly went up and took a look, turning a dozen somersaults in the air, and still had his head on the ground. It's not allowed to pass. Lin Shan spoke lightly, his voice expressing inevitable meaning. Impossible. Ishin is me. Before the words were finished, Gen Sake felt an invisible force falling on her and flew towards Lin Shan uncontrollably. Accurately fell into his arms. The bloody Ishin fried in an instant. Yuzu and Shirley pinched their waists and beat their backs, and Maki was held in his arms again, this FK. Wow. The thrilled Ishin pounced again. Lin Shan couldn't help but looked at Ishin in surprise, this kid also had a strong willpower. He raised his arm again. This time the condensed chakra in his palm was obviously stronger, and it was already shiny. Please, don't hurt Ishin, Gen-Mi asked with tears and whirling eyes. He offended me. Lin Shan still released his 433 power. He used his pupil power to remotely control Ishin, drag it into the sky like a toy, flying around, ultimate shame. Offended you? Sake is really anxious, and there is no one else who can do it. Isn't it that Lin Shan broke their peaceful and happy life? But really Sake, for your face, I can give you two choices. Lin Shan raised 2 fingers. 1. Let Ishin leave our house obediently. 2. Die here immediately. Our house? Gen Sake clenched her silver teeth. When did she become Lin Shan's family? Our family of 5 will go together, Maki said firmly. No 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 no, Lin Shan shook his head and said with a smile. How can this be done? I am still your patient. The patient has not recovered yet. How can you as a doctor leave? Say your choice. I give 3 seconds to think about it. When the time is up, I will execute Ishin. 3, 2, 1.0. When Lin Shan was about to kill him, Kurosaki really softened. I choose to let Ishin leave. In the end, Maki still compromised. Chapter 261. Take your son to go. Heart-piercing pain came from Ishin's chest. Over the years, he has been cautious and cautious. Guard against Manos Grande, guard against Shinigami, and even the Quincy to guard against. The ghost knew that the one who succeeded in the end was called Uchiha Lin Shan. I am back. At this moment, Ichigo finally came back. Looking at the bento in his son's hand, Ishin was very moved, and finally there was someone who cared about me. Ichigo, Dad is not hungry. Looking at the cute son who came by, Ishin forced a forced smile on his face. Embarrassingly, they just passed by without looking at him directly. My lord, I bought the lunch you wanted. Ichigo looked at Lin Shan respectfully. My lord? Ishin fainted instantly. His daughter called his father and his son called his master? Too much, Ichigo. Are you crazy too? Ishin's anger was finally overwhelming. That guy let his father and son hang themselves together before. You don't fart there anymore, Ichigo, a die-hard fan, naturally didn't believe it. How could a great master abandon me? You silly boy. Ishin shivered wildly, looking at Silly's admiring eyes. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. Could it be controlled by what? Ishin's mind flashed. Such a short contact. His son and daughter have become Lin Shan's ultimate dog licking. This is really unreasonable. Hurry up yet. Maki scolded angrily, his face full of disgust. From today on, our fate is broken. That's right. Lin Shan swiped across Gen Saki's fart drum with his big hands calmly. Ishin said nothing, turned and left lonely. Looking at his bleak figure, Gen Sake felt very distressed, with red and swollen eye sockets. I hope you can understand that I am protecting you, Ishin. Gen Sake muttered silently in her heart. Ishin is not the former Captain Shinigami anymore. It is easy for Lin Shan to kill him. Advertisement keeps staying here. If you provoke this moody man, Gen Sake can't protect him. Leaving is the best way. Hold on, Lin Shan stopped Ishin suddenly, and Gen Sake asked nervously, Master Lin Shan, are you breaking the agreement? A handsome and powerful man like you wouldn't do such a thing, right? The fair face forced a flattering smile that was more ugly than crying. Sake was uncomfortable, and Ishin felt even more sad. He could see Sake was protecting her. After all, he had been a husband and wife for many years, and there was still a tacit understanding. But when I heard that Sake praised other men for being handsome and powerful, Ishin was always stuffy and gloomy. Especially just now I made a wave of great swords for Lin Shan. Take Ichigo away, too, Lin Shan said disgustingly. What? Ichigo suddenly knelt down with a heartache. Why did my lord abandon me? Did I do a bad job? I am not interested in helping others raise their sons. Lin Shan said lightly, waved and urged, quickly follow him. Ishin's eyebrows were overjoyed when he saw this. One could save one. No, my lord. Ichigo hugged Lin Shan's thigh directly. I can't live without you. Ishin's face turned dark. What is my biological father, not as good as your lord? Forget it. Bachung is under control, and it's useless to say anything. Ishin sighed helplessly. He looked at Lin Shan with fear. What if you really control it and do some crazy things? Lin Shan was also quite speechless, and the illusion was too fierce. This kid became the biggest licking dog. Finally, Lin Shan solved Ichigo's illusion. Hey, what am I? Little Ichigo was dumbfounded. At this moment, he is holding Lin Shan's thigh. Can you let it go? Lin Shan asked calmly. Hearing this, Ichigo quickly let go, and withdrew in disbelief. Hold your legs? Why would I do such a stupid thing? Ichigo stared at Lin Shan blankly, and then a sharp pain rushed to his forehead. I couldn't remember everything that happened before. Don't take him away. Police Lin Shan glanced at Ishin, who left without a word. Power. I must get back my Shinigami power as soon as possible. Advertisement. Ishin carried Ichigo on his back, and left in a very awkward manner. After so many years, I have never been eager to restore Shinigami's power like I am today. Even after getting used to human life, Ishin doesn't want to be Shinigami anymore, and it's fine. But the appearance of Lin Shan completely shattered his peaceful life. Who are you? After Ishin left, Gen Sake looked at Lin Shan solemnly. It's ridiculous to think of all the previous behaviors. And also, The white face was red and hot, and Gensake asked in embarrassment, your urinary system and urinary system are all right? When I think of this, Gensake can't wait to find a place to sew in, it's so embarrassing. She is also silly, she really believes Lin Shan's nonsense. Asterisk, there is a problem, didn't you check it just now? Lin Shan ridiculed. You worked hard for a long time before I peed out. Gensake's heart is very angry, this guy really does not open which pot or not. Okay, stop talking nonsense, let's start the next course of treatment as soon as possible. Lin Shan lay lazily on the hospital bed, looking at the scenery outside the window, very happy. On the other side, after Kurosaki Ishin left, he went to find Urahara Kazuki. Power, power, I must restore my Shinigami power immediately. I want to smash that guy into 10,000 pieces. Kurosaki Ishin's monstrous roar came from Urahara Kazuki's shop. Calm down, Ishin. Urahara Kazuki gave Kurosaki Ishin a cup of hot tea. Moisturize your throat first, your situation is a bit complicated. I believe you can do it, Kurosaki Ishin looked at Urahara Kazuki with a pressing gaze. This superb store manager can be called an omnipotent existence. Oh. Urahara Kazuki covered half of his face with a fan. Don't look at the silly voice, but the exposed eyes are extremely serious. But I'm sorry, there is only one way to restore your Shinigami power. It turned out that your power was used to suppress the emptiness in Shinsaki's body. Now that emptiness runs into Ichigo's body. Once you take away your power, the emptiness in Ichigo's body will begin to violently go away. What does this mean? You should understand, right? Urahara Kazuki's eyes raised, your son will be hollow. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ishin was silent, he wiped his fists tightly, could it be that Lin Shan and Jinsake were mixed together? Chapter 262 Call the Dog Eunuch. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ishin lowered his head and felt ashamed. Can you only look at it? Puff. After a moment of silence, Kurosaki Ishin finally knelt down and said sincerely. Mr. Urahara, I hope you can do me this favor. Even if you recover a little bit of strength, Kurosaki Ishin said sincerely. I will try my best. Urahara Kazuki still agreed. Men like Kurosaki Ishin knelt down and begged him, and he was willing to give up. If you don't help yet, it's unkind. Early the next morning, Lin Shan took a family of 3 out. Dad, go to the playground. That's it, I heard that Yuzu and Shirley are going to go to the playground today. Lin Shan agreed. Looking at the 2 daughters who are alive and kicking, Sake really feels uncomfortable. Silly boy, Ishin is the real dad, madam, you seem to be unhappy. Lin Shan hugged Kurosaki Gensaki's thin waist and said with a smile, did you have a bad day yesterday? Kurosaki Maki's pretty face stiffened, and he quickly said, happy and happy, it's so happy. If you look closely, Kurosaki Makiko 437's face is already in a cold sweat. Lin Shan, the B******D, tried every means to humiliate her. It was justified to ask her to learn pole dancing. She didn't dare to refuse, she could only hold her nose and endure it. Lin Shan beat her yesterday for a simple reason, because she was in a daze. Lin Shan thinks this is thinking about Kurosaki Ishin. Not to mention, Kurosaki really missed him, for fear that he could not stand the blow and did something stupid. Let's go to the playground. Lin Shan walked forward, with 2 children sitting on his broad shoulders. Sitting with Yuzu on the left shoulder and Shirley on the right shoulder, the 2 sisters talked and laughed, introducing interesting things in daily life to Lin Shan. Kurosaki Shinsaki followed behind, looking at the back of the 3 people, his eyes were in a trance, as if Lin Shan was their biological father. No, he is a fake. Kurosaki Masaki shook her head and squeezed her fist secretly. She didn't know why the sense of substitution was so strong. Half an hour later, Lin Shan took Maki and others to the playground. Advertisement today is the weekend and there are a lot of people. Some popular amusement items, such as Ferris wheel, carousel, etc. Just wait in line, CA, for an hour or 2. Simply Lin Shan is patient and he came into this world with a playful attitude. Of course, if appropriate, he also wants to be Shinigami. And now there are eyebrows Urahara Kazuki. It was he who helped Kurosaki Ichigo become Shinigami. Rukia Kuchiki just lent her power to Kurosaki Ichigo. Lin Shan decided to go to Urahara Kazuki for help another day. Even if it fails, there is no need to worry. The body of 10 tails and the nuclear body are enough to guarantee his immortality. Time flies quickly, and it gets dark before you know it. The playground wishes of the 2 sisters are also understood. They played bumper cars, Ferris wheels, carousels, pirate ships and other projects, and their excited faces are still red. A family of 4 walked on a dark alley. Kurosaki Maki nestled in Lin Shan's arms. How, is my father qualified? Lin Shan joked. Kurosaki Maki didn't say a word, and after a little silence, he said slowly. Ishin still has work, but the doctor is very busy. It's normal if I don't have time to go out with Shirley and the others. What's normal? The 2 sisters were immediately upset. Excuses, all are excuses. Kurosaki was really puzzled, not only Kurosaki Ishin, but also her mother. What happened to these 2 daughters? At the same time, the surrounding space fluctuates. Hearing a swoosh, a figure flashed in front of him. It is Kurosaki Ishin. He was wearing a black death tyrant, holding a handful of Zanpakuto, and looking at Lin Shan coldly. Are you going to dye your hair? Lin Shan asked weirdly. Ding Ching saw that Kurosaki Ishin's hair was as white as withered grass. There are even more wrinkles on the face, which makes people feel like they are suddenly tens of years old. Ishin, have you restored Shinigami's power? Kurosaki asked with excitement. If that's the case, wouldn't it mean? What? Kurosaki Maki suddenly screamed because Lin Shan slapped her asterisk drum. Upon seeing this, Kurosaki Ishin's eyes became more gloomy, and his murderous intent came upon his face like a flood. Did you forget my request? If you see Kurosaki Ishin, what would you call him? Lin Shan questioned displeased. Ly. The slap was raised again, and it might be slapped down at any time. Advertisement, dog eunuch. Kurosaki Masaki lowered his head, his voice was faint. Kurosaki Ishin suddenly exploded, and only heard, clang. Zanpakuto came out. Today I will kill you. What? Kurosaki Ishin Shunpo flew out, and when he appeared again, Zanpakuto was already hacking towards Lin Shan. Although I don't know how you regained your strength, you are too weak. Lin Shan slapped directly at Zanpakuto. Clang. The big hand was as strong as steel, easily defending against Kurosaki Ishin's chopping, and firmly dragged Zanpakuto into his hand. This strength is too weak, let alone the captain, even the deputy captain can't match it. Lin Shan sneered disdainfully. Before losing his power, Kurosaki Ishin was Super Captain Shinigami. What is called Super Captain level? That is to say, the actual force is much stronger than the ordinary captain. Look at now. Lin Shan directly took the hand empty-handed. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Boom. The repulsion hit, Kurosaki Ishin flew out in an instant, and his body smashed the storefronts on both sides of the street. Within a short while, Kurosaki Ishin was tortured to death. That seemed to be repulsive just now? Universal pull. Shen Luo Tianzheng. After repeating it a dozen times in a row, Kurosaki Ishin was very cooperative. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Cough cough. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Kurosaki Ishin thought, but at this time, Lin Shan performed the operation again. Kurosaki Ishin is extremely puzzled. Whether it is Shinigami, Manos Grande, or Quincy, the three parties rely on Ryotsu or spiritual power to fight. But from Lin Shan, I can't feel this kind of power at all. Repeatedly like this, many bones shattered all over his body. Kurosaki Ishin, who fell under the rubble, kept coughing up blood and was puzzled. There is absolutely no trace of Ryotsu. What does he rely on for fighting? Chapter 263 Sky Dance King 1 Shihuen Yoruichi. In just a few minutes, Kurosaki Ishin was abandoned. Universal pull. Lin Shan didn't stop, and searched Kurosaki Ishin again. There were blood stains on his head, limbs, stomach, and ribs. Please forgive Ishin, Kurosaki Maki cried while holding Lin Shan's thigh. I will be very sad if you intercede with her like this, really Sake. Lin Shan has a quiet tone, and his eyes are even more cold. From now on, I will 100% obey your order. You let me go east, I definitely won't go west. Kurosaki Masaki straightened his waist and said solemnly as if swearing. You sure? Lin Shan asked more. Certainly, Kurosaki Shinsaki vowed to say. So, who is he? Lin Shan asked Kurosaki Ishin, pointing to it. Of course it is Ishin. Kurosaki Masaki said without thinking. Lin Shan immediately let go of Kurosaki Ishin when he heard the words. I told you to call a dog eunuch, you just don't obey. Bang. Kurosaki Ishin fell heavily again, and even the ground was cracked. Ishin, oh no, dog eunuch. Kurosaki Maki's beautiful eyes have tears. Poor woman, don't you see that he has been playing with you all the time? In the dark alley on the east side, a black cat suddenly came out. She was talking, her amber eyes gleaming. Miss Yoruichi? Kurosaki Maki's tears stopped. She heard Kurosaki Ishin talk about Shihuen Yoruichi, powerful and once the captain of Soul Society, from the Shihuen family, one of the four nobles. Why, do you want to be nosy? Lin Shan looked at Shihuen Yoruichi and frowned and asked. Ishin is a friend of Urahara and I. How about selling to face? How about making a good bond? The black cat Yoruichi also doesn't want to go to war, and Lin Shan's reality has not been figured out yet. A cat doesn't have that much face, so it turns into a human to show me who the deity is. Lin Shan said indifferently. Boom. A thick smoke burst out of the black cat, and a figure flickered in it. It's not good for anyone to fight. Shinigami supervises the world. Yoruichi walked out of the thick fog. She was wearing a black tights and a ponytail. Lin Shan was rather disappointed when she saw this. Remember that in the original history, Yoruichi always turned from a cat to a human. Advertisement. Why did it change when it was his turn? Where did the basic trust between people go? Kurosaki Ishin is my prisoner of war. You can take him away, you two can swap. No good, Lin Shan will definitely not let people go. Hearing this, Shihuen Yoruichi's cheeks sank instantly. So, you must go to war with me? If you want to be beaten, you can try. Lin Shan reveals nuclear power Rinnegan. But, boom! There was a loud noise, where Yoruichi burst open, and her figure disappeared. This ridiculous speed, even Lin Shan did not see clearly. She walked around to Lin Shan's right side at the speed of windswept clouds and blasted out with a heavy fist. Boom boom. The fiery red barrier unfolded instantly, blocking Yoruichi's punch, forcing her to be unable to approach. What is this? Yoruichi was shocked. and red skeletons were already surging up on Lin Shan's body. With a glance, Susao's long knife in his hand slashed towards Yoruichi. Pouch! The long knife is directed towards Pimo, destroying the destructive force and tearing the earth. Yoruichi jumped up early, avoiding the attack. If you don't show your true ability, you won't be able to defeat this guy. Yoruichi held his breath and shouted, quickly open. Boom boom boom. The huge Ryotsu broke out, the clothes on her shoulders tore, and her limbs were visibly swelled. The thick Ryotsu poured into her arms and legs, and her destructive power surged. Yoruichi dived. The speed was even more ridiculous than before. She is like a human-shaped tank. With the increase in absolute speed, her strength exploded, smashing Susanoo directly, and the big sandbag fist slammed into Lin Shan's face. Boom boom. Lin Shan took a firm punch on the right cheek, and his body was blown away more than 10 meters away in an instant. It's so risky. Glancing at the wall behind him, Lin Shan rubbed his face and said, you almost hit the wall. This guy. Yoruichi's expression changed drastically, and he was extremely solemn in an instant. The fist that was opened instantly didn't work. This is too ridiculous. Come again. Competitiveness and unwillingness prompted Yoruichi to fully fire and dive again. This time Lin Shan is not used to her anymore. Just now he just wanted to try the super captain level strength. He probably has a spectrum in his heart. He is still the most powerful existence in this world. Low-key, wretched development, farting. If his strength is not to pretend to be force, not to crush others, what is the use? Advertisement with the power to destroy the world. Should I go to reason with others and convince others with reason? That is ridiculous. Purchase flowers 0, dead door, open, boom boom boom. The crimson steam was like a shockwave after the explosion of a nuclear bomb. Yoruichi was lifted off before he even approached. Where are people? When she looked up again, the target disappeared. Little girl, do you skip the air ballet? The devil's whisper sounded. Yoruichi hurriedly turned around and punched. Boom. Red-haired Lin Shan easily grabbed his fist and squeezed it violently. Taste. The squeezing sound of the bones sounded, and Yoruichi's painful face twitched wildly. Without giving her a chance to breathe, her free hand grabbed Yoruichi's long hair and rotated it 360 degrees. Whoosh whoosh. Yoruichi is like a hula hoop. Within a few seconds, Lin Shan was spun madly for dozens of times. How about it? Haven't you seen humanoid space ballet? It was invented by my uncle and hasn't applied for a patent yet. Lin Shan grinned wildly, shaking more vigorously. Yoruichi was in terrible pain. Her scalp was almost ripped off, her head was dizzy, and she couldn't fight back at all. Go. The big hand was sent suddenly, and Yoruichi flew out like a cannonball. He smashed 7 or 8 buildings into pieces. This B asterisk 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 D. Yoruichi lay aggrieved on the ground, humiliated, and beaten by someone pulling her hair. Her Shihuan Yoruichi's signs are all smashed. Okay, so strong. Kurosaki watched and swallowed wildly. At first seeing Shihuan Yoruichi coming, she felt that it was time for a reunion. But who knows that Shihuan Yoruichi was here to be beaten. Can you still stand up? Lin Shan looked at Shihuan Yoruichi. The woman had already stood up, albeit reluctantly. I have to say that Shinigami's physique is much stronger than that of the ninja. But it's okay, I died before I played a few times in the province, my uncle hasn't done my best yet. Lin Shan moved his arm, his eyes were cruel, I'm coming. Kurosaki Shinsaki started to worry about Yoruichi. Lin Shan had such a cruel look in his eyes when he beat him, and he beat him with blood. Of course, there is one thing you don't need to worry about. Lin Shan will definitely not be beaten to death. They control it very cleverly, and Kurosaki really knows it. P.S. The big guys support more, the author is grateful. Chapter 264 Make a movie together. Shenxiang. To see where Shihuan Yoruichi was, Lin Shan punched out. White light fell from the sky, and the sharp cracking sound caused by rubbing the air made Shihuan Yoruichi's scalp numb. Boom. A loud noise fell, the earth was blasted with a hammer, and the bottomless black hole was enough to cram down several buildings. Lin Shan did not see Yoruichi, and the fluff of his clothes was still floating in the air. It's the third of the 4 maples of the secret walking method empty cicada, right? Lin Shan thought. So close. In the building not far away, Yoruichi's career line violently fluctuates, breathing heavily. If she was hit by that punch, she estimated that she would at least shed a layer of skin. You can only use that. Yoruichi took a deep breath, and the surface of her skin glowed white. Snap it. The next moment, the electric current burst out from the pores, all condensed towards the back of the 437. Are you there? The explosion of Ryotsu and the crackling sound of the electric current also attracted Lin Shan's attention. He got up and flew away, and Shihuan Yoruichi on the distant building had a clear view. She was covered with lightning, and her head had unique horns, glowing with silver luster. Behind it, there were 6 jade-shaped lightnings condensed. Quick open Thor battle form. Yoruichi sounded like a god of thunder, and thunder and lightning appeared in all directions of the sky. There was a dull voice above his head. Lin Shan looked up and saw that the lightning had swallowed him. Rumble. The huge impact blasted him to the ground, and his whole body was ruthlessly penetrated. The thunder and lightning turned into a high temperature of hundreds of thousands of degrees, burning Lin Shan. But after only 2 breaths passed, he got up, From being shot down to getting up, it was less than 5 seconds before and after. Why is this? Shihoin Yoruichi was shocked. Just now, she clearly saw that Lin Shan's chest was pierced by lightning. Why did the wound disappear after I got up? High-speed regeneration. Advertisement. Yoruichi couldn't help but think of Manos Grande's ability. Shihoin Yoruichi, listen to my brother's advice. Our strength gap is too big, you can't control the situation. Obediently kneel down and kowtow to surrender. Lin Shan gave another persuasion. Shihoin Yoruichi sneered after hearing this. I can't control it. Who was beaten by me just now? Lin Shan stared at the stone particles at Yoruichi's feet, and nuclear energy Rinnegan blinked suddenly, heavenly hand strength. Lin Shan disappeared instantly. Yoruichi's pupils widened immediately, and a black shadow flashed in front of him. Shenxiang. Boom. The fist hit Yoruichi directly in the chest, and the terrifying force beat her to vomit blood on the spot. The whole chest was smashed with a fist, and the chest was torn apart. Puff. Yoruichi directly knelt down, and the lightning buoy behind her also dissipated. The power of this punch really made her doubt life. Let me just say it, you can't control it at all. Lin Shan stepped on Yoruichi's head and rubbed his head directly on the ground. You, who are you? Shihoin Yoruichi said weakly. She had never seen someone as good as Lin Shan. Aizen Sosuke is nothing more than that, right? I'm just a tourist. Lin Shan said casually. From now on, you will be my slave. Give your name, ye slave. I reject. Doesn't the name sound good? Let's change it to one little black girl. I'm not talking about a name, but a refusal to be your slave. Cough cough. Shihoin Yoruichi coughed and bleeds in his throat again. Do you have a choice? Lin Shan summoned Shadow Clone, carried Yoruichi and left. Kurosaki Maki gave up running. Lin Shan was too strong, and he abused Super Captain Shinigami, just like playing for fun. That kid ran away. Lin Shan swept around and didn't see Kurosaki Ishin, and 80% took advantage of the fight with Yoruichi and slipped away. Oh, this way, I am not considered to have sacrificed in vain. Yoruichi grinned reluctantly, at least one left. Advertisement, no, you have suffered a big loss, and you have been beaten for nothing. If you agree to exchange Kurosaki Ishin at the beginning, you don't need to be beaten so badly. Lin Shan sneered unceremoniously. Shihoin Yoruichi secretly scolded a straight steel man after hearing this. What do you think the old lady doesn't understand? Isn't it good for me to lie to myself? I can't figure out what a woman thinks at all. Don't be proud, revenge, it will come soon. As if thinking of something, Shihoin Yoruichi gloated at Lin Shan. Are you referring to Urahara Kazuki? Lin Shan raised his brows. To be honest, I happen to have something to look for him. Lin Shan also wants to become Shinigami. After becoming Shinigami, his Ryotsu should be extraordinarily strong, because after swallowing 10 tails, his soul and mental power have skyrocketed like a rocket. The stronger the soul, the deeper his Ryotsu. It's not Kazuki, that idiot is not good at fighting, you should worry about other people. Shihoin Yoruichi reminded. Our fight must have attracted the attention of Soul Society. Maybe you don't know yet. I am a criminal wanted by Soul Society. Once they find my trace. I advise you, it is more appropriate to let me go quickly, otherwise Go Day 13 will definitely trouble you. Shihoin Yoruichi threatened. These guys are more threatening than me. It sounds like you are a hot potato, and I'm at a loss. Shihoin Yoruichi urged. P.S. The big guys support more, the author is grateful. When Shihoin Yoruichi said so, Lin Shan felt it was worthless, and provoke a large group of powerful enemies out of thin air. Yoruichi said nothing. Her brain circuit and Lin Shan are not on the same level. Yoruichi said that she did not understand what the other party said. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Lin Shan smiled weirdly. Don't worry, the actors are just the two of us, and they don't need any acting skills, just know how to call. I am the male protagonist, you are the female protagonist, as for the photographer, it will be Jen Sake. Lin Shan smiled. Life is better than death, then let me go. What I want to say is that you have to compensate me for making me provoke such a group of people out of thin air. I feel that your figure is so good, the front is convex and back, and the red lips and teeth are white. It is especially suitable for filming, Lin Shan said mysteriously. Lin Shan shook his head straight. Shihoin Yoruichi frowned. What do you mean? She felt that there was something in Lin Shan's words. Lin Shan smiled meanly with Shihoin Yoruichi's plump body. A little movie on a letter. Kurosaki Maki. It's over, it's over. Ms. Yoruichi is over 0.4, this laughter is familiar to me. Make a movie. What movie? Then you just wait for Shinigami in the Corpse Soul World. Those guys are more savage than me. Shihoin Yoruichi said bitterly. It's not even better, let you go, I didn't work for nothing, even the kid Kurosaki Ishin ran away. Chapter 265 The two actor of Soul Society Aizen and Ichimaru Jin. After returning to Lin Shan's, formerly Kurosaki Ishin's, Shihoin Yoruichi understood what it meant to make a movie. Immediately scared to pee. The strong should have the style of the strong, you can't. Call Dad. I reject. The I Feel Shinigami Hot series is pretty good. Dad. In the end, Yoruichi still persuaded, and Kurosaki Maki who was already holding the video recorder in place was also relieved. She was really afraid that Lin Shan would actually do a fake show. Shihoin Yoruichi is such a strong woman, Yoruichi is called Dad in a few words, and this tamed person is unmatched. Central 46 of Soul Society. The most authoritative organization of Soul Society is Central 46, which is jointly controlled by the so-called 46 sages. The power overrides Gode 13, even the captain must obey Central 46. What is not known to outsiders is that in fact, all the sages have been beheaded to death. 24 and the culprit is Aizen Sosuke. But no one noticed this. Aizen used Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu, to confuse everyone. In the eyes of outsiders, this group of old folks still live well. Inside the huge laboratory underground at Central 46. This is the base camp of the Aizen group. Usually Aizen Sosuke, Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami are based here. Captain Aizen, the situation in this world is very exciting. Ichimaru Jin looked at the square screen with a fox-like smile on his face. Shihuan Yoruichi has come out, and she is not dead. The old fox Urahara Kazuki should be fine, right? Urahara Kazuki. Fox. What qualifications do you have to say that I am a fox? Isn't it yourself? If they died, I would be surprised. Thanks to the man named Uchiha Lin Shan, Shihuan Yoruichi, Shiba Ishin and other experimental materials all appeared. The man among the three smiled slightly, and he was Aizen Sosuke. With an elegant and gentle face and a friendly smile from time to time, it is like the big brother leading the house, and most people can't help but put down their guard when approaching him. In fact, his black belly is unmatched. Whether it's a dogleg like Tusen Kanami or a little fan like Hinamori Momo, once it's worthless, you can't kill it. Advertisement. The battle between Aizen-sama, Shihuan Yoruichi and that man has already alarmed Soul Society. It is estimated that the captain will hold a captain meeting soon. The blind man Tusen Kanami said, the 12th division has been monitoring the situation in this world. It is impossible for Kuretsuchi Miyuri to not know. Isn't it better? Eliminating them with the help of Soul Society will save us a lot of trouble. The corners of Aizen's lips were slightly tilted, smiling but not smiling, which was insidious. Tusen Kanami was right. 10 minutes later, the captain called a captain-level meeting. In the team house of the first team, all the members of Gode 13 came to report. The senior captain was sitting on a chair, and the man standing behind him was Chojiro, the deputy captain of the first division. The other captains are all standing. Captain Nirvana, repeat what you just reported. The captain narrowed his eyes and said. Kuretsuchi Miyuri took a step forward when he heard the words, speaking in a strange accent. Soul Society wanted felon Shihuan Yoruichi. The monitoring bureau of the 12th squad found her Ryotsu, and started a battle with a human being in the world, and finally lost. NS. Many captains look weird. A former Captain Shinigami fought against humans, but he was defeated. No similar example has appeared in Soul Society's thousands of years of history. Shihuan Yoruichi has set a precedent. I'm getting more and more alive, and I was actually lost to humans. The cruel little lowly broken bee spoke up and rolled his head in disdain. Anyway, Shihuan Yoruichi is a felon of Soul Society. We should take her back and ask where the accomplices are by the way. Kuretsuchi Miyuri said without hesitation. Everyone knew who he was talking about Urahara Kazuki. Until the truth of the matter is figured out, I suggest not to rush into action. Aizen spoke with a gentle voice, and there was a soft smile on his annoyed face. If Captain Aizen is afraid of death, just hide it in Soul Society. The fox face Ichimaru Jin immediately stood up and sang the opposite. The two of them are also the movie kings of Soul Society. They are wearing a pair of trousers in private, but they are incompatible. Captain Aizen is not weak, Captain Ichimaru. Jashiro Yukitaki of the 13th Division helped speak. He and Aizen are good friends. Advertisement of course, this is what Jashiro Yukitaki thinks. What's the matter? Before the war, we ourselves will have internal strife. Kyoraku Shunsui of the 8th Division also stepped forward. Yo, the three of you actually got together, don't you have any conspiracy? Ichimaru Jin's eyes turned into crescent moons, and he chuckled lightly. Sir Captain, I suggest investigating the three of them. There are still infighting at this time, I think you should be the one to investigate. Aizen snorted coldly, and the other captains looked at each other. The relationship between Aizen and Ichimaru Jin is not in harmony. Boom boom boom. The captain knocked on the floor with his cane, and said in a deep voice, Central 46 has made a decision on this matter. What sage decree do you sages have? Aizen looked at the captain in surprise. 437 Ichimaru Jin glanced calmly at Aizen, the sage of all the sages? Isn't it your Aizen's sage? It is shameless? Taking back Shihuan Yoruichi, and at the same time fighting against the human being who was at war with him. The captain's eyes widened slightly. Hearing that, the captains are confused, and it is understandable to retake Shihuan Yoruichi, but what the hell is the crusade against Lin Shan? There is no grudge between Lin Shan and Soul Society. Speaking of it, someone helped Soul Society catch the prisoner, and you still go to crusade others? This is too unreasonable. That man has great power, and if he is not controlled, he will cause incalculable harm to this world. The captain explained. This is what Central 46 gave. The enemy's strength should not be underestimated. This time it will be Captain Unohana, Captain Zaraki, and... As soon as the captain looked at Kyoraku Shunsui, Shattered Bee took the initiative to go out. Captain, this mission will be carried out by me, Unoka and Captain Zaraki. Shattered Bee's eyes had a terrible cold light, and she had always been brooding about Shihuan Yoruichi's betrayal of Soul Society, and it was unforgettable. Chapter 266 Hogyoku got at this world. Lin Shan had a happier life. After all, there was one more person to serve him. Shihoin Yoruichi, dressed in a maid uniform, is busy. Today, she is going to perform a wild cat dance for Lin Shan. Well, the very wild one. Lin Shan has never heard of it. It is said that she invented it herself. A black silk outfit with cat ears, coupled with her sexy figure, not to mention, it seems to be enjoyable for a while, very seductive. By the time we had dinner at noon, the guests finally visited. Honestly, I didn't have lunch either. Do you mind if you add me? Urahara Kazuki still visited. The relationship between him and Shihoin Yoruichi is unusual. On the surface, they seem to be friends, but they have actually exceeded this relationship. Don't mess around with me, Urahara Kazuki. Are you here for Shihoin Yoruichi? Lin Shan had a direct showdown. Oh, you can see it. Urahara Kazuki took out a fan to cover half of his face, and at the same time looked at Lin Shan calmly. I didn't feel how big Ryatsu was, but strangely, Yoruichi just lost. The one that still lost miserably. In addition, looking at Shihoin Yoruichi wearing a maid costume, Urahara Kazuki's face is not very good. Although the two can't talk about a relationship, they have been dependent on each other for hundreds of years. Seeing her suffer, he has rarely been angry. Sometimes there is cold light passing by. Since your excellency is straight to the point, I won't talk nonsense. Urahara Kazuki said solemnly, I hope you released Yoruichi. Sure. Lin Shan agreed without hesitation, but I have two conditions. You said. Urahara Kazuki agreed heartily. First you help me become Shinigami. Secondly give me your Hogyoku. Coming into this world, Lin Shan knew exactly what he wanted. Power and beauty are just two, the rest are clouds. Even in Lin Shan's eyes, strength is more important than beauty. Because the stronger a person is, the more he has the right to speak, and the greater the benefits he obtains. Advertisement. He also knows that Urahara Kazuki's Hogyoku is not really a Hogyoku. It is a semi-finished product. Only the Hogyoku of Aizen, when the two are combined, will the most perfect Hogyoku be born. How do you as a human know something like Hogyoku? Urahara Kazuki asked in surprise, and his vigilance against Lin Shan soared. No matter who you are, as long as you talk about Hogyoku, all issues will be different. At the very beginning, Urahara Kazuki felt that Lin Shan was just a powerful human being, and there was no other way. Now it seems that he was thinking too simple. This guy is not innocent. You just need to answer yes or no. Lin Shan said domineeringly, it's okay to help you become Shinigami, but Hogyoku. Urahara Kazuki's face was sullen, and his expression was a bit hesitant. Lin Shan can also understand that Hogyoku can be called a fetish, which can allow Shinigami or Manos Grande to evolve indefinitely until the potential is exhausted. If it falls into the wrong hands, the consequences will be disastrous. Of course it's okay to give you Hogyoku. Urahara Kazuki suddenly smiled, and agreed readily. Lin Shan was a little surprised. He was even ready to use strong. Is Shihoin Yoruichi so important? Kazuki, are you serious? Shihoin Yoruichi asked in shock. For me, Beng Wangyu was originally a hot potato, and it is handed over to others, so I am not afraid that Aizen will trouble me. Urahara Kazuki shrugged cheerfully. It's true that it saved me a lot of trouble. After speaking, Urahara Kazuki took out a sphere from his arms and threw it to Lin Shan. It's very simple, without the slightest muddle. Lin Shan then threw the blue beads, his brows still locked. To be honest, with his knowledge of Urahara Kazuki, it is not easy for this guy to surrender Hogyoku. But now looking at Hogyoku in his hand, Lin Shan can feel the powerful force in it. It is not a fake. No matter what plots and tricks you have, you are all seeking your own death in front of absolute strength. Lin Shan, who couldn't figure it out, was relieved. When are you going to help me become Shinigami? Lin Shan asked again. I can do it any time, as long as you don't feel rushed, even now. Advertisement. Urahara Kazuki shrugged and said, then do it now. Lin Shan is also not willing to delay. Then come with me, go to my grocery store, there is a venue I prepared. Urahara Kazuki rose in the air and flew towards the distance. Kazuki. Shihoin Yoruichi is looking at Urahara Kazuki. Based on her knowledge of Urahara Kazuki, don't look at Urahara Kazuki. Don't look at Urahara Kazuki's carelessness. She does everything like a fool, but she is actually very shrewd. It's impossible to justify Lin Shan's request so casually. What are your plans? Kazuki really is like you said, want to use Lin Shan to deal with Aizen. Shihoin Yoruichi also didn't know the purpose of Urahara Kazuki. In a short while, Lin Shan landed in Urahara Kazuki's grocery store. The store is in a remote stage, and it is deserted within 100 meters. At first glance, it is the kind of store with bad business. Urahara Kazuki took Lin Shan underground. He has already hollowed out this place. It is usually used for training or as a test site. Becoming Shinigami, the first thing is to separate your body and soul. Urahara Kazuki pulled out Zanpakuto slowly. If you can't do this, I can. The words didn't fall, and a ball of light flew out of Lin Shan's body, which was his soul. Urahara Kazuki reluctantly took back Zanpakuto, then the next step is the last process. At the same time, in the sky above Lin Shan's house, Void opened an azure blue gate, and several figures slowly walked out. The location provided by Captain Nei seems to be this, right? Unohana Retsu looked at the building below and said. Broken Bee's beautiful eyes were cold when he heard the words. let me be blessed. Drink. The grumpy old man Zaraki Kenpachi ran away, and Ryotsu started like a flood. Boom boom boom. Manic Ryotsu swept the entire world, as infinite as the ocean. Come and fight for a fight, chapter 267 only takes 10 seconds. Boom. Lin Shan's house was crushed directly by Ryotsu and reduced to ruins. After waiting for a while, no one came out of the ruins. Wrong place. Broken Bee frowned. Perhaps too weak, I was crushed to death by the uncle's Ryotsu, vulnerable guy. Zaraki Kenpachi Tsunere carried Zanpakuto, it's disappointing. How can it be that simple, the opponent can easily defeat Shihu and Yoruichi, it is enough to prove that the strength is beyond the captain level. Yunohana Retsu shook her head and said, perhaps, even if we came to transfer early. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. At this moment, Ryotsu, a mania like a god and a devil, came to the world. If Zaraki Kenpachi's Ryotsu is as infinite as the ocean, then this Ryotsu is equivalent to dozens of oceans. The large world is shaking, and a strong vibration spreads to the entire planet. Why? How could someone have such a huge Ryotsu? Ridiculous. How strong should his soul be? Urahara Kazuki's grocery store. Urahara Kazuki looked at the source of caller Lin Shan, who was caught in the outer and inner part of the thunder. A steady stream of Ryotsu erupted from that thin body one after another, and the scale of it refreshed Urahara Kazuki's cognition. Looking intently, Lin Shan's appearance has also changed. Wearing a black death tyrant costume, pure Ryotsu rushes towards his face. But, should I cut the 440 Pokatsu? Lin Shan looked at the empty hand, secretly wondering. After becoming Shinigami, isn't it usually Zanbakudo? Why didn't he? You will never have. At this moment, Urahara Kazuki's weird voice suddenly came. His words were like magic sounds, and the moment the words fell, Lin Shan's entire body of Ryotsu disappeared. What do you mean? Lin Shan frowned and asked, and even the death tyrant disappeared. In addition, he also noticed that something seemed to be wandering in his body, spreading along the blood to every corner of his body. You shouldn't be too old, it's too easy to trust people, human kids. As if the winning ticket was in hand, Urahara Kazuki quipped. Advertisement, what did you do to my body? How'd I feel? Puff 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 puff. The rectangular cone suddenly pierced out of Lin Shan's body, pierced his skin, and pierced it into a hedgehog. The chest, abdomen, limbs and even the head are no exception. Kido? Lin Shan looked up, he knew Urahara Kazuki was a master in this area. That's right. Urahara Kazuki said slowly, when you and Yoruichi went to war, I was actually there. Do you know why I didn't make a shot? Are you watching my abilities and developing Kido to deal with me? Lin Shan asked. That's right again, it's awesome. Urahara Kazuki gave a thumbs up to praise, but the expression on his face was extraordinarily joking, and slowly said, I have witnessed your body being penetrated by Yoruichi, but with its powerful repair ability, it has healed itself. Urahara Kazuki's tone was a little surprised. If appropriate, he wanted to dissect Lin Shan. Humans shouldn't have that ability. I thought it was impossible to kill you by normal means, so I planned to seal your soul, just as you planned to become Shinigami. Urahara Kazuki smiled triumphantly, even if you are better than me, even if I give you Hogyoku? The man who laughs last is the winner. Are you trying to say, rely on this stuff to seal me? Lin Shan was amused, and he broke off the light cone on his body. His face was extremely clean and roared. I was underestimated when I stepped on a horse. Boom boom boom. The red steam burst out. Lin Shan opened the dead door instantly, and the red beams of light on the body surface were all shattered. Idiot, if I am so easily sealed, how can it be your turn to deal with me? Lin Shan grinned and said with contempt. I know you have penetrated the seal technique into my body, but unfortunately, after opening the dead door, the blood in my whole body will be burned, and your seal technique will be burned out. It really is. Urahara Kazuki did not deny that under normal circumstances, even if those light cones were interrupted, they would gush out again, but the fact is that they did not appear. However, if you look closely, he is still calm, and he doesn't panic at all. I never said that, CA, left a seal in your body. After all, it was such a good opportunity just now. Don't forget, when I helped you awaken the power of Shinigami, I arranged it myself. Urahara Kazuki said insidiously with his eyes gleaming. Speaking of it, Urahara Kazuki planned to use Zanpakuto to help Lin Shan's soul out of his body, but Lin Shan refused because he could solve it by himself. Urahara Kazuki said next, if you want to become a real Shinigami, you must first die completely and counterattack from desperation. Either break through the cocoon and rebirth one become Shinigami, or degenerate into a demon become Menos Grande. There are only two options. Advertisement. So, Urahara Kazuki gave Lin Shan another cut. After the body was stabbed, Lin Shan burst into Ryotsu instantly. And the wound has healed on its own. As 10 tails, Lin Shan is immortal, even his soul. So that's it, you gave me a slap just now. From the beginning, you didn't intend to help me become Shinigami? Right? Lin Shan asked calmly, but the surrounding air was frozen and full of murderous air. In fact, as long as Urahara Kazuki cooperates with him, he can help to clean up Aizen in the future. After all, he has to take away the Hogyoku in Aizen's hand. Urahara Kazuki didn't mean to cooperate at all, and even planned to seal him. That knife, but contains a variety of sealing techniques. Urahara Kazuki said to himself, it's almost the beginning. Smell. The sky above Lin Shan shattered, and large swaths of purple light gush out. The cold light in Lin Shan's eyes had already materialized. This is Lin Shan's last sentence before being sucked into a different space. The white fluorescence flicked out of the body again, quickly entangled him. The whole person became a mummy, only the eyes were exposed. If it were not for the destruction of the previous light cone by Lin Shan, it would be considered a fourfold seal. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This guy really did a lot of preparations. Urahara Kazuki, is this your masterpiece too? Urahara Kazuki breathed a sigh of relief, and later sealed Wang Yu Aizen, which was 3 or 4 seals. Immediately afterwards, a deep black chain came out, binding Lin Shan like a rope, dragging him into a different space little by little. Lin Shan sneered. He was just about to exert his strength, and the abnormal changes were coming up again. Wait for me, from now on, it only takes 10 seconds and I will come again. Count it for me. P.S. The big guys support more, the author is grateful. That's it, 3 processes. Urahara Kazuki flicked his finger, swallowing Lin Shan like the mucus of plasterboard, and fixed his whole body firmly, like a sculpture. It's not over yet. At the same time, Lin Shan's entire body was swallowed by another space. This is still useless. Chapter 268 discarded Urahara Kazuki. For 10 seconds, Urahara Kazuki naturally did not believe it. Do you think that when the protagonist is defeated in a movie, he can still return to the role of the king? In addition, taking 10,000 steps back, even if it is a real movie, the protagonist cannot return in 10 seconds. It is a super seal technique that interlocks with each other. In addition, there is one thing he is relieved. Hogyoku, Urahara Kazuki has always wanted to destroy Hogyoku, for no other reason. This thing is too dangerous. If it falls into the wrong hands, the consequences are unimaginable. This time I even took Hogyoku and was sealed, just right. Urahara Kazuki suddenly looked in a certain direction, and he felt 3 familiar spirit pressures coming. It looks like Weiga. There was a crisp sound from the sky. Urahara Kazuki suddenly raised his head, and the space was cracked for unknown reasons. A square dark tunnel appeared above the head. Ta 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 ta. In the dark space, heavy footsteps came.